until you start scrutinizing things that you start to realize, things that are wrong. And a lot of people don't even do that organically. They have to have someone else give them that. Like walk up to them and be like, "Hey, did you ever wonder about this?" And then you're like, "Oh, now that you mentioned it, I'm going to think about it." So you got to be gracious to some people, because a lot of people are like that, where they are oblivious to these other arguments, even when they're in a flat Earth sphere of influence. Let's say they're still oblivious to certain things. So we've experienced that here, where there's people who hang out somewhere else, and then they come here, and it's the first time they ever face scrutiny for their ideas.
Are you saying that his bias in the heat of the moment potentially made him go further than he normally would have had he not had ill feeling towards FED? Therefore, well, yeah, I already said it.
Possibly, and look, we can't divine what's going on inside them, but people have intentional biases. So they develop a bias by instinct or reaction, right? And then they decide, I'm going to stroke that bias every chance I get. And it does seem like Jaron, on numerous occasions, has made it clear that he has some type of animosity against FED. And the way I think that is by jumping to accusations from simple things like, okay, we have a dispute about what science is, therefore you're a scammer. That's like saying, do you prefer milk or orange juice for breakfast? Therefore, you are a thief. It's like you can't jump to these moral conclusions so easily. Just like Jaron being a controlled opposition, right? So whenever there's a takeover, there are controlled opposition. But you know what else there is? Numerous of useful idiots. Did you guys remember that term, the useful idiots?
Yep.
That are cannibalized in the regime change. They're usually the ones that get thrown under the bus when the tides of power change.
Yeah, well, we've had that demonstrated to us now that we are at this point in our lives, how easily people are manipulated. All you have to do is stroke their ego a certain way, and I don't know, they'll bend.
I just read this quote the other day, and it's a perfect quote for this moment. You can convince 1,000 men by appealing to their bias faster than you can ever convince one man by appealing to logic and reason.
Yep, that's so true.
Right. So when you see fame and fortune and followers and all of this thing, that doesn't necessarily mean that that person is giving out good stuff. They could just be appealing and tickling people's ears.
Yes, because the majority of people are led to make decisions based off of their emotions instead of taking a step back and analyzing the information before they jump on board.
The only reason that he could have even came to that conclusion is because he jumped on the "it can work on both" train. I don't even, like Heretic said, I think. I don't even, somebody said it. No, Truth said it. There's no point in me saying it can work on both when I already know it's not a globe. I don't even have any need for that kind of rhetoric.
Exactly.
Yep.
Because
Imagination. Where's the globe it's working on? Still
Aaron's
waiting to see
crux
that.
is still relying on there still being a debate.
Right. Yeah.
Well, that's him not wanting to recycle content and have fresh new content to be relevant in the game. So there you go. What AI said is absolutely plausible.
So Jaren and Dave and Witsit can have as many conversations that they want with these professors and whoever, and they can they did if they wanted to, I nah, no thanks, not for me.
Well, how
Mm-mm.
often does FED recycle content just to make sure that it's like hammered down? Like it's just hammered down because these are the relevant points. They don't care to recycle them because they're always relevant. Whereas people like Jaron and Witsit are thinking of new things, new content, and going to such lengths to make sure or ensure that they have that because they're making money off it. Totally plausible and valid points that I just made.
Mm-hmm. Word. Hey, you know what? That is kind of a good point. How the hell, like you? Okay, I mean, just the fact that the sky is precisely exactly almost where it was yesterday because it does drift ever so slightly, right? Um, time wise, well, location versus time wise. Um, but like this world where the stars are damn near exactly where they are every day at the same time for who knows how long. Like the fact that that's the case, like, because we're using the timing of these stars to and then to be overhead somewhere. Like the idea that they're we live in this world where the gif that Truth posted at 47 minutes past the hour, the fact that we can use celestial navigation during all of that, like no, like that's just like a triple hell no.
Right? If everything, all those stars are moving in random, well, according to that GIF, it's you know what they say in that GIF and everything. It's all like messed up anyway. But how can you have celestial navigation when you can predict exactly where the stars are going to be in a week, in a month, in a year? You know, and it always follows the same pattern. It's unbelievable.
What do Globers like to say? It's negligible. Everything's always negligible to excuse the fact that you don't experience any of this.
I'm not ready to give up Dave as a hero.
Hey, I don't mean to change the subject, Elijah, but I just swiped right and I saw that giant chick that you posted.
Yeah. So she's not 7 foot. The lying person. She, like that proportionately and was 7 foot. I've been like, yo. Yeah. How come y'all did? I know. I went to sleep on the live like at least 3 consecutive nights. Like, why y'all keep muting me? Am I snoring or something? Talking in my sleep? I snore loud, y'all.
Hey, yeah, you keep getting muted because you keep falling asleep with your mic open, and we can hear you just snoozing.
My my bad.
No
Because
problem.
I
Really, just
damn
talking.
sure was about to do it again. They're like, "What is up with the Eli? Going to sleep with his mic open every night now. Like, what the fuck?"
It's funny.
Yeah. Imagine I was like, be like, what the fuck?
You can always listen back. It's never anything pronounced. You can just kind of tell that you're sleeping because it's just a little heavier breathing. And you're not responding to, like, hey, Eli, we can hear you.
Oh man. Yeah, let me see who's in the other server. Wait a minute. Yeah, man. Do I want to do that right now? Nah, let me go in there fresh in the morning.
I'm gonna
Lord.
jump on COD.
Yeah, you know what? Let me do that. I mean, I'm still gonna be in here, but I'm gonna play some cards. So.
Cool. The invite's
Sorry.
open to all, though. If you guys want to play Call of Duty with us, you could just download it for free on your mobile device and play with us. Just let Elijah or me know, and we can invite you to our Flat Earth clan. We destroy globies all day.
Yep. What was I gonna say? Where is he at? Lou 1134. Why does it
I
look
was
like
just.
it's on? Yo, gosh. Oh wait, no, you don't know what I'm talking about. Cause I'm in. Hold on.
Yes, I do know what you're talking about. I'm reading it
Oh,
with
you're
Lou.
in there?
Yeah, Lunatic. Yeah,
Yeah.
he was
Okay.
that
Okay.
coach shows a trans woman. I'm smelling what you're stepping in. Okay.
Oh gosh.
Wow.
Oh, yeah, sorry, I didn't. I hate when you're in here and I get all aggressive and stuff in front of the ladies and whatnot. That dude pissed me off, man.
No, I get it. I understand. Like, we're seeing, like, it's not just him. It's like he's in here, but it's not him in here. It's whoever fed him that bull crap, and he's coming in here spouting it. Like he knows it firsthand when he's just regurgitating it from someone else. This is how, man. No, I get it. I get it. You try to point it out to them, and they refuse to see. It's like they're Globers still. What's going on?
Mhm. Like if you're gonna be okay with both a logical fallacy, and I mean, shit, you're contradicting yourself. You're strawmanning me, telling me I'm strawmanning you. You're talking about things that I mean, gee whiz, man.
Yeah, like where have we heard this kind of thing before? I wonder. I'm just a little I'm a little dumbfounded with how like they're not realizing it or seeing it. Like, didn't they have to go through this painful process before? I know I had to go through a painful process before, so I'm not gonna get back on the easy train ever again, whether it's with globe earthers or flat earthers. I'll just sit back and I'll shut up and be quiet and listen and investigate before I say anything.
Yeah, that's the way to go. That is the way to go.
At least in that way, whatever's going to present itself will eventually present itself to someone who's patient before even taking a side, so that you really do make a decision not off of a bias, but what proves to be self evident. Yeah, I may not be the smartest person, but I do know that I'm not stupid. So I can figure things out on my own by just shutting up and listening and investigating for myself. So I just let people talk out their asses for a little bit, and you'll find out eventually where this is coming from, you know?
It's so hard to just get up, but I do mean get up and go. Yeah, I'm definitely sleeping. Well,
You know,
all well that ends well.
you know how a lot of people like to be like, "Oh, he's so mean," and he doesn't ever let anybody talk, and he's always so abrasive. And I would rather somebody be like that than act all nice and meaning to deceive me. One's apparent and one you don't know. Like, just be
Mhm.
you. Yeah, I can't stand it when people talk badly about Kiwi, because at least he's upfront, outright, and straight to the point with you. Never does he just like cater to your feelings, act nice here and there. He doesn't do that. He has no need for that. He'd rather get to the crux of it, expose whoever is going to be exposed, because it's just that's how he does it. And it's nonsensical. I mean, it's not nonsensical, it's no nonsense.
No, no nonsense. There you
No
go.
nonsense. And that's what I like. I like that. You don't have to worry about what his intentions are. He makes it very damn well clear what his intentions are. And he's not trying to deceive anybody. Very, very clearly tells you his intentions and executes them like a sharpshooter.
Well, I ain't gonna kiss his ass or anything, but I will say that Quantum inspired me to not give a fuck what retards have to think.
I don't ever kiss his ass. I love heckling him because I'm used to that
I'm
kind
just picking because he's here.
You guys are talking about me and shit.
That's right.
Oh,
Yeah,
yo,
fuck you. How's it going, man?
yo, Huey, the moment you left, some
Ooh,
little idiot came in here and
Oh, jeez.
carefully I started off slow, but he came in and basically for the room, and I used him to characterize exactly how these yeah, I guess in your words, these pretender flat earthers are manipulating the entire landscape. Did AI, please, can you go ahead and
well, this is also what I was just now talking about you about, QE. I'm saying how you don't even hide behind some like nice facade, and you're no nonsense. You go straight to the point. You don't care what other people think, and you're concise.
Is there another way?
No, that's what I'm saying. Nobody has to ever try to think if you're deceiving them because you execute exactly what you say you're going to do. You know, other
No, but
people.
the conversation started with because people are coming to me telling me that you're materialist and anatomist, and AI was asking me how, and then this kid came in, and pretty much how that conversation went is exactly he basically, because we wouldn't allow him to to I'm too tired for this shit, but it was a lot. AI, help me out, please.
Just
He's too busy hot micing.
oh yeah.
How's the fingers?
Oh man, it's good. Almost all the glue came off by now.
All right, good. So what happened? I've been gone for a few hours. What happened?
Hold on, I gotta get out of this building.
All right, fair enough.
Yeah, I was literally asleep, and then I heard you. I was like, "What party? Hold up."
Party. I got involved. I got involved in Holy shit, AI. Well, I was doing a bunch of shit, and then I come back, and then I seen some music video cross my path, and then it goes. If you listen to Betty, I get in a zone. So I started going through all these songs, man, and then I run into one from so many years ago, and I haven't heard it in so long. And it was Zeppelin. It was fucking nobody's fault but mine, and I know every fucking note, every stoppage, every bit of funk, everything. I just know it because I just know it because I've listened to it when I was younger so many times. I love the song, and then songs just fade away, and then it come back. So I came in and posted it, and then I come walking in to say, "Hey, this is outrageous song," and I got Flatsy saying that this son of a bitch. And I'm sitting there, who the hell is she talking about? And then at the end, it was QE, and I'm like, what the fuck? Is this another intervention without me being here to intervene? Or to be not the intervener, the intervenee? Did I get that right? Is it? Yeah. Is my mic working?
We're here, man. We can hear you.
Yeah. Thank you for the timestamp too, by the way. I didn't know Jaren had a pot roast with McToon for 6 fucking hours. So I had to play that clip for everyone as well.
No,
That
I
little
didn't listen.
section.
I didn't listen to anything else. I listened up to well, I came in just before that when it was live, and I listened up to the point where I stopped. I haven't listened to any other part of the video, so whatever they say after that, I haven't a clue. I still haven't listened to it. Doesn't matter. Not to me. It's over. It's over for Jaren. Yeah. I don't know how any other way I could put it.
Holding hands.
It's just over for him.
Holding hands with the enemy.
There's no recovery. You can't recover from that. I told him to get the fuck out. I wanted to do it in 2017. I had him. It was me and Cathexis way back in the day, and I told Cathexis, I said, "Listen, it's time to put an end to this shit." The Globe dumpsters, Bob, Jaren back then, and he's like, no. Another person was on the video. I have it on my channel, not the back talk though. Another person come in. I don't know who he was. He can't do it. You can't upset the flat Earth at this time, and whining, and they were both going at me, and I should have overcome that, but I didn't, and I acquiesced to their request about not doing anything about it, so I let it go. So I've been paying for it ever since 2017. I'm not paying for it anymore. It's time to right a wrong. He's fucking out of here. And so is that shits at 60 fucking moron that got everyone, I don't know, Jedi mind tricked into thinking he's some type of fucking genius or something. He's a retard. And I've posted many clips of him. He and that treacherous, treasonous fucking Hanoi Jaren, it's over for him. He's done the same thing. He's a fucking traitor. He's a prostitute. His ass is grass. Also. So get ready. They're done. They're finished. I told them to get the fuck out. How many months ago? They're going to get the fuck out now. I'll guarantee it. Or if they don't, I'm going to tear some flat earther ass. I'm going right down the list. It's coming. I told you it's coming. Get ready. Better gird your loins, flat earthers. Yeah. Say hello to the bad guy. Want a shot at the title? Let's go. Let's go.
Yeah. Can you guys hear me? While
Yeah.
I'm okay, 'cause I got this other app open, and sometimes it fucks up my audio.
No, boy, you sound good now. The best I ever heard you.
Yeah, man. So this kid comes in here and he says, "Oh, I don't know." He basically his whole thing was, "I don't know if it's safe to talk about certain topics in here."
You can
That's
talk
how
about anything you want.
That's what I said.
People could talk about anything they want, but they're going to be held accountable for what they fucking say.
Mm-hmm.
Send me that clip.
So
So since you can't articulate it, go ahead and package that clip and PM me, because I don't know what you're talking about. So
all right, I'll do that.
yeah, package a clip, send it to me, and then we'll go from there.
No, because that in a nutshell, basically, just that's what's going on for the
Oh,
last.
then I want to hear it.
for the last like maybe year or however long this shit's been going on. That is the thing that I've been trying to describe to y'all on FED. What's been going on behind everybody's backs and behind the scenes? That one conversation. So,
Really?
mm-hmm.
Well, you got to clip that out and send it to me then. So I need to know about it.
I got you.
Yeah. Thanks.
Yeah, it's actually pretty good.
Whoa, AI! What are you playing? Facts? What is
Well, never mind.
No, just try again. Like I don't know. Just it's. Oh,
Are
you're
you
driving. It's the
are you
sound.
scraping the mic with your fingernails? That's what it sounds like to me. Maybe you ought to super glue your fingers together, all of them, so we can't hear that. Heretic, you've been quiet lately. What you been doing down there?
Sitting at work. It's kind of hard to chime in here sometimes.
You're at work at 11:19 at night?
Nah, Pacific time here. 9:19.
Oh, you're still at work?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I got a bit of downtime here for the moment, though.
I haven't heard you talking in a while. You must be really busy.
Yeah, things are heating up. It's summertime. Stuff's going on. I've been dropping in, though, and listening to you guys mostly.
Well, you should talk more. I like the cut of your jib.
I'll get in there. I tried earlier. Sometimes it can be a bit of a battle getting the mic in here.
Yeah, right.
Right. And then
you gotta bow your way in, man.
Yeah, you do. I mean, sometimes by the time I do bow my way in, though, like the moment's passed and the thing I wanted to say is just, yeah, it's gone.
I got you. I'm tracking with you.
Yep. But yeah, it's just an excuse. I'll get in there some more.
I'm sorry. I rumpused you.
No worries. I'm just making excuses, I said. I'll get in there some more.
Yeah, you need to get in there some more.
Yep.
I find it lately, like over the past 2 years, that when I speak, everyone shuts the fuck up.
Yeah. You say what needs to be said. What else is there after that? I mean,
For the most part, everyone shuts up.
I mean, we could repeat what you said, but you said it.
That's a relatively new development, though. It didn't used to be that way. Not that I think, not that I'm pretentious or anything, that I need for everyone to shut up, but it's been a new phenomena past 2 years.
Well, a lot of times when you come in, then people have already been talking to some retard for like an hour, and you're just kind of coming in like, "What the fuck?" And then you're putting an end to it.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I don't mean to do that. I just react right immediately.
Yeah.
So I very rarely listen to the live YouTube stream. So I'm coming in cold for the most part all the time. So. Yep. Oh. Friggin' ears ringing again. Somebody
must be talking shit.
Say again.
I said somebody must be talking shit.
No, it's just tinnitus, man. I had too many explosions in my ears.
Man,
I get 10% for that.
What? 10%? I got 0%.
I have to admit, I do get 10%.
I got 0%. You know what that means?
What you get? Yeah, you get nothing.
Yeah, they recognize you have a service connected, but you get zero benefits. So it's like, yeah, whatever.
Yeah, it's not really.
But you do get it written on your ID.
I don't think it's on my ID.
So I mean, if you have a 0%, you still get the service connected little thing
I don't think there's anything
on
like
your
that.
I
don't think there's
on the
anything like
on the VA ID.
Holy shit. Oh, I got a retired ID.
Okay.
Is that different?
So the only perk that I've ever experienced for this, because most places, they'll just give you a veteran discount, but for Home Depot, for the longest time, if you had a service connected on your ID, you get 10%. You get 10% off all year long.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
But they did change it recently. So for the longest time, dude, I was saving thousands and thousands of dollars.
So to get personal, I only
So
got
regular.
Oh, but go ahead. I was about to reveal some personal stuff, but it's not that personal. You guys don't know who I am. So I get 20%. So tinnitus 10%, and I got a back issue that ironically didn't come from the infantry, but came from me on vacation while I was active. When a mountain biker came down Big Bear Mountain, down off the mountain in the summertime, and came down the mountain and crashed along the rail of the steps. There's huge steps, like, I don't know, 80, 90 steps. And he came down the mountain. I had my back turned, and my daughter in a stroller and my wife sitting on a bench, and he came down behind me. I heard him coming. I looked at him, and then I turned. I shouldn't have turned around, but I did, and he lost control, come down the rail, and I had to protect my daughter, right? So I got in the way of him and my daughter, and that was it. Back's never been the same. So I did get 10% for that.
Damn, man.
What is
Hey guys.
what is
Oh, sorry.
L3 and L4 compression? That's what it was. But go ahead.
Oh, hey Hectic. Hey everybody.
Hey.
So I have yet another guest that is from the Lo-Fi server. Her name's Lavender, and she's in the chat now. Oh, she's in the live stream text, but she hasn't been joined the voice chat yet. Hold on.
Okay.
Well, thanks
Hang
for all that
Elijah.
background noise, Elijah. Appreciate that.
I asked you. Oh, you were being sarcastic earlier, huh?
Where you at? Coney Island?
No, I'm playing Call of Duty.
Have more important
It
things
was
going
fine
on.
before, but it just picked up quick, like really loud for a second.
Yo. Hey, Ether, is that you? Hey, what's up, man?
Yeah, man.
Ether.
What's up? Hope all's well with
What's
you.
Ether?
Well, okay, so I'm gonna be honest. I only know like the introduction and only know so much because when I get challenged with certain questions, I can't answer them, and then I look like a dickhead. And so, but I admit it, I don't know how to answer certain questions. I'm still, I mean, I just not recently, but it's been like 5 months now that I've soaked in the
Yeah.
knowledge of flat Earth. And
You
so,
are you
Just
are
from
you out of the barn?
yes, I am. My life is 100% better now. Like 110% better. It's just, it's been a very difficult process. And
All
so I'm juggling trying to spread the truth while trying to take care of my own life. And then I'm a little sensitive when people attack me personally on the daily. Like it's too much sometimes. It's a lot. And I know I do it to myself, and I know I shouldn't really care, but it's
Holy
like sometimes,
shit, dude. Relax.
yeah,
What's Ether?
thanks.
Right.
Wait,
If you heard anything for the last 2 hours, like you,
I just jumped in. I'm so sorry. Maybe I'll jump in and like listen back or something.
AI Ardent. I'm not at the time of night where I'm reading fucking volumes of stuff. I'm just not going to do it. So Eli's going to send me the audio, It'll be okay. I'm not reading that shit. It's relax time.
Oh yeah, it was pretty much just a flat earther, and you could hear by the way he was talking that he was using someone else's rhetoric about a vacuum chamber and excusing all the matter as much as possible out of it to see that there is still impedance. Or just yeah, it was a mess, dude. And I was counting the logical fallacies he was committing in the chat while Elijah and AI were talking to him.
Vacuum chamber, you know, are those the ones that I trip out when I walk outside?
Yeah, right. Observed phenomenon.
I went out for an archery tournament not too long ago, and I just kept
Oh, can you guys? Oh, I'm so sorry.
fumbling
I'm
and
sorry.
tripping over vacuum chambers. It was an amazing thing.
Hey, my friend Lavender is ready to be verified if that's okay. She's from the Lo-Fi server, and she had. Okay, cool. I
Send her to VC check in 1. I'll go talk to her.
Okay, hold on. Hold on a second.
You're bringing her to a den of lions right now.
Better hurry. I'm going to get rumpus at work soon, if not. Ah, well, there's like 50 of us here. Someone will do it.
Like it or not. Only make a hypothesis on phenomena that I have the ability to control, manipulate the variables of.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
As I agree with most laws, so if I see a phenomenon such as free space impedance, and I have to use previous sources such as the one expressed in a previous theory, then I get shit on for subscribing to that theory or told I'm being contradicting. If I state I don't agree with the previous theory, which is a problem, I guess, unless someone puts me on some type of pedestal. So how do we verify the information we establish as compelling evidence to sustain our hypothesis? Should we run it through here and get the nod from all the head honchos?
Wait a second.
To establish a consensus?
Hold on a
Go
second.
ahead.
Hold on a second. I had to leave for a minute and I came back. And are you reading what he wrote?
That's how it started. And I was like, fam, if you have a valid hypothesis, then it can be tested and you'll either have a positive result or a no result. And then he came in here and then we found out it was about this whole zero impedance thing. I'm like, are you talking about there being energy in a vacuum when you supposedly take out all the air? And that's where everything kicked off.
All right. Sorry about that. You should have checked it, see if I was here AI, because sometimes I just step out. I got to step out and come back in. So let me go ahead and read it. So is this guy Erebos? Yes. Okay. So how do we verify the information we establish as compelling evidence to sustain our hypothesis? Well, that just depends. What's your hypothesis? Should we run it through here and get the nod from all the head honchos? What the fuck? Here to establish a consensus, right then, that consensus word, then you know it's not. Yeah. Or do we need to present evidence and debate? Or this is fucking nonsense. Let me go to the second one. So then I can only make a hypothesis on a phenomenon that I have the ability to know. You moron. He's a fuckwit. So he's not educated. Not that that's, but he's not formally educated. Not that that's a problem. However, he's not educated whatsoever. Because I agree with most laws You agree with most? That doesn't make any fucking sense. That's non sequitur. So if I see a phenomena such as free space impedance, where does he see that shit? What's he talking about? Is he talking about in a vacuum? That's not a natural phenomena, unless you can show me a vacuum in nature. That means
And
a
even,
high, very high, or extreme vacuum.
yeah,
So,
even then though, right? There's a problem because you're not getting the free space impedance even there.
yeah. And I have to use previous sources, such as the one expressed in a previous. He doesn't know what a theory is. Then I get shit for subscribing to that. It's not a theory. That's why you get shit from it. Or, yeah, this is nonsense. From what all this is just mindless nonsense.
Well,
He's got no.
this guy
He's
got
got
banned.
say. I'm sorry, I rumpushed you. Go ahead.
No. I was just saying this guy got banned tonight because you should have heard how far this went. That's why Elijah does need to clip it out so you can hear how, like, you can tell that he's taking the words of someone else, coming on here and spouting them, and not
Uh,
even knowing their arguments as well, but just fallacy after logical fallacy, dude.
Gotcha. Yeah,
well,
I got it.
I banned him not because he committed the logical fallacies, but he then proceeded to claim that vaguely someone was ad homing Jaren. I was like, well, Jaren would need to be in here, a part of a discussion, making a point that someone was attacking him again instead of the argument for. So it's like this is the type of shit they do. They lie on you, and I,
I'd like to
I
hear the ad hom and who was doing it. Was he speaking to me? I didn't ad hom. He doesn't know what an ad hom fallacy is.
no, someone just called Jaren a retard just in the lobby,
Oh, gotcha.
so it wasn't even an ad hom.
Yeah, that is an ad hom. Well, it's not an ad hom. It's a insult. I
Right.
suppose.
That's
Yeah.
provided Jaren takes it as an insult. Jaren could not take it as an insult, and then it's not an insult.
No, it would still be an insult. You would have to be in a discussion with someone, and then in lieu of an argument, insult him. That's an ad hom fallacy.
Mm-hmm.
Well, he was committing other fallacies. He even did a burden of proof reversal fallacy on he came in here to present an argument, and then when we would refute it because there was lack of evidence or lack of information, he would be like, well, prove that. What?
Prove your lack of evidence.
Yeah.
Well, okay, I'm proving it right now. You got nothing.
It got to the point where he was like, I don't want, you know, to be painted into a corner. Uh, and it seemed like he was going towards, well, are you trying to say that I can't put this into the scientific method? Uh, it just seemed like he was trying to say we were materialists without saying it.
Oh,
And I
that's
was like, this is the bullshit that I'm talking about right here.
yeah.
Because I called you out on affirming the consequent. Instead of just accepting that, you're going to ask me if you could just call it or run it through the scientific method anyway, or call it something else. I'm like, you call it an affirming the consequent is what you call it. Why can't you just accept that it's fallacious reasoning? And he just wouldn't. He just wouldn't accept it.
So did he ask you to prove the lack of evidence of his claim? That's a fallacy.
Yeah, isn't that what we were talking about the other day?
Yeah.
Argument
So
from ignorance.
It's an argument. Well, it's a trifold fallacy. It's proving non-existence. That's a fallacy in itself. Then what comes right on the heels of that is a burden of proof fallacy, and then argument from ignorance. It depends on the claim. I'd have to hear it, but two fallacies at a minimum.
Yeah, well, I would call if someone said Jaren is a retard, I would call that a potentially insulting opinion, not necessarily an insult. Just like when Dewey called me a numpty back in the day, I didn't take that as an insult. I just took that as your opinion based on what of our communications at that moment, and then like we hashed out our differences.
Oh, there's some deeper rooted stuff there, man. He's held on to that for a while. So what's that all about?
Mhm.
Guy gets.
You guys are.
I can't remember it, so not that it's not important. I'm
Oh no,
getting
it was
old.
it was just a misunderstanding. You misunderstood something I typed, thought I meant something I didn't mean, called me an empty. I didn't get insulted. I just explained what I actually meant, and you were like, "Oh yeah, okay, I understand what you mean." It was not a problem.
Oh, well, that's quite mature of you. All right, fair enough.
And if QE seems to call someone a retard, it's an astute assessment.
An astute assessment. Look at you. Fucking peach.
We might need to do we might need Nathan to do something on this because
Really?
because I mean for me it just encompasses the entire issue. Like this rhetoric is the reason this whole supposed side versus side thing is happening because
Really?
people keep saying that you're saying things that you're not saying or holding positions that you're not holding. And I must have said, I don't know how many times over the years, like I've never heard QE say that. You've heard QE say that the scientific method isn't the only epistemology to knowledge. So I don't know
Uh-huh.
why you're acting like he's never said that when he said it multiple times. It's so many, like, I feel like I'm alone. I'm like, I need you guys to fucking hear this shit.
Oh, so this guy he said that?
Well, no, he didn't mention you specifically, but he's saying the same things everyone who's come after you has said to me when having the same conversation that I had with that guy, the same exact rhetoric.
Really? Well,
Hmm
maybe you should clip that out and then hand it over to Nathan, man. If you think it's that important, yeah. Yeah.
Anyway, I'll stop being a dead horse, I guess. I'll
No,
clip
no,
it
it's
out.
not a dead horse. You can't articulate what he said. Obviously, he was in here for a while. He said a lot of things. So clip that shit out and send it to Nathan and to me.
Yep, gotcha.
Yep. That's a good point that you made right there because a lot of people haven't heard that before, right? About the epistemological stance.
hmm
Elijah's caught on to that. You must have been listening for a while.
I've heard you say it at least 4 times. At least.
It's been a while since I said it though. You think I should say it again?
Uh, well, if they weren't listening then, they won't
They're
be
not gonna.
listening now.
Yeah, I hear you.
Well, maybe they didn't hear it and just
They,
haven't heard it.
they did. I saw them hear it. They were present. That's why I'm like, why are they lying?
Why would they lie?
I think I'm pretty approachable. They can.
Peach. Now,
If they come legitimately, but if I snuff out any illegitimacy, it's your ass. And everyone knows it, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think it's fair.
I mean, him trying to pass off the whole, it's just I'm worried because I know that there are certain topics that can't be spoken about. I'm like, dog, I'm a lead mod, AI is a lead mod. We literally just had the entire conversation up to the point that I told you committed the affirming the consequent fallacy, and all that happened was you didn't accept that that's where we concluded. So
Yeah.
why are you saying that I didn't let you finish? Like we had the entire conversation already. Who's not letting you speak? As a matter of fact, I said the same thing to, I'm just gonna say it because they already, I said the same thing to Witsit when the conversation came up, said the same thing to literally every other person who's followed with that argument. And they said, yeah, but same thing he did. So
I'm sorry. I'm listening to you, Elijah, but I'm reading the chat. I agree with that. Yeah. IOM, you're posting some serious shit here. So in our common experience, you can't get something that should be from nothing, not for nothing, unless you're listening to Dire Straits. In the quantum realm, something really can emerge from nothing. No, it can't. It's a violation of the first law of thermodynamics. So whoever's saying that shit,
that's when they're saying you're saying it.
I'm not saying that.
I know, but they're saying you're saying it.
I don't. The big think. I don't think I'm big think.
No, I promise you. They keep asking me how I feel about this being your position. And I keep
Well,
telling them that's not your position.
yeah. What's my position? What if they take any fucking kook claiming quantum mechanics and then put that on me? No, that shit doesn't work. Most 99% of people don't know what fucking quantum mechanics even is, right? They can't discern between quackery and what actual experiments. I just go by the experiments. So any other quantum quackery that floats out there, and there's metric tons, that shit's not on me, man. You come with that shit, you're gonna get your ass handed to you. Yeah, like the Casimir effect. You fucking idiot shits at 60. You got to be some type of clown. What he did was he looked up quantum mechanics on Google, and he thought quantum field theory was quantum mechanics. He's a fucking retard. He doesn't know anything about quantum mechanics. Nothing. Zero. Only what's reported on Google. On his first search attempt. Your ass is grass, sunshine. And anyone that follows you. Just like Jaren. You hear that, old man?
I'm not gonna lie, Jared looks like a bizarro version of Miggy. I ain't go right.
Now that you say that. Dang. How you gonna say that about Miggy?
I don't know, man.
That Miggy right there. Hanoi Miggy.
Oh man. I said no, he didn't when I was trying to look for the clip that you posted, and I saw this picture. I was like, "Oh my god!" It had me in tears.
Most people, they didn't know who I was talking about. They didn't. So essentially, I'm stating my age with Hanoi Jane. Right? No one knows who in here knows who Hanoi Jane is.
I do.
I'm not gonna. Yeah, I don't know, but it was still funny looking.
Well, I know because you said who it was. It was the lady that was treasonous in the Vietnam War.
Yeah.
Oh shit!
Jane Fonda.
Hey guys,
Yeah, but what
I
did she
sent.
do? What did she do that was so bad?
Oh, sorry.
Flatsy.
Oh, somebody said, "What did she do that was so bad?" I did hear somebody say that in the back. Yeah.
Did she promote the war?
Maybe she
Oh,
turned
that,
over. Maybe I don't know. I don't actually know. So
Well, just simply type Hanoi Jane into Google and then started reading.
that's exactly what they're doing, promoting a fake ass war that they're claiming we're started. Yo, I went nuclear on his ass. I couldn't take it. He had to get out. Flatsy, what's the last thing he said that just threw me over the top?
let me try to. He was saying like he couldn't get. He kept getting interrupted. He couldn't interpret. What did he say? He said it so weird. He was like, I can't express.
Okay, right before he was telling me, and well, the floor, because he wanted to answer a question, right? But he wouldn't answer it. He wanted to know how he should answer it and what we wanted to hear before he answered it. And I'm like, dude, if you don't man up and just state what you want to say,
Oh
you're out of
yeah.
here. And then you said
Oh,
something. And then
I
he said
remember
something.
now. Basically after the whole him coming in here and us doing the back and forth, I said, now that we're on the topic, how do you feel about Jaren having a? So I said, so supposedly it's a debate in title, but when you actually click the video, it's a pot talk with uh an anti-flat earther in Jeranism, where it seems like the anti-flat earther is educating Jaren on celestial navigation, to which he then says that I am a scammer, basically. How do you feel about that? He then tried to reword what I said, and I said, no, 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 no. I described to you exactly what happened. How do you feel about what happened? And then he said, I don't know. And I said, well, that's pretty much all I need to know about you then. And he said something, and I banned him
That's not
after
the way
that.
it went down. That's not the way it went down. Before he said, I don't have an opinion on it, he wanted to know what you wanted him to say. Whether he should say something positive, something negative. What do you want to hear? Do you want me to fluff your pillow? Give you a little tickle? And we were like, dude, just say what you think. He asked you what you think. And he goes, well, I don't really have an opinion on it. And I go, okay, then that's what you think. Just say it.
Right, right.
Creepy, man.
Now that I think about it, as you well know, I did some undercover work in the camps. But he's kind of like an argument style of an Ethereum zealot and Dell wrapped into one person. Because he was doing that thing where he's trying to get this dichotomous claim, right? To where there's this burden of proof reversal, but he's trying to make it as if you're making the claim. So he's not actually reversing the burden of proof. He's trying to elicit your claim out of you. Especially when it came to the 0 point energy thing, like he said, if I could get a vacuum and express all the matter out of it, and I told him, okay, so this train track that's going towards your conclusion requires you to have an absolute vacuum chamber. So you need to validate that you've removed all matter from the chamber. How are you going to do that? And then he went down the track of, oh, well, I'm getting categorized, and, well, are you saying there is matter in there? I'm like, dude, I just asked you. You said there is matter. You're going to get rid of it. How did you validate you got rid of it all? So that you know you have a free, empty chamber.
free of all matter. How do you want to hear what he had to say after that? Because whatever he had to say, he kept on trying to go. And then we go, look, dude, all you have is something that can't be done in reality. You don't even know how to do it. And it was like, yeah, but in the future, when we can invent stuff that'll do it, then we can validate my claim in the present. And these guys wonder why we get pissed off.
So he's like, seeing is that there's not enough matter for the amount of energy in there. And AI is like, how do you know? And then he says, you know what? He's like, well, maybe because there's more available space, the energy is somehow more excitable, and therefore you're getting the reading that you're getting. Maybe it's that. And I'm like, well, see, if you'd have picked one or two of those without actually validating it, that would make it an affirming the consequent, wouldn't it? So, dude, just I don't know, man. He it was very. They
By
got the
the way,
mind virus. They got the flat Earth mind virus. They got the flat Earth version.
yeah, and by the way, my alternative wasn't unreasonable. It was right on par with the kind of stuff he was talking. And it wasn't affirming the consequent, and it was to show him that both ways are affirming the consequent.
Mm-hmm.
You go this way, you affirm the consequent. You go my way, you affirm the consequent.
And he just said, "Well, aren't those just two possibly good hypothesis somethings?" And I was like, "No, it's an affirming the consequent. Why can't you just accept that?" And I don't fucking this. That's what's wrong with flat earthers. They want to they want to just ram in logical fallacies because they're flat earthers. No, no. Sorry.
And he said to my question of how he would express all the matter out, he said, I'll make a cylinder with a plunger, and as the plunger goes down, it'll push all the matter out. Now, of course, he didn't describe the valve or seal or nozzle that the matter's going to come out and how that would be perfect, right, in order for this to work. But he then forgot that he has to take into account the size and shape of matter relative to the surface of the plunger. So I told him, how big is matter compared to the surface of the plunger? Like, essentially, what if a piece of matter can fit in an undulation in the surface of the plunger because it's not perfect on a microscopic scale? So how would you know that you expressed all the matter? And of course his answer was, well, I would just use the energy equations. Because I know how much energy matter gives off, therefore I can know how much matter's in there compared to the energy. Which again, just is a circular reasoning. He had no way to achieve vacuum chamber, an ideal vacuum chamber like he wanted. He had no way to quantify the size and shape of matter and that he could guarantee that it could be expressed down to the vacuum chamber. He had nothing to achieve his goal except a thought experiment which existed in an ideal, which he admitted. But simultaneously he said, check this out, you ready? He observed natural phenomena, free space impedance. You observe free space impedance when you can't validate that the space in which you claim this impedance is occurring is free. And by free, I mean free of all matter. Because that's what he needs in order for this thing to even be plausible. He needs to validate a cubic, let's just call it a cubic meter, of empty space that's empty of every piece of matter. Every piece of matter. Not 3 pieces of matter left, all pieces of matter not in that free space. Before he can even begin to do anything.
Yep. Can't do
But
it.
but isn't the problem the chamber required to make a vacuum is also still material inside the vacuum?
Walls of the chamber will interact with the free space.
That's right.
Wow, Flatsy, how'd you get so smart?
I'm just listening to you guys all the time.
He has it. You can't get a perfect vacuum. It's unattainable. The best that they can get is 10 to the negative 6 torr.
So I see where I trip up at. When he introduced the word matter, because when he says there's nothing in there, I'm like, well, energy's in there, isn't it? And he's like, yeah, but you've taken all the matter out.
No, he hasn't.
Mm.
No, you haven't. And no, he hasn't. It's
Yes,
impossible.
but
We can't do it.
in my
But,
thought experiment,
my mistake was that.
in my thought experiment, I did. So now what?
Mm.
That's exactly what he said.
That's exactly what he said. Exactly.
No, nothing.
He said, now that there's nothing in there, something's got to be in there.
Dude, hold on. I got a joke. He created a perfect vacuum of emptiness in his thoughts.
Yeah, right between his ears. Yeah. I think Timmy Clown asked one time during the show back in the day. He said, "Define a void," and I said, "The space between your ears." That shut him up for the rest of the.
It's probably the best explanation of a void or space that's empty that I can think of too.
It's a practical example.
I put it. Sorry, go ahead.
The space between his ears is a practical example.
Yeah, it is a
void.
practical example. Good one. AI. Yeah. So at 54 minutes after the hour, I did put a scale, so you can. That's defined, right? So it's a difficult thing if you don't know what the scale is, and this is a secular scale. Keep in mind, but we have to work off some type of definitions.
Mm. So low key, did you want your friend to? I heard you try to get in there a little while ago. What's going on with that?
That's lo-fi.
Oh, sorry. Are you talking to me?
Low key. Yeah.
I need. Oh wait, can I? While we're on that, could someone just name me Lo-Fi Guy or something? Because I didn't realize how silly that's the name of my podcast is a Lo-Fi Life, and I didn't realize it would still be the same. I tried to change it, but I can't.
All right, I got you. A lo-fi guy.
Yeah. Yes, please. I like Lo-Fi. Well, yeah. When you Google Lo-Fi Guy, I pop up. So that
Why don't you
works.
just change it yourself?
I tried to. It wouldn't let me.
Really?
Yeah. It said the server profile name I couldn't change.
Oh, damn communists.
Yeah. I mean, but the last friend I had that was drunk, I didn't put the two together that she was going to be stressed out about that. Like, I think she ended up drinking because. Sorry, I'm kind of like at a party right now. So anyway, she was like, I think she was super stressed out. I think she subconsciously knew that it was not like she wasn't diving in with confidence. It was more like I think she knew when she entered the chat that there was like, oh shit, I have to be accountable now for what I believe in. And so
is it kind of a party or is it a party?
it's kind of a party. Because I'm able to get an apartment now because of Spotify, and so I just have to wait now. Like I applied for 4 different apartments and I just have to wait to be accepted. There's like no housing available.
Dude, it's a snore fest. I mean, get to the point. We understand that you have problems, but
I
we all
know.
got them. I understand,
True.
but they're
Yeah.
not to be shared here, and
Right.
unless you're going to be very concise and to the point, and then move on.
Yeah.
Or witty. Or witty.
Or witty.
Or witty. Yeah, I try to be witty. I'm just kind of a genuine mess. I'm okay with the end of times. But yeah, I think Lavender
How many people are at your party, friend?
3,
Listen,
All right,
everyone's
go ask. Go
listen,
ask them.
listen,
3 or
Go ahead.
4.
FBI.
It's not my
Everyone.
house. I'm at a friend's house. I don't
That's not
actually.
even.
Shit,
That's
man.
barely a social gathering. I mean,
My
I
word,
mean,
man. Is my mic
well,
working?
yeah.
one person.
yeah.
Yes.
Everyone's a genuine mess, man. You haven't said anything.
Well, I mean, well, the living in that barn was. There's a lot of things I would. I would love to explain it at some point, but I guess
Dude,
not now. But
how old are you?
I'm in my 30s.
Oh, all right. Well,
We,
hey,
Yeah.
man, you're
we've
still
been
young.
we've been in barns before. We get the picture.
It was way worse than just that. The owner of the barn was a felon for certain
cow?
things,
Was
and
it
I
a
didn't
cow?
understand. There were cows there. Cows are very friend. There were cows there. They're very friendly. They're like big dogs.
Cow.
Oh, hey. Let's spice things up a bit.
What's up?
So I did a hamburger experiment the other day.
Uh-huh.
Oh
And then
no.
after that, I mentioned it the next day in another venue, where I simply said that the hard part about the experiment was resisting the urge to eat the burger before it was complete. And somebody sent me a DM that I'm like the biggest piece of garbage for glorifying and gloating over the fact that I pay other people to kill animals on my behalf. And I was like, dude, seek therapy.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't even know how to like respond to that because I think we all like a good burger. It's just if I had a cow in
Let's
front,
just
I don't.
go
I think
cows.
if I
Look,
had a cow in
yeah,
front of
I
me,
feel you. I feel you. I feel you.
like I'm very hypocritical because if I had a cow in front of me, I don't think I would slaughter it. I would get milk and make cheese and drink milk and try to do something. I don't even know what I would do, honestly. I
Do you
just
think you could have an In and Out? Do you think you could have an In and Out burger whilst playing with the cow?
oh wow, that's a good question. Probably not. I probably would not. I wouldn't do it. I don't think I'd do it.
I couldn't either. I couldn't.
There's a tribe that they use their bow and arrow to knock a little knock in this cow in the neck, and then they drink the blood, and that's how they get some sustenance from their cows because they don't kill their cows.
Stolen
Wait,
from Africa.
Probably.
Who's that?
the blood of the cow? Wait, what?
I guess it's protein or something.
Where the hell are we going?
I
Yeah,
don't know.
it's only 3 people at that party. Bring them in
I wa-
here.
no, I'm outside now because it's quieter. It's nice outside.
Dude, go ask person number 2 whether the Earth is flat or globe.
No, I'm gonna get yelled. He already know. Well, he already knows what I believe in. He's just gonna get mad. Well, you want me to do it right now? Okay, I'll do it right now. Hold on, I'll do it right now. Hold on.
Tell him to do that.
Wait, don't even hold on. Time out. Let's
Wait,
bring
actually, real talk. Sarah and her boyfriend
No,
literally
before you
stopped
finish
talking.
talking, there's an
Sorry.
issue with you. There's an issue here.
Tell him.
See, you're on the path to Jeranism right now, and we need to reel you back in. So what do you mean they have issues with your beliefs? What beliefs?
That the Earth is flat and it's not a globe, and it's not
That,
spinning and shooting in space next to a vacuum.
do you know how to articulate how it's not a belief?
Yes, because by observation, we have flat surfaces and horizons and sea level. And bodies of water can't be real without a container.
That's not a belief.
Right. Wait, okay, truth, and I say that like every time I explain that it's factual, it's empirical, and I still get shot at. I still get yelled at.
Ooh, let's spend some time on that term because that one gets thrown around. What's empirical?
True. What? Wait, what's up? Sorry.
What does empirical mean?
Something that you can prove yourself.
Something? No, that's not the definition of it.
I don't know the exact definition. I could Google it right now, but what's the exact definition? Empirical, from what I understood, was that it's something that
So
you can
what's the
verify
exact
yourself.
definition, but you kept on talking? Was that rhetorical?
I don't know. I guess I
Yeah.
have a lot to learn.
It would have to
I
be.
talk
You
too
said,
much.
well, what is the definition of empirical? But you barely took a breath and went on to the next statement. So it has to be rhetorical, correct?
I suppose you're right.
What's empirical?
Based on what is experienced or seen rather than on theory.
Negative. That's incorrect. Anyone else?
I'm gonna Google the exact definition so we can just move forward.
You better be careful because you're going to run into some bogus definitions.
Is it observable, testable, repeatable, falsifiable?
Wait, that's what I said. Yeah, that's what I said though. So empirical.
No, that's not what you said.
No, verifiable or provable by means of
No.
observation. Okay, I didn't say exactly like that, but I said that you
That's
can.
right. You didn't even impugn or get associated with that. No. Whoever said that was correct. Who said that?
So testable, observable, repeatable, aren't these all things that you can experience or see?
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
that's
that's too vague. That's bullshit. You got to be specific. So who said that? Observable, testable. Who was that?
I believe that was. Well, I said you could verify yourself.
Who said observable, testable, repeatable, and falsifiable?
I didn't say
Sorry,
that.
how to unmute my phone? Yeah, that was Katsura.
Katsura. Oh, okay. Yeah, you are correct, sir.
Thank you. It's learned it from your shows.
Oh, yeah, I figured that. Yeah, that's what the definition is. So, observable, testable, repeatable, falsifiable. That's what empirical means. The summary of the scientific method.
Scientific method, that's right.
So when people say empirical, mostly pretender clown numpty dipshits, they think it's just observable. And when they do that, they commit a fallacy called a composition fallacy.
A composition fallacy? No, I don't.
Yeah.
What's that?
Yeah. Look it up.
I will. Hold on. Composition fallacy.
Yep.
The
All right, hold
composition fallacy is the fallacy of composition.
Oh, wow. That was a tautology.
That's a bit circular there.
So the fallacy of composition is is an informal fallacy that arises when one infers that something is true of the whole from the fact that it is true of some part of the whole.
That's correct.
Wait, how
So
yeah.
if you say observable is empirical, well, that's a composition fallacy because they forgot the other three.
Verifiable, and then
Repeatable, testable, and falsifiable.
repeatable, verifiable, and then hold on.
Repeatable, testable, and falsifiable.
Repeatable. Hold on a second.
Testable.
My phone. Okay.
Testable and falsifiable.
And falsifiable.
Yep. So all four, not just one. So that obliges the composition fallacy if you just choose one, like observable. So that's not correct. Observable is observable, not empirical.
Got you. Now I see what you're saying. So for something to be empirical, it has to be all of these things, not just one.
Correct. You got it.
Okay. So I
now that you
may
know
have
this,
been...
now that we know this, we're going to quiz you.
Okay.
Is math empirical?
Nope. Oh,
No,
sorry,
it's...
I gave away the answer.
Man.
Sorry about that. I'll shut up.
Well,
Huey, you passed. Good
so
job,
it's...
Huey.
Wait. So it's not. So then why is it not? Because you can test... Wait. Why? I don't even want to guess. Why isn't it
You
not?
can test mathematics. You can test it.
Yeah. Yeah. That's what. Yeah. So you can test it, and then you can...
You can verify whether it's true or not, and you can falsify it by demonstrating that the arithmetic is wrong. But you can't observe it in nature.
Okay. Got it. All right.
Yeah, you can't test it either.
Well, I meant in the sense of, okay, if somebody makes an equation and you can look at it and find out if it's wrong or right.
Or what if what if you had two apples, ate
Yeah, but
one, and then you had one?
I know what you're saying by test now.
Okay.
Because what I just said would fall under falsifiability.
All right. So, do you think that your friends, do you think that it'd be fun? Like, would they be good sports, or at least one of them?
Yeah. Much better than the last girl. Or yeah, because she I shouldn't have had... Well, no, it was a good thing to have her on, because then it showed me a lot as well. I literally lost three friends because of that live stream. But like,
This is that train. This is that train going to Georgia.
Is that good or bad?
Let's just get the party rolling, man.
Oh, got you. Okay. Yeah, I think Lavender might be dipping a little bit, because for the same reasons the last girl did. The last girl, she ended up drinking during the live stream because I think she was stressed out. I think she started to realize that, because she's like in her mid-30s. So that's a lot of indoctrination to unravel. And so...
Hey, Lo-Fi, you don't have
Yeah.
to divine anyone's thoughts. You can just let it be.
Right.
What's
Yeah.
your sign, man?
Yeah, I'm kind of slow at things. I'm just...
No, don't say that. What's your sign?
Wait, what'd you say, Elijah?
What's your sign?
A Taurus.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
I had to know.
I'm a Taurus, yeah.
All right, that's cool. I like Tauruses.
Yeah.
Go ask one of those people if they want to get on this action.
I did. I messaged. I think the Lo-Fi servers changed drastically since that stream,
I thought you
because...
said you were at a party with 3 people, bro.
Well, I'm outside now. Oh, you mean like... I thought you were talking about the Lo-Fi server. No, I'm outside
Oh man, I'm
now.
talking about real people, with blood and guts and bones.
Okay. Wait, so do you want me to... You want me to talk to my friend right now, like, about this? He's so...
No, I want you to ask them if they want to talk to us.
Okay, hold on. One sec.
For example, they may have a question they want to know about the flat Earth, right? And you got some people in here that may be able to answer their question.
Hey guys, hey Cody.
Or they may be cocky and think they can prove the globe.
Hey, do you want to talk to some people about flat Earth at some point?
No.
No? Okay. Okay.
Dude.
All right, never mind then.
Put me on speaker. I'll do
it. All right. You are on speaker.
Your friend was too cowardly to ask you if you wanted to talk about it right now, not at some point.
Oh, would you want to talk about it right
that's
now?
fine.
No. He's... Huh? Yeah, no,
but it's not about you want to talk about it. It's do you have a specific question, a specific challenge?
Oh. Okay. Hey, Cody. No. Do you have any questions about flat Earth?
Like I said.
No, he has no question.
Yeah, that guy doesn't want to
All
talk
right,
about it.
great.
He's
So then
too
he
weak.
accepts it.
Yeah.
Great. So he accepts it as true, unrebutted. Therefore, the proposition stands. The earth is flat. Thanks for playing.
Yeah. So, I mean, this is just the reality of it. Like, people just would rather not.
Hey, bro.
Yeah,
Just
it's.
all right, Holmes.
I mean, he already knows that I. That's why I can openly ask him. Like, he's not like, "What? You believe in that?" Like, he already know. Like, everyone knows what my standpoint is. It's just
Hey guys,
they don't.
I think now would be a great time to quote Rush Limbaugh when he said that these kinds of people, the way you refer to them is they are uninformed, uninvolved, and comfortable with it.
Correct. Yeah, and I guess some people may not be ready at certain points in their life. Like, it took me 30 years to just sit down with myself and be honest about everything, including myself. So I guess people learn on their own accord. What like opened the door for me was just going through genuine struggles, and then I'm just like, hey, if this is like as good as life gets, then there's something wrong here. And that's when I start asking questions. I mean, there's multiple factors, and I don't know. I just don't feel comfortable not knowing what the hell is going on.
Never been to the beach.
And I am guilty of like not knowing every single detail, but I know enough to understand that it's not a ball and it's not shooting in space. So that like helps me tremendously.
Why is it not in space?
Why is it? What is not in space? What do you mean?
Why
Oh,
is
why is the ball not in space?
mhm.
Because space doesn't exist.
Why?
And space, it'd be a paradox at best. Why doesn't it
Because
exist?
because
Why doesn't space exist?
hmm
I don't know how to answer that right now.
it's a second law of thermodynamics violation. I just wouldn't.
Because of the vacuum, yeah. I mean, is that the answer that I should say, or is there like something else?
I mean, that's the truth, but I mean, people like to go other ways with it, but that's really the only significant thing about it.
What I always go to is usually you can't verify outer space because you can't experience it.
Yeah, it's better to say it's just not.
What was the exact query?
No, I asked him. He said he knows that it's not a ball
No,
moving through space.
no. He said that space doesn't exist. That's what I heard from a distance.
Outer
Is that
space
correct?
doesn't exist. Yeah, outer space does not exist.
Did you say outer space?
Or no, I think I just said space.
Yeah, space is length, width, and height. That definitely does exist. It's conceptual, but it's an area. The exact claim is the vacuum of space doesn't exist. Be very specific.
Got it.
Yep. Do you follow?
I am.
Yep. Because space definitely fucking exists. You exist in it.
Right.
So it's the
Right.
vacuum of space that is the issue. I've been trying to get people to catch on to this for about, I don't know, 6 years. Still, all I hear is space is fake. I'm sitting there, you're a dumb fuck. Because you're
I
just
like that the vacuum
not
part
you, but the general you.
is
No, you'd be a really good lawyer. Like you really get to the nitty gritty, like the finer detail. I'm kind of broad with my explanations, so I can see why people get frustrated with me when I have these discussions.
dude. Yeah, what Kiwi's
That
saying
may
is
be an
very much on
insult to
point.
him.
Sorry. My bad, Orion. I didn't mean to talk over you. We kind of talked at the same time. I was just saying Kiwi's on point though with being specific. Being vague is not good for scientific discussion. It's horrible.
It's not good for any discussion. You have to be
True.
hyper specific now, not with your buddies and shit, I'm saying when you're out here in this genre, you have to be so hyper specific. It wants to make me puke. That's my
You're
love
right.
language.
Yeah, you gotta get right. You gotta get every detail squared away.
Yeah.
No holes missing here.
I was gonna say, I often will say, but I like the vacuum thing you added to, like the vacuum of space, outer space specifically, because I've made the argument to people before, like going ahead and cover, like, yeah, clearly the space between me and my computer exists. The space, the outer space out there, that's a fucking fairy tale. Adding the vacuum of outer space to that is even clearer.
I would just leave off the outer part and just stick with the vacuum of space. That is very concise.
All right.
So, damn, now I forgot what I was gonna say exactly because there's two things I was gonna ask you, QE, to just repeat that. You know, the point we were talking about the scientific method not being uh the only
Epistemological framework.
epistemology. Yeah.
Yeah, epistemological frameworks. Yes, people have different well, then you have to define epistemology, right? So, epistemology is simply how do we know what we know?
Mm-hmm.
Essentially, that's what it is. So, when you're talking with people, then you have to discover what their epistemological stances are. So, mine is a bit different from everyone else's. Some they coincide, right? So, how do we know what we know? Well, number one, the scientific method, right? That's how we know what we know, but it's limited into just cause and effect relationships. Existence questions, that's a different story. You just have to demonstrate that something's existence. So, if it's in the physical world, you have to demonstrate chemical structure, charge, matter, momentum, or spin, or millielectron volts, kcals, or kilojoules. That is matter or energy. That is substance in this reality. So you're going to have to demonstrate that. It should be no problem. Now, I'm a Christian, so I take a biblical epistemological stance. So there's a lot of things that many people won't take into account that I do. Right? Not that I can't prove them, but that's just a different epistemological stance. You follow?
Yep.
Right? So those are the main three.
So in other words, you don't think that if you can't scientific method it, then there's nothing you can do about it.
No, that's horse shit because those are just limited to natural cause and effect relationships. There's so much more than that.
Yeah, that's what I tell people. But
Like a tree. Like you can't science or put a tree through the scientific method. You're not just the statement, well, there's a tree. Yeah, it's a fucking tree. Yeah, it cut off its limbs today. Yeah, that doesn't have anything to do with science whatsoever. But
and that,
it's factually true, right? Then you have natural laws. Those aren't scientific, right? Second law of thermodynamics. It has no science in it whatsoever. It's a natural law. Now, when I get a cup of coffee and I sit down at the table and it's hot, that some bitch gonna get cold after about 15 minutes. Now, I can confirm that, right? By my lips. For fuck's sake. So, follow? Is everyone catching hold of what's being
I'm
laid
listening.
Yeah.
I'm listening.
Stepping in.
I'm like literally taking notes on my phone and my notepad, so I like don't forget. I genuinely forget things, and I'm like I'm really upset about that.
No, I never forget anything. What the fuck?
I mean I can't I couldn't even give you the definition of empirical. Like that's not good. That's really bad. I need to figure out how to organize.
Hold on. Are you trying to say that you figured out that your cup of coffee gets cold over 15 minutes without using science?
Yes, I can do that.
Hey, Quantum.
And another thing, hold on. One more thing. The point that you made about quantum mechanics and then there being quantum field theory and all this other extra shit.
Yeah, quantum field theory, that's not quantum mechanics. Quantum field theory is a shotgun marriage between quantum mechanics, special relativity, all of classical mechanics, all of Newtonian mechanics, Maxwell's theory, and general relativity. Well, you see, quantum mechanics alone by itself has debunked special relativity, Newtonian mechanics, Maxwell's quote unquote theories. They're not theories, they're equations, and general relativity. So, how can that be? How can you have quantum mechanics being something that it's totally antithetical to? Follow?
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
So, Elijah, what is the impetus for someone to absorb quantum mechanics into their overarching quote unquote theory?
To straw man him. Because it's not his.
No. Not him. I'm talking about quantum mechanics, not quantum
Say
eraser.
that again.
What would be the impetus or the draw for someone who has a quote unquote theory to draw quantum mechanics into it?
Because quantum mechanics is the only one with the actual experimentation and validation behind it, so you can
There you
kind
go.
of. Mm-hmm.
They want that authority by proxy to trickle onto all their other stuff under their big umbrella.
But see, people. I mean, because they don't. I mean, maybe they have a vague understanding of what quantum mechanics is. Honestly, that's me. I have a vague understanding of what quantum mechanics is, but I know that quantum mechanics isn't all the other things with quantum and then something after the name, but people attribute all of those things to quantum eraser, the person. And
Right.
I'm like, why do you do that?
Let me ask you this question right here on the spot. If you are aware that somebody is a Christian, right,
Hmm.
could you also simultaneously, while maintaining the concept of presenting yourself as being intelligent, claim that that person is also a materialist? Can those three things exist simultaneously?
Wait, say that again.
Someone says, I'm a Christian.
Hmm.
Another person accuses them of being a materialist, knowing that they're a Christian, claiming simultaneously while accusing this person of being a materialist, knowing they're a Christian, that they're intelligent. Can those three things exist simultaneously?
I don't think so. It sounds contradictory.
Right, because one of the first premises of Christianity is supernatural in
Spirituality.
nature.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So I don't. Yeah. Yep.
So the people, right? There's something wrong. Now you can try to figure out where it's going wrong, whether it's logistical error, clerical error, moral error, but something's wrong, and it should scratch your head about people making these types of claims and where their head's at.
Yeah. Well. All right.
Such a claim requires literally denying the obvious truth, like saying exactly the opposite of what is. By definition, biblically speaking, Christians are anti-materialists.
Yeah, that's moronic.
Unless they're like a pseudo Christian, right?
That's moronic. that really is moronic. So they're not material?
What I mean is materialism, like the hyperfixation on the material world.
Hyperfixation has really
like mammon, the Namonis type thing.
What?
Yeah,
That's not what it is, dude.
Dude.
Please stop talking.
You're talking about the other type of, yeah, I know. Let me quit. It's philosophical and scientific don't mix.
What's philosophy? Define philosophy.
Yeah, that's not right.
Study of the natural world.
Because
Say
philosophy
again?
find the
Study
scientific.
of the natural world.
That's what I was saying. I was trying to, like, combining physical things with the metaphorical type stuff is not, yeah, that's why I was digressing, because they don't mix. They're non sequitur. It's not the same subject. And
Wait.
that's why I'm digressing from even mentioning anything.
Wait a second. You know that philosophy determined the scientific method, right?
Oh, damn.
Here we go.
Somebody's been studying.
Mm-hmm.
We have to derive these things off of what the scientific method is based off of what we were talking about earlier, empirical.
Which is an epistemological approach.
Yup. Get it.
Yep. It stems from philosophy. Your methods are derived from your philosophies, correct?
Right,
So
my bad.
Right. Yep.
I used the wrong word then. Philosophy was not the word that I meant. I should have said combining theology with scientific. So, yeah, philosophy is not even.
So where does the scientific method stem from?
Natural philosophy.
Philosophical naturalism. That doesn't mean you're pigeonholed into that philosophy alone. That's where it comes from. Ironically, it's debunked scientifically by quantum mechanics. So there's some irony there, but that may be too deep.
I heard you talk about it one time. I'm waiting for it to come around again because I'm not sure I understand it. I could probably remember the sequence of words, but it's not clicking.
So I was sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Well, I don't want to take it off the subject because you brought up quantum mechanics, and I was looking into like the double slit experiment, and
be careful. Be
I
careful
know
with that.
this is what I derived from it. I not the whole, not all of it as a whole, but the fact that it validated light can travel as a photon particle.
No, it didn't.
Or wavelength, and they could be interchangeable.
No.
No. Let's see. That's where everybody goes wrong, man.
That's
I
fine.
don't know
That's why I brought it up.
So number one, when you say double slit experiment, it's so overt. Not you, but everyone does it. It's not just you, Flatsy. Double slit experiment. There's literally thousands of different double slit so-called experiments. The classical one done by was it Andrew Thomas Young? Not Andrew Thomas Young, but Thomas Young. Sorry. Back in 1801. That is, quote unquote, the double slit experiment. That's not an experiment. Follow?
Yep. Yeah, because what I read up on it, it just seemed to be the reasoning for the reconciliation of using light as either a particle or a wavelength, and you interchanging them. But that's just a surface study.
The validated double slit experiments don't even consider light as a particle or a wave. They know what the fuck it is. So that's a key phrase that I just mentioned, or keyword. What it is, that's not science. Follow?
Yep, it's not a cause and effect relationship.
Exactly. You got it. Yeah.
As much as I don't understand, I understand that a lot of people are focused on the what it is, and I'm like, dude, what is the phenomena is what you should be asking.
Exactly.
Yeah, It was just kind of.
Oh, what is it, Mr. Elijah? Way back in the day.
Diffraction.
What was the apparatus that the man set up?
Somebody's attic. I don't know.
It was like a box, 2 slits in it, and then like eyepiece.
Uh-oh, somebody's been watching too much of Veritasium. By the silence, that's tacit, yes.
Veritasium is nice. He's pretty decent. He's alright.
But there's something to be learned in watching that little episode there.
You're busted, man.
Which is this? Because he was explaining that after this guy made this observation, they wanted to start explaining it. One guy came up with an elegant explanation, and how he did it was basically with water. He used constructive and deconstructive interference of water waves to show patterns that looked similar to the light patterns. But then concluded, because I can show it here, that must be mechanically what's going on there.
Correct.
Which is, guess what, friends?
Fallacious.
Boom!
It's crazy because all of these points are the points that people raise against you. And
Really?
I'm like, man, if I'm dumb and I can figure out this shit, it's like, what? I don't know how y'all. Man, it's
They're
just.
pretender clowns.
Well,
Clowns.
emotions.
They're pretender clowns with assertions by mere innuendo, which is also a fallacy, by the way.
Well, they
Too
let
much.
their emotions guide their decisions.
Sorry, Flassy.
No, I was saying they just let their emotions guide their decisions instead of taking a step back, like I was saying earlier. This is the problem. This is where fallacious reasoning comes to play, is because people have emotions mixed into their decisions, and it's not the way to.
Want me to demonstrate one?
No way. You don't have arguments being emotionally attached to people. That doesn't happen.
Well, I think what it really is, again, like because of the rejection of, like, if I call somebody out on a logical fallacy, they want to just slide past it, like, yeah, well, or when I'm talking about the scientific method, is it really all that? Like, so just off of those responses alone, the problem comes in because they're more concerned with reading and researching versus looking at the epistemological approach and seeing if that's valid. What kind of approach is it? Is it the scientific method? Is it not? What is it exactly that they're trying to, like, how are they approaching this problem or this inquiry? But instead of that, people do a lot of reading and stuff, and then they just, they let it go wild. The first thing I want to know is, well, what was the method? What did they do?
They
And
could
is it
conceptualize it in their brain, Elijah. So
Yeah,
that must mean it's
conceptualize.
correct.
Flat, do you want me to take you on a journey across the pond? From one end of the pond to the other? I need your consent. Not just your consent, your enthusiastic affirmative consent. I'll take that silence as a yes.
Okay. My
See
husband
that?
was singing Kalijah, so I was like listening to him
What?
too.
We're just going across the pond, for goodness sakes. What are you thinking about?
My husband started singing Kalijah.
I don't know
Poor Elijah, he never got a kiss.
But anyway, so keep in mind we were just talking about light and waves and demonstrations and how they can be misapplied just because they look similar. So if you take a ball in your hand, which is supposedly what this guy did, and you touch the water with it and you tap the water with it, it'll make waves. And if you put balls next to each other, they'll make more waves, and the waves will crash into each other. And depending on the nature and amplitude of the wave when they hit each other, it'll cause essentially still water to occur or the wave to continue on. Now notice what I said there, the wave to continue on. So the wave, and I think you've experienced this in your life, begins at the point of impact, correct? And then continues on, and you see the wave go across the water till it gets to the other side. So this is one thing that's pissed me off a lot. And there are some big name people that have said this, but they weren't the first
wave's a
people to say that.
verb.
A what?
Wave's a verb.
Okay.
That's what they keep saying. It's
Sorry,
not
Okay,
a
sure.
noun.
But I want to talk about something different,
No,
Oh,
which
yeah,
is that
go ahead. Go. I was being facetious. Go ahead, AI.
yes, we can tell.
it's on point though. So there's this rhetoric that goes like this. Obviously, what you just said, waves, what something does, not what something is.
False.
So you need. Well, it's not false that this is the rhetoric,
Yeah, it's
right?
false. No matter the rhetoric, it's not just a verb. A fucking wave is a noun.
Yep. But I think he was getting to that. He was giving us the rhetoric first.
That's fine, but I'm mainly focused on what a wave is actually doing. Because we already just talked about the mechanical thing that we've all experienced in our lives. Now I'm going to talk about this rhetoric, just train of rhetoric that supposedly leads to a conclusion. So, right, you know the rhetoric wave is something is, does, whatever. So then they say it's not, the thing isn't the wave itself, it's the medium in motion. So then they say light is a medium, and light doesn't travel because it's already there. So, for example,
that's horseshit.
Right, I'm going to demonstrate it right here. So,
sorry.
So
light's
this is the way.
So light's a
Go ahead.
medium of light.
Exactly.
Yeah,
So,
I'm trying to imagine it right now, and I'm
so
yeah.
what? Okay. So now you have a problem. So what you need to do is you need to parse and separate the terms. So you change light to illumination. So so light is the medium, and the medium in motion is illumination. But
That's horseshit.
you then have to think, how do I see light from an object? So they say, well, light's already there, so it doesn't need to travel. It's just there. For example, in a lake, the water's on both sides of the lake. And so when you have a wave, the light's already at the other end of the lake. But guess what?
Really?
In their analogy breaks down instantly. Here's why. Although the water is sure. But so although the water is on both sides of the lake, we already just explained that when we initiate a wave in a lake, it takes time for the water to successfully influence the next piece of water to transfer the motion across the lake.
Yes.
So they start out with this type of rhetoric in a mocking, pedantic, I'm smarter than you tone, and at the end they poop all over themselves.
But we wouldn't accept
It
that
ends
from
in
Grover.
disaster. It ends in disaster because
AI. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
holy shit! It ends in utter disaster. Well, because you treated it as a verb, yes, but it's also a noun that travels. Yeah. That's why they have tsunami alert systems, for fuck's sake.
Or breaking the sound barrier.
I thought that you were going to conclude AI how to hand someone a wave, but you didn't.
Oh shit. I think Betty solved that issue.
I was thinking like this is going to end in AI showing us how you can hand someone a wave.
Well, I could probably do that if you give me like a few minutes to have a milkshake. Well, hold on. A milk is not something that shakes. A shake is something a milk does.
Oh brother.
Oh, Jesus.
This is awesome.
Listen,
Look,
my
look,
friends,
look, 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 look,
friends,
look, here it is, here
everyone,
it is. Because
go ahead.
I honestly didn't know. I was like, okay, verb, cool. Noun, I almost wanted to say, QE, you got a citation. Like I didn't want to, like, but right here from Cambridge, right, and it's exactly as he described it: wave, noun, water, movement, a raised movement of water rolling across the surface. Yeah, so there you go. There you go.
Listen,
Curiosity averted.
the whole time that I heard this kind of rhetoric from Witsit, he was trying to like explain what he was saying. And I was like, no, 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 no. Wave is also a noun. You're using just the verb to affirm the consequent.
Well, he's using a verb out of context to his discussion. That's how much of a retard he is. Speaking of retards, we get another one in here. No
Wheeler?
crew hiff. Fucking imbecile.
Is that really? Oh, that's
Oh
really him?
man!
Al Bruises?
Finally.
I didn't know.
What's up, imbecile? Definitions are meaningless, right?
Excuse me?
Fuck off, you clown. You
Oh,
Evo card
Jesus.
idiot.
Easily triggered.
Shut the fuck up. Easily. You couldn't easily. Get the fuck out of here before I kick your teeth in. Fuck
Oh,
off.
Proto Thad is back.
I'll deafen you purposely. There you go. Get the fuck out of here. Or I slap you, you half a sissy. Dumb fuck.
Oh, look, hold on. Yeah. Andrew was the guy I was talking to around like I was talking to some other dude from Brooklyn, where I'm from, and Andrew tried to get in there and say that electrostatics had to do with density
What's
mediation.
electrostatic?
And I was like, no, dude, sit down. Don't argue while I'm arguing if you're going to say stuff like that, because just chill.
Rolling my boulder. We already had enough of Prothad. We fucking eviscerated his dumbass over a year ago. He's respawned into some morphed moronic retard. So no. Go back maybe 1,000 shows in Nathan Oakley's repertoire and see Protothad get crushed in less than, I don't know, 30 seconds. No, we're not interested in that. Or fucking Ruhiff. Clown
Well,
fuck. Evo
if
tard moron. What do you want, Elijah?
well, I mean, you're focused on the globe earthers, and I'm just like, there's more than enough flat earthers that I'd like to address, like Andrew, who says I'm not a globalist and neither is Jaren. But the issue I have is I'm not a scammer for telling people that elevation angles can't be acquired off of a globe. So, what do you think about that? Seeing as that Jaren basically called me a scammer.
Well, he said kind of a scammer. Isn't that better?
It's very simple. If you put yourself in the sentence with someone, you then have to accept everything they've ever done or declare yourself against it. So, for example, Mr. Andrew, would you affirm or deny that you agree in Jaren's assessment that if you disagree on the scientific method, then you're a scammer by direct implication and necessary consequence? If you claim science proves things, are you a scammer? Yes or no?
He's playing possum, I guess, or maybe he's not even listening. Is he in the chat?
Okay, the most charitable answer would be you might be in error, but I wouldn't necessarily say anything about your moral intentions.
I'm just trying to, I'm just trying to, I'm just trying to get the perspective of the other flat earthers. I mean, we're all friends here.
Claiming that
serious presumption.
Yeah. Yep. I was going to say claiming somebody's wrong and calling somebody a scammer are two very different things.
Correct.
He called me both. So.
Well, the way that he was, every bit of what he did just solidified, his stance and who, he drew that line in the sand. So
I love Heretic, man. You're right, Huey. That look, Heretic says, how's he gonna expose the lie when he says that navigation has been demonstrated on the lie? Like that dude is quick, man.
What? Heretic? Yeah, he's sharp. I told you I like the cut of his jib. IOM. Constructive interference. That's dealing with waves. Light's not a fucking wave, man. Follow? You're talking about waves and water and shit. You know what wave function means? Yeah. The function
mathematical
should
function.
give the game away. Go ahead. Sorry.
The mathematical function.
Is that Hank?
Yeah.
Hank. You're a good man. I've known you for many years. Probably need to back away from that mic.
Sorry, I thought you couldn't hear me.
No, I could hear you. Are you an ether believer, Hank?
What's that?
Yeah, that's what I say. All right, fair enough. Carry on.
What, you don't believe in me?
But you're ether grass. I'm sorry, grass.
Yes, I'm go above and beyond.
Fair enough. Fuck off, Brew. Take away his posting privileges, somebody, please. He and fuckwit Prothed, just take them away. I don't know how to do that.
I don't either. I'm looking at the ban button. I'm sure that's not what you meant.
Ban them. They'll be useful eventually.
Look at L. No Pruhif triggered. Get the fuck out of here, you Nancy fag. Nancy fag. Just go back to like preschool and try to pass your bullshit off to them. They'll belly laugh you out of the room. You're fucking clowns.
But
You're an
peep how
Evo-tard. He's an Evo-tard too.
peep how the anti flat earthers and some suspect flat earthers came in at the same time. I'm sorry, bro. I don't know you, Andrew, and you haven't said anything since I've addressed you. I'm throwing you under the bus, man. Sorry.
Fuck off,
How you gonna do that?
Thad, you clown.
How you gonna do that to a guy in such cool glasses?
AI, how do you
Yeah.
ban these fucking idiots from chat?
From chat?
Chat. Yeah, deleted because you're a fucking retard. Brewhif. No Proohif. There's no fucking independent and dependent variables in a scientific hypothesis. You should be hung by a fucking yard arm. You're a numpty dipshit. You'd be laughed out of second fucking grade, let alone university. Get the fuck out of here.
it's cognism.
Just cog diss them motherfuckers, man. Goodness gracious. No, I'm not dealing with idiot anti-flat earthers anymore. I'm dealing with flat earthers. That's my main focus.
Yeah. Andrew, your mic is open. You can speak if you'd like.
So go ahead, Andrew. You're new meat. You better have your shit together. Tell you that much. What's a fucking triangle? Let's start there.
That's fucked up. That
have my shit together. Yeah, that's fine. Can you hear me?
What's a triangle? Define a triangle.
It's what the fuck? What are you even talking about that?
Yeah.
Why? Because you mentioned Jaren, and Jaren
Okay, I
doesn't
know the
seem to
Earth is
think
not a
that
fucking
they're
globe. All right, I'll say that. Okay.
Hold on,
Triangle
Elijah.
has.
Hold on, Elijah. I got this covered. Well, we haven't started a conversation. I just started it. Define a triangle.
A triangle has 3 angles, which all account to 180 degrees.
I'll take that. That's fair enough. Good job.
And by the way, I'm on my walk right now. I'm about 3 miles from home, so I can't stay for too long because there's all kinds of traffic and all that kind of shit.
That's okay.
Okay, wait, a follow-up question.
Can I
Does
ask
a
him to follow
triangle
up with?
have
Oh
straight
shit!
lines?
Man. He said it's 3 angles. It's assumedly yes. Well, actually, we can't assume.
It doesn't matter what the angles are. They all add up to 180.
That's correct. I'll accept that.
Yeah. So my follow-up question is, how do you feel about Jaren agreeing that there are no triangles in celestial navigation?
I've never heard. I do apologize.
What'd you say?
A little while. I said I have never heard him say that. I did listen to his chat with
assume he
that
did,
fucking
and tell me how you
that cartoon character.
Assume he did, and tell me how you feel about it.
I mean, that's. I don't know. I would have to hear him say it.
Now,
well,
hold on a second, Elijah. Hold on 1 second, Elijah. Do you know that he's like obliged to Hanoi Gerania?
I have no idea what that is.
That's what I'm saying. Are you aware of Jaren?
Yeah, I'm aware of Jaren. I've spoken with him privately. Yeah.
All right. Well, Elijah, go ahead.
Yeah, all I was saying was, for just assuming that he did say that, how would you feel? Because I mean, there's a video out there. He did say it. So
yeah,
well,
I would have to hear
agreed.
the context on it because there's a lot of things you can take out of context with like you can go before and after the conversation and blah blah
Either
blah.
it involves
So
triangles or it doesn't. It's not that hard, dude.
Yeah. Well, Jaren said, according to Herman Muster McBooger Eater, he said that there are no triangles in celestial navigation. That's what Jaren said.
was that cool? The McToon part, MC Tune. Was it during that?
With MC Tune, he agreed with McBooger Eater, Herman Munster, McBooger Eaton, that there are no triangles in celestial. Are you familiar with celestial navigation, by the way?
A little bit.
Just a little bit. I don't see this having any cowbell, Elijah. You might want to go in another direction.
You know what an elevation angle is?
An elevation angle. I know that elevation is based off of something called MSL, which is median sea level, which is how they've taken like these posts that are put into the water, not too far off the coast, and how the elevation of the water, so the sea level, goes up and down, and then they take a median sea level, and that's how they base elevation. So aside from that, you may have to like.
Okay. No. An elevation angle is basically a measurement in the vertical off of a horizontal plane. In other words, you can't have a curved adjacent or a curved baseline.
I put the definitions in at 2 minutes after the hour of elevation angle.
Yeah. The term angle of elevation denotes the angle from the horizontal up. God damn it! All host. Everybody, shut up for a second. Angle from the horizontal upward to an object.
Horizontal plane.
Or the altitude angle, sometimes referred to as the solar elevation angle, describes how high the sun appears in the sky. The angle is measured between an imaginary line between the observer and the sun and the horizontal plane the observer is standing on.
Oh, that's fucking over right there.
So even with his 0.6 or whatever, however far, I mean, this has nothing to do with celestial navigation, but apparently he was talking about an elevation angle and quote unquote the ISS, and he didn't see anything wrong with there being a curved adjacent there. But I guess you're right. I guess since he didn't know what an elevate didn't. I guess it doesn't matter right now.
Okay, so here's one of my big questions about this. I've never actually done celestial navigation. I've been in the Navy and I've done all that kind of bullshit, but I've never actually done it myself. So how many people here, or globe earthers, flat earthers, whatever, have actually done it?
Doesn't matter. All you have to know is I'm the only one in this entire genre that has a expertise certifiable in navigation. Now, it's not naval navigation like on water, it's land navigation. However, I don't need to have a rocket surgery definition or experience in naval navigation. All I need know is that a sextant is used to acquire elevation angles. That's all I need know, because elevation angles are the key. What is an elevation angle?
Yachtingworld.com. Stop fucking typing in the chat. Rolling my boulder. You better not fucking press enter.
Oh, jeez.
Yachtingworld.com. Voyages. In simplified terms, when we take a sextant altitude of the sun, we're creating a right angle triangle between it, the Earth's surface at the GP, and ourselves. Yep. So
It's all over.
I don't need to have a yacht to know that, do I?
I would hope not.
You think Jaren needs to have a yacht to know that?
What's Glenn said? I would hope not.
Right. So can you contact your friend and tell him to stop fucking calling me a scammer? Please?
I don't even know he's ever told you that, so I couldn't say that.
Well, I mean, I'm about to play a clip right here, right now. So you're not going to be able to use this get out of jail free card for that much longer. You're going to have to pretend that you know what words are at some point.
Rolling my boulder. Let's move on. Angle between the horizontal blah, blah, blah. No, the angle between the horizontal plane. Plane. Measured between the vertical, your line of sight. Elevation angle is measured using, actually, it's not. The elevation angle is between the hypotenuse and the adjacent. And I have elevation angles from everyone and their sister in text right now. I'm thinking they all look like right angled triangles. Rolling my boulder. Would you agree or disagree? Rolling my boulder. Right angle triangles.
His wrist is broken now.
Yes,
Fucking
can
pussy.
you show how you can obtain an elevation angle from a fucking curved adjacent? Keeping in mind, if you ask a mathematician if the first words, second words, third phrase, fourth phrase, elevation angle proceeds from your lips, can you tell me what type of look you get from a mathematician that you will get? Rolling my boulder. I want you to try that. Go to your local high school, go to the local university, and say curved adjacent. They'll look at you like you got 35 fucking heads. It's tantamount to dividing by 0. You tracking with me, sunshine? Rolling my boulder. This is where the globe Earth ends. It's
I'm
just
gonna
that simple. Yeah.
add 2 more.
You want to add to that? Elijah, cease
Yeah.
and desist. Rolling my boulder. Answer the fucking question. Can you acquire an elevation angle off a curved adjacent, sir? You better not come off mute, because you're in a world of hurt. Geometrically speaking, you would fail intro to 3rd grade geometry if you think that's the case. Simple as that. Now, it's getting too late for me here. I will take my leave of you.
All right, man. Have a good one.
Yep.
Take care, Kiwi. Cheers, bro.
Out.
Stay blessed.
Did somebody call Elijah a fucking scammer? Who the fuck would do that? I'm curious.
I don't think it was just Elijah.
No, it everyone.
They called us all.
I'm just saying we're all scammers.
It was a broad stroke claim, yeah.
Okay, got it. I came in kind of a few minutes ago, so I was like, what?
So
basically, anybody who doesn't agree with him, right? Anybody who doesn't agree with him is a scammer, then.
So to add to what QE was saying, right? You know, about the elevation angle, let me add, because you're on a point of the line of position, which is a circle, right? Around the GP of this star. So from this, a navigator knows he is on a specific circle along the plane of the surface of Earth of radius r, known as the line of position. He does not know his direction from this point. However, by examining a second star, a second radius can be deduced. The navigator now knows he is at one of the points where both the circular functions meet. In the case that there is only one real route, he knows his position, although this is only possible if the radii are parallel. Now, to give that more context, we're going to go to blueplanetcruisingschool.com. For us moderns, the concept of a line of position is easy to grasp. Tie a string at the top of a high straight pole. Tie the other end to your shoe. Walk all around the pole while keeping the string taut. The string will form the same angle from the base of the pole to your shoe, then to the top of the pole, everywhere along your path. That is a circle of equal altitude. So, yeah. Of course, everything that I and QE said means absolutely nothing to rolling my boulder, which is staggering actually to me. But now let me go ahead and play this clip real quick so that you guys can get the full context. Wait, where is it? There we go. Okay. All right.
No, and I think that I can just simply ask the question, because if the statement, you can only do celestial navigation from a flat Earth, was true, then that would mean that I could not envision a globe Earth that could use celestial navigation. You just told me that it only can be done on a flat Earth. However, I can envision a globe to where somebody could get their distance 3 times from 3 different stars, and you would be able to use trilateration, not triangulation, but trilateration, to get your location. So I don't see a problem with that. I see many problems with the globe, but that's not one of them. So, and just to have people so staunch, I've had like 8 people message me saying like, "Oh, you didn't hang him when you had the chance. You didn't." I'm like, "About what?" And they're like, "Well, you did that observation of the ISS, and he was using a flat baseline, and like the one that was 0.6 miles away." I'm like, "Okay, well, let's look at the curve. I mean, you're talking 4 inches. So now we're saying that I should have called." No, and I think that I can just simply ask the question, and you would be able to use trilateration. Have people so staunch. I've had like 8 people message me saying like, "Oh, you didn't hang him when you had the chance. You didn't." I'm like, "About what?" And they're like, "Well, you did that observation of the ISS, and he was using a flat baseline, and like the feet to the fire over 4 inches of distance. 4 inches of curve. I mean, it doesn't make sense to me." Yeah. So anyway, no, it's not a matter of It's. I just have an issue myself personally with that group, because I don't think, here's the problem: they can never admit they were wrong. That would be it's catastrophic. It's their thing. It's their shtick. Right. So they're always right, never wrong, and so I know you know about that. Yourself kind of plays into that role a little bit, but for them, come on. But for them, I just so tough, Jim. I have a problem with other flat earthers doing that, because I don't think it's good for the collective, because what it does is it puts me in a position where I'm forced to believe something that's not true, and I don't see it being a good argument, or to state that I don't think it's a good argument and then have it be attacked by this group of other flat earthers because they're never wrong. And so that's why I say it's a little bit of a scam. And because if you're just going to sit on one thought and just say, "I'll never get off this thought," and you're wrong, well, then you're scamming people, because they'll never be able to see that you're scamming unless I point it out. So anyway,
I would love to ask him what it is that he would be pointing out that any one of us have said in pure quote, because otherwise it'd be a straw man. I would definitely want him to take something I said about celestial navigation and how I'm scamming people, or any one of us. So there you go. What do you think about that? You think somebody who's ignorant on the subject should be accusing a host of people whom he doesn't even really communicate with, scammers?
I think it's really messed up, man. It's really messed up, because not only was he just like saying this among other flat earthers, or yourselves, by the way, not to your face, but to Mick and sympathizing with a known anti-flat earther calling you guys scammers. Just
I mean,
what
it's super
the heck?
easy to call QE an asshole and this, that, and the third, but you can't even call a spade, man. Like, what happened to truth and honesty and the truth in community? Like, call a spade, man. I've been praising this dude since I first fucking got here, man. This shit right here is disgusting. I can't support that. Mum's the word, huh? Okay.
Fucking Mongo, dude. I can't believe that Mongo would do that. Like, dude, was he fucking smoking too much weed that day? Did he fucking get some bad shit? I don't know what the hell happened, but hey, get his ass in here, man. We gotta straighten this shit out, man. Somebody fucking send him,
Yeah.
man.
But anyway, Mr. Andrew, who's listening, the question prior was for you. What your impression was of what you heard.
Yeah, I'm here. Sorry, I'm still. Okay. Hold on.
Hold on.
All right.
Okay.
And by
My
the way, I have
question is:
to
are people thinking that Jaren is a scammer? That is the question. What is people?
right? What?
Maybe. Sorry, man.
You have a dude calling people scammers, and the first thing you want to know is whether or not people are calling him a scammer.
No.
Well, if you're going to make an accusation, you have to follow.
It wasn't an accusation. I just played a clip, fam.
Well, no, a lot of people did.
But I just, yo,
called him a scammer?
he's very close to the ban list, guys. I am really
I gotta
skittish
speak
right
up for a
now.
second, right? This is like an age-old tactic. Accuse others of that which you were doing. That's kind of a weird tactic that you did just now. I really think that you need to explain yourself because you just heard in the video something, and then you kind of came up in your own head this idea that that thing that you just heard Jaren do and other people are doing to him.
I love
Well,
you
yeah,
guys,
I'll
man.
explain it. Listen, I'll explain it.
Thank you, man.
Back in the day, Bob decided I've proved the ether with a certain thingy jammy. Right? Doesn't matter whether he did or didn't. Mr. Nathan Oakley disagreed with Bob live as they were talking to each other. Said, wait a minute. How did you manipulate this? How did you do that? That's not science. Bob took umbrage with that. And Nathan was like, science can prove things. And then Globebusters and Jaren specifically was saying that Nathan Oakley was a scammer because he was being so rigid by saying science can prove things. Okay, and he did this little show, Song and Dance, where he kept harping on that fact that Nathan says this and therefore he's a scammer, which is not a logic leap that you can make. It's completely, essentially just wrong the way Jaren went about it. Okay, Nathan then retaliated, right?
Yep.
Then Jaren probably retaliated. Fast forward to today, right? Jaren has the same sentiment. He's speaking with this Mr. McToon, and he's insinuating that because Nathan holds the position he holds, believing he's correct, and doesn't reject that position just because Jaren can envision in his mind a way that this thing that they're talking about could work on a globe, then that group and people who agree are scammers. So rest assured, it is Jaren who fired the first shots and has continued it on till this present day. To which after Jaren recently said that Nathan was a scammer and this group, which includes our friend Elijah here, by the way, now Nathan after that has again said, oh, maybe it's Jaren who's the scammer. So yes, it is true that people have called Jaren a scammer after Jaren fired the first shots. So now that you're up to speed on the history of the situation, let's continue.
Well said, AI. That pretty
So
much sums it up.
the question was, what is your honest opinion about the clip I just played? Where Jaren called me a scammer. For telling people that you can't acquire an elevation angle on a globe if the GP is on that curved surface.
It's physically crazy.
Andrew, like this is the shit. Like, I just want all of this infighting and shit, man. I swear to God, I've been trying to like smooth things over as much as I can in the background and be as fair as possible. And it's like, this is the shit that you just did, Andrew, is the reason that all this confusion is happening. Like shit like you just pulled and shit like the other kid earlier pulled that AI and I was talking to is the reason that the community is in the state that it's in.
Yeah, let's be clear.
And I hope you're not opening your mic because you feel shame. I hope that's the reason. I hope you're thinking it over.
Yeah, so back in the day when Nathan confronted Bob when they were having a discussion together live,
I was there live.
Nathan wasn't really out of line too bad. Like, he didn't really go hard or make insults. He was just being very matter of fact. What you guys are doing isn't science based on what you're telling me. And the other guys took umbrage with it because they thought they had a gem. And it really doesn't matter who's right or wrong at this point. I'm just saying the way Nathan behaved. The way Jaron reacted to it.
That's a good analogy.
Dude, yeah. It's a good game. PCs back in the 90s.
Because that's kind of it. Just like it doesn't even seem right if it's taken from
because people don't question it.
In the first place, I think it was like
they're at the point where they can do anything they want to, and people will just auto believe it.
Yeah, because I wouldn't even bat an eye to it unless I was told. Like, if I was seeing the two images side by side, I was told to just question it. I wouldn't even really care.
Yeah. People would just be like, "Oh, it's just angles, bro."
That's the only thing questions. Yeah, that's the only thing I would like. I would only just say it's just angles, probably, and then just move on.
And rotation.
There's easier ways to cut this off than these, though. Sasha taking us out into the weeds, out in outer space, but go ahead, man.
Yeah, rotation. Because they are saying you are rotating because you don't feel the rotation.
Yeah. The only thing
my question will be: where is the case where you are stationary? What's that case? How then work? What then look like?
Why you would be?
How's it going to be different?
From or the reason why we don't actually feel anything when they say the Earth is spinning.
Yeah,
the only thing I can really think of is that since we're in an enclosed environment with the atmosphere or whatever, it just contains everything. I know that's just
all the other motions. So just in rotation you have acceleration. So they say, okay, we're going at a constant rate. But if you could turn in a circle, even if you're going at 50 miles an hour and you just do a little circle and you keep on going around in that circle, you're constantly accelerating. That's just one motion. And then you've got the motion around the sun. And then you've got those two motions put together where you'll be flipping around the back of it and then slowing down around the front of it. And it's an elliptical orbit as well. So you're going further out and then back in, and that you got all these motions. It's not a constant velocity.
Yeah.
Listen to this, and you said atmosphere. Listen to this: atmosphere. Atmo is the gas, and gas cannot confirm the gas cannot confirm the shape.
The globe does purport that it's an open system, not closed. The open system means that you can go up, and pretty soon you'll be in the vacuum of outer space, which is 10 to the negative 17 torr. That's the problem you have with the second law of thermodynamics. You have to have gas pressure. You have to have some sort of gas pressure if you have a container. If you have an open system, everything would seek its equilibrium from high pressure to low pressure. So all of our atmosphere would rush out. And so everything that you believe that is scientific about the globe, the third law of Newton's third law of motion, second law of thermodynamics, the inverse square law of light, physics of water, and physics of light, you guys don't care because you want to have your ball, your globe, your sphere, your planet. But you guys are as unscientific on the globe side, and we're the ones that are scientific. We follow the science. You guys follow a fairy tale. I'm sorry.
Attack him. He's not really on one side or the other.
No, it's fine.
No, but that was an important distinction. Just want to highlight that real quick before you go, Sasha. That was the important distinction that Max might have made a small mistake there because you were like, oh, well, the globe is a closed system, atmosphere. Actually, what Jim pointed out is important there. It's claimed to be an open system. So the atmosphere is just the air. It doesn't hold itself in. So that's an important thing. That'll come up more often in the discussion, flat Earth versus globe Earth. We're saying the Earth is a closed system. They're saying it's open. So we'll touch on that a little bit more moving forward. Go ahead, Sasha.
And to add, it's not only that you go up, and then you reach the vacuum. No, you're moving together with that in heliocentric model with that atmosphere 66,000 miles per hour in that vacuum. Not that you need to go up. You are in that space, and that space now you need to imagine how that space is big and how that big vacuum is comparing that atmosphere. So practically, you are not even dot. Dot is a big thing to say. Dot in some. Let's say you are dot in USA. That's maybe too small, too big to say. One little dot, marble. Let's say in all USA. That's big in comparison. Atmosphere vacuum.
I apologize.
But they're going to say that marble has created a depression in 3D space-time, right? Creating a gravity well.
Yeah.
And they'll also say that we've reached equilibrium over billions of years, which has allowed all the gases on Earth to settle into their steady state right now around Earth. And there's no discernible movement because it is in equilibrium.
Hold on, are you making that argument, or are you? Because that sounds.
I'm devil's advocate right now. I'm just role playing a glober.
All right. Okay. So how do the gases settle down in the first place? If they're in a vacuum,
they're going to say it takes billions of years, right? So it's going to be billions of years of off-gassing of this rock from all the UV light hitting all the crevices and all the rocks of Earth. And producing all these gases, and it's all going out into space. But the gravity well, at some point, is gonna produce an effect, and it's gonna accumulate enough gas where it's gonna just settle in.
Why?
Gravity, bro.
Because that's what gravity does, right?
Yeah.
No, but if there's at no point enough of the gas to create that gravity well, then there's no that effect is almost begging itself. It's begging its own question. Like, you have to have the mass there in the first place in order for it to be attracted to each other within a vacuum, right? So until that happens, the effect's not going to be present. So what you're arguing for is that the effect is present even when the conditions for the effect being present aren't present, and that it happens over time.
Yeah, crypto, that's totally it. Like, you know how they say F equals ma? So if they say gravity's an acceleration, right? So F equals mg, but gravity's also a force. So G equals mg, and the G's cancel out, and you're left with M that's undefined.
Yeah.
Nice.
And so gravity has to be its own force, right? Its own cause. And so you're left with mass that's not definable, which we all agree with. Newton's own laws, are a good proof of this.
A lot of jiu-jitsu right there.
It sure
Newton's
is.
laws are not applicable. They're not applicable.
Oh, we've got everyone's favorite global bra in the chat.
But yeah, they say, like, what's the first gas molecule that goes off, right? let's say the first gas molecule occurs because ultraviolet light from the sun hits some rock on Earth, and boom, like off pops, I don't know, helium or something, right? It's going to go off into outer space, and it's going to keep going. And let's say that happens again and again and again and again.
Yeah.
Where is gravity clinging on to the virtual weightlessness of gas against an infinite void that's expanding? You ever take a plunger, right, like a syringe, and you pull something into it? You're creating an infinitely expanding volume for the fluid to fill. And so imagine you're doing that with air, right? It's an infinitely expanding volume. So gas is going to keep effing off into outer space. There's no balance or equilibrium to be had. I'm done.
You know what's interesting? You know what's interesting about this little fairy tale? In Apollo 13, you know, they made a movie out of it in 1995 with Tom Hanks and everything. Apollo 13, I remember watching black and white TV, and they were talking about having to get back after they had that supposed explosion in the fakeness of outer space. And I think it was Wally Schirra from CBS News had a piece of paper, and he showed the piece of paper on TV. He said these astronauts have to make it back, and they have to go through a sheet of paper this wide. He actually held up the sheet of paper, and they have to make it through this wide of sheet of paper, or they'll burn up, or they'll bounce out into outer space. So it's easy to leave Earth's atmosphere if you're on a globe, but it's very difficult to get back. I've always found that fascinating.
Newsflash: ain't nobody leaving.
You cannot leave the Earth. There is nowhere to go.
Thank you, Bill Nye. Telling the truth for once.
Yeah. I remember I had a huge argument with a Glober about the context of that, and I said, well, the context is about leaving the Earth. Because of the context was about garbage leaving the Earth, right? They were talking about like, oh, shooting garbage out of the Earth, and I said, well, if you can't shoot garbage out of the Earth, you can't shoot people out of it either, right? Obviously. Oh, but you're missing the context. No, I got the context, but I know that the logical implications of the context don't work for the globe model. So sorry about that.
Yeah. Well, they want to be the globe whisperer so bad. Like Bill's speaking plain English. It's not like he was speaking Chinese, but they want to come in and translate what he was saying to mean something else from English to English. Like, come on, guys.
Yeah, they're just gaslighting you at that point. So.
Yeah.
Bro One, are you going to be brave enough to pipe up this evening, or are you hiding in the safety of mute?
Yeah, he's a broken mic gang.
Broken mic gang. Shout out to the broken micers.
Elijah wants us to read something from the chat. I will. Just so Elijah knows, nobody's in here that we're going against. We're kind of just in education mode at this point. But he wants to say that Angular... Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, no, carry on.
Just for Elijah, angular acceleration, also called rotation acceleration, is a quantitative expression of the change in an angular velocity that a spinning object undergoes per unit time. It is a vector quantity consisting of magnitude, component, and either of two defined directions or senses. He said, this is a red herring. The guy mentioned why we don't feel motion. Why did you guys go to the gas in open systems when you could have addressed the why don't we feel it? Yeah, bro wasn't arguing. He was just kind of asking questions. Seemed like he's kind of in a learning stage. So shout out to the young buck here. Did anybody else want to riff off the angular rotation acceleration stuff? Yeah, the Earth is claimed to be accelerating, so you would feel that for sure.
Yeah, and decelerating too, right? So the point is the Earth is rotating and orbiting in a direction around the sun, which means you're going to be experiencing an acceleration in the direction of orbit during the night when you're on the dark side of Earth, and then accelerate or decelerating as you come around towards the sun in the direction of orbit.
But the thing is, rotation itself is acceleration, right? When they say that, oh, you just feel acceleration, and we're just going at a constant velocity, that's not what rotation is. It's constant acceleration, because acceleration is not just change in speed, but change in direction. To be accelerating all the time, and so when they say you're going at a constant velocity, just like you're moving down the road at a constant pace in a car, it's a false analogy.
Yeah, also...
Yeah, there's a net acceleration as you look at the orbit, but if you compound that with the rotation of Earth, you're accelerating, and within an acceleration, you're also accelerating faster and decelerating within that acceleration as you spin around.
Yeah, besides a regular circular orbit would be constant acceleration. The elliptical orbit is acceleration plus.
Well, it's a change.
Sorry, but all the time like an open system, not like a closed system.
Which means at nighttime you're going faster, and at daytime you're going slower.
Cryptos. Are you there, Crypto?
Hello.
Oh, there you are.
Hello. Yeah, this is what I've been calling the global micropenis argument. Sorry to be a bit crude, but it's broadly speaking when they say, I know you can't see it or feel it, but I promise it's there. So, sorry, can you guys hear it?
Yeah, you cut out a little bit, but definitely made your point there. I will take note on that, because I've been thinking about doing a FE After Dark show. That would be a perfect joke to bring up there.
Yeah. It's the global micropenis argument is I know you can't see it or feel it, but I promise it's there. And it applies to all sorts of things like the movement of the Earth, and it applies to when they say there's a glass of water and there's curvature on that glass of water, it's just really small and you can't see it. That's a global micropenis argument, and they make all of these different ones, and yeah.
That's a better example than the one I
came up with. They claim these devices that can look at the stars and see like to the 8th decimal point of arc length, whatever distance between stars for parallax measurements, but they somehow can't measure a change of 1,000 miles per hour at the equator throughout a 24-hour period.
Yeah, I promise you it's there. I just can't see it or feel it. That's
Listen, honey. It's a micro penis, but I guarantee you, I promise you, it's expanding, gonna expand somewhere. It's expanding, just in a dark place where you can't see it.
Just close your eyes, baby.
Someone came up with a really good analogy yesterday, which was like, Sonny, I know I owe you $100, but I'm going to give you 96 dark dollars, and then 4 light dollars, and then is my debt settled with you then?
No, I don't think so.
What? But that's science.
It's like trying to trade me a wah-wah pedal and a cheap Stratocaster knockoff for my Gibson SG solid walnut guitar. That'd be like that.
Yeah.
It's funny though. Like that was a good analogy, Crypto. In my mind earlier, I was thinking about using like financial angle. Like, oh, I am wealthy. I just can't show you the money. Oh, so where's your car, your house? Well, don't mind that. I mean, still have the money. Just can't show it to you right now. Like
Bertie Madoff.
It's just so lame. I'm glad that we do not have to do that. Rejoice, folks, and we're not having to jump through hoops and perform mental gymnastics and all this crazy stuff, edit photos and whatnot.
Can I comment on the F equals MA comment that was made a few minutes ago? I know we're backtracking a little bit, but
sure.
That's all right. With the gravity is a force of attraction between two objects. The G in the F equals MA that you sort of sub out is still an acceleration. It's just acceleration due to that gravity. It's just like a sort of a naming misunderstanding. It's a bit like when you weigh yourself. You're not weighing yourself. If you stand on a scale, you're sort of technically massing yourself. You're not finding your weight. You're finding your mass. If you are on,
what is mass?
If you're on the moon, it's the amount of substance of an object, or you or whatever. If you're on the moon,
how do you measure that?
The gravity is different, but the mass. Well, you calculate it using the acceleration due to gravity. Like weight is a force, right? So my mass, I'm 76 kilos. I'm from the UK, so I do kilos. I weigh 76 kilos. If you use times that by the acceleration due to gravity, not gravity, the acceleration due to gravity, then you get, however many newtons in weight.
So I just wanted to ask you a couple of things. First of all, you understand that they invoke this concept of mass, and then the way you find mass is to weigh something, right?
Well, see that's the exact that's exactly what I'm trying to say. You say you find the mass by weighing something. You're not weighing it. That's just like a common sort of everyday naming, not convention, but like an incorrect way of describing what you're doing, if you know what I mean. You're not
hold on. Let me ask you this. Can you resist acceleration by increasing your mass?
I didn't finish my point. Right, because I hadn't even got to the end of my question.
Apologies.
He'd already answered the question I asked you. Right? Sorry. It's just okay. So you find mass by weighing something. The reason you're doing that is you're then asserting you're on a different planet that you would then weigh differently based on the mass, right?
Well, you would weigh differently, but that's due to the different acceleration.
But you don't know that because no one's ever actually done that.
Well, see that's where we would disagree. But even if you didn't, we know how big the moon is. Using okay. Well, I guess this is where we differ, right? So
it's not
my explanation here would be.
It's not about disagreeing.
Something you wouldn't agree with.
It's about whether you have actually done it or can verify that it can be done. Right?
So I would the example I use about not going to the moon or not.
You might have the idea that it's possible, right? But that isn't a direct replacement for verification of its possibility.
Sorry, okay? 1 sec.
I appreciate I'm just saying this.
No,
I wouldn't be able to point to a bit of it. Sorry, yeah.
Hey, dude, I love The Rock. Can you mute when Crypto's talking? Because there's an echo coming back through your microphone.
Sure. Apologies.
Thank you.
Or just grab headphones or something.
I do. I don't know why it's not, but I will mute.
You might just need to leave and come back. Anyway, look, so the point is that this is why the whole mass concept is invoked, right? Because then you're saying, well, you've got a mass which is constant, and then the weight varies with the force of gravity based on the size of the planet. That's basically the idea, right? But then you'd need to prove that that's actually true on a different planet, which no one's ever done and can't do.
So with the whole proving, and you think we haven't sort of been to the moon, the example I always use is there's a mirror on the moon, or you may not believe this, but there is a mirror on the moon that you can shine a laser at, and using sort of fairly basic calculations, you can measure the distance to the moon. I think it's to something like the nearest millimeter or something ridiculous like that. May not be that much. I'm just sort of.
Can we go back to mass?
What were they reflecting off before they put the mirror there?
They weren't reflecting anything off before that.
Yeah.
In terms of the accuracy using that mirror and shining the laser, they weren't doing that before because you can't just shine it at.
That they weren't reflecting anything off because the first test was done in 59. So what were they reflecting off then? Did they go?
They claim to reflect it off a flat surface of the moon.
Or what?
I'm going to be honest. I don't know. I'm not saying. Well, they just use a different. I was using the laser argument to
Well, it's not true, though.
Sort of prove that we have been to the moon, because someone, I can't remember, I'm not sure names,
What does
to
this
say
have
that
to do with
you have
F
to be.
equals MA?
Because someone said that you have to have been to the planet to
what does
figure
this
that
have to do
out.
with F equals MA? Okay, if I increase my mass, are you going to need more force to accelerate me?
Yeah, but the point is that they're talking about effectively the grip that the planet has on that mass, effectively, right? So then you would have to prove that it varies with the planet that you're on.
That was my sort of laser argument. We were saying that you have to have been to that planet to prove it, and I was saying that we have been to the moon. And
yeah, we can't even prove that planets have mass that's measurable.
Well, but you're not engaging the actual topic on its own merits, right? So,
well, I was just answering another part of what you replied.
Yeah, but again, you are just believing someone who's claimed to have done that.
I guess that's true, but they are scientists, hundreds of thousands, if not probably millions of scientists over the last however many thousands of years that have done calculations to prove the Earth is round. You know, like the ancient Greeks and ancient Romans knew the Earth was round.
No, bro. Okay, this is what's called a Gish Gallop. Do you know what a Gish Gallop is?
I do not. Please enlighten me.
Okay, it's basically when you throw out bullshit point after bullshit point after bullshit point, so that none of them can't actually be addressed with the specificity and the necessary care that they require. Okay, so I would politely request that you don't do that, because now I have 4 different things I have to address, and we have to discuss all of them. And what you've effectively got is 4 corpses in rigor mortis leaning on each other, and you're not allowing me to assess any of the corpses for life. Right? So we can look at the argument of verifiability of you going to another planet to see if the weight is different when the mass is the same, right? We can look at that. I know that you can't possibly have done that, so we can move on. The second argument, that there's millions of scientists doing calculations. First of all, scientists doing calculations doesn't prove anything. I can calculate the speed at which Superman flies, right? So if I have a valid calculation that shows you that Clark Kent can go from Florida to New York in 3 minutes, did that actually happen in reality, or did I just do maths?
Right, but scientists are only scientists if they do the experiments to prove that calculations afterwards. You know,
no.
I can. Otherwise, you're just a theoretical physicist at that point. Like I can drop an object and do the calculations to see the time it will take, but then I can do the physical thing and it will take that same time.
No. So a scientist is someone who's following the scientific method. At no point are calculations required for science. They are useful to quantify certain results at certain points, but they're not useful at all when doing science, other than to quantify what the experiment has already shown. You understand?
I understand, fine. Maybe you don't, to be a scientist you might not have to be, but I would imagine 99.999% of scientists do some sort of experiment.
So doing calculations isn't science. You understand that?
Right, okay.
So when you say there are scientists doing calculations, do you understand why that's irrelevant?
Okay, fine. Maybe I should have added on that they're doing calculations and experiments then.
Okay, but the experiments are the only thing that's relevant. What experiment?
Okay, apologies. I'm not a perfect arguer. You know, I'm human. You got to cut me some slack. You know, but.
I'm getting slightly annoyed because of the gish galloping. Right, so it would be nice if we could stick to one topic at a time. It seems like every time I've addressed a certain point, you then throw a different fallacious argument to cover for the previous one that was dismantled. Right? Yeah. I would like to just have a logical discussion based on the things you're saying.
Yeah, I was going to interject, if I may. Also, that calculation is not a measurement in any way. So I think that needs to be clarified here as well.
Okay, can I just apologize for that one sentence I said? I perhaps should have said. Okay, but I should have said they do the experiments as well. Then I guess you know.
Yeah. Look, man, you're being really respectful. I've got time for you. If you're being respectful, I've got all the time for you. I'm just saying that's why I was getting a little bit heated, because we often deal with like all of these silly kind of fallacious tactics, and it gets kind of annoying to deal with because it's like relentless fallaciousness. And I know you don't want to be fallacious, but when you are being fallacious and it's being pointed out, can you at least say, oh, actually, yeah, maybe that was slightly wrong? And you've done that.
Sure, but I guess I could sort of say the same thing with you. With the whole going to different planets, you just said, I know that's not true, and that was you disproving it. So I can kind of
I know that
knock that back at you.
Yeah. Have you been to Venus? Have you been to Venus?
No. Well, no one has. But we've been... Okay, fine. A celestial body, then, shall we say, such as the moon.
So when I said I know you haven't been to another planet, do you think that was me purely guessing, or was it a probabilistic outcome of the fact that you've never been in a rocket?
Well, it doesn't have to be a planet as such, as long as it's a celestial body such as the moon, which I believe people have been to. Well, me personally, I haven't, no. But I know there are people that have.
You don't know.
So what was fallacious about it?
All you know is that they told you they went. You don't know that they went.
They went to the moon with the knowledge of the distance to the moon. Is that true?
I would assume so, yes. I'm not...
Yeah,
I don't know every single fact in the world.
And they knew it also distance to the sun and all other planets.
Can we get back on track?
Yeah, but that's the track. Because he's saying that they was on the moon, but you need to know how, because they came there with the experiment. They find out with which experiment that is the distance.
Yeah.
Hold on, Sasha. Let crypto cook.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. I was just getting the paprika out. For fuck's sake. Right. So we've got the first assumption that mass and weight are independent quantities, essentially, and then. How do you prove that? Well, you go to another planet, you haven't done that. Okay, whatever, we can go. And then we've got scientists doing lots of calculations. We've discovered the calculations aren't relevant. It's the experiments themselves. And then you also mentioned Egyptians. I don't know what relevance that has. But maybe we can go into some of the ancient Egyptians. I assume you're either going to talk about Aristarchus, Eratosthenes, or maybe Al-Biruni. Pick one of those three.
I wasn't going to talk about anyone specifically. I haven't done any Greek research, so I wouldn't know, people.
Okay, we can move on.
Is it alright if I dip? It's 1:15, and I've got a cricket match tomorrow, so I'd rather get a little bit of sleep. I'm happy that we had a. So yeah, I apologize. I do feel bad because I've started a few sort of different routes, and we haven't ended them. But I would like to sleep because I need to wake up.
Make sure you come back.
Thank you. I wouldn't be surprised don't be surprised if I do. Thank you for being respectful about it as well.
Just a quick one. Are you a batter or a bowler?
I am a batter. Well, I used to do a bit of both, but I'm mainly a batter now. Yeah.
Well, you better get at least 3 sixes, otherwise it wasn't going to go.
Well, I'll try my best, just for you, just for you.
Yeah, let me know when you go back.
Thank you.
Just remember, if that ball's heavier, it's got more gravity. Yeah.
enjoy, guys. Have fun.
Sorry, mate.
Fuckers. Speak American.
That was the poshest disagreement I've ever heard on this channel.
Honestly, my eyebrow almost flew off my forehead when he was like, well, there's millions of scientists doing X. And then we were like, okay, well, let's start with one. Well, I can't name one. Bruh, I gotta pick up my freaking eyebrow off the ground because it just flapped off my head. What the hell?
They're so sure of something that they just heard of. It's just hearsay.
Like, why say that? Oh, there's millions of people doing this. Oh, okay. Well, can you name one? No.
No.
Okay. How do you know?
You brought up cricket a second earlier. You could have asked them, aren't there millions of people playing cricket? I bet you can name one.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
That's a crazy thing, man. Like, there's millions, but you can't name one. So where are you getting that source? Where's the source of your information? If you got these millions, you heard from someone else that told you, and they heard from someone else that told them, and they heard someone else. You see how insane that is?
Yeah.
Even I can name one cricket player.
Imran
Khan. Imran Khan. No, retired one. The Pakistani guy that everybody hates. Love.
You mean President Khan?
Ex-President Khan.
The thing about cricket, though, is that it involves a sphere and a flat surface.
Yeah, and in all other instances in reality, the balls are flying above the flat surface every time.
That's a good point.
It's also a flat and curved bat.
Yeah. Yeah, true.
I just don't. Just on the millions of people thing, I just don't. Are they arguing in bad faith? What am I supposed to do with that statement? Well, there's millions of people doing it. Oh, okay. I'm not allowed to ask about that. So who? Oh, well, don't ask. Just like, well, I just don't understand. Why would you present that if there's nothing behind it?
Why are you
So
asking?
empty.
Why are you asking, CB? No one else asked.
Yeah.
Let's just take their statement at face value. Are there even a million scientists? Like, if you think about what is the definition of a scientist, right? So, if we say that me boiling my kettle to make a cup of tea or coffee isn't science, right? It's not an experiment. I'm just making myself a drink, right? So then, what actually is it? Is a scientist? And then
chemistry and biology, maybe.
But are there a million of those?
I'm not sure.
I'd be very surprised.
They seem to be the only ones that do scientific experiments.
Because engineers aren't scientists, they're engineers.
Yeah, that's through trial and error.
Right. And surveyors aren't scientists, they're surveyors. Mathematicians aren't scientists.
I'm not scientists.
Stock traders.
Astronomers.
Doctors,
Bakers?
are they scientists?
Bakers?
Bakers are scientists.
More scientists than astrophysicists, for sure.
Well, you're stretching the definition just like they stretch the dough, I think, a little bit there.
Yeah, but you need to mix. You need to know. You need to know ingredients. If you put more salt, it will not grow. You will get some kind of brick. You will not get bread.
Does that mean that McDonald's workers?
Oh my god!
It could be.
Oh god! Well, in that case, there are a million scientists.
Well, dude, what he sounded like was a bit like this clip. It totally reminded me of this clip that I've heard. Listen in.
There's a plethora of reasons, actually, and the research really exists, and I'm not going to go into all of it. It is almost 1 a.m., and I do have work in the morning, but the research is out there, and Google is free. The stats are very real. There's a lot of social issues that surround it. There's a lot of socio-economic differences that impact that. If you want
towards slavery reparations, if you're going to make an argument on the show, you can't sit there and say Google it and then not stand.
Yeah, like fuck that. Yeah, Google it, and she was all condescending. No, fuck you. You want to make an argument? Fucking make the argument.
You're trying to claim and say I'm tired.
No, it's just because
he literally said that though, didn't he? He's like, it's 1 a.m. I'm sleepy.
Now we learn how to research.
Oh man,
it's funny how tired people get when they're getting their ass kicked in a debate.
Yeah, when it's time for specificity, accountability. Oh, look at the time. Oh, I gotta go. Okay, dude. No offense, he was respectful. Just some of that behavior just is funny to me. I mean, that clip was almost him to a T. Well, it's 1 a.m. I'm not going to go into specifics.
So he was. I can't believe what I thought was. He wasn't a mass debater, but he was a batty boy.
Yeah. Oh man, the mirrors on the moon too. I think my other eyebrow damn near popped off when he said that. He was like,
"Yeah,
I know you guys don't think we've been in the moon. Well, we have mirrors on the moon, bruh."
Pretty sure it's only in the 59 though they were first doing that. I thought it was in the 30s, but maybe it's not something I know a great deal about. I mean, I know who would know that is Indio. So if Indio's listening, maybe he can chime in. But I'm pretty sure it was like decades before the alleged moon landings.
Well, we know that there's bodies. No, you don't, dude. Yeah. Come on, man. Stop saying this whole we know. No, you don't. Might as well say we believe or I believe, because
And
this isn't knowledge you're talking about.
He spent here half hour, let's say. He is honest and everything. But I can bet he doesn't know even one reason why we are here.
1962 was the first one.
Oh, was it? Okay. I must be thinking something else then. But still, that's a good 7 years before. Like.
Yeah. So someone went up, put some mirrors on there, and then when they went up, they replaced the mirrors with some new ones.
That's
a fucking stupid argument.
Yeah, they want these things to be physical so bad.
Well, the thing is,
those mirrors are like the size of a pizza box.
I don't even really like to make a claim about the moon because I just don't know what the fuck it is. Like,
Right.
Yeah, I mean, it could be a giant space testicle for all I know. I don't know, maybe, but that doesn't mean that I'm on. That doesn't mean the floor is a ball.
Right.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean that.
Yeah, but let's not speak about that. Let's speak about moon. You guys don't believe that we were on the moon. That's the point.
Yeah, you're damn right, I don't.
It also means they're going to have a problem when they're trying to shoot beams off a concave surface onto another concave surface and receive it on a concave surface as they both move. At two different levels.
They're shooting a moving target too.
Yeah.
Well, two moving targets. We're moving, and the moon's moving.
And they're effectively trying to shoot themselves via the other moving target, yeah.
Yeah. Has that light come back?
You can give them even that we were on the moon, you know. Okay. Now let's go back to the surface of the Earth. We was on the moon, that's good. now what is going on with the Earth?
Yeah, I've got photos of the Earth from the
convex.
moon. Okay.
I meant convex,
maybe you should be able to measure.
Sorry, brain fart. I meant convex, not concave.
You're good. I think we knew what you meant. Go ahead, Timbo.
Yeah.
No, I was just saying, okay, you give them the moon, they say, okay, well, we've got pictures of the Earth from the moon. You say, okay, well, it's curved, isn't it? Yeah. Well, okay, let's go back and measure curvature on the surface of the Earth. Who has done that? When did they do it, and what was the method?
Why would you why would you do that, man? We were on the moon. You have the pictures.
Yeah, look at the time.
Why you want to check the surface? Why are you fucking crazy? What is wrong with your brain?
Yeah, why would you do that?
Yeah. You have, for example, you have all these shadows, and you want to watch the surface. You are stupid. Look at the shadows. Shadows is showing you that curvature is there.
Yeah, just measure the shadows. That means you measured the curve.
Yeah. Why are you making so complicated?
You measure the shadow.
Why are you making so complicated? You measure the shadows from one town to another town. You go straight 500 miles, and then you measure simple shadows, and then you get the curvature. You want complicated way. You want to go to the beach. Now you need a photo camera. Do you know how much it's expensive? Come on, man.
Come on, man.
Come on, dog.
Well, you can get a pair of binoculars.
You guys have seen that laser mirror thing, right? Have you guys seen them demonstrate that?
They get like one particle back, or I don't know, particle. Photon,
well, no,
whatever.
it's when I first heard of that, I was like, oh, this ought to be interesting. I want to watch this, right? So, and I expected. It wasn't at all what I expected. So you guys have seen it. That guy pushes a button next to a computer screen, and they show this beam shooting at the moon, and they're looking at a computer screen, and it's just like some ones and figures like pop up on the screen. Like, how does that prove that there's a fucking mirror on the moon?
Right.
You know what I mean?
Because
I was expecting to see some kind of like light up reflection of the laser actually on the moon. It's so stupid.
It was on mainstream TV live, man. Come on.
Well, you're underestimating the power of the globe. Yaha!
And I remember the one I was watching. There was a couple people in the room looking and anticipating these like numbers or whatever it was that flashed up on the computer screen to recognize that the mirror's there, and they got so excited. They're like, yeah! I'm thinking, the fuck is that proof?
You see all these zeros and ones, and then this 2 comes up. Oh, there it is.
I'm like, what? What?
It's kind of like if you ever had those kids walkie-talkies and you turn them on, it's all static all the time, and you hear some like perturbation in it, and you're like, oh my gosh, that was something.
Aliens.
It's such a letdown. Like everything they do, when I wasn't a flat earther and I was just, looking at stuff like this, and I'd be like, oh yeah, cool. Everything they do is like that too. They're like, hey, check this out. And then you watch it and it's like, that's just a fucking cartoon. Like, what the fuck? Just constantly tricking us off.
You weren't born a flat earther?
Yeah, unfortunately not. Well, actually, I was, but then I went to school, and they reprogrammed me.
Good one.
Oh, I noticed Shekel is in the chat. I just want to say shalom to Shekel.
Shut up, Koyam.
Was that Shekel or Schmeckle?
No, Shlomo.
Don't heckle or
smeckle. No, Shlomo.
Don't heckle or smeckle the Jekyll. At the right time.
I'm glad I think you handled that last guy really well, Crypto. You're like, look, dude, you're gish galloping. Do you even know what that means? He's like, no, I don't know what that means. But the behavior was definitely there. I'm glad you called it out when you did. Well, we know this and that and this and that. I call it claim stacking, or where you just stack claims on top of each other like Legos, and hopefully the pressure of the claims maybe will condense into a proof or something. I don't know.
It's almost like a card trick in Las Vegas. You know how when they like splay out or throw the cards even like in a perfect alignment, they're gonna just flip all those cards off the deck to you. Like what would you call that in a card trick? I don't know, man. There's got to be a word for it.
But bear in mind, like what's being attempted to be done there is it's effectively a psychological pressure trick, isn't it? It's like, oh, look at all the weight of the evidence, but they're actually just showing you like cardboard cutouts of the evidence, not the evidence.
Yeah.
And then you're just looking at it going, there's a lot of cardboard here, but no actual evidence.
Yeah, they're just telling you there's weight to the story. They're just saying that part. Oh, there's weight to my story. Look at all the evidence. It's really, but yeah,
like a middle school kid's science diorama for they do like make volcanoes and shit in middle school.
They don't even have that. That's what's funny is they're just bluffing. They're saying they have evidence. Not actually presenting any. It's like that girl in the clip. She's like, well, there's a plethora of evidence and the research is there and research is free and there's a lot of implications. It's just basically saying a lot without saying anything at all.
Yeah, so CV, like the guy was on F equals MA in the beginning, which was addressing my point earlier. And then like within 3 seconds, he's like 5 points ahead. And I'm like, what the hell is going on? So Crypto, I'm glad Crypto you caught it and you rode that wave. I totally wiped out. I'm thinking like what's up with F equals MA, guys? I'm stuck here like 5 minutes ago. So yeah, thank you.
That guy was kind of being polite too, but I think that's a fucking front.
It's a tactic.
Yeah, because they always do that shit. Okay, if I know I got to go to sleep in 10 minutes, I'm not going to jump into a Globe server and start up all these conversations. And then just when they try to hold me to task, I'm like, oh, guys, I got to go to bed.
Gotta go.
They all do that shit.
That's funny, man. Oh, look at the time.
Like, you think you're fucking original? You know how many people come in here and say that same shit you just did?
I mean...
Yeah.
Literally. Early in the chat, when the Max guy was, talking, and I was like, but what about the angular acceleration from the rotational body that is supposedly the Earth? Like, I just texted in chat. He's like,
I gotta get going, guys. I was like, I can't even type.
Yeah, it goes back to the curvature, right? That's not there.
Yeah. Bro, are you trying to talk? Bro, what? Are you trying to talk? I could hear someone really low, and I couldn't see who it was.
I hear you breathing. You breathing, huh? That's you breathing. You got a mic.
I'm trying to get him to talk for like a week.
Yeah. Hello to California Escrimador.
Hey, what's up, bro? And hey, you actually got my name right. Awesome.
Oh yeah, no, I can. I'm a bit autistic, so I tend to get spellings like perfect, and I get really annoyed when I get the spellings of something's wrong. Anyway,
the Globies hate that.
So I was, actually, California Escrimador. I was about to mention the discussion that we were having with Hoymar earlier. I don't know if you want to go.
All I know is that he's really dumb. He still doesn't understand the Black Swan argument after 3 years.
Oh yeah, true. But what he was doing is he was basically hand waving the Black Swan with but like Ben's bro, and then obviously the response to that is, well, if you've got bendy light, does that prove that the floor is a ball? They're like, no, that's a straw man. And then you're like, well, what has bendy light got to do with the topic?
Bending around what?
Well, then they say, well, if you understand how light bends, then you can understand what the shape of the floor is. But I just said that, and you said I was straw manning you. Oh, but you were.
Yeah, light bends through a medium, not the floor.
Such weasels, man.
Yeah. It's like they're making the claim via the back door, but if you then go, no, come in through the front door, they go, nope, I'm going through the back door. Okay.
It's embarrassing. After all this time, they still don't understand the argument. They'll say I've seen this a million times, the Black Swan. Okay, well, then what's the argument? Well, just you guys didn't consider refraction. You idiot.
Well, the other thing was, the funny thing is, this isn't even an argument that I actually invoked, because I think we've got much better arguments personally, but whatever. Whenever I see it, and they go, oh, here's a white swan, it's like, you don't know what the Black Swan argument is, do you? Presenting a white swan doesn't help at all.
It's not that difficult of an argument, to be honest. It's really not that complicated. I feel like I have to reset the table for people all the time, because 2023 people, if they're just now getting into this, they don't know the track history of the argument. The Black Swan wasn't the original thing. It was a rebuttal. So their rebuttal to the Black Swan is something that we previously argued. It doesn't make any sense whatsoever. Go ahead, Sash.
Yeah, the only thing what can help, and you'll never get that you don't have a Black Swan. Then will help.
Yeah. Well, yeah, because our argument the whole time was that you can't see a physical curve. And they were like, yaha!
Right.
And then the Black Swan comes out and, oh, it's not physical, bro. I know! That was our point originally.
Yeah, they think they have a point here now. It's like, dude, you're not realizing that you're making my point for me, stupid.
Yeah. It was your point then. Now it's our point.
Yeah, so now you got Two Hill Phil, right? Two Hill Phil has two horizons. The one you can see and the one you can't.
Yeah. We should call it Bozo Earther. Like, there'll be a bunch of clown hats. They immediately get a clown. They lose their wig.
Yeah, clown Earth.
Hey, it's another, I didn't even realize, it's another global micropenis argument. Horizon
They're the masters of moving the goalpost too, right? But I've noticed they've been using that lingo on us a lot, and with me when I talk about trying to measure the curvature over water long distance, and they'll say, "Oh, refraction." I'll say, "Okay, well, and then show them the light with the sun, and they're like, "Oh, you're moving the goalpost." No, what? Come on.
Paul, I just want to make sure you can hear crypto.
That's all good.
Why'd I step on him?
I just make sure you can hear him is all.
Yeah, I'm sure he probably can. But yeah, as I say, it's another global micro-penis argument. It's like the physical curve of Earth is there, I promise, even though you can't see it or feel it. It's just another one of those arguments. They're all over the place with the globe. All over the place.
Micro penis. That's good.
Or get this, they'll make a hump of sugar at the bottom of a sugar tank of water that curves, and they'll shine a laser through it.
Yeah, if I have this non-analogous situation, then somehow it proves that the Earth's a ball, like that the floor's a ball. Okay, bro.
Like I'm breathing sugar water right now. Like,
Are
you a fish?
I'm actually on fire tonight.
You're breathing it through your lungs. I mean, through your gills. Sorry.
Yeah.
I didn't mean to misgill label you.
Does that, the fact that you miss species, Tim, does that make you feel guilty?
Dude, yeah, you're a bigot. Straight up.
You cannot see the geometrical horizon, but ships are going over the geometrical horizon.
Yeah, so you can't see. Yeah. You can see the ships going over the thing you can't see.
I think that's gone past them every single time too. Every single time, I've never heard them respond to that part of it. So fucking weird. Whoa.
And if you see something flat, and if you measure something flat, that is because it's very
curving.
There is no option for the flat. Do you understand?
No,
there is no.
Yeah, sorry.
There is no option for stationary, and there is no option for flat. There is no option.
Yeah, like we're making a request for a geometrical measurement, and they're saying you have to go to something that you can't see. They're like, what?
Yeah, it's like dark matter.
You can only do this if you can't see it. So whenever you're trying to do something, folks, just make sure you're removed from that item, like your kitchen table. You got to go to the ceiling. Like, that's ridiculous. Or go to some place that doesn't exist at all. The imaginary horizon, that's what it is for them. The one that doesn't exist. What is invisible? Yeah, it's what the hell? That's the most double speaking kind of bullshit nonsense I've ever encountered in my life.
Yeah, and so Sonny, you know what's funny is they need invisible mass in the universe for dark matter to account for the curvature of space-time that they think exists and doesn't.
Or you cannot have or they are saying, crypto, you remember this one. You cannot have the horizon flat.
Yeah, that one's crazy.
I'm trying to raise my mood with natural endorphins, and this is working just great, actually. I'm laughing.
Yeah, do some squats while you listen to us, man. Like, that'll do it.
Did I cut out, or was it just me?
No, you're good. It just got weird.
Silent moment there.
I was going to ask a question to Paul. Do you really think that bro was putting on the nice guy act? I didn't catch that.
Yeah, he was a nice guy.
Oh shit! Don't get me started on the nice guys. I got a clip for that.
Nice. We looked up that word before.
I remember one nice guy, very, very famous nice guy. He was spending here for like 1 or 2 years of niceness.
Yeah.
And now he's not anymore here. Let's say for 2 months. Do you know who is it?
Matthew?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So
I think he was doing that. I think he was doing that because it's evident with the way, you know, when he asks you a question and then you answer it, he just fires out another question right away. That's rude. That's not being polite. You're not even really contemplating what you were just told at all. You just were waiting to fire out another question.
It's a machine gun pattern on a barn wall. So there you go. So
yeah. I'm glad that you detected that because I feel like I'm usually very good at detecting like the fake nice guy act. I didn't quite catch that because we were like Crypto and I were kind of giving him flowers, like, "Oh man, appreciate you being respectful," blah blah blah. But I love this clip, guys. Let me just play this clip real quick. We'll talk about it.
Let me say this real quick. It only takes a second. If you would, hold on.
All right. Let me stop
real
it.
quick.
Go ahead.
Look, you can have somebody that's really well spoken, but can either, like George Carlin say, but they can be full of shit or crazy.
Politicians.
I have that clip too. Just a clip about that nice guy act.
Seems like UA's had a lot of trouble this year. Must have been tough for you. Yeah. But even so, you're all still aiming to become pro heroes despite those hardships. It's wonderful. Hearts full of fortitude. I believe that's what every hero in the world needs to have. He's too nice. This charming pretty boy's gonna steal our girls. And Bakugo, it must have been hard for you, what, with that whole kidnapping incident? Huh? You have an especially strong will, don't you? Today I'm gonna do my best to learn from you. I really hope you don't mind.
Stop pretending. What you say doesn't match the look in your eyes.
Hey man, don't be so rude. Sorry, he's just like that. It's fine. It proves how tough his heart is.
To tell you something that you think is happening. We want you to
this ISS video is telling me that it is orbiting the Earth.
Okay, so that means therefore the Earth must be a ball?
Therefore, it must be a ball, but that's not proven until this video is proven to be true.
No, that's not even true.
What do you mean? One that has to come before the other. I can't jump from.
Your claims about the video will need to be true, I guess, for it to follow that the Earth is a globe. But the video itself, we don't need a globe to exist in reality for that video to exist.
But this video helped prove the existence of the ISS.
That's a video, okay? Not of curvature of the Earth or any ocean. That's not demonstrating gas pressure without a container. Neither of the two core claims that you're making here, right? So, if the Earth is a ball, and this video exists because it's a ball, then we can just look at its surface and it will have curvature.
I think you're kind of missing my point.
No. I think you're trying to get off the point. Look, the Earth is a ball, and that video exists because it's a ball. Therefore, the Earth's surface must necessarily have curvature.
I think you're kind of getting it backwards. I'm trying to ask you how this video would be fake, and this video is relevant because of the path it takes. It does matter.
How it be fake? I don't have listen.
Because this is a piece of evidence.
I don't
very
have
easy
a
to understand
claim about how they produce their video. I don't have a claim, and I don't care. You have a claim about the Earth. What you've provided as evidence is this video, right? The video is your claim, right? So I'm saying if your claim about that video is correct, and therefore your claim about the Earth, then the Earth will have demonstrable surface curvature. Let's go to that.
All I'm claiming is that this video is it's not fake. I'm claiming this video is not fake and that the ISS is real. That's all I'm claiming. That's all I'm trying to get to.
That video is exactly what those people tell you it is, and therefore it must have been filmed inside of a space station orbiting a ball, right?
I encourage you to tell me why this video and how it's fake.
I'm doing that. I'm telling you how your claim about it is false.
Wait.
Yes. No, wait. If the Earth is a globe and that's how that video exists, right? Long story short, then the Earth has demonstrable surface curvature, correct?
Sure.
No, not sure. It's yes, absolutely, of course.
Well, so but you're taking a different path.
Let's go to that. And if we do not find demonstrable surface curvature, then your claim and your story about the video is shite. It's false, just like the globe itself.
But we have to start at the video. We can't start anywhere else because then it takes away the evidence of the video.
We started at the video. Now we're going to the Earth. You got to claim about the Earth, right?
So how is the video fake? Let's start. I mean, you said we started, but let's start the video.
Confused. How is the video fake? Again, you're turning this around on me, trying to make this about me having a claim about your video. The video is your claim, right? We're going to test that claim by looking at the surface of the Earth that you're trying to prove something about the video. Stop.
You're making a big jump. My claim.
No, I'm not. No,
yes,
I'm not.
you are.
You are.
My claim.
No, I'm not. You are. You're making the jump that the Earth must be a ball because of that stupid video that you linked. That's the jump.
My claim is that the video is not fake. The video is actually proving that the ISS is real. That is my claim.
Who gives a shit?
Claim.
What you believe about where that video was recorded.
But I've provided evidence. I've provided a claim, and this evidence needs to be refuted. And if it is,
there's nothing. You don't have any evidence, soy boy.
It's right there.
What's your listen? What is your claim with the video? That the ISS is what it's claimed to be. That it's a tin can flying around in a thermodynamics violation around a ball. Is that it?
My claim is that it is the ISS is real, and that it is not fake. The videos aren't fake. That is my claim, and that the ISS is
not fake. What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? Not fake. So to clarify, does that mean that that's real video shot in a tin can that's falling around a ball?
If you want to put it that way, yes.
Yes. Okay. Therefore, the Earth must be a ball, and it has demonstrable surface curvature. If what you just said there is true.
Therefore, it is orbiting the Earth.
No. If the Earth, which is a ball, like you just said it is, like you just are trying to say that this video is proving, then it has demonstrable surface curvature, yeah?
It has curvature, yes.
Okay, now let's take a look and see if it does.
Yeah, that's why it was originally here.
Dude, if your claim is about the orbit, I've posted it twice. The ISS mapped above a flat plane, above a flat Earth. It works perfectly fine. It doesn't take an Earth shape to be curving, to have the same flight path over a flat surface, dude. Scroll up. My name's
But it also doesn't have any issues.
I know you have seen pictures from Narnia. I could watch Aliens and claim that that was real too. But the math of the ISS maths out perfectly over a flat plane orbit. And also the math to get the ISS there is claimed on a globe, therefore curve. So if you're going to claim pictures from Narnia, go to the math, figure out how it was built, let's take it all apart, and that demands a globe, therefore Earth curve. So where is this Earth curve?
This Earth curve?
Yeah.
Well, I'm trying to get to that. I don't have any direct examples of Earth curve, but by proving that this ISS is real, we can deduce that there's orbit and there's curve.
Well, actually,
it's on a screen real, bro. How's that evidence that pictures on a screen are anything? Come on, tell me that.
A video, it's not cut. It's an uncut video of the ISS 50-minute tour, and that would be impossible, nearly impossible. Too fake.
About a minute. Man. And it's no evidence of anything other than people floating around on a television, bro.
But it shows that there's no wires, that it's no forgery, and that it's not falling. Because you can't fall in an airplane for 50 minutes.
How do they do it in Hollywood then? How do they do it in Hollywood?
That's irrelevant because it's not the length, it's not the duration.
It's absolutely not.
So,
no, hold on a second, bro. How can you use this as to demonstrate what you say, but then I give you a scenario or a theory and you just shoot it down?
I'll tell you why. It's because the duration of this uncut video, the duration is much longer than any sort of scene in a movie. In the movies,
it's not uncut.
Cut at 1 minute, and we already got to the logical conclusion that you're trying to take this to already, which is that the Earth is a ball, right? So that we're just going to look at the surface now and see if that's true.
Well, I'm trying to find the cut. Where are you guys?
Oh, okay. Yeah, focus on anything other than the crux of your whole argument.
Well, it kind of diminishes.
Yeah, let's look at anything. Yeah, looking at the surface of the Earth diminishes everything that you say about it. That's the thing. That's why you have to do goofy stuff like this point to NASA videos and movies and say, they couldn't have done it unless the Earth is a ball. That's how pathetic and weak your case is. You can't just look at the Earth and directly demonstrate that it's a ball. You have to show us movies and go, guys, no way this thing
Dinosaurs must be real too.
Couldn't be for real.
What the fuck, dude?
That's pathetic.
Pretty sad.
Let's go straight to the surface of the Earth and see if it's a globe.
Okay, in 1 minute and 7 seconds, and there is a cut, but that is briefly, and for a very long time. I'm at 4 minutes, almost 5 minutes, and there's not been a cut since.
This is what trend with you. There's no cut. Yeah, you just watch 5 minutes of footage in the last 20 seconds.
But I'm getting there. I'm 6 minutes.
Something. You get proven wrong, and then you go, oh, well, yeah, but it's just that one thing.
Even if he goes into multiple rooms, well, not rooms, but he goes into his bed area, goes through a thing, it's just impossible for any wires to be there.
Okay, but you started out already. It's impossible for that to be the case. That's already been falsified. It's not uncut. Your whole claim, the premise, everything is completely flawed.
There is one cut at the beginning, and he wasn't even really moving around that much.
Why don't you watch your footage before?
I'm watching it right now.
And actually, why don't you just try to find some actual evidence of the curve instead of pulling that gimmick? It's a pathetic gimmick. You haven't even watched it. You don't know what it shows. And you're avoiding the surface because obviously that doesn't show what you're trying to use this stupid video to argue it does. Yeah, uncut except for all the small cuts. And he said the same thing earlier about gas pressure and gradients. He said gradients don't form in small containers. Oh, well, they do, but it's just a small gradient.
He's gaslighting now. He's gaslighting now. It's got to that point. And then there's also you got the 0G plane.
We got Beta whining in my DMs about how Soy Boy. We got Beta and Soy Boy. Yeah, he's whining about how we're attacking Soy Boy.
Like, does he? I mean, the 0G plane just crushes it too. I mean,
but that's only obtained for a short duration.
Why did they even have it? Dude, are you kidding me, man? Are you like really that like gone? Like what?
Are you just denying it? Like that just sounds like
denying what? Okay,
I'm denying it. You just denied it.
Let's hear from the other guy now who's crying in my DMs about our unfair handling of you.
Because now you finally unmute me, mate.
I never muted you to begin with, but cool.
Well, whoever the fuck did.
There. Go take your meds maybe before you try this conversation.
Yeah, see, that's all you can do, mate. Just do ad hominem attacks, eh?
No, that's not all I can do. Those are insults. Ad hominem.
I'm sure you can do way more than that, mate.
Right? Show me where I did that.
Fucking rude little shit, aren't you?
Can we just have like a?
Okay, so there's an ad. Do you have an argument?
Yeah, I just fucking threw one back at him because that's what he fucking does. If you want to play those shitty little games, mate, I'll fucking play them for you. I took you off
mute for this. All right, look. Is he back on mute? No. Okay. So, Beta, who measured the curvature of the Earth? How? Most importantly, how was it done? Any ideas? No, now he's going to keep himself on mute. Now that we've gotten to the point, he's going to keep himself on mute. Interesting.
Oh, I thought you guys muted me.
Go take your meds.
No, you know. Yeah, there you go. Come on, say it again.
Okay, I'll say it again. So who measured curvature of the Earth, and more importantly, how?
In the first documented mention, or what?
Any.
Let's go with the first one. I think it was like 5th BC or something. Greek guy.
What did he do?
Aristophanes or something, I think.
What did he do?
He lived in Egypt.
What did he do?
More than 2,000 years ago, I think it wasn't it?
Didn't ask when. What did he do?
You mean what did he do? Like, you mean
what did he
how
do?
he did it?
Yeah, what was the method?
There you go.
Earth curvature measured how? That was the question. Is it really that difficult?
What did he do 2,000 years ago was the response.
Yeah.
Like exact the way he did it, like the method he used.
Well, I don't know about exact, because so far it doesn't sound like you know anything about what he did. So don't worry too much about being exact. Just try to give me the gist.
Wow.
Oh. Didn't he like know that there was a summer solstice and the sun was like directly overhead in the city, and then it was like in another city or something like that?
Okay,
and he, like,
so
then he measured like the shadow of the wells, depending on where they were and which cities they were in.
Okay. So it sounds like he has
illuminated the water on the bottom and stuff like that.
Yeah, two different angles to the sun.
Mm-hmm.
So therefore, the Earth's a ball.
I don't know, man. I don't know what the fuck it is. Go back to fucking tell us what the fuck the ISS is, mate.
Well, so how is that a curvature measurement, though?
Let's fucking talk about what the ISS is and like.
Because what was actually
can we just finish up here with Eratosthenes?
Yeah. What was actually directly measured? Yeah, 1 sec, flying high. What was actually directly measured? Shadow angles. That's what was
he was measuring the shadow angles. Yes.
Right. So that's not a measurement of Earth curvature, because we can have diverging shadows, obviously, on flat or curved surfaces. You're certainly not measuring any kind of curvature. What you're doing is inferring curvature from shadow angles, along with a bunch of assumptions about
That's right. He assumed that the Earth was a sphere,
globe in the first place.
that the sun's rays were parallel.
Exactly. Assumptions.
Yeah, that's right. But we don't have to make assumptions these days, mate, because we've got fucking satellites. Now, I know you guys don't believe they exist. You call them satellites.
Nobody said that.
I don't know. I fucking know what you guys think. You think that they're bloody satelloons. They're fucking floating around up there. Giant balloons.
There's other things that could be too. That's one. That's one.
Okay, well,
but
now
and it's not
what
a
else
thing.
are they?
That's one, but that's not a thing. We saw the balloons.
All right.
Calm down. I'm not listening to me, Busta. I'm not heretic of the other guys. I was being very whatever. You can talk to him.
What are they then, mate? What's a satellite?
No, yes, he's trying to get you
floating around in space. What is a satellite?
Yeah, so satellites are your claim, right? That's what satellites are.
I'm not making
so you think that
what are those things that you see floating?
Yeah, so those are that would be your claim, because you just said a minute ago we got satellites now. Satellites measure the globe.
You guys say that they're satelloons, right? They're
no, you're trying to say that we say that. I don't care what they are. I'm asking you how we know that the Earth is a ball. Is satellites the direction you want to go?
That's the modern way, yeah.
Okay. All right, so in order to have orbital mechanics of a globe, you'll need to have a measured globe radius. So who did that to begin with?
Doesn't matter who did it at the beginning.
Okay, well, how did they measure the Earth to be a globe in the first place in order to derive the orbital mechanics necessary for satellites?
The element.
Globe satellites.
Well, fucking, I don't bloody know that question, mate. So fucking there you go. Does that mean I'm wrong?
No, that's fine.
I don't know the answer to that question.
Great, that's actually awesome.
Well, why don't you tell me what a fucking satellite is then, mate?
Don't have a clue. I don't have a claim as to how a satellite actually...
There you go. Good. You don't know that either, so we're even.
Yeah, so there are people who have... Yeah, but the thing is if I don't know something, I don't make a claim about it. We talk to people every single day.
I'm not making no fucking claims either, mate.
Claims about what satellites are. They have very specific claims about what they are, contingent on a ball Earth, and they can't tell us how any of that is known.
Buster, just quickly, I don't know how much you've had.
What fucking size it is. I don't know what shape it is.
Hey, Buster, just some advice. Like, I don't know how much you've had to do with debates or around these sort of topical of flat Earth debates. But, you know, when you make a statement and say, well, today we have satellites that measure the Earth and show us the Earth, well, then in a debate forum, that's a positive claim. And then when you make that positive claim, you need to be coming up with some sort of evidence supporting that claim and not just sort of speculating about it. That's why Heretic's bringing you back to, well, first they had to have the curvature of the Earth. So where did that come from to begin with? So, you know, if it's a bit different having a discussion than actually making some of these claims. And I just don't feel like you quite understand with that in that context of debate that when you make those statements that there are claims.
Look, I appreciate the level-headedness, AJ. He's saying satellites exist is not a claim, right? They exist. But if you guys don't believe they exist, then what are they?
Well, stuff in the sky.
It depends on what your definition of a satellite is, I suppose.
Yeah.
Because if your definition is that it's something that's orbiting around a sphere out in space.
Because I've said that already. I've said they have satelloons. You guys know what a satelloon is, right?
Yes, and we've seen them come down. There's photos, there's evidence of that. We also know that NASA's the biggest user of helium.
Yeah, so let's just stick with that.
They might
fucking space. Forget the fucking satellites floating in bloody orbit and all that shit. Stick to the fucking satelloon.
We don't know the full extent of everything they're doing up there. It might not just be satelloons. So unless somebody knows, why make a claim about it? Right?
I'm not making a claim. The fucking satelloons exist.
I'm saying I'm not.
But you can all agree that a satelloon exists, right?
Yeah, of course. Yeah. Of course. That might not be the full extent of how they do things up there, but yeah.
I don't care how they do things, like, whatever, mate. It doesn't matter. Like, fucking, we'll never know.
What's your question?
I've got a question, right? So, we all agree that satelloons exist, right? Now, do we all agree also that you could essentially rig one of those fuckers up with a GPS fucking sensors and shit and mapping systems, and you could actually map the fucking Earth? Do you agree that that's very possible and they can do that?
Well, what they claim to do is
how else are they getting the GPS, the maps? Like, if you look at a fucking map, like
if you have a look at how mapping's done, even from aerial mapping.
Aerial mapping. So how are they doing that?
If you have a look into aerial mapping, I was actually in a discussion about this today. When they do aerial mapping, they predominantly use ground-based points, known ground-based points that have been surveyed on the ground. So we're led to believe with the technology it's all done through GPS and all this other stuff, but predominantly, no, it's not. Now, we know that a plane and a vehicle can use a GPS, but that's not accurate enough for mapping. It's always ground-based points that are referred to.
Hang on a second. What? Mate, they were doing fucking map surveying from fucking balloons back in the 1800s.
Yep. Yeah, I'm not denying that.
They were taking photographs.
NASA's
taking photographs of the ground from balloons back in the 1800s as well.
Yeah, dude. Can I say one thing though? All right, Google was paying regular people like us to take drones and set up balloons and other stuff and get high altitude images so that they could weave together Google Maps when they were first developing it. So it's not just satellites that were going over or whatever. These were regular people sending things up and sending Google pictures.
Awesome.
Yeah.
That's perfect. I'm down with that, mate.
And then they wove it.
And they still do use airplanes and they still do use balloons. They still do use these things.
No,
However,
I love this.
It's always referred back to ground points or known ground points. And it's also generally referred back to previously surveyed ground points.
Awesome.
I'm not saying they don't use planes to fly over.
I get it, man. I get it. I understand. I agree with you. Right. So let's go on that one. So if you guys are saying that they're fucking all ground points, right? So we can agree that all of this, the map surveying that we all use with Google Maps, right? Can we all agree that that's all just purely ground based?
I'll agree on Earth's surface.
Yeah, so the accurate look. Have you guys ever used Google Earth? Have you ever fucking like zoomed in on your own fucking house or anything like that?
Yeah. And when you zoom in, you can actually see at the bottom of Google Earth where that picture apparently came from and what height it was at.
Yeah. And that's from the fucking cars that drive around on the streets with the fucking sensors and the fucking...
No, if you zoom in on Google Earth, like I'm doing right now, okay, it'll tell you when the photo was taken. And I was looking at this today because some of it doesn't make sense, but this isn't probably the room to talk about. But if I go over some land, I'll tell you what it says.
Far out, it turns into cartoon.
Tell me exactly.
Here it says, I'm at a height of 1,000 meters, and it says imagery date 10th to the 12th, 06.
It's a location so I can cross-check this, please, mate.
Sorry, what was that?
It's the location thing you're viewing so I can cross-reference and check this, please.
Oh, yep, no worries. Well, if you're on Google Earth...
Yep.
I just zoomed in randomly.
Right, so where is that?
Pretty much on the prime meridian line on the Tropic of Cancer, which is about just to the left of Nigeria, or Niger. I can go over Australia, though. I'll move to Australia. I did it last night.
Let's go somewhere like really iconic, like Sydney Opera House or something like that.
It doesn't really even, it's irrelevant.
It is fucking relevant, mate.
Saying that you can actually see where these images came from. It actually states it at the bottom.
Cool. So let's just say that they're all coming from the ground, or they're coming from a plane, or they're coming from a balloon, right? Let's just all say that they're not coming from a fucking satellite or orbiting the fucking whatever the fuck this thing is that we're on, right? We all agree that it's not coming from a fucking orbiting satellite. So it's either coming from a balloon or a plane or a ground-based fucking surveying system or some sort of thing like that, right?
Well, these are some of the things that could be used, but like we were saying before,
so can we all agree
what else they are doing.
Can we all agree that it's something like that?
I don't think we can agree that it's necessarily limited to those options. There could be other means of doing things up there that we're just not privy to.
I'm not talking about up there.
I can agree with you they're not orbiting.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. So can we all agree that they're not orbiting? So these aren't coming from a satellite orbiting the Earth?
Not necessarily. They could be orbiting a flat Earth.
Yeah, orbit's only a transit above you, bro. I could orbit my house by walking around.
That's just a speculation that you guys are speculating. You guys don't like that.
No, it's not. Orbit is above you or around you. Doesn't mean it's.
We're not talking about. Wait, old mate, we aren't talking about fucking orbiting satellites here.
Yeah,
Orbit means a circular path. That's all it means.
But we're not talking about orbiting. We're just talking about fucking satellite maps or whatever the fuck you want to call them. The detailed, like, terrain maps that you can see. Like, okay, I'm looking on Google Earth right now, and I can see fucking Sydney Opera House. I can see fucking trees.
Yeah.
Now,
zoom out to 1,000 meters.
On Sydney Opera House?
Yeah, Sydney Opera House.
Zoom out to what?
1,000 meters, I believe it's at. Sorry, 18 kilometers the camera's at. 18 kilometers.
Hang on. It's moved.
If you type in Google, if you type in the search up the top, Sydney Opera House, it'll take it there and pin it there for you. And then zoom out 18 kilometers.
Right, I'm at 10 kilometers. So zoom. Oh, fuck this. Trying. It's fucking fiddly. Look, I'm at 10 kilometers. Is that good enough? It says Google what is it? SIO, NOAA, US Navy, NGA, GBR. Is that what you mean? Stuff like that?
Yeah, there. So this one's come from the US Navy. I don't know what the GEBCO, you could probably look that up, but as you zoom out or you go to different places, it will actually tell you it's a different type of aeroplane. And if you look up look all that up and do some research on that, there's a company that work with the government to provide all these images via plane.
Yeah, they use a bunch of different things to get these images, right? So we can all agree that they're images or photographs taken from aerial viewpoints, right? They're stitched together to form the Google Maps that we can all use to navigate around in our cars and shit like that, right?
Yes, but they're still not accurate at a large distance. They're only accurate on the ground.
Yeah.
I suppose, like
It's
when you're
accurate enough
using,
to-
say,
it's
like I
accurate
don't know
enough
where
to-
you live, but you know, in Australia, you open up a Melways, you've only got your little local suburb in your map book. That's accurate, but not as accurate when you zoomed out on Google Earth. They're just pictures.
I used to navigate around using the fucking Melways and the apps and all that shit. But then when the smartphones came out with the GPS, I switched to that. I never
But do
got
we know
lost.
that GPS is coming from satellite?
I don't fucking know where it's come from. It doesn't matter, right? That's what I'm saying. It doesn't matter. Even if I said satellite, it's just me slipping up with my words. Just forget the fucking fact that it's something orbiting around.
Yep,
right?
righto. Yep, go.
So these things, right, that are taking these photos and then stitching them all together, giving us a nice, accurate map wherever the fuck we are on the earth, whether you be in bloody Sydney or New York or wherever the fuck you guys live, right? Do you all agree that those are accurate? You can navigate around in a car or on foot, find your way around within the accuracy of, let's say, 1 or 2 meters, a few feet.
Well,
would you guys all agree that that is something that you've all experienced?
Yeah, you might drive into a ford or a river, or find yourself on a road that's not on the map.
Yeah, I know a few fucking senile old cunts have done that, but come on now. Have you done that? I've never done that, mate. I've never driven off a fucking cliff or off a fucking lake.
Young fucking clowns have done the exact same thing. Just follow the sat nav and drive straight into a wall, bro.
Well, I've actually witnessed that up in Queensland, where I'm from, where people that go and buy, like, we have these rich dudes buying these big motor yachts, never had a boat before. And when you came into the marina where I was, there was a bit of a kink in there, and you really had to follow the navigation lights because there was a big rock wall. And how many of them have just followed their GPSs and slammed into that rock wall is amazing at night.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Yep.
Sure. Well, that's the thing. Like, that's why they say that there's, only an accuracy of, like, a certain amount of feet or a certain amount of meters.
And it can get worse and worse.
If you're on a boat, yeah, exactly. If you're on a boat, a few fucking meters is the difference between crashing into a fucking, a brick wall or something, or a rock wall or whatever, right? So let's all agree that they're not, like, pinpoint fucking accurate, but they're accurate enough. Yeah. If you're walking around on the street or if you're driving your car, you can get where you want to go. You can get from A to B, right? I think we've all fucking used fucking Google Maps or Apple Maps or fucking whatever you fucking, Open Maps or whatever. I'm sure all of us have used them at some point in our lives. Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. So my next question is, why don't you guys have flat Earth map that accuracy made from all of those images?
That's what they use.
Well, first of all, first thing I would say, if we were looking at this from a debate standpoint, then this would be an argument from ignorance, and it wouldn't really be a valid question. But realistically, yes, that's what we are using on a local scale. Yeah. All mapping, planar surveying, they use elevation angles, plane triangles, and they assume a flat plane.
Parallel axiom.
I mean, they assume a flat plane.
So planar surveying up to 200 square kilometres, they're assumed as flat. They do not account for curvature. That's what's used for bridges, buildings, housing estates, your house, my house. It's all as flat, and again, for larger scale as well, it's all flat measurements.
You mean
and
for larger
it is
scale,
then maths used to bring it back to an assumed sphere.
Do you mean, when you say larger scale, do you mean over that, what was that first distance you said? Was it 200 meters? 200, what was it?
200 kilometers, I believe it is, off the top of my head.
Use it for aviation and nautical.
Right, so why, so, yeah, okay, so So you said it's up to that 200 kilometers. So why is it only to that?
Well, larger scales than that, they're still measuring it in increments, and what they're doing is they're using triangles to do it.
So hang on a sec. Look, all right, I got a question for you. So this is engineering, right? Engineering and surveying, right? Like, because engineers, if they're going to build a large-scale project, they're going to have to rely on surveying for that large-scale project, correct?
Yep.
Can we all agree upon that? We all agree that engineers, to build large-scale projects, need to rely on surveying as an important first step.
Absolutely.
In order to build. Yeah? Okay, great.
And they have instruments for that too.
Yeah, awesome. Okay, so this is what really fucking confuses the fuck out of me, and I'm hoping maybe some of you can help me fucking work this one out, because it fucking confuses the fuck out of me and I can't get my head around it. So you're saying that the engineers, when they're surveying, they base it all on the Earth being flat, right?
Yes, on a smaller scale, yes, for your local building projects, bridges, buildings, yes.
Right, so with the surveying, are there two types of surveying?
Oh.
Well, there's planar surveying.
What are the types of planar surveying is one of them, yeah.
Yep, which assumes up to 200 kilometres flat. And you've got that's planar, then you've got geodetic and geodesic.
Yep, geodesic and geodetic, yeah, exactly.
It's not really...
Yeah. So surveying can be divided into geodetic surveying, right, where the curvature of the Earth is accounted for, and then plane surveying.
After the preliminary measurements are taken, the curvature is accounted for in the maths.
Where are you getting that from?
It's a parallel axis.
I was actually looking at this a couple of days ago. I've probably got a citation here for you, but that's what occurs.
So I'm looking because right now I'm looking at the National Engineering Handbook, Part 650, Engineering Field Handbook, Chapter 1, Surveying. Okay?
Surveying what?
Hey, surveying is the science, art, and technology by which lines, distances, angles, and elevations are established and measured on or beneath the Earth's surface.
Okay, just stop right there.
This is the important bit. Let me finish this last bit, because this is a really important bit.
Yep.
Surveying can be divided into geodetic surveying, where the curvature of the Earth is accounted for, and plane surveying, as it pertains to this chapter, where the curvature of the Earth is neglected and measurements are made with the Earth considered as a plane surface.
Just said it, dude. You just said it right there. Literally.
Okay, so now when you talk about the geodetic surveying, where the curvature of the Earth is accounted for, does it say at what stage that curvature is accounted for? How did they take their initial measurements? And like you just stated there, how did they take that angle? What is the definition of an angle?
May I say something real quick, please? May I interrupt for a second? It says, he literally just said it neglects it and goes with the plane surface of the Earth.
No, there's three types of surveying, and they do in geodetic and geodesic surveying, they do take into supposed curvature of the Earth. But what I'm stating is that it is done after the initial measurements. Planar surveying is done on a smaller scale, on shorter distances, and they don't take the curvature into account. However, you do have a good point, because even over that distance on planar surveying, we should be seeing quite a bit of curvature.
It's a
So
parallel.
I'll read that one more. I'll read that one more time for old mate fucking Yank Tank so you can understand it. So it says, surveying can be divided into geodetic surveying, where the curvature of the Earth is accounted for, and plane surveying, as it pertains to this chapter, where the curvature of the Earth is neglected and measurements are made with the Earth considered as a plane surface. So that chapter that they're talking about, the plane surveying, which is the smaller scale surveying, where they don't need to worry about the curvature of the Earth, they can ignore it. This is from the Engineering Field Handbook. You can look it up and check it out yourself.
Yeah, bro, it's not.
Just take my word for it.
That's the point of it. It's not accounted for at that level. It's not required. Normal surveying is just a
that's right, because it's a fucking smaller scale, a smaller area that they're building on. But when they're doing large scale projects, they have to account for the fucking curvature, and that's what it's fucking saying in the engineering handbook.
They're accounting for geodesy. They're accounting for this ball globe thing within the math at that level, bro. That's when it comes to using
things. Of course, they have to do that, because otherwise everything will fucking fall apart.
But the point is that Buster. The point is that the
sounds
initial.
Like you're having a fucking orgasm, mate.
The initial measurements that are taken are flat Earth angle measurements. So, again, if we define an angle, it's two straight lines. Now, they're going to give you pictures of the celestial sphere, and you're standing in the middle of this flat plane because they require their flat plane. And taking this measurement from the center of the Earth, that's not where you're standing when you take your initial measurement. You're standing on the surface of the Earth with a horizontal line. So it is the maths that turns this thing back into a sphere, not the initial measurements. The initial measurements all show a flat Earth.
If you're using a basic theodolite, right, it's a telescope with a mark etched in the lens, and a dude with a meter stick. Now you go up from that and you go to a total station,
what they use on plane surveying
for you. That's the
plane. Yeah, that's right. They're using that on plane surveying. They're not using it on geodetic surveying.
But that's what he just read too. He just read that. Literally read it verbatim. Plane surveying.
All right, point of moderation. Yeah, 1 second. Point of moderation. If you are a member of what's going on, old dude. If you're not a member of this culture and this server, please put yourself on mute. There's some people that are gold members and above that usually handle conversations like these. And if you're not that, can you please put yourself on mute? We let usually senior members in this Discord actually handle conversations like these. So if you're not that, once again, please put yourself on mute. If not, I will mute you. Thank you.
Yep. You want me at, man?
I've got a question about that particular.
No. You go ahead. Like you've been
what
dealing
makes
with
you a gold member or gold? I'm just curious.
You have to be able to handle a conversation that can thoroughly take somebody from point A to point B, and further into like what we talk about in here, as far as like educating somebody on what they know and what they do not know. So there's a conflict of understanding. So if you well, we have Flying High. His name's AJ now. AJ and old dude, we're talking to you. So we'll continue down the path of letting them, take you further in. But we'll just let that conversation flow. So I don't want it to be interrupted by other people who are just saying things that would take the point away from what they're saying, because they're on good points right now.
Just so you know, Mayhem, I actually checked Buster in today in VC check-in, and we had a pretty good discussion in there. But he says he's on the fence, and he's asking questions, and I think he is genuinely asking questions, and that he's not trying to troll or anything.
I want to know what these are the things. Like when I read stuff like this in the engineering fucking field handbook, it confuses the fuck out of me because it just doesn't make sense.
I'll be on mute. I'll be on mute, AJ, and old dude or whoever was handling the conversation. If I need to, I'll jump back in. I don't need to right now.
No worries. Yeah, so again, that what they're doing there is, like you said, they're calculating for curvature after the initial measurements.
They're calculating for curvature after the initial measurements.
Yes.
Have you got a citation that can back up what you've just said? Because I'm presenting
may do somewhere. Yes, I may do somewhere.
I'm presenting like Fisher
so what you're presenting,
National Engineering Handbook.
Yep.
And I can
what you're presenting there, though.
In the chat. Yeah.
Okay, so it says it takes into account curvature. At what point does it take into account curvature? When they're doing geodesic and geodetic surveying, what tools are they using?
Distance. I think it's over that distance that you originally said, which was, what was it, 200 something, wasn't it?
Yes, so what tools are they using and how are they taking these measurements?
I would have to read more of the handbook.
So just actually claiming, because it states that curvature is taken into account without knowing what tools are used, what they're actually doing, how they're taking these measurements, and at what stage curvature is taken into account would be very important, wouldn't it?
I agree.
The first point of that would be what tools are they using and what measurements are they taking to do this?
I agree with that as well, absolutely. Apparently they use a variety of tools and equipment to acquire spatial data and make precise measurements. Some of the most common tools used by geodetic surveyors include total station, prism pole, prism and survey tripod, GPS receivers, digital cameras, computer software. I can go into great detail of each one of those if you would like. Total station is an electronic optical instrument used in modern surveying. It is an electronic transit thermodolite integrated with an electronic distance meter, or an EDM, to read slope distances from the instrument to a particular point. Prism pole, prism, and survey tripod. These are accessories used with the total station to acquire spatial data. GPS receivers are used to determine the precise location of points on the Earth's surface using signals from GPS satellites, but you guys don't believe they exist, so I guess we can ignore that.
Well, at the end of all that, the crux of all these things, what they're doing is they're measuring both horizontal and vertical angles. The horizontal baseline serves as a reference for measuring the vertical angles, which are later correlated and taken into account for the Earth's curvature.
What they call the reference ellipsoid, right?
I'm not sure what they call it. I'm just reading some notes I got here in front of me.
Well, I just told you.
I've been looking into this.
Reference ellipsoid. That's what they call it.
There you go.
It is a reference ellipsoid. I've never heard of that.
So they take measurements and then they use this thing, and now it's a globe.
It's basically done with the maths. But again,
so not with the actual measurements itself, then.
Theodolites, total stations, GNSS, global navigation systems, receivers, all they're all doing is measuring both horizontal and vertical angles, horizontal baselines as a reference for a vertical angle. So you need a horizontal baseline, therefore the Earth is measured as flat regardless of what they do after that.
Reference ellipsoid is a mathematically defined surface that approximates the geoid, which is the true imperfect figure of the Earth or other planetary body, as opposed to a perfect, smooth and unaltered sphere, which factors in the undulations of the body's gravity due to variations in the composition and density of the interior Mathematically, a reference ellipsoid is usually an oblate, flattened spheroid with two different axes. An equatorial radius, semi-major axis, and a polar radius, semi-minor axis. I'm just reading it out because old mate fucking said reference ellipsoid.
Yeah, so what they're doing, again, is they're taking elevation angles, they're taking angle measurements, and then they're using maths, this ellipsoid, to turn it back into the sphere that they believe it is. But again,
and you know what?
Nobody's ever measured drop over distance.
And guess what? It fucking works because the fucking huge, big, massive projects like dams and fucking kinds of huge shit doesn't fucking fall apart.
I actually haven't seen anything that actually takes curvature into account.
Are you kidding me, mate? Like any large fucking engineering project does. I'm reading that straight from their fucking handbook. So,
Can you show me a large engineering project that's being done, or a bridge or something that's taking this curvature into account? But regardless of that, we're getting off topic here. We really need to go back to these elevation angles and these angle measurements because, again, these original measurements that are taken are measuring angles with a vertical line, taking an angle to a horizontal, a 90, something that you cannot have standing on the surface of this globe. So who cares what they refer it back to? What's the original measurement? Flat.
I'd just like to point out a bit of fallacious reasoning as well to add to your point here, AJ. If I could direct your guys' attention to live stream voice text number 1. There you go. I need you guys to look at what I'm just clipped out from a fallacious reasoning standpoint. So we call this the pragmatic fallacy. What he just stated, because it works. So he's stating because it works, then therefore the Earth can be a globe. So the description of the pragmatic fallacy is such as this: claiming that something is true because the person making the claim has experienced, or referencing to someone who has experienced, some practical benefit from believing the thing to be true. The practical benefit is often summarized as it works. The person is confusing the truth value of the claim with the results from believing the claim to be true. So then it gives you the logical form. I believe X is true. Believing in X results in practical benefit Y. Therefore, X is true. So that's called a pragmatic fallacy.
Cool.
So
awesome.
Busta.
That's one, brother.
Right,
Yeah,
but
good
I'm
shit,
saying,
bro.
I'm just pointing out
I
that
get you. I get you.
fallacy, so.
Oh yeah, you're right. You're all good, mate. You fucking got me on that one. Look,
Well,
I get it.
Gotcha. What it is, Busta.
Yeah, no,
what
it is, mate. It's all good. It's all good.
But check this out.
It's good. I
know, but check this
understand
out.
all the little logic games you guys like to play.
No, it's not a logic game. This is how we communicate. Busta.
It's all
Like,
good.
listen.
It's all good.
No,
No,
relax,
You
relax,
got me on
brother.
the logic. You got me on the logic. It's great.
The logic is
congratulations.
needed.
No.
Relax.
Here's a little clap for you, mate. I'll give you a little golf clap.
All right, so I'm gonna have to mute you because
Mayhem's one of our main guys in here. He's actually a good guy. This is how these points are argued, man. Like, you know, if it's a fallacious reasoning, then
I'll
it's
tell
not
him.
it's not logical, man. But
I'll let him know. Thank you very much. Busta, I'm just telling you this because when people commit these logical fallacies and you say you already know that's our game, it sounds to you like it is a game, and it's not. This is how we reason and talk to people. If we can communicate in a way that's reasonable and logical, then we're able to speak the truth. So if true things are being spoken here and people are committing logical fallacies and we don't point them out and explain why they're committed and what they were about, then everybody else, like the listening audience, doesn't understand why what you're saying is either logically consistent or illogical. So having to point them out does lend credence to the conversation. So people can say, okay, maybe he was logically inconsistent, but is there a reason why? And this is the reason when we go through these logical inconsistencies, such as the one I just pointed out, it gives you a better stance as to like, wait, maybe I can rethink what I just said. Okay, so and I'm only doing it for everyone's benefit. I'm not just pointing it out because it was a logical fallacy, but because perhaps you can, rethink your position and maybe think maybe it was a logical fallacy, right? Pragmatic fallacy, like as I just stated. So I'm going to go to mute you, but
And secondly to that, like I said in the VC check-in, man, like if I was saying the same thing, Mayhem would be in here and calling me out on this and booting me out of this conversation and taking it over. We're all held to account here.
Everybody is. There's no distinction between flat Earth and globe Earth conversations. If you're able to handle the conversation well, then that's fine. But if some flat Earthers committing logical fallacies, then the senior members will jump in and kind of assess that convo.
Oh, I bet they won't, mate.
Yeah, no, we always do.
I can fucking
we
guarantee that they won't. No way.
No, they do. I can tell you that honestly, Buster. They do. It's honesty.
That's honesty, bro. We do it.
Well,
we held each other. We held each
flat earthers that I've ever fucking met that do that. That's
right,
true,
but that's why Buster. That's why this culture that we have in here, we've curated it for many years now. But we do it so that people don't mistake conversations from people just making claims to like us actually going through the logical and reasonable conversations that we have in here. If we can't reason with somebody, then we lose. It's a breakdown in communication. We're losing.
Oh shit! You lose to the fucking debate, 100%.
Right. So we have to have a good stance.
If you use a logical fallacy in a debate, you fucking instantly lose that argument.
No, that's incorrect. That right there is just an easy way. That's an easy way to say that I don't have to be held to a standard. Like you just want to say things, and if you're saying things that are fallacious in reason, then you're able to usurp the conversation and take it any direction you want. And that's just not logically possible in a conversation where people are speaking truth.
Well, in a debate setting, if you were to ask a fallacious question, well, I don't have to answer it because it's not a question that requires an answer. It's a fallacy.
You don't have to answer any fucking questions.
No, right, but logically, in that situation, I'm not required to answer it regardless because it's not actually a question. It's fallacious reasoning. There is no question to answer.
So I don't know. Old dude, did you want to? I'm sorry, Buster. Old dude, did you want to come in here and say what you typed in there? Because I don't think he understands the ramifications of this discussion.
I understand exactly what logical fallacies are, mate. And
not that. Not that. No, I want him to kind of tell you about what we do in here. Not.
Yeah, the forums maintain so that it's a fair and honest floor. Anyone pulling rank just to overspeak someone or play a ha-ha gotcha because that's fallacious. We don't do that, dude. It's purely for the sake of the argument and the fact. And like as I've said in text, I've actually banned flat earthers for using fallacious argument and not backing up their game and playing sneaky.
You fucking should.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah. I mean, don't feel that you're here amongst a group of. It's like you and all of us. Like we're actually all for you in this.
We want people to present the best. Go ahead. That was old, dude. We want people to present the best argument they can for a position that they hold. So if you're holding this position that the Earth is a globe, then do it without committing these logic. Well, we like to say that. Right. You're advocating for a position.
The position I'm holding is I don't know what the fuck it is. I want to know why you've got engineering handbooks that are talking about calculating or taking into consideration the curve of the Earth when they're building large-scale projects versus small-scale projects where they don't have to.
Right, so they're not.
If it didn't mean anything, then it wouldn't be in the fucking engineering handbook.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, okay, and I know why you're saying it. So I'd like to address that, if you let me, like without coming in. So basically, when people are doing things like what you just said, or committing these, instruction manuals to like putting information in there, is because they've been taught a specific way. So let's say, for the globe's sake, right? People are thinking the Earth is a globe that's spinning in the vacuum of space. Do they know that it is? Or are they superimposing a geometric shape over the Earth that they stand upon? So if I live on this Earth and I'm telling you it's a specific geometric shape, what is the reasoning behind that? Is it because I know that it is a geometric shape, like the way I'm claiming that it is, like an oblate spheroid? Or do I just say things because I've been told that it is? And I don't have any support for it being as such. I'm just telling you that the R value that I insert in any of the formulas for mathematical purposes, like in surveying, are inserted into the formula because it's a foregone conclusion, and I don't have to look back and see if the Earth, or validate that the Earth is a globe. So it's like saying the Earth is a dodecahedron because I was told that it was, and I'm inserting the formula for dodecahedron into the values of the Earth that I stand upon. So then you would say, well, how the fuck do you know it's a dodecahedron, man? Like, can we address that? Like, maybe you might have those questions, and I tell you, I don't need to do it because it's in the formula. Do you see what I mean? Like, I'm not questioning the fact where I got the geometric shape from. I'm just telling you it's already understood that it is one. So then it just begs the question, which is another part of fallacious reasoning, right? If you beg the question, that means that you're already putting what you proposed at the very beginning, that it is, in the statement that it already has been found to be what the geometric shape you say that it is, without any understanding of how it was even derived. So we're having a conflict in understanding right now. Like in this server, we're asking people to critically think about these questions. So like the road that perhaps you're on right now, as you're wondering why it's in there, we're asking the question, has it been validated that it has been looked at as the Earth being an oblate spheroid? So we're not getting to that. You're more interested in like, why did they put it in there? And we're telling you that is right now at best a secondary conversation or derivative topic versus the one that we need to figure out. How has it been validated that it is this geometric oblate spheroid that they're telling us it is? Once we address that and find out whether it is or isn't that, then we can address perhaps what is the reasoning behind them putting it into this manual that you're looking at. So we have to go back to the first premise, right? Is the Earth a oblate spheroid like they're telling us with the measurements that they say? Right, because this isn't our claim. Some people advocate for the claim that the Earth is a globe. It sounds like you're not, which, I mean, if you don't have a vested interest in it, I think it would behoove you to actually go back to the premise and investigate whether it is or not, right? Based on whatever fundamental information and knowledge base that you have. Is that fair? Like, I don't want to sound unreasonable to like not answering your questions about why it's in the surveying handbook. But I want to address the situation first off, whether it is actually validated as an oblate spheroid or not. Is that fair, Busta? Because we could argue the toss about why it's in that handbook, and you might say, okay, well that's fair, or disagree. That's not fair.
Yeah, I get that.
So we're not gonna.
No. Can I ask him a question, Buster?
I'm down with all that. I get that.
Have you seen the black swan image? Have they gone through that with you?
Is that the oil rig?
Yes. Did you understand what it was about?
I've heard about this and I've seen photos of it. People have posted it on Twitter, I think.
Has someone got the motor stolen? Yep, there it is.
It's posted for you. Go ahead, AJ.
Can you see in the live stream voice text?
Where do I see that?
Just above.
Does he have the roll?
Oh no, he's only got a voice roll at the moment.
Okay. Yeah, he's able to. If he's got voice verified, he's able to see it. So it's the text channel right above the voice channel you're in, Busta.
Is this an accept invite? What is this? Fuck.
No, just above live stream. You know where we were before, and we went to welcome and looked at the rules in that screen. Just above where it says live stream, where your name is now, there'll be live stream voice text. Just click on that box, and you should be able to see.
PC check-in.
No, below. Keep coming down. You'll see just above live stream.
So yeah, if the voice channel that you're in right now, are you
live stream voice text?
That's it. Real quick before you guys continue, I just want to give a shout out to Donato. He donated $5 to my channel. I appreciate you, bro. So thank you, Donato.
I've seen this before. Yeah. I got this.
So if P, then Q, not Q, therefore not P. So if the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, P, then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Q, geometric horizon. So that is our curvature calculator based off of their radius, yeah? So now we've got a picture here of a 1 foot observer height where the max distance to the physical geometric horizon that should be hiding boats and buildings is 1.22 miles. But we can see here that we got platform habitat at 6.21 and platform hill house at 6.21 and habitat at 9.41, and we can see the horizon is well in the distance of this picture. So the oil rigs have nothing to do with this. We're looking at the horizon well beyond. So we can see here, as per the modus tollens, if not Q, not P. Would you agree?
What I want to know is why are the cranes on the oil rig all fucked up?
Well, that's just due to the atmo conditions at the time. But regardless of that, we're not looking at those fucked up cranes because of the atmo conditions that are occurring.
Straight. They're all fucking crooked.
No,
and shit.
and it's exactly like we spoke about earlier when you're looking at a pool light through water. You know, the atmos contains water and, you know, it depends on the temperature and the density and the thickness of what's going on there. And you're going to see different images, but we're not concerned with that there. We're concerned with the distance to the horizon because we can see here, according to their radius, that physical sphere edge horizon can be no more than 1.22 miles in this photo, and we can see that horizon well beyond 9.41 miles. Therefore, it does not work.
You guys are basing that on the 8 inches per square mile thing, right?
Well, 8 inches per square mile.
Sorry, 8 inches per mile squared.
Yes, correct. Is good up to
that's
at least 1,000 kilometres.
That's to determine the drop height due to the curvature of the Earth, right?
Correct, according to their radius of 3,959 miles.
Yeah, so you guys, you're using the 8-inch rule.
Well, that's just not from that curvature calculator. This is done daily out at sea. You know, if you do any navigation at sea, you actually know that your horizon is always 1.22 miles from the observer's height in feet. That's a known equation for sailing.
Right, but you're not taking into account the observer's height and the atmospheric refraction.
Well, we are here. We're taking in the observer's height of 1 foot, which would dictate a horizon at 1.22 miles, a physical horizon, where we can see the horizon well beyond 9.41 miles.
You can see that far because of refraction. That's the reason why you can see that oil rig.
So you're telling me that the Earth is moving because a physical horizon at 1.22 miles cannot refract itself backwards over 10 miles. That's impossible.
Obviously, that photograph is only possible because of the refraction, and then you can see that on the crane.
So you're claiming that the horizon,
mate.
the physical. Hang on, no, it is a claim because what you're saying.
You can see the refraction on the photo. The evidence of the refraction is clear on the photo that I'm looking at right now.
Then the claim is
all fucking wobbly and bent.
Okay, so then the claim...
You can't have a crane like that to work. A crane like that will not work on an oil rig.
No one's denying the wobbly cranes, so just hang on for a second. I'm not denying your wobbly cranes and what's occurring there. Yeah. Okay, but what I am denying... Right? What I am denying is that according to your logic and what you're stating here with what's occurring with the cranes, your statement is that the physical curvature of the Earth that is supposed to be at 1.22 miles offshore from this observer has now refracted itself backwards over 10 miles, allowing us to see that distance of 10 miles. That is impossible. That is not how refraction works.
Here's the other problem. It makes.
I'm going to be honest. I'll be honest with you guys. Maths is one of my fucking weakest fucking things. Okay, I'll be straight up honest with you. So you will be able to pull wool over my eyes with any mathematics because my fucking maths sucks.
Man. Simpler way, right? If we look at it in kilometers, let's just look at it in kilometers, man.
Calm down, man. Buster, calm down.
If there's a physical curve in front of your eyes,
calm down, cunt.
He's right, man. He's good.
Let's refrain from that, man. AJ's going to take you through it. If that's a bit more difficult,
we say cunt all the time down here in Australia.
I know. But what I'm saying is AJ will take you through it. If that seems difficult for you, he's going to break it down. So I think we'll give him a shot.
I just want to bring up one point.
Math sucks.
Well, this is a logical argument. It has nothing to do with math. If the horizon is moving around. Right, when you go look out at the ocean and you see the horizon at any particular location, if it's moving around, then the horizon is not a physical location, it's an optical location. So when someone says ships go over the curve of the earth, when they go off in the distance, you can't see the bottom, then you don't see the mast. Well, if that horizon's an optical effect, and it's not the physical edge of a ball, ships over the horizon, sunsets, anything using the horizon as some indicator of what the Earth is fallacious.
Yeah, this curvature at 1.22 miles is physical. It's a physical hill that you should not be seeing past that cannot move. Yeah, so let's try and break it down simpler in kilometers maybe, or, you know, if you've got a brick wall in front of you at 5 kilometers, is refraction going to make that, and there's something behind that brick wall, is refraction then going to make that brick wall appear that it's at 10 kilometers and bring all those things behind it back in view in front of itself? It can't occur. That's not how refraction works. What you're seeing with a bendy crane is refraction.
Also, a point of interest in this conversation is something that to think about, Busta. When we speak of this 8 inches per mile squared, do you think that we are using it from a standpoint of, like, let's say, a flat Earth perspective, that maybe some flat earthers came up with this math or formula to then kind of use it to debunk the Earth being a globe, as in it was our idea, like it's our information? Because I think maybe there's a point of conflict from your mindset to think that when it's being used in a way to thwart the efforts of a person thinking the Earth as a globe, like because we came up with it. I'm not sure if that's maybe why.
I know. I don't know, not at all, mate. I know that you guys are using the globe Earth calculations. I know that.
All right. No, but what I'm saying is, though,
you guys always you. No, but I get it. Like you guys always hold this over the globe people. Always.
Well, we're not holding it over them. We're just saying that this is a fact. However, we can prove
always use it. Not a fact. Like when you always go for the curve calculations when everything else fails. That is the one thing you.
No, what I'm thinking is, yeah. Do you think that it's valid to then what they're telling us the size of the Earth is using this math is valid to go into the field, right? Go somewhere and test to see if these calculations add up to what we're seeing. Do you think that's personal? Do you think it's reasonable for us to say, okay, we got some calculations here that somebody said, well, we're going to go into the Earth and go test them. Like, let's go see if that curvature is actually there.
Of course,
I don't see anything wrong with that, but unless you do,
there's nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong with that.
Right. So why is it in the argumentation when we're saying, hey guys, have you seen the 8 inches per mile squared? And then it gets thrown back to us as like, why is that a gotcha? Like in this arena, in this specific topic, it sounds like we're trying to get somebody on a gotcha when it's really like, have you tested it? We're asking people that. Have you seen if the Earth actually conforms to these numbers that this math that they're telling us? I mean, that seems a bit unreasonable for somebody to say, why are you using that math? And we're like, well, isn't this the math you given us? This is the math you've given us.
I'm not asking you why you're using that math. I know why you're using that math.
The radius can be a different value than the radius they claim.
Then why do you have an issue with actually using it and saying it's like a last-ditch resort? Because for me, this is the first point I go to, because if we're on the Earth, we want to directly measure...
point, whatever the fuck you want to, however you want to use it.
Yeah, but I use it first because I'm standing on the Earth and I want to know what I'm standing on.
Go for it. If you want to do if you wanted to come out swinging and do the power move straight away, go for it.
Well, it's not really a power move.
Every argument is derived from the radius. You can't have orbits, you can't have flight paths, you can't have distances, you can't have anything without the radius value. Yeah. They're all calculated off the radius.
It's a massive power.
So the mathematical Buster, the mathematical...
Then if it's a massive power, then it's obviously a massive gotcha, and there is no argument.
Think about it. Think about it, Buster. 1 second.
That's why the flat Earth is always...
We got a runaway train. Hang on. I'm going to have to mute you. I don't like doing this. All right, but when I'm speaking, I want you to be heard. I want to be heard so that you can understand the difference here, like what you're trying to tell us. What we're telling you, it's the mathematical construct of what defines the geometric shape. The geometric shape of the thing you are standing on is defined, right? The definition behind it. Like if I was to say oblate spheroid, what does that mean to you? Does that oblate spheroid have dimensions? Can we measure it? Because obviously, if that is the case, then we should have some math that actually dictates, math is a language. Math should be able to dictate what it is, as in the size, the drop rate over distance. All these things should matter to any average person who says, hey, I have a question. How big is the Earth? So we're going to go right there to that. So that's why it's important, because we're defining the very geometric shape of the thing we are with the measurements. So I'm sorry. I apologize that I have to mute you, but like maybe you might get worked up in this conversation. I just unmuted you, Busta. It's difficult, man. Like to have a conversation with somebody and reason with them that it's not our gotcha or first power move. It's like we're basically just telling you this is what they're telling all people. How are we not talking about this if it's the thing that should be in question? Are we validating the radius, diameter, and circumference of this oblate spheroid or not?
I've actually got a question for Buster. And, bro, I think if you're honest with yourself, I think you already know the Earth's flat, but you're fighting with it because it doesn't conform or it's something else, and you've got a real issue with it there. But I think that from the questions you're asking and what you truly do understand amongst all this argument, I believe you really do know it's flat. And but you have an issue with knowing that. Would I be right in saying that?
No, it's an interesting statement, mate. I've got a question for you guys. How long have you guys been researching the flat Earth?
AJ can tell you. I've been doing it 8 years.
How many years?
Oh, look, I've probably believed the Earth is flat for over 10, but actually researching it in depth,
I mean,
probably about 5.
Research.
Probably about 5.
Yeah, all right, let's go around the room.
Well, when you say research flat Earth, that actually means investigating.
Been researching everything to do with flat Earth. I mean,
not just online, but
investigating the globe model. Really, when you research flat Earth, you have to know the globe model first, right? Like,
yeah,
sure. But I mean, like the first time you ever heard someone say that the Earth is flat, and then they showed a bunch of things that made you go, "Holy shit!" Made you question the.
There was an observation first, right? So there's a well-known video of someone taking video or a photograph across Lake Michigan of Chicago.
Yep.
So the Chicago skyline. So I saw that news broadcast first before I ever heard about flat Earth or anything like that. It wasn't part of a flat Earth video. And this guy's like, this has to be a mirage. Well, it can't be a mirage because mirages are double images. There's 2 types of mirages. Well, there's 3 types. So there's the Fata Morgana, where the thing's floating above the water.
Yep.
Then there's the inferior mirage, where the bottoms are touching each other. And then there's the superior mirage, where the tops are touching each other. Other than the Fata Morgana, the other 2 are double images. And it's definitely not floating in the sky. So I knew right then that this guy's full of shit. This isn't a mirage. If you do the math, this view should not be possible. So why is it possible?
Well, the atmospheric refraction is obviously strong enough to make it happen.
Yeah, well, you investigate that, right? So you investigate this refraction claim. Is there any evidence for it? There's none. The evidence for refraction in the globe model is it's a globe. We see too far, therefore there must be refraction. But independent of that, right, is there any experiments? Is there any measurements, quantifications, models that work, anything? There's nothing. There's nothing to support it. And in fact, all the peer-reviewed literature on trying to quantify it, no model works, of dozens of them going back 150 years. They make no predictions at all. You can't, no model of refraction that exists in the world today makes predictions that are accurate. None. Not one. I can't show you a photograph, tell you the weather conditions, right? Go, okay, so here are the weather conditions, or here's a picture, this is the geometry, tell me what the weather was that day, based upon your model of refraction. Input the values, right? You should be able to reverse engineer and tell me what the weather was from a photograph.
Right,
because you guys are saying, here's a photograph, everything is displaced in some way, therefore there was a meteorological condition that made that image possible. Go, okay, so take your model and tell me what the weather was that day. Nobody can do that.
Obviously, it was a very clear day.
Well, for me, I used to spend a lot of time in the water. I used to live in Townsville up in North Queensland. That's where I'm from. Yeah, right. So I used to spend a lot of time out the reef fishing and stuff like that. And, you know, when I first got introduced into this and someone mentioned it to me, that was where I first started looking, because I was obviously given that Earth curvature calculator. And I was looking at navigation lights, I was looking at other ships, things out on the ocean over different distances and calculating heights and just going, wow, this is impossible. But you can also sit on the beach in Townsville and look at the beach at Magnetic Island 10 kilometres away day and night. You can see the people sitting there, you can see the water, you can see the lights along the footpath there. So
what are you using?
That was where I began.
That?
Sorry?
What device or are you using to see that?
You can do that with a good zoom camera. You can do that with even a good pair of binoculars.
Like a Nikon P series or something like that.
Yep.
You mean? Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you know, they have a whole bunch of tricks that those, and when I say tricks, I don't mean like making it false or nothing, but those cameras have a lot of pretty awesome tech that.
But I could clearly jump in my boat and go 10. I could clearly jump in my boat and go 10 kilometres across to that island and know that there wasn't like 7 metres of curvature between me and the other beach.
Okay. Yeah. I'm pretty sure that the Chicago fucking skyline is a bit further than 10 miles.
No, but there's, like 50, we're still restrained by a geometric shape, and according to that geometric shape, and you work out over that distance of 10 kilometres. Again, you call this a gotcha moment or a, whatever you want to call it, a power move, but it's just a simple fact. It's just a simple fact.
Yeah, that's what, you know, that's what I think. You guys always use the curve calculator against anyone who thinks that the Earth's a globe.
We're not. We're using it against the globe because we're testing we're testing the claim.
Exactly.
We're testing the claim that they're giving us, and we're coming up that their claim's not correct. So what do we do with that?
Because
we ignore that.
Calculations aren't exactly. You're kind of making some mistakes, and you're not really like.
But you haven't pointed out the mistakes, Busta. I think you're just saying we're making mistakes. You haven't pointed out the mistakes. Where are the mistakes being made here? If there's any to be made, are you just saying that because you want it to be a globe and you don't want to face the reality that it's not what they're telling us, or are you just
no?
Yeah, go ahead and point out the mistakes. Point them out to us.
Look,
where are we making
the reason why I was asking that, right, is because like I was originally asking you guys like how long you've been researching this for, right? Because I've been researching this for a long fucking time.
Yeah.
And I've already been honest with you. My weakest fucking link is math. Okay, so every time you guys bring up the curve calculator and all that shit, that is something that's very difficult for me to fucking get my head around. But I can get my head around just about everything else in regards to the flat Earth research. But when it comes to the curve calculations, because I fucking suck at maths, it's the weakest thing in my life.
Okay, so where do you think that outside of math?
But that's what the globe is. That's what the globe is, a mathematical equation. So if you're claiming the globe, you're claiming a mathematical equation. That's what you're claiming.
Yeah, all right. So So what you're not using the correct formula.
Yes. The correct what?
So, well, you guys use the 8 inches per mile squared to calculate the height.
What's the correct one? What's the correct one, bro? Tell us the correct one. Go ahead.
The following, right? Correct equation. For the purpose of accounting for observers' height and atmospheric refraction is R equals RE over K. H equals R over.
Do you have a citation, Buster? Do you have a sorry about that? Do you have a citation for this?
No, you're right. Yeah,
that makes it easier for the presentation.
I'm not sure, Buster.
No, I get that. I get that because I don't even understand the fucking math I'm looking at.
Hang on, Buster. 1 second. AJ,
you guys probably do.
Buster, 1 second, bro.
Yeah.
Hello, can you hear me? I said 1 second, bro. AJ, let him finish presenting it, and then we can go through what he's presenting. Buster, I'm gonna give you link privileges so you can post what you're gonna put in the live stream voice text. Is that fair?
I know he wants to go through it, but there's really no point.
Yeah, I just wanted
saying 8 inches per mile squared is not exact. It's just so.
Yeah, I wanted to give it a special.
I want to clarify something.
Oh, so now you guys are saying it's not exact.
Yeah, hang on, Buster.
No, let me clarify something. There is no exact formula. It doesn't exist. The one you're citing is not an exact formula. You know why? The sine and cosine, those functions, those trigonometric functions, those are not exact. Sine and cosine are an infinite series. They don't end. They're like pi, right? They go on forever. They're not exact. There is no exact formula. It does not exist.
Yeah, post the one you're going to do.
When someone says 8 inches per mile squared is not exact,
awesome,
they're saying nothing because there is no exact formula. It's a red herring.
And you've just debunked your own fucking curve calculators, mate. So you can't use that in an argument.
But
then
they're not our curve.
It's not our claim. It's not our curve
the globe curve calculator. Then you guys can't use that as a fucking gotcha to a fucking globe.
Yeah, well, we can use the claimed radius.
If you're saying that it's
whoa, 1 second. I'm gonna have to mute you again because I don't like doing this, Buster. But I wanted you to present the information so that we can actually look at it. I know that Indio told you, but then if you haven't presented something that we can look at to say that it's not the 8 inches per mile squared, that it's something else, we haven't even seen what you're presenting. So I wanted you to present that, and then we can go through it. But then this is another tangent that we're on right now. So if we're not being thorough, we don't know what you're presenting. I don't know. I want you to present it, and then we can see if that even matches why you say 8 inches per mile squared isn't the correct way. And it sounds weird right now to my ears that you're saying, I don't know about math, but let me present some math to you, and then saying you're wrong. Well, didn't your first claim say that you didn't know what math was or how to do math? Now you're telling us that math is incorrect? I think the listening audience needs some clarification, Busta, on your part. So please put the math in the live stream voice text, por favor.
Yeah, I'd also like to say, we are not the ones complaining about 8 inches per mile squared and that it's an approximation, right? They're all approximations.
Oh, Jamesy, I don't fucking math. You smart ass cunt.
Okay, so
can you just
WS?
Yeah, I can see you fucking typing there.
Busta, post it. Post the information. I was asking for the citation. Post it.
I mean, whatever. So they're all approximations. That doesn't mean that we can't use approximations to get an idea, right? An idea if it's close. There's nothing wrong per se with using approximations. The decimal system in itself, I mean, just throw away all math if you want everything to be exact. There is an exact formula in a limited scenario, so it would be up to 1/8 of the circumference. you can use Pythagorean's theorem and rational numbers. When I say rational numbers, I mean, 1/8, 1/16, 1/32, those types of numbers. That will be exact for an eighth of the circumference, but after that, it becomes inexact.
He deafened in you.
No.
When in the beginning of your statement, he deafened.
Yeah, I just hate this, 8 inches per mile squared. That's not right. That's wrong. It's an approximation. Yeah, well, it's approximately correct for about 1,000 miles. And the difference between it and the sine cosine function is something like in 1,000 miles, I think it's 3,000 feet. And from 1,000 miles away, you wouldn't even be able to see 3,000 feet.
Yeah, there's some incorrect.
You couldn't measure the difference between one and the other.
There's some incorrect logic.
He's just posted it to me, I think, because he's been server muted here for swearing in the live stream chat. The bot got him, I think.
Oh, the bot got him. But he definitely.
Yeah, so he's using the same. He's using the same formula as the one that was just posted by Clipcord from Flat Earth Debunk.
Oh, he's using that. Okay. So that's what he's saying. That's the correct. But he's saying it's a correct formula. How does he know that's a correct formula if he doesn't understand math?
Why is he using? It's funny, man, because if you look at this, right, this guy kind of gave it away. So this refraction coefficient, this 0.13, that's what they use in Europe. They don't use that in the United States. They use 0.76R is 0.166. It's not
right, but there's
0.3. Well, I'm just saying, just throwing that out there, man.
We can point out that this math formula is also begging the question fallacy, isn't it?
Oh yeah, of course.
Easily.
Begging the question on refraction, begging the question on the radius, begging the question all over the place.
All over, almost every point there. Which is kind of I wanted him to give it his best shot and post what he thinks. But because he says he doesn't know math, and then he posts this from a, he says, I don't advocate for the globe. I can't tell. Because that's all you've been doing this whole time, is advocating for the globe. And he's like, well, I'm not a glober. Yeah, you are.
Didn't he bring up surveying?
Yeah, you are.
Didn't he start there?
So, I don't know. I jumped in at that point. I don't know what else he was talking about prior to that.
Well, I mean, if he doesn't want to do any mathematical aspect, let's find out what he does want to talk about, and we'll talk about that.
Well, I've been talking to him because I did his VC check-in, and I've been basically talking the whole way through. I haven't really had any arguments or anything with him, but he's this is how a lot of Aussies are here. They talk this way.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't bother.
It's just a thing. But yeah,
some of you dead Culver's getting triggered now. It doesn't even bother me at this point.
Yeah,
I'd say AJ he's been a professional this entire time.
Well, AJ, what did he want to talk about? Like, what was his main thing? Like, what did he think was the evidence?
So, in the beginning, when we were in the VC check-in, he was asking me a couple of questions about gas pressure and stuff like that, which is, I then directed him and said, we've done the check-in. I think we should go into the room and ask these questions. And we covered all that and the gas pressure, but there was another globe guy in here that was sort of defending and chiming in and was making some statements about it just, tapering off and, in a gradient, and there's, no containment required. But I think we covered all that quite clearly, everyone that was in here. And then it sort of moved on to this, and it moved on to surveying, from there. And now it's moved on to this. After the Black Swan, I went through the Black Swan with him.
Yeah, I heard all that. I mean, I'm wondering, how can you even cover the topic without using any mathematics, unless you're going to just go look at this picture or look at this video and that's it. But then, even if you do that, how do you evaluate the video or the picture if you're not going to use any math to see if it conforms to the radius?
Right. There's no standard. Yeah, there's no standard by which you're holding the information that you're consuming. So it's just...
Well, there's obvious issues with what they've posted as well, They need to know the refractive index on the day. This is just, again, based on some assumptions or some averages, but at the end of the day, everybody agrees upon that an average of 8 inches per mile squared is relevant up to, I think, at least 1,000 miles.
Indio actually went through this with dogs are gods. You remember the conversation he had with him? He was asking him, what is the refractive index model that they have? What are they going off of? And he went to weather. I think he was one of the statements he made, Indio, to you was that he was using the refractive model from the weather. Like how they gather the understanding of like the different types of weathers that they have, like the weather patterns.
Well, so there's a whole bunch of models. That's the thing. Typically, 7.6R is just like an assumption. We're just going to assume, this bigger radius. But like, there's more intricate models which you actually plug in values, and then that makes predictions. But none of them match reality. So some use the meteorological variables, right? So a temperature gradient that's like 0.3 Celsius per meter elevation. And, this much humidity, this much carbon dioxide, just, you know what I mean? Depending on how complicated you want to get into the model, right? But none of them actually work, like do anything. And They all spit out different results.
And so, like, there isn't a model, a refractive model, that they're going to be able to use as a baseline or a gold standard. And then say they're going to apply that to the, whatever. Like, if you're saying you're looking at the black swan image, if there was such a thing as that model that would be able to detail what was going on, you'd be able to say how much refraction was happening at that moment, because it fluctuates throughout the day, like how much you can see in the
second to second, man.
Yeah, so you can't just say that it's so complicated because it's not a static it doesn't have static properties.
Exactly. And I think what he tried to do is bring up the generalized refraction model, right? Snell's law. Right. Didn't he try to bring that up? Which is just a general model. But we're not talking about the general phenomena of refraction. We're talking about it very specifically in specific context.
Yep.
Terrestrial refraction.
And so that can be only described in a very specific way, but like using Snell's law, you can't.
You can't use Snell's law. There's no boundary. Snell's law is simplified because it has a clear two mediums, well-defined boundary. It's not complex. But once you start getting complex, right, when you have a gradient,
density gradient,
all bets are out the window. Snell's law stops working, and you have to use other mathematical methods.
So when they say density gradient, you're like, okay, define the boundaries between these gradients. Can you do that? Where are the boundaries at? There is no boundaries. They have this, have you seen the depictions of where they show the layer cake of atmosphere? You got the thermosphere and the exosphere and all these other spheres that are above us in a layer cake, going up. So how do they know all of these? Everything seems so like well defined, static, like this is the way it is, kind of thing.
Yeah, of course, the air is super dynamic, man. It isn't just sitting there, man, unless you're like in the desert or something. And then what do we see in the desert? Mirages, see way too far, sun doesn't set,
air turbulence. Yeah, there's
air turbulence. Like refraction, like terrestrial refraction is more like looking into a slow moving river, right? At the stones at the bottom, right? They kind of like move around a little bit. But they don't like appear like 6 feet to the left or 6 feet to the right? They just like kind of shimmer or whatever. And that's kind of like what light does through the air, kind of like shimmers around, doesn't stay in one exact place. But what they're claiming is that the horizon is jumping 10 miles away from you.
It's interesting because you want somebody to actually think about things critically so that they won't fall into these illogical traps that they put themselves into, because we don't do it, they do it, like he does.
He's there, obviously.
Right.
Is he server muted?
No, he's deafened, AJ. He deafened himself.
Oh, is he deafened himself because he thinks that we've deafened him?
No, he locally deafened himself.
Yeah, if we deafen him, his headset will appear red.
And his microphone, if we muted him, it would appear red. Maybe he's just not.
I mean,
knowing how
he's done it before, accidentally deafened himself and thought he got shook in.
Yeah, that's what's happened. He's very new to Discord. Today it took us about half an hour and check in to get his mic working. and he was messaging me back and forwards.
Tell him he's locally deaf and AJ. So what's up,
Murray, man? How are you?
All good, man. I want just to tell you, like, I appreciate your work, and this guy, like, squeezing him to the corner instead of like just insta banning him, where like you just like he's just trapped now, and him defending himself, I think, is just like a claiming defeat. So very good job, guys, as always, and keep it going.
I think he just didn't know how to manage Discord. That's all. Buster, you're back.
Just had an error.
Yeah, I don't know how to fucking manage shit.
That's fine. We can pick up where we were at.
Crazy, man.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, we know the audio. Like, it took Nathan Oakley like 6 months to get Discord to work. The audio.
Yeah, people in here. It's not friendly.
Nathan Oakley is. Who's Nathan Oakley?
You should go and watch Nathan Oakley. He'd drive you mad.
Yeah,
he does a YouTube show called Flat Earth Debate, where they debate globers. It's pretty much.
Is he a flat earther dude, or is he the globe dude? Okay.
Get to hear like he tries to get on the best so-called globers and hear their arguments.
All right, so let's see if we can jump back into the point that we were at. Bust up, we got some time.
Did you guys see? Did you get the math that I fucking posted?
Yeah, we saw that. We were gonna go through it, but you have link images privileges. You can do it yourself in live stream voice text now. I gave you the permission to do so.
I think the bot removed it.
What?
I think all I know is the bot removed it.
No, he still has it.
Okay.
All I know is that I got muted and the sound got muted and I couldn't hear or speak or anything. So then I was just like, "What the fuck?"
Yeah, you locally did that, so it wasn't us. It was the.
I didn't mute the sound.
Well, it was Discord then, so we'll just chalk it up to some technical difficulties. Anyway,
shutting down people in a debate is just not the way.
We didn't do that. We didn't do that, Buster.
All right.
So
when we do it,
my apologies if I, accused you or thought you guys did, because from my end that's what it looked like.
So what we're telling you, like when someone, so if you look down at Nappy, right, you see how it's red. His microphone is red. Look in this live stream voice text. When we do it, it's red. When you do it, it's white.
Yep.
Okay. Oh wait, hang on. If that's in.
When I do it, it's black.
If you look down below your name, where all our names are listed, and next to everyone's name, there's a speaker and a microphone, a headset and a microphone.
Yep.
You'll see Naffy's has got a red microphone. That's because if you put your mouse over him, you'll see that it says server muted. So if it's red, it's muted by the server.
Okay. All right.
One of us done it. Yeah. All right. All right. So let's see if we can go back to the argument that we were in, so that we can maybe cover some ground. I don't know your position. I asked you earlier, Busta, if you think the Earth is a globe. You said no.
I'm on the fence, mate.
Yeah, but it's good that you kind of listen. It's good that you kind of are challenging the fact that if it's a globe or not. So I can appreciate your stern position, because you don't want to just blindly believe something, right? Wouldn't that be fair to say that? Okay, but
not at all, mate.
But at the same time, let's try to be reasonable in this discussion. Let's not try to commit these begging the question, and if there is any fallacies committed, we'll just state it so that you can understand why. We can even go through why, people would commit these fallacies. But at the same time, you make sure that your position, the one that you just stated right now with this math, okay. And we'll go through it. That's why I wanted you to post it in the live stream voice text so everybody can see that.
Yeah, no, I was getting to that. I had to look through my fucking tabs. I've got a million fucking tabs, and it wasn't easy to find.
Okay, so can we talk about that image again, or?
Yeah, I mean, I sent you the link to the actual the website's written there as well, mate. It says hidden formula. Earth WS/hidden formula. So you guys can go there and check it out and go through, and it expands more than just what the meme says. But they, you understand why they've made the meme. They try and compress it all into easily digestible.
They're condensing it. Yeah, they're condensing it. We get the gist.
Of course.
All right, so we can go through that meme if you'd like. I think we.
Sure, go for it. I mean,
they've shown this.
Good luck trying to get me to understand it because I'm not good at math. But
no, we're not going to.
Well, we're going to. If you don't understand it, why would you post it? Why do you think that this is accurate? How did you evaluate this information? What am I?
Oh.
I mean, I just like, I should just trust these guys. Like,
no, well, I looked at the sources, right? And what are the sources? Yeah, advanced curve calc. I mean, you know, that advanced. Have you guys ever used the advanced curve calculator by Walter Bislin?
Yes, I've used a bunch of them. There's problems with Bislins. I actually use
the Walter Bislin one's really good because the Walter Bislin one's really good because it actually takes into account refraction and field of view and observer height, target distance, all these things, right?
Yeah.
Curve calculators do not do that.
Okay, so the problem with that is that you can take the sliders and adjust it to match any observation.
That's right, and then you can.
Yeah, so that's a post-diction, not a prediction.
You can. What you can do is you can adjust all those sliders so that they accurately line up perfectly with the things that you're observing in the real world. So, for example. You can go to a particular location. He's actually even got examples on there. You go to the fucking home. Where is it?
Look, I can get into like detail about each one of his like samples. There's problems with each one of them.
Yeah, he's got samples where he superimposes over the photos.
So if you look at the oil rigs one, I'll just use this as an example, and you look at what the values are in his default. He has the camera tilted up, and then if you extend the distance, the image of, you can see the rays invert, right? They actually cross each other and turn upside down. You're actually seeing a cut out piece of what you would see, because the distance, the default distance is 15 kilometers. Well, the furthest rig is farther than that. So if you expand it out, you change that default distance to say 30 kilometers. And look at the rays are inverted. According to his curve calculator, the oil rig should be upside down. But, yeah, the oil rig should be upside down according to his little refraction calculator. So when you have rays and they invert, they cross over, and like the ray that was at the bottom is now on the top, and the top ray is at the bottom. That is an upside down image. I could just go on it and show it to you.
Yeah, show me. I don't know what you're talking about, mate.
I'm talking about his refraction calculator.
Yeah.
So he's got two. Okay. He has a atmospheric refraction simulator. I don't know if you've seen it.
I'm trying to find it.
This one. I'll show it to you.
He might put the images up or post something in the.
Yeah, I'm gonna post it. Like it takes a second for this to render, so let it render.
There it is, Earth curvature simulation. Yeah. Yeah. So on this one, he's got a whole bunch of shit. It's got that Chicago skyline you were talking about. That's
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so you have this, right? So this is what he shows. This is like, oh, look, I use my calculator to match it, right? Let me show you. You can actually do the ray path. So if you
he goes side by side with the flat Earth simulation as well, too, right? You know that.
Yeah. So like they have these values, right? Globe, flat.
So
barometric pressure. So you can display the image. The path of the rays they actually take. So, in his so-called simulator.
Fucking better than any fucking simulator you guys have produced.
Because they don't make predictions.
When I say you guys, I mean the flat Earth community. I've never fucking seen a simulation.
Let me ask you a question. What don't you understand about the difference between a prediction and a post-diction?
I don't fucking know what that is, mate. So why don't you explain to me?
Okay, so you make a prediction, right? You take a model, right? So you have a model.
Prediction, to predict something, yeah. So
yeah, exactly. Yeah. So you go, okay, this is what I'm going to do. We're going to go out there, and we're going to feed this data into the model, and we're going to make a prediction, then we're going to go out and test it. And then if the test matches the model, where we can say that the model is accurate, at least for this test. They're not doing that. What they're doing is they're making the observation, and then they're fiddling with the model until the model matches the observation. This is called a post-diction.
No, you can go into his blog and it will tell you.
It's a sharpshooter fallacy.
Yeah, so I can take these sliders and these values, right, and I can manipulate them to match any image. But is that actually evidence that the conditions that existed at the time the image was taken actually existed in reality?
No, it just says you can get a pretty close approximation, mate.
Approximation to what? Reality?
Of course.
And how is that tested?
You're a 6 foot. Let's say if you're a 6 foot tall person standing on a fucking shoreline, looking out across the fucking lake to bloody Chicago or whatever from Michigan. Oh, and on a clear day, you can get pretty fucking close with your simulation and compare it to the reality.
Yeah,
but you're only supposed to see 3 miles.
But that's not what they do.
Well, listen, by manipulating the sliders, right, and changing, like just inputting any temperature gradient, even though they're non-physical, right? So say 20 degrees Celsius temperature gradient in 1 meter, which is absurd. That doesn't exist on Earth.
Have you checked his source code? Because it's all open source.
Busta, hang on. Let me just say this real quick. Let me just say this real quick, Busta. Check this out. Go to live stream voice text. I'm gonna post something for you. It was mentioned just like a bit ago by AJ. So I'm gonna post an image. It's a pretty funny little meme, but I need you to look at this. I'm gonna give it context.
Give me a second. The one of the.
No. This is just an image. I want you to think about like what we're talking about in here. So
is it the bullseye fucking shit?
Yeah, it's a cowboy drawing like he's painting lines around his bullseye, right?
Yeah.
So let me post the relevance to that in the next thing that I'm posting. It's called a sharpshooter fallacy, right? A man fires a gun several times at the side of a barn and then draws a circle around the cluster of the most of the bullet holes, drawing a target respectively like this doesn't prove that the sharpshooting skills of the gunman. No one would ever consider him being a sharpshooter, even if they knew what he'd done. So basically what that guy's doing up there is saying that he shot right dead center in the middle of that target when he's just shooting wildly. Do you know what I mean?
You're painting a target around a bullet hole that already exists to make it look like he got the target. Yeah.
Right, yeah. That's what they're doing.
And I want to demonstrate that this is actually what he's doing. So this is the render for the oil rigs. So if you look at these values that are defaulted in there, see how it says observer height, and underneath that, like you got the camera parameters. It says observer height, zoom, tilt. Yeah. Camera's tilted up 1/10 of a degree. Now, if you go through all his other samples, not a single one is like that. Not a single one. Now, you can also change this little, where these rays, right? This distance at the bottom, this distance in kilometers, 15 kilometers. Like I was saying earlier, if I up this distance, and I'm going to show it in a minute, to 30 kilometers, so it actually encompasses where the rigs were, you're going to see the rays inverted, which would mean, right, that these little blue lines are supposed to represent the path of light. Okay, these are supposed to be rays. So, but this distance isn't the distance to the oil rigs. It's less than what the oil rigs are. So when I expand this distance, right, and I make it farther, what you're gonna see is that the rays became inverted. So just give me a second to do that. You can talk, maybe, whatever.
Yeah. So I just wanted to draw your attention to the sharpshooter fallacy in that they're committing that in this specific model. They're drawing a circle or painting a target around their what they want you to look at, the information that's being given here. So they're saying that it's accurate because they're making it look like it's accurate, but they're not actually. It's not accurate. The accuracy of it is only derived because you're actually trying to figure. You're messing with the values. It's not the reality of the known, sample set of like what reality is doing at the time.
Yeah,
so,
they're not looking at the actual refraction compared to the actual picture.
Correct.
What they're doing is they're looking at the picture and adjusting the refraction until it meets the picture, which is not reality. It's not tested against reality.
So they're painting a target.
All right, I get that.
Yeah,
I get that.
So they're painting a target around the bullet hole. Is all they're doing. That's what they're doing here.
Awesome. So show me a fucking photo of those oil rigs without all fucked up cranes.
We can't. I already did actually. Look in live stream voice text. So this is 10. This is even farther away. This is 10.10 miles.
Yeah.
Yeah, I posted an image in live stream voice text. Do you see any fucked up cranes, any refraction, any weird shit going on?
Are you talking about the screenshot?
Yeah, it says impossible geometric globe horizon at 10.10 miles.
It's a YouTube video, right?
Yeah, it's a screenshot from a YouTube
cool.
video.
Awesome. Link me the original YouTube video.
Okay, no problem.
Yeah, but like even it presented something that goes against what you were saying.
I gotta go, guys.
Right?
I gotta hit.
All right,
I gotta press iron. All right, bye.
So basically presenting some information that goes against what the claim that you might have thought. Well, show me something that don't show bendy cranes, and when something's presented, you're like, I need to now apply some more rigor to what you guys are showing me. Don't you think that's a little bit illogical for you to say that when this is the information you wanted? And now it's like, give me more. I need to know more. Oh, no, that's not true. Like, why would you? We're presenting you everything that you wanted, and even showing you the reason why these guys are making them error that they have been with refraction.
Yeah.
So why doesn't that make sense, bro? Like, I don't understand. Why does
cranes have nothing to do with it? We're looking at the actual horizon. Can you show me how that physical curve that should not move is moving everywhere, and apparently it's actually refracting 10 miles back and then refracting everything that's behind it back in front of itself? That's just mind-boggling, dude.
Yeah, well, the reason why you guys use that black swan is because it's like a cherry-picked thing that happened on.
Bro, why do you feel this way? Why do you like, Busta? Do you see why your mind goes to these things? Like, let me dip into the psychology a little bit, and outside of hang on, Busta. Outside of I know you show me something. I'm going to talk about that photo in just a second, but I want to dive into a little bit of the psychology behind. I want to dive into the psychology behind why you are saying these things, and so you're not coming from a place of true skepticism or honesty. You're coming from like, I want the Earth to be a globe, and you're showing me evidence that it's not a globe. Now I want to retort in a way that I want to keep my idea that it's a globe, Busta.
You're not showing me anything that's fucking blowing my mind and convincing me.
Well, this should be blowing your mind because they're the ones that actually lie. They're the ones actually giving you a false idea of what their presentation of what they're showing you.
That's your fucking claim.
It's not. We're demonstrating
like that. Then no. If you make a claim like that,
they made the claim. Listen, they made the claim, and we're demonstrating that it's not true. They're making the claim. We're demonstrating that it's not true.
I'm demonstrating.
What extraordinary evidence are you looking for?
I've just shown you a photo of those oil rigs from the same fucking vantage point with the same distance, and the oil rig's totally behind the fucking horizon.
Okay, so what are we saying then?
Because you can see by the atmosphere, you can see by the color of the sky and everything. It's a different day with different weather conditions.
Okay, if that was the case, Busta, think about it like this. Yeah, I'm going to address your image now. Busta, I'm going to address your image now. So the image that you just posted, do you think that is a valid reason to say that refraction exists? That the last one that you just posted. Okay, so if that is
look, so if mate, that's the case, let me finish real quick.
What else are you going to tell me?
You can tell that there's no refraction because the fucking crane.
There's no refraction, or there is refraction.
Well, it's not as pronounced as what it was in your black swan fucking photo. The reason why your black swan photo is fucking possible because of intense fucking refraction, and that is proved.
All right. So we're talking about refraction.
Cranes.
All right. So you're talking about refraction, Busta.
Yeah.
We're talking about refraction, right? So if refraction,
the cranes are straight. Therefore, refraction.
There. Are you? You got it all out because you've said it like 5 times. You got it out yet? So I can start.
You're listening to me, mate. You just keep.
I am. You're talking about refraction being an issue, right? In this images that you're showing, it's representing.
I'm a little bit frustrated because I posted something you can't fucking explain.
Well, I'll tell you what, I can explain it.
Oh my God. Hang on a second. I just want to tell him something before we move on. If you're saying that it's refraction, right? And this is an issue right now where in one image you see bendy cranes, on another image you see half the oil rig, right? Are we good there?
Yeah.
Okay. The next thing I wanted,
half the oil rig doesn't have bendy cranes.
All right.
So the next fucking refraction.
So the next thing you got to ask yourself is how the fuck did they measure the Earth curvature? If there is a lot of difference in the ways that we see, how are you going to measure Earth's curvature? And who actually measured this Earth's curvature? You got to ask a couple of questions, right? How did they do it? How did they do it? And who? No, well, you have to realize, dude. If you don't ask yourself these questions, no, you are going into cognitive dissonance, right? Because you don't want to look at the information. Who's done it then?
Look at it, mate.
All right, then who's done it?
I've got a question
measured?
for you there, Bruce.
No, I'm not going to answer any questions. You need to answer mine. Answer mine.
How long have you been researching
Buster, answer my question. I'm not going to answer yours. You got to answer mine. I'm not going to answer your question, Buster. You need to answer mine. So the next step to move forward is you answering my question, which is who has measured the curvature of the Earth?
We went over this earlier, mate.
I didn't. I wasn't here. I was not here.
Talking about Eratosthenes and shit originally.
Eratosthenes. So Eratosthenes first measured this. How did he do it? What did he do to measure the drop over distance that you need on a geometric shape?
He was measuring the shadows of the wells.
Right. Is that drop over distance on an oblate spheroid?
You know
what?
Realize that like he was making assumptions 2,000 fucking years ago.
Well, we're not talking about him. Then if he didn't do it. Right, if he didn't do it,
a lot more accurate.
Buster,
but you know that he also wasn't ever spoken about till the 1900s.
I'm not worried about Eratosthenes.
Congratulations, they didn't find any of his fucking evidence until then.
Do you just you got diarrhea of the mouth, don't you? You don't want to shut up. I'm asking you a question. How did Eratosthenes? I'm trying to tell you something. You're not answering my question. How did Eratosthenes measure drop over distance? How did he measure drop over distance?
He measured the angles of the shadows in the wells.
Is that drop over distance?
No, it's
all right then. So we're not looking at drop over distance. So what I need to know on a geometric shape, who in history has measured drop over distance? Who's done that? Because we live on this geometric shape where drop over distance, like everybody's claiming now in this arena, everybody says there's drop over distance. If we're doing it incorrectly and saying it's not
You're watching 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live.
Different accent. Completely different. It's definitely not the different accent.
Sign of a mental illness, bust ups.
No, bro. Trust me.
Currently on I only know this because we covered one of his recent claim to be flat Earth debunking videos when he measured Earth flat with elevation angles.
You sound like maybe a Discord version of Thunderfoot.
I mean, I could take that as a compliment, I suppose. He's got a PhD.
He shouldn't, but yeah. He's got a PhD, yeah. That's funny. No offense. I look, no offense at all.
Get another baller in here with their dumbass baller claims. Do they have any scientific?
It's not evidence? A fucking baller. Shut the fuck up. I'm just saying. It sounds like Thunderfoot.
No need. No, you sound like all the other Kiwis.
I think Bust Up's a baller anyway. Bust Up, are you a baller?
Baller. I'm a big baller. I got two big ballers between my legs. Yeah. Ignorant glober. Who's a glober? I'm just relax. I just said he sounded like Thunderfoot.
We heard it 6 times. We got it. That's amazing. Astonishing. Now, is there any baltards in here?
want to provide scientific evidence for their globetard.
They never have any scientific evidence. They just have they argue. That's all they can do.
Thanks for the color commentary. I'm just asking. There should be a few baltards in here. Just very simply, do you have any scientific evidence for a globetard? And if you do, let's hear it.
Come on, you can get it. I know you can get it.
Omnivore says he has tons.
He's already been here. And he's already been here for geodesic surveying. We took it to the woodshed.
Is he the level equals flat as a religion guy?
Yes, he is.
Yeah.
Rinse and repeat. You define it. He says, "Yeah, so that's why it's a religion."
Level being flat is a religion now.
We ask him why he justifies that he can't. We define it and prove that it's not. And then he says, in the face of us proving why it's not, more importantly, QE, proving it's not, by definition, the reason it's not a religion, his answer to that is, yeah, that's why it's a religion.
Yeah, I got it. Thanks. I got it the first time. So, are you going to let him speak? We can provide we just want his single best scientific evidence for a globetard. That's it. Just one.
We can try. Omnivore. The single one best evidence. Scientific evidence. We live on a globetard.
Sure. It is measurements taken of a theodolite of height of objects.
No, it's Omnivore's cope.
Maths. Measurements aren't science.
So, we need the observed natural phenomena, the dependent variable first.
How long are you going to give me? I can give you I can show you my evidence. I can walk you through it. I can even educate Nathan Oakley about it.
Dumbo, we just told you that's not science.
It's going to take more than 2 seconds.
When you offered us measurements like a complete dumbass, you're still talking, you stupid idiot. It's maths. Idiot. You were asked for science. You obviously don't know what science is, and you're telling me what you can tell me. First attempt, total fail. It's maths, dumbass.
So I would say that celestial navigation is probably
measuring stuff. It's not science, you complete idiot. That's 3 times. Are you deaf? Are you deaf?
So, I see that old hoss thinks I'm mumbling. So, no, I'm not old hoss. I'm sorry. So, what I'm going to do is, I can explain to you.
You are an idiot, Omnivore. You haven't offered science when asked for it.
It's a category error, Omnivore.
This is a straight copium, man, into my veins. It's the pure stuff.
Adhom, dickhead, you don't know what science is.
So, what makes you think it's a category
error? You don't know what science is. You offered maths when asked for science. You want to acknowledge how stupid you are for offering maths? Idiot, I'm talking to you, Omnivore, the one you said you could address. I'm addressing you for your stupidity. You seem to be chanting through me addressing you. When you offered maths, you're chanting through the defeat. You offered maths when asked for science.
Somebody won't stand up for themselves.
It's been 5 times, Omnivore. Do you think if he just scores audio chaos, how wrong you were, it'll overcome that fact? It's only moderation by the server operators that will succumb to your chanting through me, Omnivore. You had to be server muted because you don't seem to want to accept the defeat. When asked for science, you offered maths. Now I'm calling you an idiot, Omnivore. Would you like to address that, idiot?
So I was asked for the best proof that I had, and the best proof.
No, you are not. Oh, you are not. You're a liar.
Scientific evidence.
So is deaf.
Measurements.
It's obviously deaf. No, you are not. 3 people, me, QE, and AJ, all used the word science in the question. So he's got to lie. No, I wasn't asked for a really specific standard. Liar. No, you're thick, deaf, and a liar. Oh, dum-dum. Let's give him the benefit of the doubt as he starts talking through the repetition of that which he couldn't hear because he's deaf. What's your best scientific evidence, given that you didn't hear and offered the incorrect answer to that omnivore, you idiot? Do you have any scientific evidence for the globe-tard religion that you've got? What's your best scientific evidence, omnivore? You want to try again?
So, celestial navigation is based on the principle
No,
that...
then shut up.
Oh my god, those are angles and it's a measurement, calculations, geometry and math. That doesn't have nothing to do with science. It's not
People
causing...
around you are pointing out how stupid you are, Omni. Everybody here knows how dumb you are. No, ain't gonna cut it. No, I'll just carry on with my measurements that are flat. Elevation angles. Flat Earth measurements. Definitely not proving a globe scientifically. Not only a category error, a flat Earth measurement that definitely isn't science that you're offering. What are you doing? Did I not already tell you not to use flat Earth measurements? I'm pretty sure I made that demand of you already, Omni, you disrespectful prick.
Yeah, it's a fail as soon as you try and answer that question.
1000% category error. You are measuring angles. You are doing math and geometry. There's nothing to do, it does have nothing to do with science. Cause and effect in the natural world.
Tell them that.
Don't give away the right
figure
answer.
that out.
Stealing QE's magic trick if you give him the right answer. Or tell him category error and why they should have said that as the answer. He's ruining the trick.
Yeah, but I started to have pity on him, because it was so sad. Just rambling like that, yeah.
You are absolutely correct. Don't get us wrong. The guests here, so typically everyone's in on it. Go on, chocolate.
Sorry, man. I just wanted to say it's one of those. Let them figure that out. Right? Because again, remember, these were the guys that tell us science proves everything years ago. Right? So they should obviously have a good idea what science is. Being asked if they have any scientific evidence for globe-tard should be pretty easy to sum up real quick. They don't. They can't. It's a shame. A hint to your globers out there. You know how you create more flat earthers? Keep talking the way you are now.
There's only one correct answer to QE's question. One and only one answer is correct. It does have a correct answer. Ask the question again, QE. I'm not going to answer it.
Do you have any scientific evidence for your globe-tard?
In the YouTube chat,
nope.
People in Discord maybe aren't watching. Just type in chat. If you know the one and only one correct answer to that, just type it in chat.
So
just be intrigued with
the way that you can tell.
Can I answer that? When you are done with them, ask me to answer if you want the answer. I know the answer.
Go ahead and answer it, Chris.
Well then, what's the right answer?
The answer is that the question was wrong. So
Correct.
Science doesn't study shapes.
On.
And the geometry of the objects. So that the question was have to be related to geometry and measurements, not science. Study of cause and effect in the natural realm.
So can you provide a citation of that? You can.
Points.
I know you can.
Omnivore who wasn't being asked.
I mean, the citations are telling you that
Omnivore
science
was asked and didn't give that answer, but Omnivore's decided it's his turn to talk. No, sir, you are absolutely 100% correct. That is the only correct answer. QE, you are in a category, not in a category error. That is a malformed question.
Correct.
Science will only elucidate cause and effect relationship, and the nature of Earth aspects or shapes is not the purview of the scientific method. It is a malformed question. You were absolutely correct.
By not stating QE, that's a malformed question, have shown without a shadow of a doubt that you are absolutely clueless what natural science and the scientific method is. You failed 5th grade general science. Thanks a lot, Globy.
Yeah, after getting the right answer from a random person on the Discord server, I couldn't see who it was. It might not be a random person, but I'm assuming it is. We got Omnivore, the guy who made that glaring error that we're all he's blissfully unaware of and we're acutely aware of. Decides to talk through the top of the correct answer actually coming. Oh, I'll just give you maths. Not only give you maths, I'll give you flat Earth maths for scientific evidence of a globe. Now, first, you need to identify the fact that that's a category error. Science doesn't deal with shapes and aspects.
He actually asked for a citation to prove it was a category error that science doesn't deal with shapes.
Yeah, but also his answer was going toward the right answer before just correcting the question, because he was talking about celestial navigation, measuring angles and those things. Yeah, he was going toward the right answer. So shapes, and he was using geometry, measure of angles, so measurement and maths and geometry. So that's the right path, but he had to just acknowledge that the question first was incorrect, not to use that answer as being scientific. So he considered the answer for him. For me, I understand that from his answer, it was considered as being scientific.
Right. It's a very clever phraseology from QE.
I can prove it using the scientific method. I can prove it using the scientific method.
Hold on a second. It's a scientific literacy litmus test. That's what it is.
Somebody say they could prove it with the scientific method? Really?
Yep. I can prove it with the scientific method. We can go through every step and prove the Earth is a globe right now.
All right. Observe natural phenomena, please.
Stars in the sky, comets going across the sky, the sun. Those are phenomena we didn't know about in the beginning. What next? Number two.
Pick one. Pick one.
Well, no, that's how there are stages to this, right? So I can show you how we can go from the first stage to the last stage to prove it's a globe. But you don't want to do that. I'll do it right now.
Observe natural phenomena is singular.
Okay, well, pick one. You want one star in the sky. What's number two? You want to go to number two now? Let's go to number two.
Hold on, everyone, slow down a second. You say stars in the sky.
I can prove the Earth is a globe through a scientific method. We'll go through each stage that'll end up leading to why we have a globe. Because we proposed something, we studied it, we actually demonstrated over and over.
Oh my God. So stars, yes.
Your naturally observed phenomenon. We're going step by step.
Yes. Yes. You said it. I'm affirming that that's what you've said. We've said pick one. That's one of them. You just need to say yes. Otherwise, no, I'm not going to carry this on. I'm going to ask the mods to end this if you don't just affirm what you friggin' said 25 seconds ago.
Yes, natural phenomenon. Yes, natural phenomenon, such as if you want to pick one in the stars in the sky, the way they move, or you want to pick Coriolis effect, and there's many different phenomena on Earth that prove it's a globe. Which one do you want to pick?
What a wanker. I just don't want to carry this on with a wanker.
I'm being honest. You can pick whatever you want. It's your choice. You pick it.
AJ,
pick it.
Now it's audio chaos because a wanker's decided to join in the discussion. So wanker's going to cause audio chaos. 4 times. One of the things on his list was stars. I ask if it's a yes. 4 times. You can pick Coriolis is the answer. What a wanker. This is globe-believing wanker 101. Yeah? You can't just say yes to one of the things you said. You've got to tell me that I can pick one of the things you said. I did when I said stars and asked you to affirm that that's the one you want to pick 4 times. But because you're a wanker with a globe belief, you've got to behave like this. You can't just say a simple yes. You're mentally retarded. It's beyond your mental capabilities, isn't it? No, I don't want to carry on the conversation anymore. You've proved yourself to be a wanker. Someone unreasonable, someone incapable of having a normal conversation. When we try You pin it down with 50 things and we try and pin you down to one. You tell me I can pick one and give me 3 more. That wanker behaviour's not reasonable. Meanwhile, just so we do the end of that little tete-a-tete shite from a globe-believing zealot cuck. Stars? What's that, stars? Like a concrete noun? Stars? There's nothing happening! Idiot! Dealing with retards. I believers are just stupid idiot victim retards. That's what they are. Losing patience with them. Go away and be thick elsewhere.
I find it unfortunate that he couldn't hold himself together just to provide one thing. As you said, he had to go provide a whole bunch. Didn't even hold it together.
Essentially, you could only scattergun. No, I will only participate if I scattergun you with multiple claims. If you try and peg me down to one, I'll tell you you can pick one and give you 3 more options. A prick, piss off. He's playing frigging games with these idiots anymore. Games, that's what you're playing? Games. Go off, play your games with your stupid fundy sphere belief. You know it's measured flat. This game won't make any difference. It'll just demonstrate to an audience that you're a prick. You are. You're all like it. This is how you think it's reasonable to behave to defend a globe faith. I'll just behave like a prick.
And may I say something very fast? So Killian, he didn't pass the first step in the scientific method. So he struggled to just provide just the first step, which is the natural phenomenon that we observe. So that's the first step. We didn't pass the first step in his first argument.
Exactly. He failed at step 1. Observed natural phenomena. He gave a concrete noun. And he said Coriolis. What a not actual deflection. Like, you retards. You're going to give me an illusion and claim it's a phenomena. You bloody fools think illusions are phenomena. Ugh. Thick as shit.
Yeah.
Well, I believe the whole idea of this entire thing is to actually have a conversation versus just minute-manning and splooging all over the start of the conversation. Take your time, right? Build the conversation so that things can be effectively sussed out versus just saying, blah, it's all this, and work your way through this pile of inconclusive evidence I've just provided.
How do you build a conversation? First statement out the gate is wrong.
Listen to how stupid it sounds. So you ask me, for example, about gravity, and you ask me about what the observed phenomena. Imagine me telling you apple. That's the observed apple.
3.
Then physics of water, so something irrelative, like he said, Coriolis effect, irrelevant to star. And pick what you want. Pick it. You are the one who said that have multiple arguments. Just give us one.
He meant it literally. I want to give you scattergun arguments. That's what it actually means. Multiple. Apple. Yeah, I'll throw as much crap at the wall as I possibly can in one go.
Wait, I'm sorry. I was busy working. So after the phenomenon of stars, he went to Coriolis?
Stars is not a phenomena.
Really?
At least with Coriolis, you could say, well, it's called an effect. Yeah. You can observe that happening. But the thing you're observing is an illusion based on your movement. There is nothing actually happening at all in terms of the object that you're observing. It's traveling in a straight line. What's the effect? Yep. It curving. It's not curving. There is no actual physical effect. It's an illusion. It's this illusion. These people are numpties. I mean, it's got to be painful if you're a globe believer in this server, because from what I heard when we first arrived here today is there's people populating this server that are globe believers. What gives? And you're like, well, that makes sense. Most people think they're on a ball. When you listen to people like us ripping that religious belief to pieces and showing you how actual practically applied measurements prove Earth's flat, it's got to be quite painful for you globe believers in this panel, especially when you start appealing to the evidence you thought you had, and we point out how that's worthy of a welcome to flat Earth. You're using sea level and violating angle measurements with respect to the surface by saying sea level, oh, that curves. Obviously axiomatically idiotic, but there we go. I'm going to state it in defiance of every single definition ever. Idiots, globe believers. It's got to be painful. I pity you. Or I used to pity you. Getting less and less. I can't be honest. I just think you're stupid. Awful you. Fun being in Discord. Thank you very much for having us always. Pleasure being in the Discord politics server on a Friday. Fun has been had with all. Any last remarks from my server? My panel, I should say, before we part company with the Discord server? At least part company with your live audience. Really not. That'll say if you are watching this on either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley Premiering streams, then stay tuned, as there will be an after show to follow. Though, if you are watching this live, this is where we bid you farewell. So, another massive thank you to all of you. Smashed the super chat, gifted memberships, liked, commented, shared, subscribed, all that good stuff. Another massive thank you to a few people who bailed me out to get new headlights on my car. Thank you very much for all of you. Hit the PayPal link. Really do appreciate it. I've been Nathan Oakley once again. Stay tuned. A massive thank you to today's Politics 24/7 Discord server. Moderators will stick a link so you can join that exceptional server if you choose to do so. Another massive thank you to my G+ panel, and I'll see you all in the next video.
Hey, Pock, you there?
Yeah, what's up, buddy?
Yeah, sorry, man. I couldn't pull you up today because I got booted off as well, and then I just was a listener as well.
No, it's all right, bro. I actually got off too. Like my phone wigged out and dropped, and then it dropped me, and then like when I went back, conspiracy must have fell asleep, and I was like, oh damn, I can't get pulled up if he's asleep. But no worries, bro. It was fun last night. We had a good time. There was a lot.
Yeah.
What's the general vibe in this server? Obviously, we're only here and we're kind of like regulars now on a Friday, so it's got its own timbre and tone. This my show, if you will. But what's it generally like in here?
Pretty much that. Pretty much Globers saying the nonsense that they were spewing earlier, and we just constantly bash them. But there's a lot of new people that come in here though with old arguments, and then there's a lot of people that are like they want to hear. They're actually listening. So sometimes we get in really good conversations, and then direct people to the 24/7 Discord with all the the terabytes of information they could go through. It was pretty cool.
It is very. That's good. That's very encouraging. We're about to disappear maybe 10 minutes or so. But I know we're not live anymore. But if there was anybody that had any questions lined up that they did want to ask, feel free. Mostly dominated by fundies. The live show was. This is always the way.
Omnivore wants to talk.
Yeah, that's a real shame.
I'm saying because Omnivore dominated the live show with nonsense, even Rob Noxious, was there anybody else on the sidelines that might have been apprehensive to ask a question? There's normally people that are like, I don't want to ask a question if I know it's going out to a live audience. No, thank you.
Yeah, and because they behave scummy, they think that they're going to get the same treatment as the people who behave scummy when they just have genuine questions. So it muddies the waters, people like that coming in.
I'm glad you've said it. Hopefully people can tell from my tone just how loving and cuddly I am.
Come on in. The water's warm. No sharks.
We're not sharks. Just ignore these fins.
You know what the hardest thing about being a baller is?
Being a fundamentalist religious zealotard numpty that has to lie and deceive and switch off when you hear something that contradicts your belief. Losing sleep.
Nope.
Putting on socks.
Nope. That's not it. What's the hardest thing about being a baller? They can tell you.
Finding the money to pay the slobber nurse.
Trying to get him to answer your question about scientific evidence of a globe. That's cruel, that is.
Nope.
Oh, what's the hardest part of being a globe believer?
Hardest thing about being a glober is having to tell your dad you're gay.
Ruthless.
Savage.
That's it, one of Kiwi's song lyrics in his song.
That reminds me of like back in high school, you tell your buddy, "Hey, do your parents know you're gay?"
Nothing wrong with being gay. I'm gay, so is my wife.
We're all happy.
We love the crack. I got a little soundbite from a random YouTuber, QE. Listen to this. Only one sentence.
The truth.
Like that. Earlier in the show, I called Chocolate Whitsit by accident, or Eli Whitsit, I forget which. They're both black, so they're both basically the same. In any event, one of them got called Whitsit. Which one of you two did I call Whitsit? In all seriousness. Both buggered off at the same time. Typical. In any event.
D Rose.
D Rose isn't even here. Let's just start naming black people. Anyway, it's because that was on my mind when I captured that clip. So, although the sting is less and less each time we go out to show the fraud of etherites and scammy behaviour, we get a whole bunch of white knights that come along and tell us, "How dare you divide the flat earth community by exposing complete garbage they never say." And when that guy said that, I was like, he's actually talking about beautiful women and that they're constantly lied to because people just want to shag them. So they're just going to lie to them. So they grow up never having anybody tell the truth to them. When they do get the truth, they punish it. So the men that do want to sleep to them know that it's not going to be rewarded. So they just continue to lie to them. And then he said that if you punish the truth, you're opening yourself up to lies. It made me think, yeah, exactly. When we expose someone like Whitsit, you come along and say, "How dare you divide the community?" It's like, no, you're punishing the truth. Just going to leave you open to lies. And now vulnerable. Been lied to by the globe, if you want to reify it. Now you're vulnerable. What do you know? Whitsit the fraud steps in and fills those gaps, doesn't he? Well, you're vulnerable to more lies. What are you doing? Punishing the truth. Sad. It's human behaviour, though, isn't it? Yes, Nathan, great example. I'm glad you clipped it out. Oh, well, I thought it was good. I thought I'd share it with you. I'm glad you all enjoyed it. Anyway, Discord, I'm going to toggle back to our
before you
server.
go. I enjoyed that voice better than the actual clip, though, I gotta say.
Jolly good. Thank you very much for having us.
Thank you for being here.
Bye, Nathan.
Thank you. We'll hopefully be welcome back next week. We'll see.
Always a pleasure. That was fun.
Take it easy, Nathan.
All right.
See you later, QE. Everybody else. Oh, they left. All right. Oh my God, Omnivore's talking to me over, and is that Globe Gangsters now? Jesus Christ.
He's waiting for you in Globe Gangsters, brother. You got to go over there, man. He says he'll be there for you.
Nah, I told him in comment right now. I said using the model. I'm sorry. I said when you use the lie to prove the lie, that doesn't help your cognitive dissonance.
That's a presupposition built upon a presupposition.
Yeah.
Nothing like proceeding under false pretenses. Go ahead, boy.
Yeah.
Let me know when you get there. I'll be waving at you.
Yeah, he said
in the distance. Sorry, go ahead.
He said he's gonna get Shoe Bill in there because Shoe Bill is a licensed surveyor, and I said again, using the motto to take shots if and when you transfer the lines the way you're supposed to will always prove the truth. It's not curving. They don't get that. They're never going to get that.
Spent 4 hours on that today, APOC.
No, seriously, bro, right? Like, oh my god, like that was a long time with Ralph and what was the other guy's name? Gary. Oh my god. Talk about fucking a bag of rocks.
Yeah, then there was another dude in there that just after me and Matrix, he went in and started his own space saying Australian flirters are idiots or something like that, and he started his own space about me and Matrix.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Hey, APOC.
Yeah, what's up?
Can you name one other job or skill that you could be better than somebody at or know more about that you never did?
I'm sorry.
Just one.
Say that again.
Name one skill or one trade that you know more than the person who did it, but you never did it before. Can you name any other? Can you name one?
That I know more than someone that does it that I never did?
Yeah.
What are
Name
you saying I
something-
never did?
No, I'm not saying anything. I'm just saying in general. Is there something that you've never done that you're better than someone who does it for a living or say their whole life for?
Watch out for the troll.
Wait, hold on. So you think that I'm representing a position to where I've never done something to begin with? Because you're alluding to that everything I talk about are things I haven't done or don't know about. So I think you have
No,
kind
wrong.
of like a
No, not at all.
question.
That's not it. You're totally off on that. That's totally not what I'm meaning at all. I'm saying I just heard you guys talking, and I know Shoebill, and Shoebill is a surveyor. So how can you gonna tell him, well, how about surveying when you never done it yourself? None of you guys have ever
Okay.
shit.
So there it is. So once again, you just assumed that I've never used the equipment, which surveyors do. I never taken shots, which surveyors do, and you think I've never been in this environment
Absolutely.
to where I had survey. Okay, well then that's fine and fair, but to your demise in your position, I do and I have. So it kind of destroys your argument out the gate. I thought that's where you were going. That's why I paused, and I was absolutely right.
Hey,
Yeah. So you not. So now, hold on, I'm not done with you.
Nice try, Rob. Nice try.
Oh, it's not a try. We're not even close to being done because this guy just can't make a claim and say, "Well, I have used it," and that's the end of it all. You have to prove it. You prove that you are a surveyor. You have surveyor capabilities. Please prove it.
Yeah. So, I mean, what do you mean? I can't prove it right now because it's the past, because it was a couple years ago, the last time I was on the job site until I got injured and then forced into early retirement. But in my career as a union iron worker for years, yeah, many times we would have to set up the theodolite and take shots as we were out on the job site, making sure that the columns are going to be level, as well as plumb, because when you're doing this type of work, Rob Noxious, those skills are very much required. Matter of fact, years ago when I was apprentice in the 4-year schooling that it takes to become a union ironworker, one of the chapters is called Building and Instruments and Tools. And there's a whole chapter about theodolites
I'm familiar.
and total stations. So what happens is you have to learn that. Matter of fact, one of the final tests for that portion of for that chapter, for that level, if you will, because there's levels in apprenticeship from 1 through 8, and then you journey out. In that level, you actually have to set up the theodolite, take a shot, and you're going to be graded on everything you do, the setup as well as the breakdown. And if you don't pass that, you cannot pass to the next level. So being that I'm a journeyman union ironworker, obviously I knew what I was doing and I got the job done. And then in the real world, I set them up. Have you ever set up a theodolite, Rob Noxious?
No, I have not.
Okay, so how can you tell me how the fuck it works and operates? Get the fuck out of here with your bullshit.
I didn't tell you how it works. I'm not trying to tell you how it works. That's the whole thing. I'm not saying I'm the one telling you. I'm saying there are people out there who do it for a living. And I mean, I'm not trying to be a dick and shit like that. You're just set out of line. A steelworker does not have to fucking learn how to use a theater like out of your mind. And that's just a flat out lie. It's just a flat out lie.
What's the lie? You're breaking up. And what's
the flat out lie that steel workers have to be surveyors? You're wrong. It's a flat out lie.
Nobody ever.
That's like me saying, "Hold on, I'm not done." That's like me putting in windows, and I have to install a window, but I have to build a buck around the frame. That's like me saying, "I'm a rough carpenter." Are you out of your mind?
Okay, Rob Noxious. Hold on. Don't say things that I did not say. That's your first strike. Okay, I didn't say that. Steel workers have to be surveyors. That's your fucking claim. It's like, why do Globers do that shit? Why are they
because they're trying to portray that you're a surveyor or you know anything
about it. No. See, that's where you're wrong. Hey, Rob Noxious, this is where you're wrong. Okay, what I said is that I've used the equipment that surveyors use. I understand the way they take shots and the way we have to use the equipment accurately. Right? And the way they're meant to be made, you don't fucking set up a theolite and look at a fucking object 50 miles away from you and say, I'm a surveyor. You dumb fuck. You don't know how they fucking operate, but you want to tell me that I don't know how? Get the fuck out of here with your bullshit.
Yeah, because I've heard surveyors talk. They don't talk like you. They don't talk like you. We have dimensions and stuff.
You know why? Because I'm not. You want to know why they don't talk like me? Because I'm not a surveyor. But I use the equipment, so if I can talk to surveyors. I do talk to surveyors. I have a lot of surveyor buddies.
Yeah, and that's my point exactly. That's like I've driven a bulldozer before. I'm not a fucking master bulldozer. Oh, I've used that before. I've been in a race car. I'm a race car driver, man. That ain't nothing. I know all about it. You're trying to portray something.
Obnoxious.
Let me ask. Go ahead.
Obnoxious. Thanks, Apple. Obnoxious. I have a question for you. At what point did he say that he was a surveyor?
It's implied in his whole idea. Let me answer the question, at least. It's implied.
You really are demonstrating.
Oh, I was on a skill and we did surveying, and I understand. He's still saying it to this moment. He's still saying it to this moment.
With respect,
he's still saying it right now.
Him being a surveyor, he explained to you how he is familiar with the tools that they use, and he explained how he's been to a job site and he worked, and he's now into early retirement. If you were effectively listening instead of waiting for him to finish talking, so you could just insert your 2 words, it'd be really appreciated. Thanks.
Facts.
Yeah. Okay.
So Rob Noxious.
Nice try. So the bottom line is this, though. Man. The bottom line is this. You said it yourself.
Let me say this, Rob Noxious. Let me say this. You said you drove a bulldozer. Is it safe to say that then you understand how the controls work on a bulldozer? Rob Noxious?
Yeah, it's hydraulically driven. Yeah.
Okay.
I understand the concept.
So what if somebody came up to you and then has never driven a bulldozer and then tells you, hey, this is how it works. And I know this is how it works because I know a licensed bulldozer driver. Okay. He's a heavy equipment driver. All right. And I'm going to tell you that you're wrong, even though you're fucking driving the bulldozer, you fucking moron.
No, that would only be applicable if I said that I know as much as my buddy. You know what I'm saying? If I just
No. See, that's a problem. You don't fucking listen. When did I say I know more than Shoebill? When did I say that? When did those words come out of my fucking mouth, you idiot? I never said
implying that he's wrong about what he sees when he measures the shape of the earth.
Look. Here's the point. When they want to say that they take these datum points, right, and then they're going to add in the atmospheric refraction / Earth curve correction formula, and then they're going to come up with a number. I'm not disagreeing with that. That's what they do. But on the other hand, when you actually physically transfer these lines for a fucking professional living, when you're building something and following their guidelines, you will find out that your transferred horizontal level straight line from benchmark to benchmark, it doesn't comport. It doesn't add up to the NGS disk that they have given you. So what they have to do, Rob Noxious, is they have to come out and then they'll resurvey it and then they'll restamp it and they'll say, okay, yeah, you're correct. This is right. So then they will have to make that change. Now, he's just a surveyor. He's not building shit. He takes his shots and then he leaves for the day. All right. Now, in reality, it's the guys like us that would actually transfer those lines and then say, oh shit, wanna know why? Because we're not accounting for curvature, because that's not reality. Because if it was reality, Rob Noxious, then we would have a drop over distance. But that's only a mathematical formulated conclusion.
There is a drop over distance, and you're working on a building. Again, you're working on a building which is tiny. It's a small fraction.
So 2.25.
Steelworkers don't adjust. Steelworkers are normal steelworkers, not adjustable.
So 2.25 mile bridge is a small building, huh? Got it. Good looking out, Rob Noxious. Good job.
No, the fact that you build bridges, you know that the top of the towers are different than the bottom of the towers. That proves that's
no. Curving. That's another fucking falsehood statement that so many you dumb fucks
it's measured, dude. I live by the Mackinac Bridge. It's measured. You can go read about it.
Oh my god, bro!
You can take the measurement yourself, dude. You guys can take measurement yourself.
Do you know what Kant is?
Well, could I just ask about this bridge? Thanks, Avo. Obnoxious, what kind of bridge is this that you're talking about? Is this a suspension bridge or a pier bridge?
The Mackinac Bridge is one of the largest suspension bridges in the world.
A what?
5 miles long.
What is it? Hold on. What kind of bridge is it?
The Mackinac Bridge, suspension bridge, cable.
Oh, it's a suspension bridge. Okay, how does a suspension bridge work, Rob Noxious?
Got 2 towers. It's got a floating deck held up by cables.
Very good. So, in order to achieve torsion on those cables that are holding up the bridge, would you agree that those girders that are mounted on either side of the shore have to be splayed apart so that the tension is maintained so that the roadway doesn't fall in on itself?
Absolutely not. The tension is at the base of the fucking bridges at each end, which is large concrete things. It's pulling from the fucking land. Not pull. The only thing that the support towers do is support. So again, you're just wrong.
Okay, so the cables that are hung from the top of the bridge are actually not. They don't have the tension on the bottom of the girder does, you're saying. Is that correct?
I'm saying the power, the force that you're talking about, what's pulling, is actually pulling from the beginning of the bridge. From the start of the bridge on the lower peninsula of Michigan to the upper peninsula of Michigan, there's large, giant concrete fucking foundations that the cables are linking into, and that's where the pressure is pulling from. The pressure is not pulling directly onto the towers; it's more just pushing down.
Brother, hey, let me tell him real quick. Let me just jump in real quick because Rob Noxious. Okay, listen. When you set up, the only way that they actually do and would measure that is with a GPS unit, right? Because you're not going to stretch a line out from one tower to another.
Lasers. You can do lasers.
Holy fuck, bro. Listen, bro. You're not going to transfer a laser line while walking on air from the top across. Try to grasp what I'm saying to you right now, okay?
Yeah,
and if you just listen, if you were to shoot a laser from one tower to another, optically, that tower is going to be lower because there's a distance. Do you understand how distance works and optics? So if you're listen. If you try to use this measurement, okay, you're going to add in a formula, and this is what surveyors do. They're adding a formula and saying this is what it has to be from this point to this point. Because it's a formulated thing, mathematical. It's not reality, though.
How they get the formula? Because they just figure out the Earth's curve, dude. I mean, you guys always say this.
Holy fuck!
You're so you guys always add it in. You guys always do this. You always say, "Oh, you added it in." No, the growth is not presupposed.
Yes, it is, bro. Yes, it is. Okay. I'm gonna say it one more time.
We found it out. Remember, we didn't discover it.
No. You didn't do shit. You didn't do shit. But here's the point, okay? When you use the formula for geodetic surveying on datum points, there's going to be a drop over distance. It's a mathematical formula. But when you physically go measure it, Rob Noxious, you're not going to have a drop over curve because your transferred line is going to be higher than the end point. It's not going to match the datum point because they had a mathematical formula that put in a drop that doesn't exist. This is why they have to change it on job sites.
If it doesn't exist, then why is it working? As I'm saying, you're just talking in
It's not
circles. You're
working.
just
No.
saying things.
Oh my God.
What do you
It's
mean?
not working.
The bridge is curved. You can see the bridge curving.
If it was no, bro. Oh my God. You can see the bridge curving now. Holy fuck. You know what's funny? You don't understand how bridges are made. Why they would curve at all. Why they would have cant. You know what cant is? Do you know what cant is, Rob Noxious?
Yes, I understand. I'm not talking about the deck. I'm saying the pillars.
No, not the deck.
No one's arguing that, dude. We're not saying they're curving over the water like that. You're trying to fucking get away from this, man. It's very
no. Here's what you don't understand. Here's what you don't understand. A bridge can be curved, yes, if it's built like that because because it's the strongest position to hold all that weight in the middle so it doesn't collapse in on itself. If that's what the engineers called for, but not all bridges are curved. Some bridges are perfectly fucking straight across. And here's the point though, Rob Noxious. The beautiful thing about this, the water below it is perfectly fucking flat. 3 miles, 5 miles, 17 miles, whatever miles. If you go from a side view of that bridge, the water will be flat, the bridge will be curved.
Okay,
there you go.
Okay, how about this? I can prove this right here. Same bridge, same spot. You can go to Google Earth, go to Mackinac City, Michigan, tip of the thumb or tip of the fucking mitten. I can stand on the beach at Mackinac City, and I can look across the Mackinac Island. I can look across the Mackinac Island. I can see the island a little bit. But if I get on top of the bridge, I start driving across the bridge, I can see the whole island, proving that the water.
So welcome to optics and perspective. Something you do not fucking know.
It's a realization.
Yes, it is. If you higher your elevation, you're going to be able. Do you understand that? This is fucking simple.
Yeah, on a flat Earth, there should never be a problem. It's water. There's no elevation change. It's water. Water's flat, right? You guys say all the time, flat level.
So you should see forever,
why
right?
Why would an elevation change make any difference whether I'm 10 feet off the ground or 100 feet off the ground?
So you should see Africa from Florida, right? You should see Africa from Florida, right? You're fucking
absolutely
retarded,
on a flat Earth. Absolutely.
Oh my God, you do not understand it, bro. You're retarded.
Highlighted it.
You guys don't understand it. You guys try to make it up so people try to understand it, but it's
Rob, you can't say you think forever on a flat Earth.
We can see stars in the sky. How far are the stars?
Get a life, bro. Hey, Rob. Hey, Rob.
Why can't we see the Eiffel Tower? Why can't we see
Robert Noxious? Dude, why at a football game or a race car event, why do they have spotters and coaches up in the box way above the field?
Not to see farther. Not to see further.
You be able to see everything you need to see right from the sidelines.
Not to see further. Not to see further. That's for sure.
Bullshit, dude. You need to get out more. Climb a ladder.
I've been to like 2 of the largest stadiums in the country. I've been to 2 of the largest stadiums in the country. Don't tell me about anything. Then you don't see further when you sit higher. You get a different perspective. We're not talking about a perspective. The island never changes.
Rob,
hey, Rob. You know what Jesus said to Peter when he was hanging on the cross? He goes, "Hey, I can see your house from up here."
That's cool. I know, man. Now it's joke time. I know how it goes, man. I'm a funny guy myself.
Do you get the point, dude? You go up higher, you can see further. Get a grip.
Yeah, no one's arguing that. But you're saying trying to correlate that with being in a stadium and going up in elevation and being able to have more perspective or more bird's eye view of what's going on in the field has nothing to do. You're still the same. You're still seeing the same.
Talking about going up on the bridge, and now you can see further. Same thing.
I'm talking about an island in the distance that you can barely see when you're on the beach. But all of a sudden, if I go up a little bit, I can see the whole island. That would never happen on flat level water.
I never imagined that your eyes can see through water. Because if I put you underwater, you will see less distance. Because your eyes have to that light have to go through a medium. And I don't imagine that you believe that there is no existence of water around us now in the dry land. No, don't forget that there is something that is called humidity. It's just particles of water dispersed in the air. So when you are looking into a long distance, those particles of water between you and that object in distance will just get more dense than less distance. So it will just obstruct that view. Like in a foggy day, when you see less distance.
Except that's not what happens in reality. Except that's not what happens in reality. When I'm on the beach, when I'm on the same beach, I can look across the Upper Peninsula of Michigan and see the land over there. I'm saying the island, the way the elevation is, and the way you sit, especially if you take a boat over there because you can't take a ferry there, you'll see the island appear. So obviously, it's not that it has nothing to do with the distance you're traveling. It's the perspective of being on a curved surface. If something is flat and level as a Lake Michigan is, or Lake Huron is, I'm sorry, Lake Huron on that side, then you should be able to look across and see the whole island because actually it's only like 5 or 6 miles away. So even on a flat Earth, you guys can see 5 or 6 miles because you show me pictures where I can see 700 miles. So I can either see 700 miles on a flat Earth, what you guys try to claim sometimes. You say we see too far, but now when I try to tell you I see too close, you give me all this bullshit. You just can't admit that it's a tough one to explain.
Yeah, Rob, you don't understand or grasp the basic fundamentals of what we're talking about, and it's sad because that's all you have, and you're running with it. You're trying to slam dunk with nothing. You're not going to get any points at the end of the game. You don't have a ball in your hand here.
Yeah, I grew up on the big lakes, man. I've seen land appear and disappear. I've seen lighthouses come out of nothing. I've seen the lighthouses light even before I could see any of the lighthouses because the light was coming above the fucking horizon. You guys can't explain that, dude. Don't tell me about shit that I've seen. You guys never experienced any of this shit.
What's wrong with them? That's crazy, bro. You are so bricked. It's crazy.
No, I'm just not a grifter.
It's not about being.
There's real conspiracies that need to be talked about, dude. This is a distraction from the real problems going on, dude. This is a psyop, dude, from the government to make people fucking worry about stupid shit instead of worrying about them.
What's
wrong with them?
Arguing about the shape of the Earth. We've been to space. We have a picture, dude. We went through the whole scientific process. We said, "Wow, is there space? Can we go to the moon?" That was the first one. Observe. Can we go there? Second one, have a video. We did it multiple times.
Rob, I have pictures of unicorns. Will you just believe that unicorns are real?
Yeah. Show me a picture of a unicorn. Yeah, real unicorn.
Okay.
Yeah.
What's wrong with them? It's hilarious.
Yeah, please show me a picture of a real unicorn, dude. Someone riding it. I want to see a human being riding it.
No worry. Here's one.
There you go. See? Unicorns are real.
Here. So now you believe in unicorns. And the globe also. And you can't say that unicorns are real. So now you have to go to those people who don't believe in unicorns and tell them, I've seen photographs of unicorns.
Yeah, I know. This argument is this is like really low. You talk about my low level argument. This is the dumbest one of all. You never show you a picture of unicorn. Santa Claus real then? Well, listen, there's hundreds, if not thousands, probably millions by now involved in all this stuff since it began.
If you think,
show me a million unicorns in a field. People around, show me a person standing next to a unicorn, and I want to see a live video of the unicorn moving, and I want to see it with a person, just like NASA does.
Rob Noxious, if you think us telling people that level is not curved, if you think that's a psyop, then you have bigger problems in your own brain.
1,000%.
I'm saying level doesn't mean flat. I don't care what the other guy says. I have my own argument. Level does not mean flat.
Then you don't understand, and that's okay.
No, we do understand. That's what I'm saying. The fact that you guys think out of all of the billions of people who've ever lived, like you guys know some special knowledge is just laughable at best. It's the most narcissistic shit I've ever thought I've came across in my life. You guys are not smarter than the smartest people who ever lived. It just ain't. It ain't happening.
Yeah, level meaning not flat. That sounds like some confused narcissistic bullshit.
No, and you sound like a person who doesn't understand math, science, or anything.
Rob, dude, you're lying to yourself. Listen, you've really downshifted to a really pathetic and desperate. Sometimes you're, you're not like this. You're projecting. You are the psyop. You sure as shit sound like it.
Really? Yeah. Okay. I believe in actual.
really.
I believe in actual real conspiracy.
It's frightening that anyone ever thought you were clever.
Yeah.
It's frightening that you thought that this stunt would work.
Yeah, there's no stunt. You're the one playing. You're the one pulling stunt.
What are you doing, dude? You're playing a game saying that level. You're the one that's trying to do the whole level is curved thing. That's a stunt.
A real conspiracy. JFK was not killed by Lee Harvey Oswald. The way the pyramids are built, ancient history. There's tons of human migration. There's tons of actual real things.
That's in the same
and
category.
And the shape of the earth ain't one of them. You know why? Because we've been there. You guys have an argument.
Of water being level.
If this was 1967, you guys have an argument. But we've been to that. We've been off the fucking face of the earth. We've seen the earth from space and look back. It's a globe. There's the end of the story.
Oh my lord, dude, you are desperate. You sound desperate, Rob.
I'm desperate for people to wake up and we got real problems, dude. We got real problems going on. People are worried about this shit.
Yeah, you sound like you've got a big problem yourself.
People got nothing better to do all day except give them a little bit of their money that they only barely have, dude.
Blah 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 blah. Rob.
Yeah, with all this money flat earthers ever got, what have they ever done for the community? What have they ever done?
Listen,
there's nothing.
Go down and run down and
not even a website. Not even a website. You got 10 different flat earthers on 10 different pages. They all want to be a cult leader because they can't get on the same page. You can't see this? What's going on, dude? You guys have been duped. If it was true and it was real, they'd all agree. It would be because you can't disagree on the facts. So again, you can't even get the facts right between yourselves because everybody wants to have their own facts. There is no such thing as everybody has their own facts.
Is it a fact that level means curved?
It's a fact that the Earth's a globe, and the fact that
I'm asking, bro. Is it a fact? Is
there ether? Is there not ether? Yeah. Is there ether? Is there not ether? You guys always argue. I listen to all you guys all day long.
Get through your
Nathan Oakley, the Witchy, the Bro Sanchez. I listen to all you guys.
Wow, you're having a rough one here today, Rob.
Because I'm passionate, man. Because I'm sick of this shit, dude.
He's got to listen to all these people, brother. Nobody has a gun to your head for you to be here. You don't have to be here.
Yeah, my conscience does. I know you're right. And I come here because
you have a lot of problems that you can solve yourself, Rob Noxious. Start solving your own problems, Rob.
I already solved them. I want to fucking do something, man. This is just making me so mad that people have been I don't like when people get fucking hustled, man. I think it's just a hustle. And I understand it, dude. Everybody's been hustled at one time or another. But one thing about it is when you actually been being hustled, you gotta stop it.
Rob, you sound like an auctioneer being sucked into a black hole.
Rob, here's the problem, right? Everybody in this room, right, that observes and believes their truth for what it is, have their foundations. You're the only one in here that's literally having an emotional breakdown talking about people are getting duped.
Yeah, it's really telling, Rob, that when we are trying to tell you that level doesn't mean curved, and then you're like, but we know it's a globe, but water is level. How much level does it have to be for it to be curved?
Okay, how about this?
To make a ball.
You keep talking about level and curve. If you have a 6-foot level and I'm sitting in my yard, I can get a level. You're a tiny speck the size, hundreds of thousands of the size of a fucking bed bug on the face of the earth. Let's get a level that's 10,000 miles long. Then you'll see a curve. You want to bet?
No. This is where you're wrong enough. Because what you can do when you transfer that line locally, one over another, there will be no curve captured or measured.
Okay.
So if you, hold on, Rob, I'm not done. Hold on. So it's logical to think and understand that if we measured for a mile, there's no curvature. 2 miles, there's no curvature. Then what? Oh, we have to go 200 miles to get the curvature? No, because you're never going to transfer a line that's level and horizontal to bend in on itself to make the circle sphere that you think you're on.
The horizon itself, Rob Noxious, the horizon itself is more than 2 miles. You don't have any curvature.
Yeah, the horizon isn't a physical place. It isn't real. It's just what you see, dude. What are you talking about? No, you can never get closer to the horizon than you'll ever be to it. You know what I'm saying? You can't. You can't make it to the horizon. It doesn't work that way. By the time you make it to that horizon, you'll be on someone else's horizon. That's because we're on a fucking rotating ball. Because I'm saying the fact that we can do that already proves that the Earth is fucking not flat.
Rob, calm down, bro. What are you on today? Are you having issues with bed bugs? Is that the problem? Why you brought bed bugs? Must be your. You sound like someone having a bed bug infestation. So relax.
Man, you guys know by now. This is me. You guys know by now.
Man, you guys know this is a shout, guys.
Hey,
You
Rob,
guys know this by now.
Hey, Rob, what we do know and remember is you proved that the Earth is not curved when you set up that ball in your garage on camera. You remember that day?
Absolutely, I remember all days. I remember all days.
His grains of sand to string.
Yeah, I
he had a crisis when he couldn't get that grain of sand to stick to the string. He just couldn't make a knot small enough.
Well, first of all, you have to get smaller than a grain of sand, and second of all, it did prove that the sun does never set on a planet. The sun can't go to the horizon.
You literally proved it in your garage. You literally proved it in your garage.
No, that's what you took away from it. But how are you going to tell me what I prove when I'm the one proving it?
Okay, this is what's hilarious, that you can't even grasp your own findings, and you want to believe other people's findings. How about trying to figure out how to believe what your own eyes see before believing the falsehood?
It sounds like you burst some blood vessels in your last deadlift. You need to get a spotter.
Yeah, spotter. Okay. I don't really.
You don't really what?
Rob Noxious, you really sent it in the video. You showed that object is just lower in that video. And you
it
can
didn't lower. The measurements prove it doesn't lower. I told you I had measurements. If you pay attention, the measurements prove it doesn't lower. No, it does not.
It does.
It would never go over. It would never go over the horizon, no matter how far it went.
Yes. If you had a big enough garage, you would have proved it. Go ahead.
Okay. If that's the case, then tell me how big a garage I need. Do the math and tell me how big a garage I need, please, and I'll do it. I'll do it.
Well, what's the height?
But you can't do it.
What's your height?
5 feet off the ground. The table.
Okay, so aren't you supposed to? Isn't there a formula for that?
What is it? You tell me. You guys know more than scientists. I guarantee if I go to my buddy's server, I can get 10 people to answer this question in 5 seconds.
Rob Noxious,
Go ahead.
You showed literally in that video, you showed that object is lower in the frame of that video. So we can draw lines where that object is lowering in the frame of that video. So when you keep getting farther from yes, we can, and we did it already. We did it. I swear we draw lines in the frame of the video to show that object is getting lower and lower in the frame of the video.
Where's Alpha? He took screenshots.
I had it in my phone.
Nice.
Alpha has those screenshots also. So we can see that object is lowering in the frame. So when that object will stop just lowering in the frame, no, it won't stop. That line will continue to do that same thing, and it will be obstructed by that horizon. You won't see it anymore.
Exactly.
Wrong.
Yeah, again. Correct. That's what you showed.
He proved it. He proved it to himself, but he doesn't even want to
send the video again, and I send the video again, and I can do the work for you, and I can draw those lines.
Yeah, I don't have the ability to do that right now. I'm not able to produce that science experiment again. I changed my garage around. It's got a gym now. So
science experiment. That wasn't a science.
Well, demonstration, just a demonstration.
Okay, all right. Now you're talking facts. Now you're at least being truthful with that.
Oh yeah. Okay. This is a real simple concept. I don't really understand why this is even
real simple common sense. That level doesn't curve. A straight line isn't curved. Horizontal doesn't curve. That's real common sense right there.
Okay. Well, it does. It really does, though.
Aren't those just definitions?
The definition of level and horizontal. Yeah, even by definition. Yeah.
Yeah, so most flat earthers say that level means a perfectly straight line, and most globers say that level doesn't mean a perfectly straight line. So we should use a different word.
You're wrong, Matthew. It's not the most flat earthers saying. The most flat earthers saying what is definition of the level. That most flat earthers saying. They're not saying nothing about straight lines or something. They're saying what is definition. That means flat, horizontal, everything. You have so many words for that. You know.
What?
Like I was telling
What?
Jesse the other day.
Let's put it like this, Matthew. Is it level curved?
It depends on what you mean by level. That's why I was just explaining.
I'm asking you whatever I mean. I mean level. Is it level curved?
It depends on who you talk to. Different people have different definitions for level.
He can't answer. He can't answer.
No, it is. It's like sometimes yes, sometimes no.
I don't care about different people. I'm speaking about level. Is it level curved?
No, level is a perfectly straight line.
Okay.
There you go.
Is sea level curved?
Is curved level?
Sea level is not a perfectly straight line.
Okay. Is it sea level curved?
Sea level is curved, yes.
How sea level is curved and level is not curved?
Because
you can prove it by measuring the sea level, different spots in the
Enough, Rob.
You can measure this.
Enough, Rob.
Matthew, how sea level is curved and level is not curved? How is that possible?
Because we're talking about definitions, and it's just how people use those words. I'm describing how people use those words.
Is it level curved, Matthew?
You can't prove things with definitions. What are you talking about? You're trying to prove that the sea level is not curved because of a definition?
I cannot prove things with definitions. You are correct. Okay.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying.
Okay.
Yeah, hey,
Matthew,
I have a question.
Matthew, if a surface is curving, how I can do that without definitions?
Well, so definitions just describe things. If a surface is...
I'm asking. You said the sea level. That is description. How I will now measure that curvature? What you want to like a descriptions? You know how I will do that.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. So I'm not talking about measuring things or proving anything. I'm just talking about the definition of what...
We were speaking about what is level, and you didn't understand. You said this is definitions, this is verse. It depends how people define that. And I said, okay, doesn't matter how we define it. Let's define the curvature in reality with the measurement, without words, without definitions. What will be the method?
Yeah, I don't think we can directly measure the curvature of the Earth at all.
Oh, that means how we did it in the first place.
Well, we've never directly measured the curvature of Earth.
That means that we have numbers without measuring.
Right. We use calculations, not measurements. Not direct
How you calculate something? How much I am tall?
You can use a direct measurement to measure height.
Matthew, can you calculate my height, please?
Yes, you can use a direct...
Okay, calculate now. Can you calculate my height, please, now?
Yes, you can use...
Mako, I have a honest question related to your question. So let's just I give you an example. Take a straight line, normal straight line, and let's see, like in your imagination, a one which is curved. A straight line that's doesn't deviate. For example, 5 centimeter long. And you will draw a triangle, and the surface of that straight line with the top of that triangle is above the straight line. It will be just like a mountain, And next to that straight line, you will just draw a curved line, an arc. You will draw an arc, and in the top of that arc, in the top edge of that arc, in the high of that top of that hill, you will draw that same mountain that you drawn in the straight line. Can you give me the elevation of that mountain using that curved line?
Yeah, it would be the distance from the top of the mountain down to the line.
Go ahead. So now the
perpendicular distance.
The ocean, so the sea level is in the extremities of that 5 centimeter line. So it will be in the extremities of that arc also. So it will be in the edges of that arc. So we will have to use the ocean, the sea level, to just give me the elevation of that mountain in the top of that arc. So that mountain would be, for example, a mountain in the middle of a continent that is 5,000 miles wide. So, and the ocean is just in the shoreline of that continent. So we will have to get the elevation of that mountain from that sea level.
Yes, but you can figure out sea level even in the middle of a continent. I've been at sea level on dry land. Like I've been under sea level on dry land. So you don't have to have the sea to figure out where sea level is.
Go but ahead. If you see 1,000 miles away from you, there is a drop over distance. There is no sea level there.
Yeah, I
on
know.
the speed.
Yeah, sea level is just elevation. You can get elevation even if you're not
Yeah,
next
yeah.
to the
You
sea.
cannot have sea level on the sphere. Yeah, you're correct.
So get that elevation of that mountain. So make that mountain 1 centimeter high. Put that mountain 1 centimeter high. It will be just 1,000. Because we said that centimeter, it's 1,000 mile. So you will put it like, for example, half centimeter, something like that, and it will put it on feet for the elevation. You will just have to measure the angle to that mountain. If you are in that flat plane, it will be simple. Just that baseline, using that baseline, which is the sea level, and a line to the top from the observer to the top of that mountain, and you will get the angle for that mountain. Now you are in that arc, and the mountain is in the top of that arc. The ocean sea level is in the bottom of that arc.
Yeah, so it's complicated to figure out the elevation of mountains in the middle of a continent. I understand that.
Because you always use just sea level, which is a flat plane.
Yeah, you said you can
we never use it at all as an arc.
Yeah, so we Globers say that the sea level is a curved surface closely resembling a sphere, and that the elevation of a mountain would be the distance from the top of the mountain to that sphere.
Yeah, but you said you can't measure the curve, but you could calculate it. But how do you calculate something that you don't know exists yet?
Oh, you can't. Obviously, you can't calculate something if you don't know it exists. So, like Eratosthenes, he calculated the radius and the circumference of the Earth by assuming that the Earth is a globe first. So he used that assumption first. He wasn't trying to prove a sphere.
Okay, can you calculate my height now, Matthew?
Yeah, the easiest way to calculate your height would be.
I will give you like a part, like Aristophanes. I will give you 10 centimeters of my hand, and then I want that you calculate my height. Okay?
But
you can
before calculating that.
No. Just to finish, the same way like Aristophanes. I will give you 10 centimeters of my hand, and you can use every light what you want about that 10 centimeters angle, whatever method you want, and then you will tell me my real height. And if you do that, Matthew, I will believe you everything what you said about how we calculated the Earth. Can you do that?
But
no, I can't tell your height from your size of your hand.
How Aristophanes did then?
By assuming a sphere.
You can assume me like a human, and with the hands and the height, and I will give you 10 centimeters of my hand. Now you can assume how much a height I could be, with the lights also.
It won't work for humans.
You can say you're 5'7". If I assume you're 5'7", and then you're 5'7".
So because I asked him a question and he answered my question. This answer was just thrown to me as being like a fact, but it wasn't, because his answer was completely wrong when he told me that we will just measure the elevation of that mountain, how high from a baseline. So in that arc that you have in that sphere Earth, the ocean is far from that mountain, and you don't have any clue if you don't use an elevation angle measurement or something like that from a flat baseline, which will be sea level. You can't have how high that mountain from sea level, because you don't have any clue how high, how far is sea level from that, from the base of the mountain, because you are just measuring from the surface of the land that have landscape, that have hills, and you don't have any clue where that base of that mountain is supposed to be away from that sea level. So you can't
no, you're
tell
right about
me if
that.
you are using an arc. If you have an arc, you can't tell me how high is that mountain from sea level if the sea is far away from the mountain.
Yes, you're right. In the middle of a continent, you can't use the sea itself to find out what sea level is, and so instead it's calculated. Instead, it's calculated from barometric pressure or using GPS. Those are the ways that we find elevation.
We use it dependent to sea level. The height, if you research the height of Mount Everest, it will give you the number dependent to sea level.
Right. And that's a calculation based on things like barometric pressure or GPS measurements.
So I never use an elevation angle.
Yeah, you don't. I mean, you can't. From Mount Everest, the sea is too far away, so you don't. It's not like you're directly measuring a distance above the actual sea. It's just an idea. The elevation is an idea based on how high the sea would be at that place.
But you use it as a flat baseline, not a curved one.
No, so elevation is basically just the distance up and down.
From a flat horizontal baseline.
No, from a certain location.
No, not from a sphere. You don't have elevation from a sphere.
Why not?
Because it's a sphere. It's not a horizontal plane where you can have up and down.
Yeah, so according to Globers, elevation is merely the distance to the top of the mountain to a hypothetical sphere where the sea would be if there were sea there. Now, obviously, in the middle of a continent, there is no ocean there, so it's just a calculation based on sort of a theoretical
where the curve
sphere.
is not the same because you talk about a spheroid.
Right, it's not exactly a sphere. You're right about that.
Yeah, so the assumption that that sea level is curved in one way, for example, equator, is not the same curvature as in the other way from pole to pole.
Right, the polar circumference or the polar diameter is maybe 40 miles less than the equatorial diameter in our model. Slightly different.
Yeah, the curve is not the same. So
right.
The arc is not the same.
And in fact, the Earth is somewhat irregular.
So the mean sea level that you are talking about is not the same. This is just a fluctuation.
Yeah.
In space. Not the same, because you have a mean sea level that is arcing differently from the equator than from a pole to pole.
Yeah, in fact, it's not even a perfect spheroid. It's using something called the World Geodetic System, WGS 84, and so it's this coordinate system, slightly lumpy, I guess.
You talk about the ground, I assume, because you can't use that on water. Water won't have hills, like in that geoid. Water won't form a geoid for you.
Yeah, but you're saying if he just assumes it, it will.
Yeah, we make these assumptions about the shape and then measure the elevation based on that.
It's just based on belief.
Based on what? Based on this? Based on ocean floor? Because the geoid is the ground. It's not the surface of water. The geoid that you are talking about, that doesn't include the water at all. You suppress completely the water, you have that rock. And it's so rough, like a potato. So you don't use elevation from the ocean floor, I guess.
Yeah, not the ocean floor.
Surface, the ocean. Yeah, but the surface that doesn't have a geodetic shape. That doesn't have hills. It will up and down like that ocean floor, like that geoid Earth.
It sounds like a non-geometric shape that is being described here.
Yeah,
which is like irregular, kind of like a paradox there. Non-geometric shape. That was the conclusion of my sentence. Just pointing out that that's like a contradiction, like a non-geometric shape.
Yep.
Why is that
like a potato?
A potato is a geometric shape, but it's It's not a regular size.
Geodetic. It's a geodetic, yeah. It has up and downs on the surface. When you put a potato, sometimes you can have water that can just fall in some cavity in that potato, like ocean or lake. Sometimes it doesn't have a cavity. You can't hold water.
I just want to point out that's a good point. I just want to point out the statement, right? So we use geometry to define shapes, right? So now to say a non-geometric shape would just be like saying a non-shape shape.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not a regular geometric
Yeah,
shape.
when are they going to start? When are they going to start putting the non-shape potato earths on the cover of the textbooks? Because they're still on the billiards balls.
That's another good point. They have
Blue
these
marble depictions.
Right, blue marble depictions. They have these people, not everybody, but some people make these claims. They say the reason that I know the Earth's a globe is because look at this picture, right? And then you get you take the picture, you put it on a computer, and you measure, the straight line, the diameter, and it's a perfect sphere.
Yeah, if you think about it, when you are taking these calculations, geometric, calculations of it being a sphere, creating that perfect, center from the core, going to all distances to the surface, they're creating a perfect ball. Yet Globers in the same breath will say, well, it's not a perfect ball. Okay, well, then all those measurements are irrelevant because that's not even what they're getting. That's not even even in their own paradigm, you can't even calculate it accurately if it's a potato, pear, whatever the hell they think it is. But they will not. They will not. Change their story. They will not get it. Nothing's clicking there.
Yeah, we say that the polar or the equatorial radius is 0.3% larger than the polar one. So it's not that much larger, but it's not a perfect sphere.
But then we go back to water is level and flat, horizontal, and then how the Earth is 70-80%, whatever it is, only water, or not only water, but it's water. So then, how big of a flat surface does it take to make a ball?
Yeah, a flat surface will never make a ball. You're right about that.
Right. So if we're living on continents with water surrounding us, then obviously it's like we're in a big ass jacuzzi, a round jacuzzi, whatever. I don't even know the ends of it, so I can't even say it's round now at this point. I don't know the ends. We've never been there. But what we can see and what we can actually get to and explore, it's just like you're in the middle of a pool, and we don't know we don't know the edges of the pool. We don't know the distances that are the entirety of the Earth, or not even at this point, just the entirety of reality, because the sea is not the Earth. The Earth is the continents. God said that there was first water, right, Matthew, and that
Right.
it was dark and void, and then he said that he brought up the Earth to where it came up out of the water. So the Earth is not the globe. The Earth is just the continents, according to God. That's just His words, not mine. Well, I mean, obviously inspired, and Moses wrote it down. But I'm just saying, the Earth is not the water. The Earth is the ground. So that's all I'm saying. That's it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the not Earth, right? So it's the not A, but A. So it's the non-geometric shape. So it's the A but not A. It's the contradiction. Right.
Exactly. It's weird that we get stuck on that conversation because they try to include the seas to be the Earth, and then say we measured it, and it's somehow gravity's pulling it and holding it, and it creates a sphere, even though, like I said before, we do not physically measure anything to be in nature, or in its measurement, to be curving away from you. That's only a mathematical construct.
Claiming
just
that
weird.
gravity holds water and the surface is just a false claim that can be debunked very easily. Just take out the real cause that makes the water hold down, which is the air, and water will just evaporate and go through and fill the volume of that container. So it's not gravity. That's a false claim.
Right. Yeah, I'm just saying that's what they say, that the gravity.
I would call it weight. I would say the weight of the water keeps it down. And then, I mean, there's a separate thing if you want to argue about where weight comes from, if it's from gravity or from density or whatever. But we could agree that it's the weight of water is what keeps
Well,
it down.
I'm not going to
If I take
disagree that things go down.
Go ahead.
I'm not going to disagree that
that's
things aren't going down. Obviously, yes, there is. And yes, you're right. You can have like the weight of the water upon itself, which creates that pressure, right? That's why you go in a submarine, you go deep, it's a higher pressure. Why? Because there's more weight above you, and that weight is creating that pressure. I get that. We understand that. But what we're trying to the fundamentals, like step one of this whole entire argument would be water is not curving to make a ball where we're calling that Earth, the globe Earth.
Yeah, the water's weight wouldn't allow that. That's why your swimming pool is flat.
What I think is not the weight of water that is holding water down also. Because what I think it's the pressure exerted on the surface of the water that holds that water down, which is air. Just put water inside the closed cylinder. If you put out that cylinder and you create more volume, that's not air that you took out, that's just you created more volume, and water will start bubbling and vaporizing and turn into gas and fill the available volume. That's the same exact thing. Take out the pressure exerted on the surface of water by the air. So you just take out the air using a vacuum in a vacuum chamber. It will do the same exact thing. You will see the water start boiling and turn into gas. That's the pressure exerted on water, not the weight of water.
Right. Well, yeah, I get what you're saying, and I don't disagree that yes, you're right. The pressure above the water is pressing down on it. But what I mean by this is that if you take a pool that is shallow, let's say it's only 3 feet in the ground, and then you make a pool that has 200 feet deep. Well, then way at that bottom of the pool, it will have a greater pressure on it because the weight of the water itself, which is also being pushed from above. I get it, but I'm just saying that the density of that's created because of there's so much water on top of it. It's going to be you're going to have a greater pressure deeper because there's more water above you than like being in the shallow. That's all I'm saying. But I do agree with you too. Like this, definitely the pressure above, that gradient above us, that's pushing everything down. So yeah. It just to say, well, gravity holds water to the ball as it spins through space. Like, no, dude, that was the lie. We all fell for it. Congrats. But coming out of that lie is the key here. Level, flat, horizontal. Water, flat, horizontal. Fills the container. So from when God said that he put a boundary for the ends of the water, when God created that, then we will have an established containment of sorts, and then all the water that came from the deeps and from above, it's now in our realm, in our reality, and it's just going to be straight across for miles and miles and miles, one edge to the other in all directions. And then you have the earth with topography, and we level things out according to mean sea level, because that's what establishes our horizontal lines that we use to know elevation. Oh, you're 6 feet tall from what? Uh, from the surface you're standing on. So, like, if you're standing on a house on the roof, you're not going to say, "Oh, well, from the top of my head to the floor." No, you're saying from the top of the head to your toes. You're just going from that measurement. That's it. But when you're building something, you don't say, yeah, make sure that floor is 520 feet. No, you just say make sure it's 10 feet, but it's being built upon a place where we can transfer from the shoreline that's 510 feet to your position. So when you go 10 more feet off that ground, now you're at 520 feet above sea level. That's your elevation. That's the way it's done.
You know,
That's all.
Apo, something beside that, completely different. So I'm researching a thing recently, so about water. I'm not believing anymore that water is oxygen and hydrogen. I think
I'm
water
sorry.
is. I don't believe anymore that water is made from oxygen and hydrogen.
What do you think it is then?
It's water. It's a separated element. It's water. When you turn water to gas, it's just water. It keeps having the same thing, water, but just turned into gas status.
Yeah, there's a good video on the names called Pete and Pete or something like that. Peter and Pete.
Yeah.
Dude, that's a really good video. Yeah, everyone should watch that.
I started with that one, and I kept watching many videos in their channel, and I started digging more in other channels and some documents also. Yeah, brother.
Yeah, they make a
You
lot
don't
of good
have
points.
any proof that water is made from oxygen and hydrogen.
So what do you think is happening with hydrolysis? What's going on there?
Electrolysis?
You're adding electricity.
Where you apply electricity to water.
Right.
Yeah, water is not conductive. If you try to do electrolysis to water, it won't happen at all.
Salt
because water is not conductive. So when you do electrolysis,
Salt water is.
You are not doing it to water. You are doing it to that solution that you have. So the salt or the acid, not water. So
Yeah,
the
they even
electrolysis will happen to something that is conductive, which is what you added to water.
Right. That's like, and then they say though that the actual is actually being made because of the metal things that they put in the water to to apply electricity to it. It's actually being formed off the elements of the metal itself. That I remember. I forgot how they put it, but dude, they broke it down really good. I don't know, Matthew. Do you know who they are? Pete and Pete on YouTube.
I don't know. No.
Let me try to find their video exactly about this. Oh, you have it?
I can put a video. Just want to start with, and it will just lead you to the rest.
So why do you think most chemists say that water is made up of hydrogen and oxygen? Why do almost all chemists say that?
I mean, that's what we're taught. That's what we're taught. But that's why it's really cool, Matthew. Now, I don't know personally. That's not my field at all. But just watching those videos and what they're saying, they make a lot of logical sense. And they even do like little like demonstrations, and they have these little like experiments they do. And it's really cool to watch these guys. They're honest. That's all I'm saying. These guys, they're smart.
I got 2 videos from them. You can start with those 2, and you can dig more if you want.
Yeah.
Here's the first one. It's part 1. Here's part 2. Okay. So, like I said, electrolysis, you are using water to facilitate that thing. Water is not conductive, so you can't do electrolysis to water.
What about if you mix pure oxygen with pure hydrogen?
You can't have water.
No, I'm saying if you mix those two gases.
You can't create water from hydrogen and oxygen.
Where does the water come from when you mix them then?
You can't create water mixing hydrogen and oxygen.
I'm saying that when you do mix them, water results. Where does that water come from? Are you saying that those experiments are all false?
Show me where you mix hydrogen and oxygen and you have water.
It's just a basic chemistry demonstration.
Yeah, show it to me, please.
So the fact that I am not doing it right now, does that count as an argument that it doesn't exist, or?
But I want to see it. I don't know. I want to see that.
Yeah, I would recommend taking a chemistry class at some point. That might be pretty enlightening.
Oh, okay. So you brought that from your ass, then?
No, it's just common knowledge that.
No. It's not common knowledge.
It's not.
I don't know it.
But they teach that in every chemistry class in every high school and every every country in the whole entire Earth. So they're all wrong.
Show me how they do that.
Okay. I won't show you, but I'm just acknowledging that you are going against every chemistry teacher in every college.
No, I'm not going any. I'm going against your belief. That's a yes, a big yes. Okay. I'm going against your belief.
You're free to disagree with all of them.
No, because I'm not disagreeing with. I'm not disagreeing with anyone. I'm disagreeing with you now.
No, you're disagreeing with every chemistry teacher on Earth.
No. I have all. I just have your word. I don't have anything. You didn't.
Well, me plus all the chemistry teachers, but that's I can't approve. That's just appeal to majority. That doesn't prove anything. I admit that.
Yeah, I know that you are appealing to majority. You are not appealing to a fact for sure, because you don't have one.
You know who knows a lot about this is Harp, because he looked like that. It'd be cool if he comes in. Hopefully he comes in. I invited him. Steve knows too. Steve, what's up, Steve? Steve also knows pretty well. Those two guys, I think, would be good to talk to. Or even just go watch the videos that were posted by Necros. Really interesting. Oh, you guys stop talking about it. Kane. Steve. Oh no, he said he just wants to listen. There's Harp.
Yeah, I don't know if there's much else to say with that. I'm just saying that as far as I know, every chemistry teacher in every high school and every university and every college in every country on the entire Earth says that water is made up of hydrogen and oxygen. And they, I can't prove it, but they have experiments they do with that. So you're free to disagree with that if you like.
Yeah, the indoctrinated ones indoctrinated the rest. Yeah, the indoctrinated ones were indoctrinating the rest.
And so you're suggesting that I disagree with all of them and agree with you? What evidence do you have that water is something that is not what it says?
I'm not saying. I'm saying just water is water. You
everybody
turn
says water is water.
You turn water to gas. You have just water in gas state.
Yeah,
Not
everybody agrees.
oxygen and or hydrogen is just water.
So everybody agrees that water can be turned into steam, which is a gas. Everybody agrees that water is water. The question is, can you create water out of hydrogen and oxygen? And
no,
most chemists say yes, but you say
no. Because I can't. If you can, show me that. If you claim it can happen.
Oh, yeah. No, I understand you haven't done it, but the fact that you haven't done it doesn't mean that it's impossible to do.
Show me that it is possible. That's just in your imagination, though. Yeah, remember the unicorn? You are that kid that believe that unicorn exists. I don't. You're trying to tell me. So a bunch of other kids are believing in the same bullshit that I'm believing in.
Harp, you have anything to say about
What?
About hydrogen and oxygen and the way it's that it doesn't create water? Kind of like the video that Nick was posted, Pete and Pete. They say H2O is not water.
Yeah, I agree. If you look at every video that shows you that they're taking hydrogen and oxygen in the water, you got to think about what they're really doing. That's not what they're doing. Electrolysis, first of all. So when I don't know if you're familiar with restoration, antiques and stuff, but almost all the time, nowadays they got different rated stuff, but electrolysis is one of the biggest ways of cleaning metal. Now think about that.
Yep. You can draw in.
Yeah.
You can draw in swords using electrolysis.
Yeah, I follow this guy on Instagram that's all he does. He does like restorations of stuff, and he always uses electrolysis to clean the old metal. Like he takes like something from like the 1800s, 1900s, early 1900s, like old little machines, and he like restores them. But yeah, he uses electrolysis.
You can't do that with water simply, because water is not conductive. So you use water to facilitate that. So you will just create a solution with adding acid or salt into water. So the water will facilitate that process, and you will create that. You will make that electrolysis process and sharpen the salt and do whatever you want to do with it. But it's not water. Water is just facilitating the thing.
Yeah, and that's how they supposedly take hydrogen and oxygen out of water, by adding salt and different formulas to the water. Never seen anybody take anything out of just water.
Yep.
Especially distilled water. Distilled water, forget it. So basically, all you have to do is look, and you can see that the bubbles come off the metal, not off the water. It's very simple to just look at and say,
Yep.
Well, really? Yeah. That's coming from the metal. Everything's metal of hydrogen. Hydrogen potential is everywhere.
Which one? Anode is creating you have bubbles of hydrogen, I think. And the cathode, you have bubbles of oxygen. I think I flipped them, maybe.
I think that's right. I call them Andrew and Kathy. So yeah, Andy is hydrogen and Kathy is the oxygen. So, I mean, I've seen every single one that I've ever seen. It just does the same thing. The bubbles always come up. When they're powering like a motorcycle or some kind of motor, if you watch it, the bubbles are coming off the metal. They're getting that fuel from the metal. That's what they're doing.
And I give you an example. Have you ever seen, because the claim is fishes breathe water, so they take oxygen from the water and they exhale the carbon dioxide. Have you ever seen, no matter how big is the fish, or no matter how large is the number of the fishes, have you ever seen bubbles created by fishes exhaling
Not by
gas
breathing.
inside water?
Not by breathing. No, that's energy. Definitely energy, and I'll tell you why. Because I'm a fisherman, fish constantly, except for lately. I've never watch these fish, and I buy minnows all the time, or I catch them or whatever. So when you get them, you know they're what you get, and when you put them in little container and you add bubbles, people think, okay, well you're adding oxygen. Well, you're not adding oxygen. You're adding energy. You're adding energy of the like, same thing when in the middle of this place I fish is a big fountain, and that water comes shooting out of the top and blasting back in. Doesn't create oxygen; it creates energy.
Steering wheel also, not steering, a steering thing that by a magnet you can put on the bottom of that container, and you put water in it and you keep it steer like that. It won't just make those things like in a rest in water. And you are not adding oxygen. You are just, like you said, you're creating energy in that medium.
Yeah, it's just air bubbles, and you know when I put my minnows in about an hour and a half, they're 2 or 3 times more energetic than they were when I first put them in the bucket. So after I put them in the bucket, like if you put them in there for 8 or 10 hours, you have super minnows. I mean, these minnows will last literally like an hour. Now, I'm talking about casting them, bringing them back when you got it, casting them again. I've cast some of these fish like 25 times. It's impossible. See? If you're familiar with using minnows, you get a few casts out of them. Basically, that's it. And they die. But if you leave them get that energy from the aerator, they start lasting enormous amounts of time. It becomes so strong. It's incredible. Like I've had fish eat them, pull the fish back out, and use it again. That's no shit. And I mean, I have pictures and everything. Yeah, you don't get ID.
So Harp, what are all these chemistry teachers getting wrong? Because all the chemistry teachers in all the high schools and all the colleges all say that water is made up of hydrogen and oxygen. Where are they getting that idea?
Yeah,
they're going to show you the same thing that I just explained. And if you have a brain, you look at the metal where the air bubbles are coming from, not the water, from the metal. Same thing as in we were just talking about.
So that you're just not seeing bubbles in the middle of the solution because there's nothing for them to accumulate. So it just goes straight up, and they're such small bubbles that you can't see them. And the only reason you see them presenting on the metal is because the air bubbles are sticking to the metal and building up. Is that maybe a possibility?
And that's where the splitting of the molecule happens on the surface of the metal, also. So you're saying that we should probably believe you instead of thousands and thousands of chemistry teachers
if
and
you
PhDs?
have a brain,
No. I'm not.
What I'm saying is,
believe me.
if you have a brain, hold on, Nick.
No, yeah, I'm just saying
if we have a brain and you understand what I was talking about earlier when you're using electrolysis to literally restore metal.
So you're claiming that maybe all of the chemistry teachers don't have a brain, like all those PhDs in chemistry are all brainless?
I don't think they're allowed to tell you the truth. I think they have a curriculum and they must go by it. Otherwise, they lose their job.
I don't think you understand what tenure is.
So Matthew, my advice is don't worship what you consider as their intelligence, their brain. No, you have to question this, ask the same question from where they got that, because the claim is water is not. Well, it's not water. Water is hydrogen and oxygen. You have to ask that critical question from where you got that answer.
No, all of them would say water is water. They're just
Why?
saying, hey, it's a molecule.
So
made
yeah,
up
you
of
have
certain
to
atoms.
ask the critical question from where you got that stupid idea. Can you show me that?
Well,
Can
the
you
history of chemistry has all kinds of stories about how they came up with that in the first place.
Yeah,
why do you have to add solutions to the water? Get
To
hydrogen
make
and oxygen out of the water.
so that so that you can conduct electricity.
Yeah, because the
Like you
water
could
is
add
not
salt water.
conductive. Because the water is not conductive and still not conductive. You are not turning water into conductive. You are that additional ingredient that you added to water. That's the conductive shit that you added to solution. But it's not water. Water is still water. You didn't turn that molecule into something else. No.
Add coffee to water. Is it still water or is it coffee?
Yeah, the water is still not conductive.
Water with coffee in it.
So when we add stuff, it doesn't fundamentally change the solution.
It does, because
whose
water
coffee?
takes
What
on.
kind of coffee?
It
Coffee.
Bear, please.
What was I going to say? That takes on the water takes on, like when you add stuff to it. That's why you water shit down, right? So you water your whiskey down. Now the water is all through the whiskey, and the whiskey is all through the water. It's evenly distributed. I think there was a point to that.
The point is that when you add something, it changes the properties.
Right. It doesn't. It does. It's just yeah. The water takes on the property of the additional, like when
Yeah, when you add water to your whiskey, you wouldn't say, I have a glass of water and whiskey. You would say, I have a glass of watered whiskey.
You can just say, I have whiskey and water.
There was a problem in here or something else.
Yeah, I mean, it can be quite problematic because in Discord we cannot really prove TOS violation without proof, so it's kind of difficult.
That's fair enough.
Yeah, this I cannot say much because I just met her after a long time, so.
Okay, guys, we're just so you're aware, we've dropped one of our YouTube live stream bots in here, so we are being live streamed on YouTube at the moment. So you might want to divert. You might want to divert your conversation to a topic of the room, just to keep it stuff.
Sure, go. We can do that. I mean, talk about flat Earth, like like this the title of this VC.
We try to keep it on topic as much as we can, especially when we're live streaming.
Oh, okay.
Oh wait, Gumion, is this your new account, by the way?
Just
Why he's liar?
let's find out. So, Zionist, hello, Zionist, you've been unmuted.
Yo, what's up, man?
Just letting you know you've been unmuted.
Oh, that's good, thanks. Yeah, I don't know why they muted me. I think it's because I said I used to be a flat earther, and they didn't like that, so they just muted me.
Oh, okay. I think somebody might have asked you for evidence of the claim that the Earth is a ball. I don't think you've provided any.
Oh, I mean, I can happily provide you with the evidence.
Oh, that'd be brilliant, mate. Thank you. So we'll start right at the beginning.
What?
Yeah.
So
we'll
what do you what do you consider as evidence?
Measurement of Earth curvature. I was just getting around to it. So a direct measurement of a deviation from horizontal of the Earth. Obviously, the thing that took you back to the globe side, right?
I mean, I don't think there's any measurements that's been done. That's the thing.
Okay, so you've got no evidence of the Earth being a ball because you've got
We have other kinds of evidence.
Okay, but you'd have to have direct measurements of the object in question. There's a claim it's a shape. So this one's a sphere or an oblate spheroid, which means there should be a deviation from horizontal over distance. It's curvature. So you should have a measurement of curvature to prove that the Earth is a ball. I've got loads of measurements that the Earth is flat, demonstrated that the Earth is flat, but being as you used to be a flat earther and now you've gone back to the globe side, I could only presume that's because you found a measurement of Earth curvature.
What do you mean?
Do you know what a measurement of Earth curvature is?
No, not really. Sorry.
Okay, so if the Earth is a sphere, that would mean the surface is curvilinear. That's a deviation from horizontal, commonly known as curvature. You know, like a ball has curvature.
You mean like a curved line?
A deviation from horizontal in a downwards vector. So curve, drop over distance.
Downward vector doesn't mean curve, but okay. I mean, look.
You understand the claim, though, right?
Yeah.
The Earth's curved.
So you're looking for 8 inches per mile squared.
Yeah, the claim that the Earth is a ball and the mathematics that say that deviation from horizontal is just what you said.
Yeah, look. Those are just theoretical.
Those are just theoretical. No, that's math. Yes, and it would be begging the question because it is theoretical because there is no curvature. But being as you've gone back to the ball.
No. Just because something's theoretical doesn't mean that there's no curvature. That's not how that works.
No, you didn't listen to everything that I said. You just seem to want to jump in, interrupt me. So I'll start again. Maybe you can listen. We'll get to the end, and you can give me the evidence that I want.
Which is I'm ready. I'm ready for the propaganda. Go on.
Okay, so can you give me measurements of Earth curvature? It's not propaganda. It'd be evidence of your claim.
I told you it's theoretical.
It's theoretical. The Earth curvature is theoretical.
Yes.
Okay, so it's just theoretical then. You decided to go from the flat Earth, which is measured, to a concept you haven't finished, to a concept theoretical idea that there's curvature.
I mean, there's curvature in a glass of water.
Have you got a measurement of that?
No, it's theoretical. That's the thing.
It's theoretical. So there's no measurement of Earth curvature.
We can measure. We can theoretically measure the curvature.
Right, you're not listening, dude. We can theoretically measure the theoretical curvature, but if it was there, we should be able to directly measure it.
Are you saying that you'd be able to see it with the naked eye?
I'm saying you've claimed that there's curvature in a glass of water. I'm asking you to verify that, and being as you're just about to say that you can't see it, then I'm going to ask you again for the measurement of it.
Okay, but that's the thing. It's in relation to the entire Earth. You know what I mean?
Okay,
so it's it's not something that you're gonna be able to see.
I get it. So the glass of water wasn't good enough for you. So you want to go to a bigger distance of water to say that bigger distance of water does curve. 2 questions now. Can we see it? Can we measure it?
No.
Right. So you've got no evidence.
No, actually, we have measured it. But the thing is that the evidences that exist, you're just gonna hand wave dismiss, and so I don't see the point in arguing this.
Okay. So what you're going to do is you're going to very quickly poison the well, being as I'm trying to get you to measurements of Earth curvature. You're saying, yeah, long-winded story, but I could give you it, but you're just going to hand wave it away, poisoning the
You're
well.
not the.
So
I'm
you're
not
not going to
poisoning
give
the
me the
well.
measurements then?
You're not. Listen to me, bro.
You're not going to give me the measurements, are you?
I can give you a billion evidences. You're just not going to be convinced because you're. Listen to me, bro. You're already convinced by flat Earth. Are you? Are you not?
It's measured flat, so.
No, but are you not?
It's measured flat, so that's the way it's measured.
Okay. So then, why are you asking me something you're not even going to be convinced by? What's the point of all of this?
Because it's interesting. I've asked you for measurements of
It's
Earth
interesting.
curvature.
Hold on. You said it's measured flat. You know it's not measured flat, right?
Oh, have you got a measurement of Earth curvature?
Oh, so hold on. You've got evidence that it's flat Earth,
It's
right?
not measured flat, so you've got a measurement of curvature then.
No. I'm asking you. You made the
Don't
claim that
reverse
it's
this onto
measured
me,
flat.
Sunshine. Hold on. This isn't going to work well for you if you start reversing a
Dude.
burden onto me and wanting to interrupt. You're asking me the question. Well, I'm not going to be convinced because I know the Earth is measured flat. You're saying it's not.
Okay, so then show me the measurement.
Hold on. Wants to interrupt because he doesn't want to be humiliated. I've seen this 1,000 times in just the past week. Have you got a measurement of Earth curvature though? You're saying it's not.
No, but have you got a measurement for flat Earth? Have you got a measurement for flat?
Listen to the conversation that you just had with me. Right. Remember what just happened. You said it's not measured flat. That would mean that there'd be a measurement of Earth curvature then, wouldn't there?
I never said it's not measured flat. What I said was you made
an interesting thing. I can go back.
Why are you interrupting me, man? I never interrupted you when you're talking, bro. Shut the fuck up.
Dude,
so you said explicitly that the Earth is flat. You said it's measured flat. So prove it to me. Prove that the Earth is measured flat.
What distance do you want?
I need 100 kilometers.
You need 100 kilometers. Okay,
Yes.
that's fine. I can give you 3,000 miles. How about that? You know, because
this guy's
listen. I'll give it to you. You understand that mean sea level is a horizontal datum. It's what we measure from to determine longitude and latitude. These are elevation angles taken from that horizontal mean sea level datum. That elevation angles to stars. But to do cartography, maps and charting, we can use terrestrial objects using vertical elevation angles and horizontal left and right angles using bearings. These would be north, south, east and west, which are also horizontal bearings.
Been debunked.
Really? You think that you've debunked? What have you debunked?
No, this has been debunked.
What's been debunked?
And that's not the kind of evidence that I'm requesting.
What has been debunked?
That's not the kind of evidence that I'm requesting.
Really? Well, you weren't very specific.
I'm requesting the exact same type of evidence that you demanded from me.
What, a measurement of Earth?
I need you to demonstrate that there's no curvature on a body of water.
Yeah, I understand that. Do you know what an elevation angle is? Being as this has been debunked, do you know what?
Guys, he asked for a specific kind of evidence, right, for the curvature of the Earth.
Don't interrupt, all right? Just don't interrupt. I'm about to give you the evidence, being as you want more information, but it's going to begin with a question. Let's unmute you, see if you can act like a gentleman. Do you know what an elevation angle is? Do you know?
That's not what I requested.
This is just going to end up with you having to shut up again. Do you know?
Okay, man?
Do you know what an elevation angle is, child?
I never requested that.
Okay, you said it's been debunked. The evidence that I'm giving you.
It's been debunked.
So
it doesn't prove flat Earth.
I'm asking you, do you know what an elevation angle is?
I'm not going to have this conversation with you, man.
Really?
Okay? That's not what I requested.
The evidence that
Why aren't you guys honest, man?
God, you just want to interrupt, don't you? You can fuck off. I'm going to tell you what's happening. I gave you the evidence. Would be horizontal mean sea level that we use for navigation and charting, for one of a few other things as well. But it's based on angles, measuring angles from a horizontal sea level datum. Now, you said that this has been debunked. Clarifying question. Do you know what an elevation angle is?
Been debunked.
Do you know what an elevation angle is?
It's not the evidence that I requested.
You know what an elevation angle is?
Yes, it's been debunked.
Okay. How was an
It's
elevation
been debunked.
Me. Stop saying it's been debunked five times.
It's been debunked.
Then fuck off, dude. Tell me how.
It's been debunked.
Tell me how.
Go to
No, you tell me how. Not I go and do something. You tell me how.
What's his name? What's that? You flat globe earther.
You tell
YouTuber?
me how. Tell me how. Being as you know it's been debunked.
What his name was, but he has a website dedicated to the globe earth.
That's lovely. Tell me how elevation.
If you go to his website, he'll explain. He explains it all to you.
No, you explain it to me. You know that it's been debunked.
What a yapper, man! This kid.
Can I ask a question? Because to be fair, I don't think the other guy's being productive, really.
He's being a wanker.
There you go, Ala. You got somebody calling you a wanker and non-productive. But yeah, go on, Oliver.
I think it would be useful to, because there is like a calculator, or there is a formula for assessing change in height over distance. Wait, why can't I post a image in the chat?
I have no idea why you can't post an image. Are you talking about the Earth curve calculator?
It involves. Sorry.
You said there was a formula you can use. Is that the Earth curve calculator you're talking about?
Yeah.
Cool. What are we going to be using that for?
Well, it depending what distance you're wanting to assess curvature over, you just plug in the numbers and then see if the result is
consistent. Yeah, I get you. So when we look at that math, for example, to find a geometric horizon for things beyond that horizon to start disappearing, then that's 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, making a claim to a geometric physical horizon. Unfortunately, we don't find the horizon at that location. We find it much, much, much further. I can post you images if you wish.
Yeah, if you want to post those images, I can't seem to post mine.
Okay. Have you been long in this server, Oliver?
No.
Okay, so it's probably just an amount of time before you get those permissions, dude. It's to do with activity within a server, I believe.
It's a meter roll I can give him.
Okay, cool.
Just a second.
You do that then.
You can be able to post now, Oliver.
So it's just the equations basically. Wait, I'll watch that.
So yeah, there's two equations. One is the deviation from the horizontal, which you've given us here. That's starting off at your altitude being 0 degrees and projecting a horizontal line outwards, and the deviation over distance from that horizontal. So that's the 7.98 inches per mile squared, or 8 inches per mile squared, like you said earlier. There's the other equation. Go on. Sorry, mate. Carry on.
It's not exactly that, because it doesn't stack with distance, because then it just becomes hyperbolic instead of like matching a sphere.
Yeah, it's a parabola.
Parabola.
Yeah. For short distances though, like 10, 20, 30, 100, 500 miles, deviation that you get to about 500 miles is about 6 inches. So for sure.
No, because it's 8 inches per mile squared. So I'm pretty sure it's only accurate up to like a few dozen miles, but not beyond that.
Right. Yeah. I've been in this for 10 years. I've had this conversation thousands of times. It's good up to a distance of 1,000 miles because the deviation is like stupid. Like, it's a silly amount. We're talking feet over 1,000 miles. So for short distances, 10, 20, 50, 100, 500, it's pretty much damn on accurate. And now the distances that we're measuring, right?
You can't. So I'm just trying to check it.
I mean, let's put it like this. We've had very mathematically intelligent people come into channels that we've spoken on. They've gone and done other equations based on other formulas, and they've come out with a difference that is negligible at a distance of 1,000 miles. If you want to compare and contrast and go and get your own mathematical equations and see if you can figure out how accurate that this one is, then please, mate, if you want to rest assure yourself, then do so. Well, I guarantee you, mate, the deviation over 1,000 miles is negligible.
Yeah, I don't have the numbers in front of me. Yeah, maybe it might be somewhat. I don't. The thing is, I don't really want to try and quantify it because we don't have I don't really want to be writing the equations. The best. Wait, I'll have to grab it because I forgot. Where the link is. The best easy, I think, evidence I've come across that's freely available for anyone to watch is just this guy does an amateur rocket launch where he films the thing start to end, and it goes 56 miles in the air with a rectilinear camera, and you can just see the Earth from 56 miles up high, and see the curve. It's worth.
So give you higher altitude images that show no curve. So we can have this again. We can have this compare and contrast from different altitudes above the surface to see if the horizon, which when we say it's curving is now physical, when we can demonstrate it's not physical because it's not 1.225 times square root of the observer's IMV. But we would have to measure the Earth directly to see which one of the two comparing things we've got. When we measure the Earth, it's flat.
Can you show the picture that is saying it's flat from higher up?
You'll have to give me about 5-10 minutes to go and dig it out. But yeah, I can find loads.
So we'd have to then say that there's just a problem with the video that was posted. Like, why is it showing a curve when there apparently isn't one?
Whilst I'm looking for these other high altitude pieces of footage, Big Roots has posted one. I was going to post one similar to it anyway. So this is from, the Chinese have got International Space Station like objects in the sky about 200 miles above the surface of the Earth, about just a little bit lower than the ISS. This one shows a horizontal horizon.
Can I wait? I'll just take a screenshot of that picture. That seemingly shows like the Earth is curving inwards. So there's obviously distortion on the camera. I'll just post the screenshot.
Yeah, that's fine.
We've
got a deviation of the horizontal in a different direction because of the lens. Yeah, you're absolutely right.
Wait. Was that the right? Hold on. Right. Post that. So it's already shown from the footage anyway that the lens seems to be distorting like images. But they're saying in the amateur rocket launch, like a rectilinear camera is used to not get that distortion, and you can see the camera from ground level that it's not producing that distortion. So I don't like we have to cite surely a problem with the video.
The optic.
Yeah, but what's distorting in the optics in that amateur rocket launch?
Let me look at it again.
It's worth doing it from the is it? Yeah, 5 minutes and 40-second mark to see the actual camera on the rocket as it goes up.
All right, sorry, dude. There is have you watched this whole video through? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so there's a couple of I'm kind of skipping through it at different altitudes, just trying to get it up to the highest altitude. So when we've got the movement, right? So the horizon is going vertically through the camera, so the camera is like at 90 degrees to the horizon. When we see the panning of the horizon moving through the entire optic, it looks flat. It looks like one end is more distorted than the other end when we're going from one corner to the other corner of the horizontal. And I understand when you say it's a rectilinear lens, so there is zero barrel distortion. No, there is barrel distortion. It's just minimalized, and you can see you can already see the distortion of the lens when you have the horizon passing at different angles through the middle of the camera. So there's obviously a problem with the optic here as well.
But you're gonna get a tiny bit of distortion on like any camera, especially around the edges. Right. But rectilinear camera, you'd know if you were getting significant distortion, because why even advertise a rectilinear camera at that point?
Depends what line is crossing at what different angle through the horizontal or vertical lens.
So it should theoretically, even for any camera, be least distorted around the center of the image, like the center of the picture, shouldn't it?
Yeah, and it also depends what angle the camera's pointing downwards as well. We would have to assume that the camera would have to be pointing downwards at an angle to the horizon if it was above that horizon, right? So we'd have to be pointing down to see it.
Just looking at the once it gets like a clear so for example there I
guess, I mean, what we have to remember is the claim that we're actually making with this, right? Because when we're down at ground level, for example, was the image that I posted earlier with regards to where the horizon should be for an observer at altitude, height of eye calculation, then we understand that that horizon there, that isn't geometric, it's an optical phenomena. But when we go higher, what we're doing, are we making the claim that the horizon is now physical and it is physical curvature that we see, even though we've already seen distortion within the optic already? At what point did the horizon become optical and now become physical?
But where would you say the distortion is in that screenshot I've taken of that point in the video, and how significant can the distortion be?
Are you just going to pass by what I said?
But we're looking at the evidence, aren't we?
Oh, sorry, what's the horizon?
What's the horizon? I mean, it's the edge of what you see.
Okay, so the edge of what we see. When you say edge, are you saying because we're looking over a ball and that's the edge of what we see because beyond it is curving downwards away? Or instead of edge, do you mean limitation of our view of a thing that we're close to? You mean that edge is curvature, don't you?
You can have due to angular resolution. The thing is, if you had that, it would be a less defined edge. It would almost fade off into.
Don't tell me what it should be, what it shouldn't be, dude. I'm asking you what your claim is. You're claiming that the horizon is the curvature of the Earth, physical curvature, right?
Yeah.
Right. So then we have to go to the video that I posted. Let me see if I can post it again for you. Because we have to be able to measure the horizon at distance. Now, the calculation based on the radius of the Earth is 1.225 multiplied by the square root of the observer's eye height in feet. So if you're 1 foot, it's 1.225 miles away. If you're 6 foot, it's 2.8 miles away. For 32,000 feet, it's 229 miles away, if memory serves me correctly. It's tangent line drawn from your eyes to where it touches the curvature of the Earth. Tangent, right? From your height of eye. So you see the video, and we clearly see the horizon beyond the oil rigs. And the oil rigs are only there because we know the distance from the observer to them, because that's static. So the horizon is clearly beyond 10 miles, where it should be for the observer at 8 foot, 3.46 miles away. So we're showing that the horizon isn't physical. So when we go up into the sky, are we now claiming that something that wasn't physical down below is now physical and curving and stuff? Is that what you're claiming?
Wait, so the horizon, if I'm agreeing with you that the horizon is visual and it's not like a literal object, although I don't really understand the terminology there, but the horizon, the water is a thing, the land is a thing, and that is, you're seeing the horizon of the land, of the water.
Yeah. But you're claiming that the horizon is Earth curvature.
People still this shit.
Sorry?
I thought this channel was a joke, but people still argue this thing?
Yeah, we're still doing it until you interrupted, yeah.
Yeah, but
it's
2024.
Sorry, you cut out there. What?
It's 2024.
Okay, it's going to be 2025 soon, mate. We'll still be here.
How many years of proof do we need? I'm so confused.
Okay. I don't know where we go from here. I'd rather talk to Oliver. I can get to you in a minute if you want. Maybe you'll be less confused if you shut up and listen.
No. Why should stupidity be at liberty?
Okay, so sorry, Oliver. Looks like I've got to put a pin in you, and looks like I'm going to have to speak to this guy. Do apologise, mate.
I was wanting to ask about the because there's still the problem of that video. Like, say, the oil rig is further out. Like,
it's optical until you prove to me that it's measured curvature. It's optical down here. You're claiming it's physical up there. There must be a change from optical to physical. We're going to have lots of conversations around this. We just need a measurement of curvature, dude. Because otherwise, the answer to your question, Oliver, is it's optical.
It's optical for both. Can we be clear? Can we be clear about how we're defining horizon here?
That's what I'm trying to get you to do. Yes.
So it's the I think you said before the edge of what you can see, and I'm claiming it's due to the Earth's curve. So that is the case, whatever altitude you're at, the edge of what you can see due to the Earth's curve.
Okay. So that means the horizon must be at 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, which in the video that I posted, it's not because it's beyond 10.10 miles.
I don't. If they're looking at the oil rigs from a height, like
8 foot, yes.
Are they 8 foot up?
The height of the eye, the optic, the camera is 8 foot above sea level. Would you explain this calculation to you? Do you want me to go through it again? Based on the height of eye, given the radius is 3,959 miles, then the distance to the horizon based on the height of eye is 1.2259 multiplied by the square root of the observer's eye height in feet. For a 1 foot observer, square root of 1 is 1, so the distance is 1.2259. For a 6 foot observer, 2.8 miles. For an 8 foot observer, 3.6 miles. For an observer at altitude of 32,000 feet, 229 miles.
On a platform, how are they 8 foot above the sea? They're on a platform.
Out the beach.
If I stand on the harbour, I live at the harbour. If I stand on the harbour, I'm more than 8 foot above the sea.
That at the beach, above sea level, it's 8 foot above sea level.
When they zoom out, they're standing on a platform, aren't they? It's like a boardwalk. It's going to be the harbour.
They 8 foot above sea level. Would you like?
Not 8 foot though. That is higher than 8 foot.
Okay, let me just get you another video, being as you don't like this one.
I will show you one with 1 foot from the same
Okay.
side. Right.
Also, if you go up to a height, you can see more. You can see further out, and I don't get how flat earthers explain this.
It's because you've changed your distance from the thing that you're observing. When you're low down to the floor and you're looking horizontally across it like you're laying down on your stomach, you can only resolve a certain distance of that horizontal floor in front of you before the angle becomes too small for you to resolve. When you stand up, you increase the angle of the surface that you're looking across, increasing your capacity to look over it because you've changed the angle. Climb a tree. You climb a tree and you see further, or you get out of bed in the morning and stand up. The reason for that is because the surface that you're standing on is curved, or that the eye is further away from the surface, giving you a bigger angle, resolution, and the capacity to resolve further. Fuck.
But if it's flat, if the surface is flat, that it shouldn't be affected by like the lower angle of your eyesight, because the thing that if it's flat, the thing that's no matter how far away it is, if you think about it in terms of Pythagorean triangle, you're technically further.
It's not.
Sorry,
not this.
if you're technically further away from that object, say it's like an apple on the ground, you're technically further away from that object by going up at a height than you are just being on the ground.
At the moment, we're trying to talk about what the horizon is, and now it's the limitation of your view of a horizontal surface dependent on the height of your eye, not how far away we can resolve an apple.
The camera footage showed that it wasn't horizontal at a significant altitude.
Just talk
past me. I just showed you from 1 foot elevation for the observer. Here the video, and here also below the video, the equation that will give you a radius that is many times, 67 times larger than the radius, the claimed radius.
I mean, aren't there just a million other things to consider, even if we've come to some sort of impasse on the horizon, like the sun? Like what is the sun doing on a flat Earth? Because I don't.
What did you ramble on at the end and say?
The sun is the sun. The motion of the sun around a globe Earth is completely consistent with what we see. Flat Earthers can't explain what is going on with the sun and the moon.
Sorry, in which capacity do we can't explain a thing that we haven't made a claim to? We're talking about the measurements of. We're talking about the measurements of the surface of the Earth, not what and how the sun and moon operate.
Do you not think that's a massive hole? That you guys literally can't explain the sun and moon.
Sorry. What do we say the sun is?
Well, what do you say the sun is?
We don't say the sun is anything because we can't make a knowledge claim. We can just observe it.
Do you not think that's a massive hole in your theories?
That we can only speculate a thing that we don't have first-hand knowledge about. No, I don't think that's a hole. I think, Oliver, that's a limitation of being understand the world. I can't go to the sun, so I don't know actually what it is. I don't know its distance, for example. I don't know its size, and I don't know what it's made of. Doesn't mean that I can't stand here and look at it. It's just me and Flat Earthers being honest with you and saying, we can't give you first-hand information. You don't have first-hand information. You're just going to regurgitate a story to me.
I don't. For example, say you fly past. Say you fly past a country. Can you confirm that country exists?
Yeah.
Well, have you been there and had first-hand knowledge of it?
Oh, are you going to say that because I haven't experienced Japan? How do I know Japan exists?
It's the same argument as the sun.
So I haven't finished. I have to have a certain amount of trust, right? So I should be able to trust what they say about the sun, right? I haven't actually been there, but it's a story. All right. We're talking about things up in the sky that no one can get to and a country where people are. Come on, dude. Do better, please. I kind of like you, but fucking hell.
Yeah, but it's acting like we can't make measurements about the sun.
So we can make measurements about the sun. They're called solar elevation angles. It's how we get lines of meridian and longitude, for example. You're going to require a flat Earth to make these angle measurements, though.
Wait, why?
Why? Because they're elevation angles. Do you know what an elevation angle is?
I assume if you have a triangle, it's just that cosine of the sine.
Yeah, it's the elevation, which means upwards. It's an upwards angle taken from a horizontal.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this is how we measure things like the sun, for example, in its position. So 90 degrees at your zenith, directly above your head. 45 degrees at an eastern bearing of 90 degrees. So an altitude angle, it's sometimes referred to as a solar elevation angle, describes how high the sun appears in the sky. The angle is measured between an imaginary line between the observer and the sun and the horizontal plane the observer is standing on. if we're going to be talking about measurements to the sun, we're going to be requiring a flat Earth to do so.
You don't though, because why would it be impossible on a sphere?
Really? Do you think you can get elevation angles from curved lines?
Yeah, because you just take the tangential.
No, Oliver. What's an angle?
It's the arc between two lines.
It's the deviation of two straight sides, right?
Yeah.
Okay. The two straight sides in the example that I've given you in the side chat of the solar elevation angle is the surface of the Earth, horizontal sides between the observer and the ground position of the sun, and an imaginary side between the eye and the sun, creating an angle. You require a flat Earth to measure this. You say we don't. Being as you now understand that an angle is the deviation of two straight sides, how do you measure an angle if one of your lines is curved?
You just take a tangent line.
We're not that would be doing something else, wouldn't it? And it would be measuring an angle from a now straight side, wouldn't it? Because you can't measure an angle if one of your one of your lines is curved. You have to put a straight one in there called a tangent. So you can't measure an angle. I just want to be clear, Oliver. You can't measure an angle, specifically an elevation angle, upwards from a curved line.
You can. You can.
So what? We have to draw a tangent, which would be a straight side, so the deviation between two straight sides, because the curved line wasn't good enough.
How else do you expect to do the maths?
What do you mean? How do I expect to do the math? If I measure an elevation angle of 45 degrees to Polaris, guess what my latitude is? I've given you the answer. I'll do it again. Yeah, go on, say it.
I've not got it in front of me, but I assume you're saying it's 45 degrees.
Yeah, it's 45 degrees. Where's the math required?
Well, it's you're taking the horizontal line, the elevation line, doing the elevation angle. I don't get why you have a problem with tangential lines. They're literally used all the time in maths. That's how I use them in engineering. And you're saying that it's wrong.
No, I explained this to you. I asked you the question, can you measure an elevation angle upwards from a curved line? You said yes, we draw a tangent to it, which will be replacing the curved line for a straight line because you couldn't measure an elevation angle using the curved line. Doesn't mean that I've got a problem with tangents. I know exactly what they are. I'm just pointing out that you can't measure an angle from a curved line. You've got to make it straight by drawing a tangent to it.
But why would you try and do it from a curved line? What's the point?
Oh, if the surface of the Earth is curved, is the point.
Yeah, but then
curved side.
You're compensating for the fact it's curved because you're taking a tangential line.
Can you point out to me in the diagram that I cited at 19 minutes past the hour by Sustainable by Design where the tangent is, please?
The tangent to where it's saying solar altitude angle. The tangent would be if the observer drew a line literally parallel to where they're stood. So it would be like the house.
Sorry, so it's not on there?
It's that's a cartoon.
Sorry. Read what it says and then tell me where the fuck it says and show me where it shows a tangent.
It's a cartoon though of a flat piece of land. So why
it's got a citation next to it. You understand that the angle is measured between an imaginary line between the observer and the sun and the horizontal plane the observer is standing on.
It doesn't mean it's literally horizontal. It just means you can take it.
If it was not horizontal, would you be able to measure an angle from a non-horizontal line? Or would
you'd use a tangent.
Hold on. would you have to do something else and beg the question that the Earth was a ball and say the tangent is from your eyes to the horizon, making the claim that the horizon is physical and geometric at 1.2 times the square root of that observer's height in feet, which I took away from you from the pictures of the oil rigs?
Yeah, I don't see what you've said here that contradicts the claim that the Earth is a globe.
Oh, do you want me to repeat what I just said? For you to draw a tangent line, you need the horizon to be physical and geometric at 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. If you're going to beg the question that you're on the ball, you're going to need a tangent, aren't you? Because the surface isn't good enough. It's curved. So when you draw a tangent to the horizon, you're making the claim that the horizon is physical. I took that away from you by showing you the horizon at 10.10 miles in relation to the static oil rigs from the observer at the beach. We've done that several times. Now I'm making the claim, which I provided citation for, with regards to measuring the sun, which was your claim. We measure the sun, meridian lines, longitude lines, time of fucking day, with solar elevation angles. As cited, it's from the horizontal plane the observer is standing on. There's no tangent line here. I've cited my stuff. Can you start citing your stuff, please?
Yeah, that video I showed where they're literally
That's
in
not
like
citation. Do you know what a citation is? Seems like I have to ask you a lot of clarifying questions. Do you know what a citation is now?
Yeah.
Why are you talking about video? So why are you talking about a video?
So if we go on that susdesign.com, like I started out with quite a simple premise. It's just I can show the Earth's curvature, and the guy in the video literally fired a rocket. Like, what was it, like almost 300,000 feet up, and he showed a curvature, and you're saying, well, we can't trust that, but then we can trust like a 5-second video.
Stop putting words in my mouth. It's not about trust. I've tried to go through this as simply as I can. When we go up into the sky, the horizon's now physical Earth curvature, right?
It physically curves. It's an object. It physically curves. A ball physically
the Earth
curves.
is physically curving, so the horizon is Earth curve, right?
Yeah.
Why is it not down here at ground level? When did it change from optical to physical curve?
Why I don't get the semantics here, like the semantic difference between optical and physical.
It's because there's a lack of understanding on your behalf. I'm trying to choose my words very carefully to point out the differences from our standpoint. You're saying the horizon is physical Earth curvature. I've pointed out to you that it isn't. It's an optical phenomena, but now after 45 minutes, you're going to go back up into the sky and make the claim that the horizon is physical Earth curvature because you want to draw tangents to it.
The guy showed it. The camera showed it.
It's just going to keep going round. Fucking hell.
What was the camera showing then?
And whatever it is, mate, it's optical, and then show me that it's physical. It's optical down here, so why are you claiming it's physical up there?
Because that's what I saw on the video.
Okay, well, I didn't see a curvature down here, so when does it change from optical to physical?
What did you see in that video?
My God, are you not listening? When did the horizon change from an optical phenomena to physical Earth curvature at altitude?
It'd be wait. I said it'd be visual up there if we're gonna play this game.
It's not a game, Sunshine, and you're not answering my question, so maybe you're playing games now, not me.
It is. We're playing a semantics game. Like if we
I'm
were
trying to get you to understand what the fuck you're talking about.
What? So I don't. I'm literally a mechanical engineer. I do like maths.
Oh my
for a living.
God, really? Well, I should pull my pants down and get my dick out. Fuck me. You're a fucking engineer. I couldn't give a shit We're talking about this. Why have you got to put your credentials into the conversation? For some reason. Are you feeling insecure?
Well, if you're insulting me, I don't know who the insecure one is.
You just shoved your credentials in. Why?
The
insecure. Do you need to take some kind of stance on this and need to prove your worth? Why did you shove your credentials in? It's got no bearing in this conversation.
Okay. The in the video.
Sorry, Oliver. Talk to someone else, mate. Fucking hell.
Is nobody even a bit curious about the video? Nobody's watching it being like, wow, this kind of challenges my preconceptions of the shape of the Earth.
Spent 45 minutes going through it with you. If somebody else wants to jump in, then that's absolutely fine. But you've not addressed a single thing that I've spoken about. You've just gone back to your observation of something that you can't verify. You're taking somebody else's word for it. All right.
Well, they show the video. What words do I need to take? It's not them just claiming this is what I saw. They're showing it on video. Okay.
I'll tell you what. Let's see if he's listened to anything that I've said. Can you still man my position? £50 says you can't. Giving you 45 minutes of my time. I've explained my position at least 3 to 4 times. Can you still man it for me? Sorry, guys. Do apologise. Looks like I made Oliver leave the room.
What happened to the guy? He dipped? Where did he go? Is everybody AFK here?
I think so, mate. Yeah.
All right.
Had enough of him, to be honest. He was sticking religiously to his math.
Oh yeah. The math works. That's
They said he was a mathematician or physicist. I was only half listening, to be fair. And Jedi was like, why the fuck are you talking about that? We're talking about this. And he got a bit pissed off. Then the guy was eager to let him know, I'm a mathematician.
Right. He did initially come in with when he joined the VC at first, bringing up the Earth curve calculator. The physicist.
Yeah. He started saying that it doesn't work the 8 inch per mile squared because it's a parabola.
Mm-hmm.
That only works up to 100 miles or something. And Jedi was like, no, mate. I've been doing this a long time. You can do it up to 1,000 miles. And he was like, no.
I mean, even we say even 100 miles, it's sufficient enough. Like we have the black swans, 10 miles, 20, 30. The hell?
I know, like it even makes a difference, right?
Yeah, it wouldn't make any difference. No.
It's the same shit all the time, man. These guys don't realise that they're just living off the math, living off bloody fallacious reasoning.
Yeah.
So like,
that's
we
the
need
problem.
to go... with those types, you need to go to the fallacy game. I know it gets a bit annoying, but sometimes it's the only thing that wakes these guys up.
I think that's the only way, to be honest, to have a proper discussion. They are prone to make fallacies if you don't tell them.
Yeah. A lot of people complain when you call out the fallacies, but I'm a big fan. I think it's the proper way.
Yeah, indeed.
I'm not sure if that's just the Globers who complain about that, but I do hear complaints about it.
Yeah, I've heard that one before. They don't like it because it doesn't help them. It doesn't help their belief.
Well, they have no arguments without them. So
yeah, exactly.
They'll take away everything. Yep. Exactly. That's why they don't like it. That's what I mean. It's going to be hard with the kids and the new generation because of all the deep fakes, and look how the pictures from space. Look how people are convinced with the pictures from space now. So as technology goes on, it's just going to be harder and harder to wake people up.
Yeah.
So I just think for my kids or whatever, it's just teach them logical fallacies. Even if I don't teach them flat Earth, you know what I mean. Hopefully they can get there eventually. I mean, I will tell them about flat Earth when the time's right, but till that point, got to teach them to think logically. I think that's all I can do, really, before the school gets them.
Mm-hmm. I was actually, let me see if I can try this one. I was using a Photoshop detector site because that was, what's his name? Matthew. Was it Matthew? Yeah. Matthew Learns, whatever his name gets so weird. He keeps posting the same image of the Earth every time he joins. Oh, here's a new photograph today. It's the same image, same clouds. I even asked him about the clouds. He didn't respond. So I used the photo, the image he posted into photo forensics website to see if it's Photoshop or something like that, and it couldn't tell you if it was a photograph at all. It said something is off with this one. And then I used another.
Something's off.
Yeah, something's off.
And
then I googled a normal photograph, an actual real photograph of a human, whatever the case may be, and I compared that. I posted in the site as well. I said this is It is a 100% photograph. Nothing wrong with it. So yeah,
which one's that for? Which image?
The this one I'm gonna post in the side chat. This is the one who keeps posting every fucking time. The blue marble photograph. Oh, it's 17 megabyte. It's still loading. I'll say.
What, the blue marble?
Yeah. Supposedly the photograph, quote unquote, the image photograph of the whole Earth. Yeah.
Disgusting. So the image. Oh my god. So they're trying to say it's a genuine photo when even NASA admit it's not.
He keeps saying that. Yeah.
Oh god. Disappointing.
Yeah. What can you say, man? It's Matthew. You gotta uphold the lie till he retires, I guess. Whenever that's gonna be.
Like a Glober's version of the fact checker. Remember when the fact checkers were about through the pandemic, and they would just say that.
Yeah, that never existed before that.
Yeah, but they would always be lying though. They would be like, "This is incorrect," but it would be not true. Like the fact checkers themselves needed fact checking.
Yeah, indeed.
Yeah, that's terrible. No hope for the future if that's what's going on right now. Actually, I didn't mean that. That was pretty dark.
Just imagine the struggle. When you are trying to find the truth, you just go to those who are telling you the lies and found to be liars to just ask them if that thing that you were told is true. Like those Globers, to just understand what we are claiming, they will just go to Globe Earthers videos to check that those information that they will give them, and never fact check what we are telling them and what we are showing them as demonstrations.
Yeah, Necros, was you there the other day when Clay had the AI bot in the chat in politics?
Yeah, brother.
He was there, yeah.
Yeah.
That was fascinating. Was he there, Q? I don't think you were, was you?
I did hear some of it, of the AI chat there, I guess.
Yeah,
which part? Like you heard?
Took like an hour or 45 minutes to get the chatbot to admit that all of his answers were basically pre-programmed, and that is the consensus, and that he is not able. Basically, he admitted that he's not able to change his answers based on a logical conversation.
Yeah.
But people think that's AI. That's not AI. That's like a more complex version of this, isn't it? The same problem.
People just don't understand what is an AI. So they think that it is literally something that can think on its own and creates its own ideas. No. It's just like an advanced motor, research motor like Google, where you have to just find the information for yourself. That's a system programmed to do that shit for you. And in the majority of the AI, they are guided what the information that they will give you. And you will have to understand that there is a problem in that AI in the AI functions that doesn't have any for the moment, that doesn't have any correction, which is called model collapse, where the AI doesn't distinguish between a real information uploaded by a human and an information uploaded by another AI or an older version of itself. Just research the keyword model collapse. For an AI, a video or an article that was uploaded to the internet by another AI or even an older version of itself, it will just consider it as being a fact. It won't distinguish between real information and false information.
Man, that's grim. I just want to say, rest in peace, internet, man. The internet died a long time ago. It's just spam now. Spam, spam, spam. I reckon it won't be long before the Globers or some Glober creates an AI bot called Science, so that everybody can say, well, science says. Science says.
The AI is just a parrot that repeats the information uploaded into the system. Like that flat earth GPT. That one is just a trained one. They showed him from where it have to get information and what the information that it will pull. Ask Flat GPT the question, simple question, what is the difference between you and Chat GPT?
Yeah, no, it's just a mouthpiece, isn't it? It's a mouthpiece to regurgitate information.
Yep.
You'd be like, hey, science, hey science, what experiments prove that the Earth is a globe? In 300 BC, an astronomer called Aristosthenes did an experiment. Blah blah blah.
Yeah.
Like, you know, that's the future. Everyone's
That's
going to be
why-
like, how do flat earthers even exist? We've got the science AI bot.
So that's why till this day, I don't have and I can't have that idea that AIs will just go out of the system and start creating better versions of themselves, better robots and better AI, and just they try to conquer the world. No, that thing is not doable. It's impossible. AI doesn't have that possibility, that attribute to just create ideas or imagine ideas. It's just like I told you, a parrot. It won't have possibility to create or imagine.
So you think it's all a hoax, all this AI, Elon Musk shit? You think it's all a hoax? Or you think they genuinely believe that they can get there?
It's just a better version of that mono hand that you have in the car industries. It's just one single hand. It will just take a door and put it in the frame and take anything to just lock that door in its place, like a screwdriver, and it will just rotate this the screwdriver and place that door. So those AIs that Elon Musk is making is just a better version of that. That doesn't have any. Yeah, it will have an impact by taking human posts or workplaces, or it will just be able to do something that humans can do every day. So as work, so they will those posts will be just taken out, like in the rest of the industry. But that hoax that AI will take on humanity, they will just try to kill us. No. If you don't program it, you by yourself.
Wow, bro, never say never. They could create a false flag.
Question. That's why Jedi asked him to clarify, what is it are we going to be seeing? He never mentioned that part, Clomo.
It's part of the question. The question he's asking is, what would it take for you to believe in a different thing? That's the question.
No, that wasn't his question, because he said no, it wasn't his question, Cloma Max.
Okay, Fitzits, please clarify.
No, my question was like, and I said like, don't take everything I'm saying at face value. Assume you could go to the Antarctic, and on the other side, I don't know, some higher power gifts you the proof. Oh, look, by the way, you can now see here the world is flat. I'm not saying you could go to the edge of the Antarctic. I'm just saying, let's say that was the case.
Well, you just have to get out of your basement to realize the world's flat.
I think there's a couple of presuppositions going on, right? I think you're presupposing that we think that the Earth is a disk in outer space, and that's not the case. I think you're also presupposing that there's something out beyond Antarctica, probably because you've heard somebody say something along the lines of "there's other lands out there." We don't fucking know. All right.
Can I ask you a very direct question?
The reason people are flat earthers tends to be because they go to measure the Earth and they don't find curvature that is supposed to be there, because they claim that the Earth has a radius, which means it would have a circumference, which means there should be an arc that you can measure on that circumference to derive a radius value, because obviously we didn't dig through and find a diameter. Okay, so usually it's not because of like Antarctica or some other ideas. It's about the measurement of the Earth's surface. That's why flat earthers are flat earthers generally, especially in this room.
So the basic supposition is because it's easily provable that the Earth is flat, it would require a monumental amount of evidence that is also able to contradict the easily provable things that you can do to show that it's flat, to be able to convince you otherwise. Which I'm not saying that's invalid. That's not a leading question, by the way. I think that's valid. I'm just clarifying. That's what you're saying.
I experience, see, and measure the Earth to be flat. Right?
Practically that way as well. Sorry.
I know.
Practically use the Earth. Observe, measure, practically use the Earth as a horizontal stationary plane. So we see it, measure it, and use it as flat.
Do you recognize that flight paths would make no sense?
You understand that there's no correction for flying around a curve when the aircraft is at altitude maintaining horizontal parallel to mean sea level and altitude below. There is no correction for curvature in an aeroplane. If you're flying around a ball, right, you're going to have to change the orientation of the aircraft from horizontal to curving to fly around that ball, right? You would have to do that.
Could you repeat the question?
Wow.
If you were flying around a ball, a curve, you would have to negotiate that curve. You would have to dip your aeroplane nose downwards all of the time because the curve is always curving. You understand planes fly horizontally, right?
That's not quite true. It's not like if you're saying basically if you set off in the sky and you kept going straight, that you'd end up at a higher altitude relative to the Earth. That's what your claim is?
If you're flying with regards to a gyroscope, which is going to maintain rigidity in space, which gives you your horizon in the cockpit, your false horizon, you're going to be pitching your aircraft between 1 to 3 degrees above that horizontal. You're going to be doing that at 32,000 feet at 500 miles an hour for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 hours. You're going to maintain your altitude, which is parallel to the horizontal mean sea level below. The aircraft isn't going to pitch downwards following a new horizon that would have to be created as the horizon or the surface of the Earth is curving down and away from you.
Sure.
Airplanes fly horizontally. Would you like
you're saying
according to this?
You're saying a 1 to 3 degree nose up altitude is what they're doing.
Yeah, attitude. It's an attitude angle. So the aircraft is flying horizontally, but because of the speed and pitch, there has to be a certain speed and a certain pitch for you to maintain horizontal flight. Or one, if your speed is too low, you're going to start decreasing in altitude. Or if your pitch angle is too high, you're going to start gaining altitude, aren't you? You know what a gyroscope is, right?
Yeah, that's what they use in
airplanes.
Airplanes, yeah, to maintain altitude.
What's up, Jedi?
But it doesn't give a false horizon. I kind of just disagree with that premise.
Can I interject something?
It doesn't. It just
It
doesn't.
does.
When you have a moment.
System. It's in the inertial reference system. Your gyroscope, there's 3. Each one of them go to a separate horizon in the cockpit. There's 3 of them.
Yeah, but this is a dumb argument because the difference in opinion here is that you don't believe in gravity and I do. So this is a not like we're talking about something without addressing the bigger issue here.
Sorry, what's gravity doing to the aircraft?
Well, it makes it naturally curve. That's the whole idea.
Sorry, gravity makes the aircraft curve. Does it make the gyroscope curve, or does it do all of it?
Well, modern aircraft use gyroscopic instruments and other navigational aids to maintain their course. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So we're maintaining course. You haven't answered my
But
question.
you do realize that the gyroscopes are calibrated to account for the curvature of the Earth. Otherwise, they wouldn't work.
No. Do you realize that they're sped up?
Hold on. Do you acknowledge that? Before you move on, you didn't acknowledge what I said.
Dude, yes. I'm acknowledging what you said and trying to demonstrate to you that you're incorrect. When you spin up a I'm going to fucking answer the question. When you spin up your gyroscope...
You know, today I woke up and I realized I really have no reason to believe my butthole exists.
Good, lad. Well done. When we spin up the gyroscopes at the airport, we're referencing the locations horizontal. You're saying that they have curvature in them. They have to be collaborated for curvature.
Yes,
When do they do
gyroscopes
that?
are calibrated to account for the curvature of the Earth when they're made and when they're put into planes. You do realize that?
How? And which one specifically?
All gyroscopes. Otherwise, the planes.
All gyroscopes. All gyroscopes.
You're a liar.
In modern planes.
You're a liar.
Yes.
So they don't maintain rigidity in space then?
Could you ask that in a different way? I don't know what that means.
You understand that when you spin up the gyro, it has a horizontal plane, right? And it doesn't matter what you do to the mechanics around the gyroscope, the orientation of it, that gyroscope that you spun up is still going to maintain horizontal.
No. We disagree here because what you're saying is you do realize how gyroscopes work, and they wouldn't work because they wouldn't calibrate for the curvature of the Earth. And what I'm telling you is, in modern planes, they do exactly do that. They adjust for the curvature of the Earth.
All right, you don't have to shout. Give it to me.
No, I'm not shouting. I'm just telling you that's where we disagree.
Citation, please.
I'm shouting, saying, prove it.
Yeah,
citation,
You're a
please.
liar.
Okay, I'll
You're
sure.
a straight up liar.
Okay, buddy. I know that your little theory makes you very upset, but it's okay.
It sounds like you're saying things that you think make sense without knowing why you're saying them, because that's not how gyroscopes work.
Did you hear what the point that I made against that?
No, because you didn't get any indication that they calibrate gyroscopes to account for the curvature of the Earth. Where did you get that from? It sounds like you just said that because it makes sense to you and your narrative.
That's what happens in planes.
Okay, find a citation for that. Find a citation for that.
Here we go.
It sounds like you're just saying that.
I've got a citation for you. You've asked me for a citation.
It makes sense with your argument, but it's not actually true.
You've asked me for a citation. I'll give you a citation. You will just have to bear with me. You can go ahead and talk with the other people until I return.
So you don't have it, so you're making a face.
No, I don't have it to hand. Do you have every citation possible for a flat Earth? I'm just asking, offhand. Do you have it while talking on Discord? No, it's just a stupid fucking question.
No, because what you just said isn't true. I know it's not true. I know you're just saying it because it makes sense with your narrative, but you're going to look and see right now that what you just said isn't true.
And generally, we have the citations ready and at hand.
Man, I don't think Jedi needs y'all help, man. Can y'all calm down in the chat, man? Jeez. Can y'all let Jedi finish speaking with him?
It's alright, man. It's fine.
While he's finding a source, actually, there was one thing I wanted to double back on once again. So, like Klon mentioned there, that I don't know if it was, once again, I can't tell if it's meant to be an insult, I'm assuming it's reductive. The not believing in gravity part.
Okay, I'll answer that very quickly. Can you provide a scientific experiment that proves whatever gravity does?
Well, for example, if I jump up and down, what's bringing me back to Earth otherwise?
Sorry, you seem to have misunderstood my question. Have you got a scientific experiment? Jumping up and down isn't a scientific experiment.
I don't have an experiment on hand, but I'm asking, for example, what would the alternative be to gravity? What is it that...
Sorry, alternative to gravity that we haven't proven yet. Go and prove gravity first. See if you can find a scientific experiment that proves gravity. And when you come back with that, we'll discuss it. If you can, bring a scientific experiment that proves gravity. If you can.
But I'm saying that, so you're saying, once again, it comes down to yes, no, / I don't know.
No, it comes down to, is there a scientific piece of evidence that proves the claim that gravity exists?
I'm not saying that. I'm saying
dude, my fucking God. So we know that there isn't one. So it's not that we're just hand-waving away this claim of gravity. We know that it's not been proven scientifically with an experiment based on hypothesis. We know that. So why should we believe in something that hasn't been scientifically verified?
That's what I'm saying. I'm not arguing that you should believe in gravity. I'm asking what fundamental force. What do you believe? What would it be that keeps humans on the ground?
We don't. We have no idea. All we can do is operate within relative density, and depending on the object and the medium, it will go up and down. If we're talking about solids and liquids, if we're talking about gases, however, that's very different. They go in all directions. But the answer to the question, and I do apologise, mate, is really we don't know what the cause of some things going down is.
Okay, so like that was just my key clarification. I wasn't sure about was if you believed that was an alternative, or it was, like you said, that I think you clarified very well that there is no evidence, scientific evidence for gravity, and therefore you don't know exactly what it is that would keep you on Earth.
Bingo.
Yeah. Okay. Like I said, once again, I want to clarify 1,000 times. I understand some of the things I say might sound like leading or baiting questions, but I am just genuinely curious.
No, you're fine, buddy. I appreciate your questions. Apologise, my tone. That's on
I
me.
completely understand. And another thing as well that is interesting to me is that, like, so when did you start? What was it that you first read that made you start looking into this more? And what was it? What was the turning point? What was it you started looking at that really solidified in your head that the globe Earth is not real, for lack of a better term?
I think, like most people, I myself kind of avoided Flight the Plague to begin with. So back in 2014 and 15, I kept seeing videos appear on my recommendations for Flat Earth, this, that, and the other, and I avoided it until one night I got really bored, and I was just like, I've got to find out what this is all about. I'd looked into everything else. It was about 15 minutes into the video, and to be honest with you, mate, I'd never even thought about questioning the Earth being a ball. Never once. It was never apparent to me. Believed pretty much the story. Outer space was a thing. The Earth's a ball. We've got a model. We go around the sun. Yeah, I believed it all. It was only when I started seeing long distance observations showing that, for want of a better term, we see much further than we should do if the Earth was a ball, because the curvature would be obstructing our ability to see really, really far. So people were showing long distance observations of things that we shouldn't be able to see if the Earth was curved. And I think that was primarily where my interest was kind of peaked, and that with regards, and also with regards to the second law of thermodynamics. Understanding that gas expands, the only way to stop it is with a physical barrier. If there's no physical barrier, it's going to keep expanding. Understanding that means that you can't have a vacuum of space. So two simple things: looks flat and you can't have a vacuum. So from there, and this is going back to 2015 and nearly 10 years now, it's been a long journey of clarifying and re-clarifying and making my own observations and spending hours and hours researching and speaking to people who know more about the subject than I do, and then coming to the conclusion over the last 4 years that the Earth is most definitely a horizontal plane. It's observed, it's measured, and practically used as a horizontal stationary plane.
And so another question along that line then would be, from what I can tell of flat Earth, and once again, I might be a misconception, so correct me if I'm wrong, but the belief is that the pushing of the concept of a globe Earth comes from a government conspiracy, that a lot of the information is either hidden, is altered, or is lied about. So in that case, how do you choose? Like, how do you know which sources are worth trusting? And do you have any references that you would put at a higher validity than most others, for example, in your opinion?
I think understanding the history of where the globe come from is a really good point. So lots of people come in here, like you just asserted and said, the government, they're lying to us. Actually, the lie didn't start with government; it started with a religion, the Roman Catholic Church, Copernicus, and a few of his other peers around those centuries, coming up with models to explain the sky. Kepler, Huygens, these type of people. So the reason why we have a globe model in the first place is because the Roman Catholic Church wanted to understand when Easter was with more accuracy to the models that they had at the time. So they spent a lot of money asking a lot of learned people to study the sky and see if there's a way that we could model the sky. They did this by curving the sky and then curving the floor beneath it. So it's not necessarily the governments that are lying to us, although most definitely these days government agencies are, but it's the Roman Catholics that started the heliocentric religion like 400 years ago, maybe 500 now.
Mm.
So it's a religious idea just because they want to map Easter.
That makes sense. And then based on that, sorry, go on.
1600s is like
yeah,
around the big ballpark when they started. So yeah, about 400, 500 years. And then when you look up who measured the curvature of the Earth as a vague statement, you get Eratosthenes, which is 200, 400 years prior to Jesus, right? And the claim is that he measured some shadow angles and assumed that the sun was infinitely far away so that we could have assumed parallel light rays so that we can assume that the Earth between these 2 points is curving and the shadows are the result of that. Which, when you go outside and you see the sun casting light through a cloud or a tree, you don't see parallel light rays, you see crepuscular rays or the shadows casting in angles, and it derives the direction to the sun. Okay, so one, that assumption is false. And then at the same time he's doing that, the Chinese are assuming that the Earth's flat because they're getting a triangulation of a local source light with non-parallel light rays.
And everything about Eratosthenes is just a story they told us about that Eratosthenes. And there is nothing from that so-called Eratosthenes.
Okay, Aristophanes required a flat Earth to make his measurements in the first place, and this just presupposed that the shadows were parallel, so the sticks were orientated to the center of the Earth and measured a 7-degree angle difference, and got somewhere close to the radius, but it wasn't right in the first place. But his measurements were of a flat Earth to begin with.
Yeah, that's if we assume with them that Eratosthenes was someone real. And that measurement of sticks and shadows was something really that were really done by a so-called Eratosthenes. I don't believe that because I never found something from that so-called Eratosthenes.
No, that's fair enough. There is no first-hand sources of evidence that Aristophanes even existed. But if we are to believe the story, then we just look at the methodology. And he's figured it out. We're demonstrating that you're going to require a flat Earth to make the measurements anyway. Whether the guy existed or not, the method that he used, angles to the sun, is going to require a flat Earth.
Yeah. But why I brought that, because I think they got that idea or that story of Eratosthenes just to make the story of the globe older than the normal. Because we know this is not older than the 1600 or 1500 most, but they want to make it older than that.
I understand what you're saying.
So with things like this, if I'm wanting to look for more information myself, and I guess I should put it from your shoes, when you're looking at information, how do you verify the validity of a source? I assume like most of you, once again, because you said that you prefer to answer yes, no, or I don't know, which I really appreciate. Then on that basis, that the main thing you look for is scientific studies or experiments you can do yourself. So I guess my two questions would be: are there any sources that you tend to trust without having to get test it yourself? And secondly, what type of tests do you think are most effective for someone new to the space to easily see it for themselves?
Sorry, mate, I am cut out then. What was your question, being as nobody else has answered?
Sorry, it was. Let me reword. Let me fumble through.
I can field it, Jedi, if you like.
Yeah, please do, mate. I've got my hand full. Thank you.
So we would have to be pretty specific about what exactly we're talking about. Now, I know you use the term experiment, but when we talk about experiments, we're very hyper-specific because we would be trying to adhere to the scientific method, and any observation that we make, determine whether or not it was even valid to run it through the scientific method. Now, as far as long-distance observations, that sort of thing, we do our best to verify those things ourselves. However, we're obviously going to use observations that other people have made in certain circumstances because we may not just have access to terrain or the ocean or whatever it might be to get those measurements. Now, when you say scientific sources or authorities or whatever, well, once again, we'd have to try to make sure that these are actual scientific studies. And what I mean by that is using the scientific method to adjudicate cause and effect relationships in an experiment. So, have a valid hypotheses and stuff like that. If we are not going to just take something from a source that says it's scientific when it is actually pseudoscience. Take, for instance, astronomy. There's no valid hypothesis in any of the fields in cosmology, astronomy, or astrophysics, not one. So they are all shooting from the hip and basically, for lack of a better term, making shit up based on certain observations they make and then just conjuring a cause in their mind for whatever reason. Those are the types of ways that we analyze a lot of the things that we get, like as far as information goes or whatever. I hope that answers your question.
And so I suppose then, as like a novice myself, if I wanted to look into it more, do you have any people in particular you recommend looking at?
In regards to what?
I'm learning more about the science behind it and the backing of it.
Quantum eraser.
Okay, so if you wanted a source that, number one, was very thorough and even parsing out for you what the scientific method is and whether or not anything could be run through the scientific method, then I would recommend that you go to Quantum Eraser channel on YouTube. Now, he might be buried in the results. He's been, shadow banned, hidden. The algorithms filter him out of most searches. But Quantum Eraser channel on YouTube, and somebody might even post a link to that. But he can walk you through how certain things that we observe can lead us to certain conclusions and other things cannot. And also just be a pretty good source for, in general, science and the scientific method. And also how to parse out whether or not any of these arguments or, propositions given to us by the heliocentric cult are even valid logically. So that's one place I would recommend.
Okay, was that, a quantum eraser, as in the thing at the end of a pencil?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay, I'll take a look at it. Thank you.
Go to the website. The website's pretty good too. Was it Globe Terminator?
Yeah, globeterminator.com, I think.
Also, I think Clom's posted some sources. I'm sure that he's got much more grasp than I do, at least on what's going on. So I'll cede it to him. I've got to go in a moment anyway. Yeah, thank you for being open and answering my questions. Like I said, I hope it didn't come across accusatory by any means.
No worries, man. Thanks for coming by.
I did drop the link to the Quantum Eraser YouTube channel as well if you wanted that, mate.
Oh, brilliant. Yeah, I saw that. Cheers.
No worries, dude. Check out the science versus pseudoscience playlist.
Science versus pseudoscience. Got it.
Right, I believe somebody else wanted to show us how gyroscopes are made for curving. Probably pendulous vanes or something.
Yeah, Cormax posted some stuff in the chat there.
Oh, he's bloody muted. Sorry, dude, give me a second. There you go, Climax.
Thank you very much. I don't know who keeps muting me, but whoever's muting me, you get very upset at me, and I don't know why. I think I'm quite respectful. But
We don't
teach their own.
go for feelings, dude. Let's just get to the point.
Well, the point is that I've given you the sources, the FFA handbook, the FAA handbook, obviously the Federal Aviation Administration, which is probably the most important administration in the world when it comes to aviation. And I believe I've also given you the chapter and the document reference. And I've given you a couple other references because I think they all kind of illustrate my points. There's some quite heavy reading, I will admit. It's not something that. Yeah, it's not something that I will be able to probably go through now, but if you have a look, and maybe I can return one day and we can talk about it. But I seriously believe that this completely disproves what you're talking about, and I think this also exemplifies where we disagreed, because I don't think we actually did not speak past each other. I think we addressed each other's point, but we reached a kind of an axiomatic disagreement, and I think that this evidences why I axiomatically disagree with your point.
What, the aircraft's pitch down don't have to pitch downwards because the gyroscopes take care of it?
That gyroscopic instruments in aviation function, including their reliance on gravity-based mechanism they're basically gravity.
Cool. Okay, cool. So, based on your evidence that I will go back and check, but as good faith interloper, I'll go with thank you for providing that. So, gravity affects the gyroscope. When does the pilot have to correct for the new horizon that the gyroscope's
I can't answer that, but I think that if you have a look at those documents, you'll probably have more answers and more insightful answers than I can provide. I'm not someone who's...
I've actually got the data from a multi-hour flight that shows that there is no correction of the pitch of the aircraft to follow the new horizon created by the gyroscope because of gravity's making it go around the ball. I'm 5 steps ahead of you, dude. Sorry. But if you got to go, and when you've read through your stuff, we'll have this conversation when you understand.
So what is the... Sorry, I missed the rebuttal. Could you restate it?
Yeah. So if you're claiming that gravity takes care of the gyroscope...
That's not the claim. I think you should read the handbook before you say that.
Sorry, this was what you were addressing. That an aircraft doesn't have... Sorry, this is what you were addressing. That an aircraft doesn't have to pitch downwards because the gyroscope is affected by gravity.
Yeah, kind of, but you're nearly there. But I feel like you're either being... I'll say you're good faith for now and explain it, but I think that maybe you're being a little bit reductive in how you just said that. I think there are mechanisms...
As clear as possible.
Well, there are gravity-based mechanisms which affect the alignment of the gyroscope in modern airplanes. Does that make sense?
So those would be pendulous vanes. I understand the mechanism. I understand the mechanics of this. So gravity is affecting the pendulous vanes because they're always pointing to the center of the Earth because that's where gravity's pulling it, right?
Yeah.
Adjusting the orientation of... Yeah, adjusting the orientation of the horizon, which means that the horizon indicator in the cockpit will be continually changing. So the aircraft would have to continually pitch downwards to still be 3 to 1 degrees above the new horizontal that's being created all of the time.
When combined with altitude hold and navigational adjustments that the aircraft makes, it will keep the aircraft level relative to the Earth's surface, but not perfectly in a straight line through space. Yeah,
right.
Which is, I believe, what you're claiming. Yes, it's a perfectly straight line.
So, if the gyroscope is changing its orientation and the aircraft has to adjust for the new orientation, you're correct. If you don't adjust for the new orientation of the horizon and keep flying in this direction, you're going to gain altitude. That's a problem. You're going to have to...
I don't really see why this is a problem. Sorry, could you restate that final sentence again?
I've told you that you're going to gain altitude if you don't follow the new horizon, which is curving downwards. The Earth is curving down and away from the horizontal plane of the aircraft. But according to you, the gyroscope is being manipulated by the pendulous vanes because of the direction of gravity towards the center of the Earth. So the horizon in the cockpit is constantly changing. This would mean that the pilot would have to constantly dip the aircraft down towards the new horizon to maintain an attitude angle of 1 to 3 degrees above the new horizon.
Oh yeah, although there are other instruments at play that also help the navigation of the aircraft. But can I also just add that?
I'll provide you. Actually, hold on. 17 minutes past the hour, Plumbob has already posted, and everybody else has posted the black box data that records everything that is measured in the aircraft. Can you circle the point where the pitch is being changed to follow the new horizon, please?
No, I have no idea what I'm looking at. I have no idea, so no, absolutely not. But can I?
Sunshine, and next time you come in here, don't act so pedantic like you know everything.
Well, can I also just add that gyroscopes? Would you agree? Sorry, do you acknowledge? I want you to acknowledge first, and then you can make a statement. I'm fine with that. But do you acknowledge that in modern aircraft, most gyroscopes have been replaced or supplemented by IRS or GPS systems, which continuously hold on? Literally one sentence, and it's over to you. Which continuously update the aircraft's orientation based on the navigational data and the Earth's curvature as well. Do you acknowledge that?
What's an IRS again?
In inertial reference systems. This is also linked in my sources.
Yeah, which also is linked to the gyroscopes.
Well, hold on. This is a separate system. Do you acknowledge that?
Yeah, they're different systems.
Right, so they're different things.
Oh my god! Right, go and do whatever you got to do, dude. I've had enough.
No. I asked you a question. Do you acknowledge that most gyroscopes have been replaced by IRS? Do you agree with that one? Yes or no? This is a
of course.
Right.
The
So,
IRS.
so you're
replaced, no.
It's not replaced. Sorry.
Not replaced. They work in conjunction with each other.
I know a lot of them have been absolutely replaced.
Okay, but the gyroscope is connected to the IRS.
No. So in some, yes, you would be correct in some aircraft, but I think you're about 20 years behind because in modern age it has been replaced.
That's fine. It's the same fucking thing.
It's not.
You can say that. Well, you just conceded that. Yes, they are.
In the minority of situations, I was being kind to you, but the majority have been replaced.
If you're going to keep interrupting, I'm not going to have this conversation with you. I'm trying to be as clear as I fucking can. So yes, I agree with you. The technology's changed. Whoop-de-doo. Now show me the measurement that the aircraft is having to pitch downwards to keep up with the new horizon.
No, it's just that if you acknowledge that the IRS has replaced gyroscopes, then this argument really doesn't make sense from you.
Second time. I'm still waiting because I've acknowledged, but you still need to prove that when our crafts do use these things, as I've provided the data for and everybody else has, we need a correction of the attitude of the plane. Not altitude, attitude. That's the pitch above horizontal, below horizontal, an attitude angle. You need to show that keeps changing over distance because the pendulous vanes on the gyroscope are always constantly readjusting for the curvature of the Earth because of gravity.
I'd just like to read something. There's a citation I have that I posted. There's a source. Inertial reference system, this is from the source, refers to a solid state unit of 3 ring laser gyroscopes detecting accelerations in 3 dimensions. They may also contain quartz accelerometers. So these are still gyroscopes.
Yeah, it's just an advanced gyroscope, dude. I've read up the same thing as what Seisu just told you about.
Is he lagging, or is it me?
Are you going to address what's been said?
Somebody read that. Who was trying to speak that broke up and nobody could hear?
Probably the droid. But it, which
yeah, it's you and we can't hear you. We can't hear you. Yeah, it's you that was breaking up. We can't make that out. You'll have to get into a better spot or find better internet or something.
Where them globies at?
On flat planet.
Oh, you were robotic. I didn't hear you at all.
That's what he sounds like. He's a droid.
Yeah.
going on in here?
Come on, man. Entertain us.
What do you mean? Just trying to prove the Earth is round?
Well, I mean, you know where you're at, don't you?
I guess so. I mean, like, I don't really have any arguments on why the Earth is round. I just look at like what NASA and like the news tells me. So I guess I'd love to hear some arguments why the Earth is flat. Besides, of course, the Bible says it. Like, that's your only argument. Come on.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Can I hear some
Who
pro flat
used
Earth
the
arguments?
Bible argument in this VC?
No one. I'm just saying if that's your only argument, then like fuck off. But because that's literally the only argument I ever hear.
Bro, your argument for the globe was you believe the news and you trust NASA blindly.
Not blindly.
Nobody here mentioned the Bible, but you mentioned some. Yeah, you said blindly. If it's not blindly, do you have some evidence to back up what you're believing?
Sure. I remember seeing in my science class seeing an experiment done by like a kid and a dad in his backyard that somehow proved the Earth was round. I just have to find it. It's been like a year or two.
You roughly remember what they did in their backyard?
Yep, I remember seeing that and being like, "Oh, wow! I guess you can prove the Earth is round in your backyard." Crazy.
Oh, do you have any memory of what happened?
Nope. That's why I'm looking it up.
Right. So yeah, we don't usually. Nobody's gonna mention Bible verses to prove the Earth's a flat plane here. Right?
Well, can I hear some flat Earth arguments then? Why I looked
Man,
up.
there's a ton of flat Earth arguments, man. But if you haven't looked at it at all, it's like a lot of stuff to explain. But basically, like, we don't think the Earth is a flat disk in space. I'm not sure if you think that we think that, because if you Google it, like flat Earth, and you hit images or something, you'll see a bunch of disks in space. Nobody thinks that. We think that's dumb too. Okay, and what we're doing basically is going out and putting the globe model to the test. And when we do, we can't find any curvature over large bodies of water. And that's the starting point. It's a lot more complex from there. But yeah, you go finding your experiment.
Okay, it was the other way around. It was the other way around. They tried to do an experiment to prove the Earth was flat in their backyard, but they accidentally proved it was round. It was the other way around.
Yeah, bro. There's nothing you can do in your backyard to prove either. What did they do?
Let me look.
Butthead, you're giggling.
I do apologize for the giggling. My friend is very high. I do apologize.
That's fine.
Hi.
So the experimenter positioned two boards a set distance apart. If the Earth were flat, the laser beam should travel in a straight line through both holes at the same height.
Yeah, what kind of laser did they use, bro? They use a laser or a flashlight?
They used a laser.
The laser broke.
You sure?
The laser broke.
In that experiment you're talking about, the laser, they were meant to use a laser, right? And it broke. So because it was a show that they were doing, right? A lot of money gone into it. They decided, let's just do this anyway with a flashlight, right? Everyone walked away from that quote unquote experiment, saying, okay, that didn't prove anything. Next, then you watched the Netflix hit piece, right? That was against flat Earth, trying to make flat Earth look silly, and then they edited it in a way that kind of made it look like they disproved flat Earth or something like that. Bro, we have countless observations where we can go out to large bodies of water, do all kinds of different experiments over the water, observations, laser tests, and we can show you these. And there's no curvature to be found.
Can you show me that?
So I'll quickly show you one right now. Second. Do you understand that if you have a globe Earth and large bodies of water would have to curve at a specific rate relative to the size of the Earth?
Makes sense. I don't know. I don't have
Yeah.
a strong physics background, so
It's
it makes
okay.
sense to me.
It's not difficult. So they tell us that the radius is 3,959 miles. That means that do the formula of 8 inches per mile squared. You know, that formula works just fine up to a certain distance. And you can work out how much curvature there should be over any specific distance. And then you just have to calculate the the observer height, right? And if the Earth's a globe, you have to have a geometric horizon at a specific distance. You know what I mean?
I guess so. Are you saying that? Are you saying that like they tried to experiment and then the experiment came back that the Earth was flat because there was no curvature in the water?
No, we're not using these experiments to prove that the Earth is flat, right? But the globe, right, has to have a geometric horizon at a specific distance, and it has to have a specific rate of curvature, right, over large bodies of water. For example, if you had like a 10-mile lake, like a 10-mile body of water, there should be 66 foot of curve over that distance. And the geometric horizon should be at about 1.2 miles if you set up a camera at 1 foot off the surface. Right? Or if you set it up at 6 foot off the surface, the geometric horizon should be at 3 miles.
Okay.
So can you see the side chat? This is just a small clip out of a full video. In the full video, he shows you the all the conditions and the camera used and the location, all that sort of stuff. Right? So in this, the observer height is 8 foot. And according to the globe math, geometric horizon should be at 3.46 miles, right? So what's good about this particular observation is we have the oil platforms out in the water. They're verifiable distances, and the second oil platform is 10.1 miles away, right? So the problem here for the globe side is that the geometric horizon would be at 3.46 miles, and then everything behind that should be over the curve, right? Over the horizon line, and depending on its height, it should be hidden by a certain amount of physical Earth curvature. We can clearly see that the horizon is way past the oil platforms, right?
I guess so.
Right, so that's a problem for the globe. So when we go out and we do these observations in different locations, we can see huge distances further than we should be able to. We can't detect any curvature, right? So then we've taken it to a higher level than just going out and doing these observations. We've had teams of people, like teams of field engineers and people that are professionals in the field go out. Like the engineers went out with like a $30,000 laser or something like that, and they were shooting it over huge bodies of water. So they would set up the laser just a little bit off the surface of the water. They'll shoot it across at like a target on the other side of the body of water, like an archery style target, and hit the target every time. And they did tests in, I think, 17 different locations, just this one team of people, over huge distances up to 30 miles, where there should be hundreds and hundreds of feet blocking the laser hitting the target. But every time it hits the target, and we've just got countless amounts of these tests that have been done. And not just laser tests as well, there's been all sorts of other types of tests done as well. So when we look at the globe side for counter evidence, we can't find anything like this. We're just getting like calculations. Like if you look up like the internet, who measured the curvature of the Earth, you'll get Eratosthenes. You know, it's a Greek guy, you know, in the BC. That, he measured some shadows. He assumed that the Earth was a globe already, and then he did some calculations, and he's like, oh, guys, the Earth is this particular size. You know, but we're doing actual tests that anyone can go and test for themselves. Like, they're repeatable. It's not just calculations based on presupposition.
Okay, but I think you're kind of misunderstanding the relationship between observer height and horizon distance, because it's not this like set in stone thing. There's many like factors that can play into that, like the atmospheric what's it called, refraction? Yeah, atmospheric refraction. Sorry, I had to Google that. It's been a while since I took physics. That can affect how much you see beyond what these scientific like theories propose, and that's something that like we've kind of been understanding recently through
So
various.
what I know what you mean, but yeah. So atmospheric refraction actually, in reality, right? If you could actually take away the atmosphere, you wouldn't have that refraction effect. You would actually be able to see further in reality, right? Because there's less in the way of blocking your vision. But even if we grant you atmospheric refraction, if you do the math on these observations and you add standard refraction into the formula, it's nowhere near compensating for the huge discrepancies. Like a lot of these observations, we're able to see 10, 20, 30 times further. There are no refraction formulas that account for that type of discrepancy. And you still have the problem of saying, okay, we can reverse engineer the problem, right, with this just by saying refraction every time. But you're not able to actually validate that a geometric horizon exists in the first place, because you don't have any observations that you'll be able to do or show that prove that there is actually a geometric horizon there. Because if you look at the definition of horizon, it is the line in which the ground and the sky appear to meet, right? Appear to meet. It's an apparent location. And due to refraction and due to all sorts of different weather conditions, it jumps all over the place constantly, right? Because it's an apparent location.
Okay. Do you know what looming is?
Yep. Looming, there's all sorts of different atmospheric effects that you would have to take into consideration. You can also have combinations of these effects.
But you're not taking. But you're not taking them.
Many
But you're not
years.
taking them into consideration. Everything
No,
I've heard you say is like kind of opposite of taking them into consideration.
No. Okay, so how do you know that there's a geometric horizon in the first place if nobody can find it?
Because you're claiming that. So you're claiming that we can see beyond 10.10 miles, right?
Right. Hold on a second.
There's only one reason.
Hold on. Look at the observation that I posted, man. It's clear as day. There's no looming taking place. Right. It's late in the afternoon when it's cool and there's minimal refraction effects happening. It's a very clear video. You can clearly see it looks perfectly normal. It's not all warped out or anything like that. If you look up looming, right, in Google and look at some examples of what looming does, it doesn't look anything like this perfect image that you're seeing here on the screen that's clear as day. You can make all the excuses you like, but you're the one that would need to actually validate that there is actually a geometric horizon, because looming's not going to make the horizon appear, way beyond the oil rigs like that in this clear as day video.
But I don't get how you can look at that and be like, there's no looming so definitively.
Here, can I try something, DJ?
Oh.
Okay, so when you think of looming, are you thinking of objects on the horizon or the actual horizon being loomed up, over, and around the actual horizon?
I'm thinking of both, honestly. That's a good question. I mean, I guess for this there's no really objects in the background besides the oil rig, so I guess it would be the second.
Yeah, so that would be a new type of looming that never existed before. They call that super looming, where the physical curve of the earth is no longer obstructing what's behind the physical curve of the earth. Even more so, the earth that's behind the curve is loomed up, over, and around the curve. You could basically see around a corner. And this became very important because there were some characters in the globe Earth who said this means that you could see the back of your head on the globetard. With enough super looming and a powerful enough telescope, you could, like one of them, there's two of them who did it. They're called the Rumpus and the Ruhif. One said you could check out your own ass, and the other one said you could look at the back of your head. So this becomes a problem because at that point, is the globe even falsifiable? If there is no limit to how far you can see, how are you ever seeing the curve of the earth, blocking things, bottom up construction?
Bro, like I'm sorry, like I just don't have the physics background to answer that. Like I really don't. You can say I'm conceding, but I just don't.
Well, no, you don't need to worry about physics. Just think about logically. Like use some sort of logical framework. Can you see the back of your head?
Nope.
Yes or no?
Nope.
Okay.
Cannot.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah, so look, man, I'm not trying to convince you with these observations or prove that the Earth's flat with them. I'm saying that they shouldn't be making claims about these observations that the horizon is a geometric location, right? When you can't even find a geometric horizon in the first place, ever. Constantly disproving geometric horizon. And like I said, even if you add in refraction, like you first said it could be, it's still like it'll extend the horizon. Like just say the horizon should be at 1.2 miles. It'll be like now should be at 1.5 miles, but we can see it at way past 10 miles. It doesn't anywhere near account for the discrepancy. And in this video I showed you, it's actually a really good example because you can see the lights glistening on the water. You can see birds landing on the platforms, right?
Well, let me click back on the GIF.
If you want to say that you think that this looks like looming, like I just posted a bunch of images of what looming apparently looks like underneath. This is nothing like anything like any of those.
You want to think about here too is that the worse the conditions, is it the further you see or the less further you see? Like if you were to turn up the conditions to the absolute worst, they can't get, the atmosphere is all kinds of turbulent, all kinds of different, density layers. There, everything wrong with it. Is that the best conditions or the worst conditions? You there, Fogs? Did you miss it?
Oh wait, was that a question? I'm sorry, I thought that was a statement. Say that again.
Yeah, think about this, okay? When do you see farther? At the best conditions or the worst conditions?
Like weather-wise? Best.
Okay, so if you've got endless refraction, just groundbreaking, physics breaking, light bending, all kinds of crazy crap happening through the atmosphere, is that good or poor conditions?
Sorry, say that one more time. Just about the good or poor conditions. I missed the first part.
So if you've got crazy amounts of refraction, physics bending refraction, at good or poor conditions?
Is that not good? But good conditions?
That'd be not good, right? That'd be poor conditions.
Mm-hmm.
So do you see further the worse the conditions are? Or do you see further the better the conditions are?
I guess worse then.
And that makes sense to you?
Not really, but
okay.
I'll take your word for it.
No, it'd be a contradiction, wouldn't it? Where someone would say the more things are messed up, the harder it is to see. The worse the more like the conditions are so bad, you actually see further. That's a direct contradiction.
Okay. Well,
you have the time.
I have a question for you now. Why would this isn't like a scientific question, it's more of a moral question, right? Why would people just why would it be such a big lie that the earth is flat? If the earth is flat, why would they feel the need to hide that from us?
Well, the better question is, why would they tell the truth? If you know and they know, they can lie to you
But what do they gain from lying about the
Get
Earth
away with
being
it. What do they gain from telling the truth?
more people that are upcoming in school that could be used to help kind of solve the Earth and the universe mysteries? Why would they lie to us like that? If anything, that would just set us back as a society and a population.
What would set us back?
Lying to us.
Yeah,
if you have a, if you,
all
if you,
they do. Okay, the government, all they do is lie. You'll never get a straight answer. It got so bad that the government had to like put whistleblower protections in place. And they some government agencies are immune. They call it the No Fear Act. One of the government organizations that's immune to whistleblower protections is NASA. They want their whistleblowers to be scared shitless. Why would they be afraid of whistleblowers at NASA? If they're not lying, if they're always above board and always telling you the truth.
Where'd the whistleblowers from NASA come from? We were talking about whistleblowers within our government. Now you're saying whistleblowers within NASA. Also, what do whistleblowers within NASA have to do with our government?
They blew that you. Oh, this might be interesting. Do you? What part of the government is NASA? You might not know this. Do you realize that NASA is an executive branch agency?
I thought most of the controversy we've heard nowadays is about like the lack of funding NASA gets and how they need the government to fund them more.
No,
is NASA part of the government?
Yeah, you might not know this, but the CIA. Do you consider the CIA to be government?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, NASA is no different than the CIA. It's part of the alphabet soup of the executive branch. The FBI, the post office, NSA, TSA, like the EPA, all those organizations are part of the executive branch. They're called independent agencies, not because they're independent, it's because they don't have a cabinet position. Agencies with a cabinet position are called cabinet level positions or dependent agencies. They're dependent on the White House. What's interesting of this, though, is of all the independent agencies, there's only one that's required to report to the White House, and that is, you guessed it, NASA. So of all the independent agencies that are supposed to function autonomously from whoever is occupying the office of the presidency, NASA is directly reporting to the office of the presidency. Anyway, it's effectively a cabinet position without a cabinet position. Interesting how they kind of form that. You can blame Eisenhower for that if you ever get pissed. If you're like, why would they organize NASA so ineffectively? Ask Eisenhower. He's the one who did it.
But I don't get what this has to do with my original question. Why would they lie about? Why would they lie about?
You can't figure out how or why government would lie to you. That is a malformed question. The real question is, why would they ever tell you the truth?
Because in society, there's very smart people that the government can use to work for them. There's people that could help our society, and lying to society as a whole would just set us back.
Yeah, that's all they do.
Especially about something scientific like that.
That's all they do is lie. You can listen to like Operation Paperclip, the U-2 spy plane that crashed. They just slapped a NASA sticker on it. All the photographs that NASA took of Iraq demonstrating WMDs. All these were straight lies.
Yeah, but that's very political. But that's very political things, not like information or knowledge thing.
Yeah, you're right. The government is.
But what's political about the Earth being flat versus round? What does that have to do with any sort of politics? What does that have to do with our national security?
You want to know why NASA would lie about that?
Yeah,
why would they tell the truth?
Why would they tell the truth? I said to better society as a whole, to get people to understand, for independent researchers to be. Do you understand that like independent researchers are so valuable to society as a whole that even though they do nothing for the.
Yeah, NASA is full. You to work at NASA.
So there's no wait. There's no independent researchers. Explain. I'm not just talking about NASA. I'm talking about like anything in general. So you're saying there's no independent.
We're talking about in NASA to work at NASA. You have to
obviously there's no independent researchers for fucking NASA. But when it comes to like the universe, the Earth.
Who are you talking about then? Let's
independent researchers as a whole. You don't think there's any independent researchers that do experiments? Which ones do you want? Do you want a specific independent researcher?
Yeah, let's see who you're talking about.
All right, let's Google it. Independent researcher who
Just random Googling.
Researcher.
See, how do you have?
How am I supposed to know an independent researcher off the top of my head? How are you gonna get mad at me for Googling?
No, because if you're just gonna Google it, just put yourself on mute. Because if I really want to know what I think Google thinks an independent researcher is, I've got Google available too, and I'll probably get a better read than your read. Your read is going to be very low educated. You already demonstrated this when you didn't know that NASA is part of the executive branch. That's 5th grade civics, homie. Yeah, you would fail 5th grade civics. You need to let that sink in. That you are government failed you at a very spectacular level. That's a cabinet position, mind you. Department of Education has been a cabinet position since the guy right before after Carter. Carter. Yeah, Carter did it. So Carter made Department of Education, and that department failed you. So now you got a question for how they would lie. If the Department of Education says they're not failing you, and they did fail you, why did they lie about that? You should have known exactly what was government. You should have known there's 3 equal branches of government. You should have known the parts of each branch of government. You should have known this because the government said they're uniquely qualified to teach you these things. And they failed. So you don't need to Google it and frantically read whatever you see. Just try to explain why you think independent research trumps all of NASA.
I'm not saying, I never said it trumps. I said that it's very important. And I'm pretty sure even NASA and the government would acknowledge that independent research is very important because sometimes it finds things and it finds conclusions that NASA and these other government agencies were unable to find.
Yeah, we figured out the Earth isn't a water ball. Is that independent enough for you?
Yeah. We're independent researchers who are contradicting the thing that you believe, but you don't appeal to us either? Even though you're appealing to independent researchers too?
Sorry, say that again. Your mic was really laggy.
What is your argument?
I'm not making. I asked the question. I asked why would the government lie? And my argument, I guess, is that I don't think the government would lie about the Earth being flat, because I think that would only hurt them and society as a whole.
That's an argument from incredulity.
The good question would be: is there a lie? Yeah, and if you can find that they can lie to you and show you things that are not real, supposedly presenting them as being fact, that would be a lie. The purpose why they lied, why they had to lie, that's not important. The motive is not important. If you have a crime like kill something, the motive is not important. That you have to find out if there is a crime first.
You also need to think of the implications, dude. Like, this was something that was implemented by a bunch of Jesuits a long, long time ago. Most people in the government, the education systems, are not lying. They're just blindly going along with the globe mathematical, theoretical model, right, that they were taught when they were young, that they're parroting the information from in the textbooks. If you think of the implications of the government coming out now, right, and saying, oh, we've been lying to you about everything, really, the Earth's flat, we completely lied about space, we have to rewrite the entire history, all the textbooks, we have to fire half of the scientific departments in every university. Oh, yeah, we just lied to everyone. You think that would be in their favor to do that, right?
Well, that's why I'm wondering, why would they lie in the first place?
It wasn't the government that lied in the first. This was implemented by a bunch of Jesuits and the Roman Catholic Church a long time ago. Like I just said, most people aren't lying to you. Your teachers aren't lying to you. Most people that even work at NASA, like it's a compartmentalized organization, like the military, where they have people doing jobs on a need-to-know basis. Right? It wouldn't have to be a lot of people that would know.
The majority is just a bunch of successfully indoctrinated people, and that are just spreading the same idea that they took as like a fact, but it's not.
What's interesting as well in regards to NASA is the NASA employees actually said, "Oh, we can't. The simulators are so good these days that we can't even tell the difference between the real thing and the simulators." And if you just have a look at the evidence, like Necros was saying, right? You have to look at the evidence before you try worrying about the motive.
Yeah. If your parents are found not being your parents, lying to you about being your parents, that won't the fact that they are not your parents in reality. The motive won't change the reality. You found that there was a lie. The motive of that lie won't change that the fact you found that they are not your parents in reality. So what made them lie because they loved you, or for another reason, that won't make them your parents.
Was that a question?
No. It's just a reality fact.
Okay.
So far, Fogs, you said, okay, so we asked you, like, what's your best, like, evidence of a globe? You said you kind of, what you see on the news, NASA, and then you said, oh, some guys did an experiment that proved the Earth was a globe, and then you brought up the Netflix documentary, which we went over. So, like, what else makes you think you're on a globe? Because you would have to admit that you experience the Earth as we're explaining it, a flat motionless plane, right? You don't see the curvature anywhere. You don't feel it moving. See the objects in the sky, like the planets and stuff, moving over your head, right? It doesn't feel like you're the one moving.
And when people are asking that question, why would they lie? That shows one single thing, that person is just struggling to defend his belief. So the only thing that he got is believing some bunch of people that he considered the people who knows everything. So why would you take out the only thing that I consider as a proof for the globe? So that's the question. Why would they lie? So the literal question shows that people means, why would you take away from me the only thing that I consider being a proof for the globe? So that lie. Because they don't have anything else. They account 100% on those bunch of people. They don't have anything else. No proof, no measurement, no nothing. Just belief around some things said by some bunch of people. If you take that bunch of people away from them and say everything that is coming from those people, I won't consider it. Try to show me if the Earth is a globe. They won't be able to do that, and they will ask you, why would you just take away the only thing that I have under my hands? So why would they lie?
Well, I don't think asking why would they lie is a bad question. Like I said, like
you got to rephrase it. Why would they, NASA, the government, the executive branch, tell you the truth when they've got no reason to tell you the truth They've got everything.
Well, that's
to
what I'm
lose
arguing, that they do have a
and
reason to tell you the
nothing
truth.
to get. Okay, what would be the reason for the government to tell you the truth?
Well, like I said, you have people that if you just brainwash them and tell them not the truth, they can be very intelligent minds that will one day work for you. And
You'll
if you
believe them
What the
without
fuck?
any evidence whatsoever, you've given them the reason why they lie to you. You rolled it out on a silver platter. You're like, hey,
Platter.
government, platter. Yeah, like a silver platter. You know what that, like, okay. You're like, hey, government, I will believe anything you say. And they're like, really? And you're like, yeah. You're like, okay, let me roll out some of the dumbest shit that anyone's ever said in the history of mankind. Holy fuck, he believed it. He believes it. Like, damn. Okay, I'm going to put that on the wall. Let's see. We'll show it to him on TV. He believed it again. It's like, damn, Richard Nixon, you did a great job. These people are so stupid. They believe anything you say as long as you show them on TV. Let's write that on the CIA headquarters. Like, we'll enshrine that on the wall, how no one's going to question anything we do. And then they'll wonder, hey, if there isn't a reason for them to lie, they'll just believe it anyway.
Also, you've got William Casey, the CIA director in the late 70s and early 80s, that has a quote, and I'll post it here in a moment for you, that says, "We know our disinformation campaign will be complete when everything the American public believes is false." What do you got to say to that?
Well, can I see the quote?
Sure.
Also, I'm sure he doesn't mean everything, because, like I said, if every American born into this world believes believes in nothing but lies, that's just gonna destroy society as a whole.
Hey, why would you all of a sudden make excuses for somebody that says we have an active campaign to make sure that what you believe is false? You're doing apologetics now, or apologizing for somebody you don't even fucking know. This is willful ignorance on your part.
The government is lying to you, and you can bank on that. You can bank that they'll never, even when you expose it, you can have all the proof. You've demonstrated, they've demonstrated, there's in no one's doubt, anyone's mind, that the government told you a straight, bold-faced lie. And you know what they do? They just shrug their shoulders. Well, what are you going to do about it? Nothing. There's nothing you can do about it but say, like, oh, I got you. They're like, yep, good job, but too bad. Sucks to be you. Sure, you busted. You busted it. And maybe it
Sucks to be me. It sucks to be you guys. You just believe everything being told to you is a lie, bro. You have no faith or trust in humanity as a whole.
Did you know that just like last week, Biden came out and finally said that the government systematically stole kids from Native American families, rounded them up in boarding schools where most of them died? That was called a conspiracy theory until like last week. Both Canada and Australia already had their whistleblowers come through. They found mass graves. All the documentation came through. It's called stolen generations. Here in America, they did a very good job covering it up. Like some of the mass graves, they put buildings over them. They sent the kids back right before they would die, so they would die in transit. Now today, you know, without any doubt, that the Draws Act was systematic destruction of the Native American population. And what does he do? My bad. He just does a press conference. Hey, we busted you. We got the facts. We got the evidence. We got proof that you committed systematic genocide. He's like, my bad.
Okay, well, my response to that is what I've been saying. Government will lie about very foreign things. They'll lie about weapons of mass destruction because that helps them. They'll lie about Native Americans being rounded up and genocided because that benefits them. But lying about science, lying about physics, and
Yeah, they'll lie about
lying,
that too.
yeah, but I don't. That doesn't help them in any way, and that once again only hurts them as a whole because the government strives the better the society is. If a society is really really shitty,
Holy shit, dude!
what do you mean? That's basic economics.
This is not even
I think that
economics.
they would be
we're talking
shooting
about.
themselves in the foot, dude. Like I explained to you before, do you think it would be more in their interest to tell the people, the population, that they've been lying all this time about everything and that now they have to rewrite basically half of history and all the academic textbooks have to be rewritten? You think that would benefit them more than just continuing on?
100%. That would benefit them. That benefits society. 100%.
Sure. Okay, well, that seems delusional to me. If you think that, then go ahead.
Okay. Well, a lot of things seem delusional to me from what I've been hearing, so we can disagree to disagree. But anyway,
I would rather hear you provide a decent rhetoric as to why that you think that the United States has any interest in benefiting society. Where'd you get that from?
in benefiting society,
Yeah.
a government and a country works best when the society as a whole is doing great. In the 1950s, 60s, 70s, the government was doing very well compared to what they're doing now, is because the people trusted them, the people believed in them, and people had more money to pay taxes. People had more money to pay income taxes.
Yeah,
And
that's non sequitur. It's non sequitur.
okay, but you asked me a question. Why would it be better?
I know, well, your argument doesn't hold, bro. Your argument is non sequitur.
How does it not hold? You asked me why does the government?
Well,
what was your question again? I don't want to misquote you.
No, here's a good example.
Wait a second, Crit. Wait a second, Crit. I'm talking to Sesio. What was your question, Sesio? Because I thought I gave a good answer.
I asked you where you got the impression that the governing authority has any intention or desire to benefit society.
Why would they have social programs if they didn't want to benefit society?
Do those social programs ultimately require the governing authority to collect more and farm more public tax?
Say that again, you cut out.
Do those social programs, do they enable the government to extract or farm more public tax from the society itself?
No, not at all.
No? What are you talking about? What are you
No, are you kidding me? Look at how does the government benefit from paying someone or paying like a construction company or something multiple hundreds of $1,000s to rebuild someone's house when they're just going to pay like $10,000 a year in taxes?
You missed the question.
I didn't
You
miss the
avoided
question.
the question.
I didn't
You
avoid the
did.
question.
You did. Listen to it again.
Okay. Here's the thing, though. And I know you guys listen. Please let me talk. I know that you guys are gonna think that I'm just scapegoating. You guys.
Yeah, that needed to happen.
Yeah, you missed the question, bro. And there was only one right answer.
Every social program, every bill, everything that the government asks for funding for doesn't come from them, it comes from you. But ultimately, they're taking loans from the Federal Reserve, and then the interest on those loans is being paid by you, along with a little bit of
Have a good one.
See ya. Got really uncomfortable, didn't it?
Bye-bye.
Oh.
Look at this is like you could just instantly open up Google and find endless government lies. Just endless. It's nonstop. Like I just randomly, hey, let me click on the news. Let me find a good story here. So here's a guy who had a pet squirrel in New York, like 1 million Instagram followers, sets up all these parkour courses in his house. It finally got the attention of the authorities, who seized his squirrel from him. Because apparently, if you believe government, having a pet squirrel is dangerous. And then they euthanize it. Because apparently one of the investigators was bit.
Oh. Poor buddy. I bet it hurt his hand.
This is the type of government that NASA is part of, the executive branch. There's not a dime's lick of difference between people who are going house to house looking for your pet squirrels in NASA. How dare they have a pet squirrel? They told you pet squirrels are dangerous. Do you mind demonstrating that? Well, how do you know a pet squirrel is dangerous? They look pretty harmless to me. Mark Robber had a whole backyard of pet squirrels. No one came and euthanized his squirrels. Oh, because he's working for the man. He's constantly advocating for NASA and all kinds of bullshit. So, of course, he can have pet squirrels. This guy, I'm looking at the video here. He wants answers. You're not going to get any, dude. You think the government's going to answer your question? Get the fuck out of here. And then why would they lie?
Society.
You can open up the news and just go down a rabbit hole of endless government corruption, bureaucracy. And then you should ask, why would they tell you the truth? If they can lie to you and tell you your pet squirrel is dangerous, why would they tell you the truth?
So they have that problem, that misunderstanding. It's just a confusion that they have because they don't understand what is science and pseudoscience and the difference between it and pseudoscience. Because he said that they had to lie about science and physics. No, they just had to create some bullshit stories that doesn't follow any scientific method, and they just push it into mainstream media as being a fact, but which is not it doesn't have anything to do with science. It's just pseudoscience.
Here, check this out. I just watched the video. They came into my house, 6 officers, guns drawn. I was handcuffed and thrown on the ground. I was treated like I was a drug dealer.
This benefits society.
That must have been a lot of money without having to pay taxes because it was all tips. Gift money for him to fucking need them to storm his house, kill his squirrel. There goes his income. Get back in the system.
Like somehow it's like an invasive species or something. We gotta be careful. Like your squirrel might get loose and cause environmental damage. Like, dude, there's squirrels fucking everywhere. What are you talking about?
I'm opening squirrels for society.
Without government, who's going to protect you from someone's pet squirrel? This waffle eating fat parkour squirrel. Like, oh my god, it ate a waffle. I don't know what to do. Government, come help. We need 6 officers all with guns. There's a squirrel over there. And then they're so incompetent that they can't even seize a squirrel without apparently getting bit. I can't figure out why they would lie about that. That squirrel must have been dangerous because government can't lie to me.
He had WMDs stored away in his acorns.
You go to like the North Rim, there's like red squirrels everywhere, and they're like basketball shaped. You know, like they get fed peanuts like all day long by like tourists. Like it's just hilarious. Like these giant fat squirrels, like it just basically just fall out of the tree to eat peanuts. Where's the government there? Oh, that's a government property. Oh, because you're buying the peanuts to feed to the squirrels. Okay, so as long as you buy a bag of peanuts from the government and then feed the squirrels, then that's not dangerous. That's like completely safe and effective. But if you've got your own pet squirrel in your own house, then you need guns. The government needs 6 officers locked and loaded, because that is a weapon of mass destruction. That squirrel could cause the downfall of all society, all law and order. If someone's just allowed to have a pet squirrel, you just cross the blue line. We're complete chaos. What's going to happen next? And you could go down a rabbit hole of just endless stories like this, of just one government lie after another, over and over and over again. And at no point should someone say, you know what? If someone says, I believe the government, yeah, you get help with that. Because the government doesn't believe you. Here's another one. Guy infuriated, frustrated with the inability for Tesla to repair his Cybertruck, decides to buy a $12 part to fix the issue, voids the whole warranty. I don't know why they would lie about that. Yeah, because Elon Musk thinks he's bulletproof. He can use all kinds of shady practices and dealings because he's a defense contractor. He can fuck over his customers and there's nothing they can do about it. He is untouchable. But I can't figure out why they would lie about that.
In response to all that, they'll just be like, I'm not a physicist, so, you know, probably wrong.
Yeah, that $12 part clearly voided the warranty. That piece of bubble gum he stuck on the mirror so it would stay in place. That just the whole truck. Yeah, that aftermarket part, you don't know just how, the insurance, the lawyers could dig that apart and just be like, damn, dude, you've got to wait the 6 to 9 months for them to shrug their shoulders and just be like, can't do anything about it. Military jet crashes in South Carolina. Calling the pilot there. Because, of course, if there's something wrong with the aircraft, they're not going to admit that. That was made by the lowest bidder. Clearly, it was the pilot's fault. The only thing it could be. These airplanes, these fighter planes, are safe and effective. There's nothing that could go wrong with it. If anything ever goes wrong, that fighter pilot just wasn't trained right. Like he or she made a mistake. You lying sacks of shit.
What I don't understand is how they do those investigations of crashes, and how the fuck are they supposed to tell whether or not a part failed or the pilot failed, right? Because what they'll have to go off of is the recording off of the box and the audio of the pilot and the things that he says, and then, you know, fucking bolt comes loose and then it throws itself into the engine and it pods out. That's pilot error, or is it like a bolt jams into the frame because it was fucking loose, and or a pin on the inside of a servo decided to shred. Now the servo doesn't fucking actuate, and all that's pilot error. Like,
Yeah, so like with Boeing, how many plane crashes, loss of life? How many people died before they finally admitted, okay, it's not pilot error. It was some sort of like computer glitch with a part that wasn't working correctly. And it basically took over the pilot's controls. So it would not show the appropriate elevate or whatever. If you're looked into the reason for this software problem and like airspeed indicator or whatever, if they would have been honest from the beginning, just think of all the lives they would have saved. But they didn't care. They lied, and then once they started lying, they just kept on lying until eventually the evidence was so overwhelming that there was no place left to go. They were out of excuses. Brand new airplanes just don't fall out of the sky. And you can only blame the pilot so many times. You tried that excuse already.
I blame the squirrels.
So they took like a multi-million-dollar and made it into a billion-dollar criminal conspiracy. And you know what? They'll get away with it. They're a defense contractor. You can't put Boeing in the dirt. I mean, like, they make military planes. We talk about, but why would they lie about that? They'll lie for any reason at any time, and no one's ever going to hold them to account. Yeah, I'm looking up. I like click on this one. So they argue for a plea deal that avoids prosecution. Huh. That's like the current scoop anyway. That was just October 11th. So about not even a month ago. And this was after whistleblowers too. And isn't it interesting how a bunch of whistleblowers just seem to like unalive themselves? Huh, what a coincidence. Maybe they had squirrels for pets.
must be.
I watched a documentary about it, and it was on Netflix. If you guys want to see it, I want to spoil it, but they break down the timeline. An amazing job, and kind of like with using internal memos and stuff, and
Did you see that that happened recently in South Korea with the gas? It looked like it was like a really low-laying like fog or cloud like covering all the streets. Turned out to be gas.
No, I missed that.
Have a look at the video. Have a look at the video in the side chat, man. It's creepy.
Seen that.
Yeah, wow.
That's just a little fire.
That reminds me of the movie Parasite, where there was like some flooding and they had done some really unscrupulous things with like construction and caused like flooding in some poorer neighborhoods, like the watershed.
Dangerous considering someone that could use that as like a weapon or something like that.
I think if somebody was inclined, they would find the town that happened in, and then comb all the names of the people that lived there, see if there was a VIP that just went dead.
Yeah, definitely.
Like this is some dumb shit here. So I'll just look at Boeing originally was 60% commercial airplanes, 40% defense contracts. And the government says, well, you done fucked up with your civilian commercial planes. We're going to have to investigate you, keep you under watch. You lied. There's all these conspiracies. So now you're going to pay a bunch of money. Oh, here's a bunch of defense contracts to cover the. It's like, what a bunch of crap. It's like your commercial airline stuff is going out of business. Here's some defense contracts to keep it up, to keep it going. And we'll send you to the ISS and they'll fuck it up because it's not ready to. And then we'll pay NASA, SpaceX, and Space Force to send them back down, call it a success because no one died, and then you'll be able to sell it off, Starliner, for another profit because they'll buy all that crap too. I can't figure out why they lied. Dude, they just demonstrated that even when exposed, it's profitable. It got to the point where it was more profitable to tell the truth than it was to lie, to confess. and then they made money off that anyway. That's like the last dude. I mean, it was so. I was hoping this question would have been better than why they would lie. I mean, an hour and a half of talking to that dude, breaking down flat Earth, and he's stuck with. Well, all that might be true, but why would they lie?
Yeah, it's like I was in here earlier and Matthew Learns was saying that the curve is not measurable, but it's just assumed, and that's fine. You know, I don't know if that's okay to them. That's fine. It's mad. There's no change in them.
Now, Matthew's already admitted with his own mouth that it would be not good for his career to be a flat earther. I think he's in the closet.
Yeah, I think so too. You surely must know, because he sort of does admit it, but he can't come out with it, can he? Probably not in his position anyway, which is fair enough.
If he was a flat earther in the closet, why would he come in here and debate for the globe like every second day? That makes
Because we're his friends.
sense. So he comes in to debate the globe. I don't know. I've had long discussions with him. He does get pretty bitchy after a while, pressing him about certain points, and I don't know about him being a flat earther. Yeah, he definitely admits that they can't measure the Earth curvature, but then he has a script. He says the same thing every time. But there's other ways to measure the curvature of the Earth. Sunsets, satellite TV. It's the same thing every time.
I choose to believe that he's in the closet rather than him being a what would it be? Gatekeeper. Having malintent. I don't want to see Matthew as being a bad guy. So
I don't think he's a bad guy.
yeah, why would he lie?
I mean, every so often he has a little meltdown, but he comes back, you know. I think one of the better things is that when he hears a globalist just completely spouting complete dumb shittery, mathematical stuff. He's like, "Hey, I'm a globalist. I'm a college professor. I'm gonna tell you how you're wrong here," and just watch them say, like tell him no, be completely even unreasonable towards him. He's like, "I see what you guys are talking about. Some of these people are not reasonable. They're just illogical, irreasonable, and they're not listening to anything anyone says." We're like, yeah, exactly. Like this topic just does it. Just makes them shit their brains out.
What about that Brandon guy? That Brandon guy, the globe earther that comes in here recently.
He just destroys the Globers, and he says he's a Glober.
Yeah. Yeah, Brandon's pretty cool.
Really funny.
It's just like Matthew too. Like he'll talk about how Professor Dave is he used to be okay. He said I used to like the guy. I've talked to him socially, professionally, and now he's just like a freak. The guy like he went off the deep end. Like he's just all about social media clout and doesn't really present any sort of scientific communication anymore.
Because David made a script.
Yeah, he's like
write it up.
Matthew almost went as far as to say that now the Professor Dave got replaced by a reptilian. He almost went there. He went that close. Like the guy is basically like almost like bipolar or multi personality disorder. He goes, the guy I see on YouTube is not the guy he met like 8 years ago or whatever it was. Complete night and day. I wouldn't even believe they're the same person. The way he acts then versus now. Yeah, the topic. This topic somehow causes people to lose their ever fucking love of mind.
Yeah, that Rob Noxious is a good example for that.
Yeah, the last guy freaked out when he was asked if programs funded by taxes were an opportunity to tax people. He just flamed out over that question. Sort of one goes, they hold hands with each other. It's weird.
Well, he had a
Just
fairy
because,
tale belief that the government is a threat.
yeah, I think just because it's in the context of the flat Earth, does he have to just? That's a simple question. It's weird.
watching 24/7. You're watching 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live.
I was chatting a minute ago with some people about buoyancy. I don't know whether any of the guys are on the VC or not. It'd be interesting to see what people have to think about buoyancy.
Requires air pressure.
Requires air pressure. What about underwater? Is that you, Red One? The vacuum chamber.
Yeah, if you don't have air pressure on top of your water, you don't have water, do you?
Well, it depends how much air pressure you have.
Well, go ahead and
very much.
Go ahead and figure it all out for me, since you know all the answers.
You only need about like 1/10 of a psi. The water will stop evaporating.
Well, there you go. Perfect balance, aren't we?
We are in perfect balance.
Nothing to do with floating around in it. Nothing to do with floating around in an ever-expanding vacuum chamber. That's for sure.
Well, that's right. We've got about 14 psi of atmospheric pressure, but what do we need for water? Hang on, I'm just looking it up now.
Remove that, and your density all goes away.
What about underwater?
I just told you need air pressure to have water.
No, but what about under the water?
Well, you don't have water unless you have air pressure.
Well, you can have water without air at all.
Sure, if you seal it in a container, if you remove the lid from the container, then you need air as the lid of the container.
Yeah.
So no gotchas with me today, son. How's your density going?
Well, it's interesting density, isn't it? Once you get underwater, the density is constant. The pressure changes, the density is almost constant, all the way right down to the bottom of the deepest water we've ever seen. Unless you start to mix salts and things in and make it a bit thicker.
The water isn't air then, is what you're saying.
Yeah, exactly. But it's quite similar.
Oh, good.
It's a fluid.
You don't have to mix the two together.
Yeah, it has buoyancy. Things float differently in water, depending on the pressure.
Yeah, nothing to do with gravity. You said it.
Yeah. Well, except little g, right? Little g keeps poking up everywhere.
You said everything under pressure and keep nothing to do with gravity. You said pressure.
Pressure, yeah. But the pressure's there, right? It gets more the further down we go. There's something going on.
Yeah, water has weight.
It's weight. What's weight?
The pressure pressing down on it.
So you got a bit of a circular definition there. That's a bit of a challenge, right? You need to know why that.
Figure it out so you can come up with a gotcha for us, because it's not going to work.
Yeah. No, it's an interesting thing that the so buoyancy. Archimedes says that to float something, you need to displace the same amount, the same weight of water. To float a boat, you've got to displace the same amount of water. And he's kind of right, but he's not fully right. He didn't really know why that was the case, did he? He didn't know about pressure and about the pressure gradient of water. And that's what causes buoyancy, right? It's the pressure gradient. If you don't have that gradient, there is no buoyancy. There's no buoyancy in air and there's no buoyancy in water.
You said it. Without a container, there's no air pressure.
No, I didn't say that at all. You said that. I said without a gradient, there's no buoyancy.
Without what? A pressure gradient?
Yeah.
Oh, so without a container, there's no pressure gradient.
No. Water doesn't.
Yeah, because you're invoking an
gradient.
infinite volume otherwise. Do you think you have an infinite volume with a pressure gradient that's Earth?
No, I'm talking about water. Or even
Water
without
needs
an
a
infinite
container
gradient.
too.
I told you, water needs air pressure to be water, so.
Well, we can
or you
seal
can
off.
put it in a solid container, but you still need to suck every little drop of air out of there if you can.
How big's your vacuum chamber, a red one? It's only like small, right? Like a half a cubic meter or something like that, isn't it? It's not a big container.
Probably about that.
You can't run away from the V in PVNRT.
Yeah, that's
So what if the container was as big as a room? What if you could seal off a room?
What about it?
Now it's time to cope, huh?
He's been down this road before.
You back Sifu. Is that Sifu or Lou? Sorry. I have trouble with the American accents. So if you were to seal off a room, right, and measure the pressure, why would there be a gradient in a room?
If it's a dynamic system.
Because there's still air pressure in there. If it was a true vacuum, it would collapse in on itself.
Yeah. But why? So if we've sealed off a room, right, we've got PV equals nRT, we've got a sealed walls, we've got a fixed volume. The pressure should.
All right, now introduce a big freaking heat lamp that turns on and off over 12-hour cycles. And also introduce an electrical gradient that goes from the surface up, which could be caused by the sun too.
And a radiant floor.
So can we do that one at a time? Can we start with the heat?
No, because now we're describing a dynamic system that creates gradients.
Yeah,
so you don't want to talk about any of these things in detail then?
You're not going to be able to.
We can discuss them one at a time, though. We can discuss them one at a time, though. If we've got our room, right, and the room's stable, right, so it's not churning, it's not exploding under pressure. The pressure on average is constant. The walls aren't busting out. And we've got a heated floor. What happens on the floor, right? The floor heats, the temperature of the gas on the floor increases. What happens? It expands. How far does it expand? It expands until it matches the pressure of the gas around it.
All right, 3 minutes past the hour, I posted what you're talking about. There's your room, and then there is molecules being warmed up with temperature, and there they go.
Wait on.
Yeah, that was it. You pulled it out quickly. I couldn't find it. Oh, that one doesn't load for me, by the way. I'm going to have to save that one in my files.
Oh, yeah. So what do we got here? Heat added, solid, liquid, gas. So you're talking about the phases of fluid.
Yeah, there's your room.
This is not for an ideal gas, though. We've got liquids here, right?
Okay, well, you got a liquid turning into vapor. I'm showing you all the phases of matter.
Yeah, so we're only dealing with one now, right, though? We're only dealing with one now. We've got gas in a room.
Yeah, well, temperature really kind of causes the matter to change phases,
Yeah. But we're already at the gas phase in the atmosphere, right? Well, that's not quite true. Water's a bit of a bugbear because water makes the gas behave like a non-ideal gas because it's so close to the pressure temperature relationship.
Water just destroys everything, dude. Your whole worldview, man.
Yeah, I know, because it goes from gas to
water and air pressure destroys the globe, dude.
No, I don't think so. I think it makes the globe, to be honest. Because there's and Jedi.
I posted a simulated environment where you got gas temperature gradient, and it's showing faster gas molecules where it's hotter.
Yeah. Okay. Is that second picture at 5 past the hour?
Yeah, that's what happens.
Okay, so what's the scale on that one? Have you got some numbers
I don't
there?
have a scale. It's just a simulation. Just shown like this is what happens in the propane tank. Ever have a grill? It's colder on the bottom and it's warmer at the top of the propane tank. And the propane
that's
tank
got
actually
liquid.
goes through cycles inside. Well, inside the liquid propane turns into gas vapor and it condenses at the top when it cools and falls back down again. So there's your dynamic environment, and it's in a container.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, so we don't quite have that in our atmosphere, though, right? Do we? That your average household room is not condensing liquid. It's not at critical pressure.
Right now has 3 temperatures in it. Believe it or not, if I could pull up my stats, you would see I have sensors in the one.
My HVAC is pretty crappy too. We got cold zones everywhere.
Yeah, I got sun coming through one window, heating it up. I got a wall that I forgot to insulate, so it stays cold. It's just a little tiny piece in a closet.
Yeah,
but
my spare room above the garage gets really, really, really hot during the summer, hotter than the rest of the house.
So this is fantastic.
My attic.
I'm glad you. What is the pressure of the air in those places? I bet you'll find
pressure may be the same, just altered temperature and volume is different, and depending on the room. I mean, who knows?
Yeah, well, exactly. And I think
can do PV&RT all day. You still need V. You can't run away from V.
You can't. But what you'll find is that regardless of the pressure of the temperature of your environment, that you'll find that you get a pressure gradient regardless of those ambient conditions. That you won't be able to get away from that 10 pascals per meter. No. We're not talking about the container here, or even if it is contained.
Right? Is the room not a container?
Yeah, this is a container.
The room's contained. Yeah. Same deal. If you want the room contained and you heat it, and the pressure everything is stabilized, you will get that same pressure gradient that you'll find that unless you've got like a 1,000-degree furnace on the floor and frozen top.
Gradient? What are you talking about? A gradient of what?
Gradient.
A pressure gradient in a room in my bedroom?
Yes, the pressure gradient in your bedroom.
Okay, what is that gradient?
The gradient will be approximately 10 pascals per meter. 0.01 hectopascals per meter. If you've got a mobile phone, like a modern iPhone,
I guess it would depend on the temperature, though, right?
No, it doesn't. I mean, that's the interesting thing.
Way hotter at the ceiling than it is at the floor.
Yeah, that's cool. I bet you if you measure this,
gradient.
You know why?
The temperature gradient.
Heat rises, so it's on your ceiling. That's why.
Yeah.
Certain places in the country, we put the air ducts in the ceiling blowing down because they need air conditioning most of the year. Certain places we put them in the floor blowing up because we need heat most of the year.
Yeah. No. So what's the difference in the temperature between the floor and the ceiling of your house? 10 degrees Celsius?
I guess it would
I don't know
on the
about
day, right?
Yeah. You can pick any day. I don't really care because it doesn't make any difference.
10 degrees? Fuck no.
Celsius.
Oh.
That must be a huge ceiling.
Yeah, what the fuck?
I don't know.
Your house, dude. How many stories?
Yeah, it's minus 17 Celsius here right now, bro.
Yeah, okay. But what's in your house? What's the temperature? 20 or 18? I don't know how well your house is heated.
So now
we still use imperial.
At what level do you want the temperature? You want it at 5 feet or do you want it at 10 feet?
I wanted it at the floor level and the ceiling level. I need both temperatures.
Well, I have a radiant floor, so it's really hot down at the floor, actually.
Yeah, that's nice. Cool. Yeah, no, I've had one of those too. They're excellent. It's really good. It makes all the furniture warm. It's fantastic.
So it turns out it's really, really hard to control for temperature and make it precisely even everywhere. Yeah. Can't do that with your bedroom.
No, but the interesting thing is, right, when you look at the hydrostatics of air, that and the fluid dynamics of air, that if you heat the air up on the floor, it expands. The pressure doesn't really change at all. The biggest driving force of the pressure is the same pressure gradient that you get everywhere else. So whether you've got a heated floor or a heated ceiling, or whether there's wind blowing through your house,
so
or
heat's not
whatever.
the biggest one, right?
Absolutely, it's not. On a global scale, heat has a factor, of course, but it is not the dominant force.
Wow.
Same when you go in an XY direction
You're gonna tell me
across
that
the ground.
That's some
Are
major
did you
BS.
just say that the sun is not the dominant force on Earth?
Yeah, that's
Oh
some
no, absolutely. The sun is the dominant force.
Yo, listen,
Absolutely.
you don't need a lot of temperature to move a gas molecule, man. You just got to alter the temperature a little bit, and off it goes.
Yeah, absolutely.
They're very
So what's the
sensitive
difference?
to temperature. You can't say that it's almost inconsequential. Temperature is the
Okay.
biggest reason you have gradients.
No, it's
And
not. So
hurricanes.
what
and
is the temperature
rain
difference
and
between the floor and the
snow.
ceiling? Can we go back to
I don't
that?
know.
What is the difference in temperature?
Warmer up top and colder at the bottom.
Mine's probably
Yeah,
50
so-
degrees right now in my house.
So can we do it in Celsius? Because I don't do Fahrenheit. I don't get
I
Fahrenheit.
don't know what
It's
3 degrees in Celsius is then.
Hang on, wait on. I have the power.
This isn't going anywhere.
It's going to.
I mean, what's your
so
claim? What
in-
is going on? Are you
so
trying
my
to say that
claim is
gravity creates a gradient?
I'm saying that temperature doesn't create the gradient.
Oh
So-
my gosh.
Yeah, so
Temperature doesn't
so where
create a
I am-
gradient. Okay, after I'm done laughing, please continue.
it is not the dominant force. So where I am now, I'm in Australia. Outside, it's 14 degrees Celsius, which is 14 C. Oh, hang on, 14 C.
I'm hoping this is recorded. Is it recorded? The audience listening? Oh, good.
So,
all right, so
14
go on.
degrees.
Tell us how gas doesn't care about temperature. We'll tell you how gas doesn't care about gravity.
Gas cares about temperature. There's no doubt about that because we have PV equals nRT. So
All right,
we've
but
got
it's
14
insignificant,
degrees
you're
C
saying.
here.
Continue.
Yeah, so we've got 14 degrees C here outside temperature, which is 57 Fahrenheit. And I reckon my ceiling might be 20. It's a bit warmer, which is 68. So we have a 4 Celsius temperature difference. So 20 Fahrenheit between the floor and the ceiling, right? What difference in pressure would that make if we had a closed container?
I'm not going to do the math right now.
Now, I can tell you the math. So the math is on absolute pressures. So if we turn this into absolute temperatures, so 20 degrees Celsius is 200.
So no relative.
It's 283 Kelvin, and 14 is 279 Kelvin, something like that. So we've got 6 Kelvin in 270. That's the difference in pressure we would get from the temperature, like 1%.
So,
But
in Celsius, since I'm writing something right now, if you're touching water, what's hot to the touch, not boiling? What number approximately?
In Celsius,
Yeah.
water starts to feel hot.
Like, hot where you don't want to
so
put your finger in it.
So I've got a little blow up spar at the back, and when it's 37 Celsius, it's just nice to get into. When it's too hot, we have a rule in Australia that your water going into showers and things like that has got to be tempered to, I think it's 55 degrees Celsius, because beyond that, it might get hot enough to burn. Yeah.
Perfect. I'm just writing temperature gauges for a machine, and I need to know when we should be warning people if the coolant is too hot.
Yeah, so I think if it's above 55 or 60 degrees, it gets to the point where it's too hot, and 70 can actually start to cause burns. But that's just those numbers have got no real factual basis. That's just my gut feel for where those things are. I'll Google Australian rules for you.
You heard of Avogadro's law and gas laws?
Yeah, I have.
Yep. So here I just posted a picture to illustrate this. You got 3 different kinds of gases. 3 different atomic weights, if you want to call it that, right? 3 different molecular densities or sizes, okay? And we've got the same temperature and the same volume, but the pressure is also the same on all sides of the box.
Yep, different ends, right?
Yep, and the pressure's the same. Same, matchy across all 3, top, sides, and bottom.
Yep.
Okay. The end.
Well, no, not really.
Yeah. So if you're thinking gravity's causing a gradient differential, then why don't we have only like nitrogen down here? Why aren't we breathing
Have you
nitrogen?
heard of?
It's a bit heavier than
Have you heard
oxygen,
of-
isn't it?
Yeah. So when you're reading about Avogadro, it would have been, I think it was Avogadro that came up with the idea of partial pressures of gases. So each gas exerts its own pressure independently of the others, and so it doesn't matter what.
So we don't have pools of nitrogen gas that we're choking on.
No.
Right. So I mean, gravity's inconsequential. Temperature is actually not inconsequential.
Well, why is gravity inconsequential? How does temperature explain?
Why? I don't know why. It just isn't. I mean, look, you can't put a scale inside one of these boxes that I just showed and demonstrate and pour gas on it. You know what I mean?
No, not really.
Yeah. Anyway,
That's all right.
yeah, you can't put a scale inside of one of these boxes and pour like oxygen on it or helium on it and weigh it.
You could probably weigh the box of gas.
Okay, well, you need a container, right? And that box is displacing what's around it, and that container has a certain density to it, right? And you've got different densities because they're different gases.
Mm.
So
but if we know the volume of the container,
relative density, intermediate disintermediation is the name of the game. It's not a mystical space gravity called, or mystical force called space gravity.
So the whole buoyancy thing is just caused by relative density. There's no
that's it.
Nothing else.
Yeah, Archimedes was pretty smart, wasn't he? That Archimedes guy. He didn't discuss a gravitational force at all, and not in any of his written equations.
He didn't quite get the full picture, though, did he?
Well, it wasn't useful because nobody was thinking that the same thing where you drop a pencil and watch it hit the floor is also causing planets to move in the sky. That came much later, which is insane.
Yeah. But we don't have to go as far as planets. We can talk about water
you think
and
it's the same
buoyancy.
thing, so we should bring it into planets.
Well,
yeah, that's how goofy this is, right? Really goofy.
We need to understand what's going on around us before we look at the planets, though.
Yeah, well, we do understand. We understand that gas follows Brownian motion.
Yes.
That's why you can't pour gas on a scale inside a box and weigh it, because of Brownian motion.
Yeah, but that motion causes the pressure, though.
Yeah, right? And you alter the temperature and suddenly have a different outcome. Way different outcome. You can't alter gravity and show a different outcome, can you?
No. I can't alter gravity.
No. Yeah.
I can alter acceleration. So we've got our gases.
Yeah,
right?
you can drop something or throw it up in the air. That's not altering gravity.
He's got a good imagination, that's all, dude.
Oh, boy.
You're making these claims, not me. You're making all this stuff up. I haven't actually claimed anything other than temperature doesn't cause the pressure gradient.
Yeah, we got bold claims straight from science textbooks, so yeah.
Oh, yeah, you made the claim temperature doesn't have anything to do with pressure gradients, so you were proven wrong. So
No. I said it's not the dominant force in the pressure gradient.
Thanks, Avogadro.
So, what happens when we heat gas at the floor? It gets hotter, right? The temperature goes up. What happens to the pressure of the gas in a room? So we can assume our room is open, right? We've got our floor heating on. What happens to that gas when we heat it?
Gas wants to move away from denser areas, so it moves away from the floor or the walls, and then it hits the walls on the opposite side, and it ricochets and pings all over the place.
We heat the gas and it wants to expand, right?
Wants to equalize to fill the volume, V. You need a volume for it to expand into.
It wants to
freely.
Otherwise, it goes on for infinity.
Yeah, that's right. So the gas that we're heating on the floor is trying to expand out to fill its volume. What's stopping it? Why doesn't it just expand out?
It does expand out and until it hits the wall.
But but what if there's no walls? What if we're in the atmosphere? What if your house, you've got the door open, right? Why doesn't
You're saying an infinite volume again? Infinite volume?
Yeah. Or a very large volume.
You don't have water on Earth. Then goodbye oceans.
No, you're going far too far
Infinite
ahead.
volume? Are you serious? You don't
Can I
think?
tell you?
Oh boy.
Can I tell you what happens? So
Infinite
the gas
volume?
gets heated.
Yeah. Show me a PV-nRT equation where V is infinite, and let's do some substitution.
We did some substitution
Yeah,
last
pretty
week. You
ridiculous,
got
right?
that wrong. You got that wrong. So
Oh, I did. What did I get
PV
wrong?
equals
Now?
nRT, right? We heat the gas locally. It wants to expand. The cold air around it is confining its pressure. But the
Wait,
heat
so gas
means
contains gas?
it does.
Yeah, gas contains gas. Oh, wonderful. All right,
Yeah,
please explain.
It does. Okay, so you've heard of the difference between gas diffusion and expansion, right? So
Yeah.
I've got this is a fairly gross toilet humor scenario. So I'm standing at my front door. The door is open. My house and the atmosphere at equal pressure, right? Brownlee motion.
You're saying diffusion is containment? That's like literally the opposite.
Wait.
Like, if I say, "Hey, I got something," I'm going to grab a bucket of water.
Did not say
diffuses
that.
through the bucket.
I did not say that.
Well, you said diffusion. So yeah, I got a bucket of water that diffuses water through the walls. Is that a good bucket? Is that even a good container?
Come on, let me finish my story.
I'm sorry.
I've thought about this
Okay.
for a long time.
Well, I just shot it down before you got it out.
So I'm standing at the door, right? The door is open. The inside house pressure and the outside house pressure is the same. On average, even with Brownlee motion, gas molecules are only very slowly moving from outside to inside, and at the same rate, they're moving from inside to outside, mostly because they're banging into each other, right? So as they try to come out the door, they're hitting gases that are already outside the door and bouncing back in. So the net movement, if I was to paint half my gas molecules red, they would only move slowly out the door.
How do you know they're moving back in, dude?
Well, so the scenario I'm going to paint here is that the Jehovah's Witnesses have come to meet me, and I've dropped my guts in the house. I let one rip, and it takes 3 or 4 seconds for them to smell it, right? Because the gas can only move slowly through the air because of all the other gases. If we're in a vacuum, that thing would rip through, and they'd know it straight away. So gases, the migration of gases through the atmosphere is slowed by the other gases that are present.
Yeah, so that's not contained, is it?
So you can see. No, it's not contained, but it's slowed. So you can see that with
gas doesn't contain gas.
No, but it does slow the transfer, right? It's
not a container.
It's not permanently contained.
You can't even use
house, right?
Yeah, imagine trying to use liquid to contain oxygen. I mean, what the heck, dude?
It keeps
liquids are denser than gas, and they can't contain gas.
It stops the immediate expansion of the gas at unlimited rate, right?
Would you say liquid does a better or worse job than gas at slowing the expansion of gas?
I don't know, man. If I open my door, dude, and I let the heat out, it gets cold in here real fucking fast, man.
Yeah. But once it's reached equilibrium, not much happens, right? Once the inside and the outside is the same temperature and pressure, nothing much is going on. There's nothing coming in, there's nothing coming out, right?
Yeah, but it was heated before we started, though, right?
Yeah. But if you were to, then if you were to turn your heater on again, it would take a long time for the heat to flow out, right? It doesn't instantly shoot out and fill the entire room. It takes a while for the heated air to spread through the rest of the room to establish those currents and things like that, because the rest of the air is stopping that hot air from moving. You get stratification layers and stuff like that, inversion layers and that sort of thing. At a bigger scale, even in a room, you get the hot air pooling at the top.
Though, right? But it's not stopping, right?
Yeah, the room is stopping it. The room is what stops the gas from expanding to infinity.
Yes, the room is stopping
not gas.
it. Yes. No, but the gas is
slowing it. Claim like an infinite gas sludge. And even then, it's still expanding through it. I mean, this doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
You've got a denser medium called liquids, called fluids, that don't contain gas.
No, gas is a fluid, but
except it's unbonded. So fluids are, right?
Liquids and fluids.
Okay, liquids. Excuse me. Yep. So gas has a much harder time moving through denser liquids.
Yeah, the gas flows, right, and can be influenced by other gas flows. So we can flow.
How about you
Sorry,
take
what
the
was
L,
that?
man?
I
Just
missed
take
that.
the L.
Sorry, what was?
Just take the L, dude. I mean, this is not going well.
What L?
The loss.
No, I'm not going to take the loss.
You're describing a very, very non-contained environment.
Well, it can be contained or not contained. It doesn't really matter.
Yeah, it does.
We can talk
V
about
absolutely matters. V governs basically the boiling point or cavitation point of water, for example. I mean, V is a very
Gravitation's
powerful
not
factor.
boiling. So,
like you explain how gas fills a container. I get it.
Yeah, you can take water in a little syringe and cap it with your thumb and pull on the syringe, and then you can watch the water start to cavitate, and that's like boiling off. It's trying to turn into vapor and escape. So you're just altering V at a very small scale, right? Now imagine a plunger the size of the universe sucking the entire world's air and oceans up.
Okay.
And he hasn't even entered gravity into this yet. Like, what the fuck?
Where? But imagine
all supposed forces.
What happens when what happens when you stop pulling with your thumb? So you pull it and it starts to bubble. What happens when you stop?
Well, now you got a fixed volume, right? In a container.
Yep, and you get equilibrium again.
And meanwhile, your universe is expanding in volume too.
Well, like I said, we're just talking about what's going on the ground.
I mean, I'm sorry you have to defend this crappy Baltard model, but keep going.
I'm happy.
Expanding plunger universe. Expanding volume.
Hey, I'll confess, I'm happy to say that we don't understand the universe.
No, we don't. We don't understand Jack, man. It's why we're here.
You can pretend, though. Keep going, bro.
Right since the steam age, we've had a good handle on the behavior of gases and energy and entropy and things like that. But, Carnot and those guys sussed things out a long time ago. They developed the laws of thermodynamics. They had a good handle on what was going on. So when we've got the gases, whether it's in our closed room or whether it's our doors are open and we're talking about the atmosphere, if we heat something locally, the gas is going to try and expand. The cooler gas around it will try and keep it contained, and the pressure of the warm gas.
The gas cools off. It's not like you got a cold gas molecule that sees a hot gas molecule and shoves it away. The gas just goes into a cooler region and cools off.
Yeah, that's a good point, right? So we're talking about the bulk behavior of gases here, not individual molecules, right? So PV equals NOT.
I'm talking about both.
Does not talk about an individual molecule. It's about the behavior of the gas as a whole.
Right. So you know it's never been demonstrated that gravity provides an environment where the elastic collision of gas molecules occur. Now I want you to model that for me and show me how ridiculous that is. Because now gravity is acting in the reverse manner of entropy, right? Because it's no longer gas diffusion or dispersion. It's about gas consolidation or condensing.
Well,
so your worldview, gravity is responsible for condensing gas. I mean, that's how ridiculous it is.
It reduces the volume and
reduces the volume?
its movement. Yeah. But why is entropy a problem?
Well, it's a problem because gas behavior is the opposite of the negative entropic effects, or gravity's a negative entropic effect on gas. That's what the problem is.
Yeah, I'd agree that generally gravitation